This is a world where reality and gaming have merged into one, bringing with it a wave of rampaging beasts and endless magical disasters. Along with them, countless ruins, dungeons, secret realms, and terrifying monsters sprouted up everywhere. In this world, anyone can gain experience points, rare items, and even epic gear just by hunting down these monsters. But no matter how aggressive those monsters are, they are absolutely nothing compared to the ultimate beings of this world. Mysterious, incredibly rare, and as powerful as gods, the dragons. Meanwhile, at a high school in the Dragon Nation, a teacher slaps the blackboard with a loud smack, yelling, "Class, pay attention!" Written on the board was the Career Awakening Guide for the graduating seniors. Today's class awakening ceremony doesn't just determine whether you'll get into a good college, but it'll shape your entire future. Theoretically, your class is chosen at random, but you must have faith in yourselves. As long as your mind is strong enough, anyone can awaken a combat class. Hearing his teacher's words, Lu Fan, sitting in the corner of the classroom, felt a surge of intense excitement. This day has finally come. His name is Lu Fan, and it's been over 2.5 years since he transmigrated here from Blue Star. During this time, he's gained a deep understanding of how this bizarre world works. Society here is divided into 3 main class categories. At the very top are the combat classes, including warriors, mages, and archers. They use their extraordinary powers to conquer dangerous secret realms, bringing back legendary gear and massive rewards. This is the path everyone dreams of taking. Next are the support classes, like enchanters or alchemists, who can craft incredibly powerful items. However, the materials they need are ridiculously expensive, meaning only rich families can afford to train one. At the bottom of the social ladder are life classes, like chefs, herbalists, and miners. This is the harsh reality for most people, living ordinary lives and working hard just to survive. Sadly, Lu Fan's aunt is one of those life class workers, a simple chef. Day in and day out, she works tirelessly at her tiny bun shop just to pay for his school. She never complains and supports him unconditionally, and Lu Fan knows exactly how much she sacrificed for him. To survive in this brutal world and give his aunt a better life, he is absolutely determined to awaken a combat class. But while Lu Fan is lost in his thoughts, thinking about a brighter future, the teacher suddenly gets a phone call from the principal. "All right, class, the awakening ceremony is starting. Let's head out." Instantly, the entire classroom erupts in cheers as the students rush out, hyped that their moment has finally come. As the students scramble outside, the bald teacher walks over to Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, why aren't you moving? You're the top student in class, so don't stress too much." Just as he says that, a system window suddenly pops up in front of Lu Fan's eyes. Congratulations, the Super Treasure Map system has been successfully activated. He's completely stunned by this, thinking to himself, "Is this my exclusive cheat code for being a transmigrator?" Seeing Lu Fan's dazed expression, the teacher taps his desk and asks, "Lu Fan, are you listening to me?" Lu Fan snaps out of his excitement and quickly apologizes. "Sorry, sir, I'm heading out right now." With that, he dashes out, remembering all those fantasy novels he used to read. In a world like this, it wouldn't make sense to not have a system. But what does this system actually do? Whatever, the most important thing right now is the awakening ceremony. As the annual ceremony officially begins, everyone knows that awakening a combat class is their ticket to fame and glory. And if you're lucky enough to unlock a hidden combat class, you'll become an instant legend, feared and respected by everyone. Are you daydreaming? Another student scoffs. Hidden classes in this school are rarer than hen's teeth. I'll be thanking my ancestors if I can even land a decent life class. As the students chatter nervously, the principal steps up to the mic. "Quiet down, students. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Standing next to me is the priest who will guide you today." At that, every single eye in the crowd locks onto the powerful figure. What an insane aura. I wish I could awaken a class with presence like that. Lu Fan watches him quietly, thinking, a priest? The presence of a combat class really is on another level. Right then, a system notification pops up again, giving him a new skill, Identification Eye. Lu Fan is caught off guard. Identification Eye? What does this do? Curious, he casts it straight on the priest. The priest was on the stage. With just a quick thought, the priest's icon popped up on his system interface. Curious to test things out, he tapped the icon. Priest, level 29. His skill was the Awakening Ritual, and he had saved up 5 million dragon coins. So this skill really could check the priest's details. Staring at that 5 million, Lu Fan was completely shocked. How does a mere support class in charge of the awakening ritual have that much money? His aunt could make steamed buns for her entire life and still not make a fraction of that amount. While he was deep in thought, the principal on stage suddenly roared, "Quiet!" At the principal's booming voice, the gossiping students instantly shut their mouths. The awakening ceremony has officially begun. When your name is called, step up to the stage. First up, Zhang Tao. The moment Zhang Tao's name was called, the students in the yard started whispering again. That's Zhang Tao. He's the top student in our grade. I wonder if he'll awaken a combat class. Even though class awakening is mostly random, the higher your stats, the more likely you are to get a combat class. While the guys were focused on his class potential, the girls were swooning over his looks. Yeah, Zhang Tao is not only smart but also insanely handsome. As the priest activated his skill, golden runes instantly enveloped Zhang Tao the moment he stepped on stage. Without stopping, the runes swept over Zhang Tao and flowed straight into the awakening crystal at the center of the stage. As the golden runes merged with the crystal, a massive fireball the size of a basketball burst from its top. Seeing the fireball, the ultimate symbol of a mage, the entire crowd gasped in awe. Oh my god, Zhang Tao actually got a combat class. I'm so jealous. Clenching the flame in his hand, Zhang Tao let out a smug, disdainful smirk. The ceremony went on, and many others successfully awakened their classes. The young master of the straw company awakened as a herbalist, a buff guy became a tailor, and the class clown ended up as a miner. It looked like combat classes were still extremely rare, with most people getting lifestyle classes instead. Awakening a combat class meant limitless potential, while those with lifestyle classes were pretty much doomed to live a mundane, average life. Hearing his classmate sigh, Lu Fan broke into a cold sweat. His family was dirt poor, and if he ended up with a useless enhancement class, his life would be over. Here it comes, it's finally my turn. Halfway through the ceremony, Lu Fan's name was finally called. Feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders, he squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the stage. At this point, being nervous wasn't going to help. It's time to gamble everything. Will I rise like a phoenix, or crash and burn? It all comes down to this single moment. Please, just don't let it be an enhancement class. With that thought, the priest cast his specialized skill on him, initiating the awakening ritual. As the golden runes washed over his body, Lu Fan stared intently at the awakening crystal, his heart pounding in his chest. The very moment the runes merged with the crystal, a massive dragon suddenly materialized in the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. Before the bewildered students could even process what was happening, a brilliant beam of golden light crashed down from the heavens, completely enveloping Lu Fan. At the exact same time, a crimson creature began to take shape right above him. When the shadow fully materialized, everyone in the schoolyard froze in absolute shock. A dragon. Lu Fan's awakening actually triggered a dragon phenomenon. This only happens when someone awakens a hidden class. Don't tell me he really pulled a hidden class? Shouts of disbelief and excited murmurs erupted everywhere. Even the faculty seating area descended into chaos. Mr. Lee, a student from your class is the first in our school to awaken a hidden class. I am so envious. Ignoring the congratulations from the female teacher next to him, the bald teacher was already lost in a beautiful daydream about Lu Fan's future. What if he was lucky enough to awaken one of the two legendary hidden classes, Blood Dragon Warrior or Dragon Soul Mage? He would become a pillar of strength for the Dragon Nation, and maybe even write his name in the history books. The last time someone successfully awakened as a Blood Dragon Warrior was over 10 years ago. And today, that person is one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Nation. If only Lu Fan could do the same. Just as the teacher's thoughts trailed off, the awakening ceremony reached its climax. The giant dragon in the sky locked its fierce eyes onto Lu Fan and let out a series of deafening roars. Before it could roar any further, a golden beam of light shot down from above, shattering the dragon into countless glittering fragments. As the dust settled, every single eye was locked onto Lu Fan. The principal was the most excited of them all, instantly rushing forward to grab him in a tight hug. Kid, what class did you get? Is it the Blood Dragon Warrior or the Dragon Soul Mage? Faced with that question, Lu Fan, who knew exactly what class he had awakened, could only stammer, "Sir, I awakened as a dragon tamer." Hearing his answer, the principal froze in disbelief. The reaction from the other students and teachers was pretty much the same. How could a dragon tamer be the most useless class? Still in shock, the principal let go of Lu Fan and took a few steps back. Why did it have to be a dragon tamer? Of all things, why the most useless class? A dragon tamer is a combat class with massive potential, but ironically, it is also known as one of the most useless classes ever recorded. With the awakening ceremony over, Lu Fan dragged his feet home, heavy with disappointment. He pulled up his system panel to check his attributes once again. Class: Level 10, Dragon Tamer. Skill: Dragon Taming, which allows the taming of dragon-type creatures. Current balance: 239 dragon coins. Although Dragon Tamer is listed as one of the 3 great hidden classes, on par with the Blood Dragon Warrior and the Dragon Soul Mage, its actual strength is incredibly limited. The reason is that dragons have completely vanished, making it impossible to actually tame one. A Dragon Tamer can't even compare to standard combat classes like a summoner. Before the ceremony ended, the principal had given Lu Fan some advice. Even if the chance of taming a real dragon is close to 0, you can still tame sub-dragon creatures to become a powerhouse. Lu Fan knew all too well that those were just empty words of comfort. A powerhouse? That was a luxury he couldn't afford. How could a dragon tamer without a dragon ever have infinite potential? At the end of the day, sub-dragons are just wild, violent beasts. How could they ever compare to real dragons? The reaction from the students and teachers was completely understandable. Throughout the 800-year history of the Dragon Nation, dragons had appeared before, but not a single dragon tamer had ever successfully tamed one. Even the strongest individuals were like mere ants before the overwhelming power of a dragon. Trying to tame such an existence was nothing more than a pipe dream. Besides, a dragon tamer without a dragon couldn't even increase their strength, let alone unlock new skills. His young aunt had worked so hard to raise him and put him through school, yet he couldn't even give her a better life now. Lost in thought, Lu Fan found himself standing in front of the bun shop where he lived with his aunt. He took a deep breath to compose himself before opening the door. "Auntie, I'm home." Seeing Lu Fan walk in, his aunt, who had just finished setting a table full of delicious food, hurried over. "You're back, Lu Fan. Come, let's eat. I prepared a whole table of your favorites today. It's your big day, after all. Let's eat until we're completely stuffed to celebrate." As he sat down, his aunt asked, "So, what class did you awaken today?" Hearing that question, Lu Fan could only hang his head in silence. Seeing his reaction, his aunt realized she shouldn't have asked and quickly said, "Lu Fan, it's fine if you didn't get a combat class. I'd be worried sick if you had to fight every day anyway." He interrupted her. "No, Auntie, that's not it. I became a dragon tamer, but without a dragon, this class is completely useless." His aunt kept a warm, gentle smile. "A dragon tamer is fine too. It's still a hidden class after all. This just proves my Lu Fan is amazing. If you want to go to college, I'll keep supporting you. But if you don't want to, we can just run this bun shop together." After dinner, Lu Fan collapsed onto his bed, feeling incredibly depressed. His aunt was only 26 years old. She had lived a quiet, humble life for years, working tirelessly, yet never escaping poverty. He truly wanted to give his aunt a better life. Was that dream really out of reach now, just because he became a dragon tamer? Thinking about this, he angrily slammed his fist into the bed, refusing to accept it. All it took was a single dragon for a dragon tamer to truly be a powerhouse hidden class. But where on earth was he supposed to find a dragon? As if sensing his thoughts, the system suddenly materialized in front of him. "Congratulations, Lu Fan. Your Day-1 treasure map has been delivered. The Super Treasure Map. The system issues 1 treasure map every day. The first day is a God-grade treasure map." This notification was like a sudden jolt of life, pulling Lu Fan right out of his deep disappointment. That's right. He recalled that when the system first activated, it was called the Super Treasure Map system. Today, he had only tested the appraisal function and hadn't even looked into the main treasure map feature yet. With that in mind, he tapped on the map icon. Treasure maps were divided into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and God grade. 3 lower tier maps could be merged to create a higher tier map. Every day, the system randomly issues a map with a random tier and location. As long as you reach the designated spot, you can find treasures related to your class. After reading the system's description, Lu Fan finally had a clear direction: treasures related to his class. Dragon tamers were considered the weakest because actually taming a dragon was completely unrealistic. But if he could make good use of this system, he would have a chance to break through all limits, breaking the thin line between the weakest and the strongest. This divine treasure map might just be his last ray of hope to turn the tables. It is here. The God-tier treasure map is finally here. If he gives up now, he will be stuck at the absolute bottom of society for the rest of his life. Let alone repaying his aunt for raising him, so he absolutely has to go. With his heart pounding in suspense, Lu Fan tapped the claim map button on the system. The screen immediately changed, displaying a detailed map of the level 10 to 20 stone plains. The stone plains were not too far from Jianghai City. He just needed to catch the last night bus to get there by dawn. Time flew by quickly, and soon the clock pointed to 5 in the morning. Out of habit, his aunt woke up and turned on the main light in the living room. A small note on the dining table immediately caught her eye. She pushed open Lu Fan's door, only to find the room completely empty. Picking up the note, she read, "Auntie, I am heading to the Stone Plains for the next few days. Please do not worry about me. This might be my only chance to change my fate as a dragon tamer. I will be fine. When I get back, I will give us a much better life." Around the same time, Lu Fan had already arrived at the outskirts of the Stone Plains. While he was weighing his next move, a massive arm suddenly shoved him hard from the side. Turning around, he saw a tall, buff guy in camouflage gear glaring at him. Standing next to him was a pretty girl, smiling and waving. Sensing trouble, Lu Fan took a step back to keep his distance, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Before he could even say a word, a one-eyed old man emerged from behind them. "Young man, why do you not tag along with us?" the old man said. Lu Fan immediately refused in a firm, cold tone. "No, thank you." These people lurking around the stone plains at this hour had to be material scavengers. As he was calculating his options, the one-eyed old man spoke up again. "Young man, wandering the wilderness late at night without any companions is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you do not want to join us?" Hearing this, Lu Fan was even more convinced that they were rogue material scavengers. They were the kind of people who would murder and rob without a second thought. Seeing that he was not budging, the group began to show their true colors. "Well, have you thought it over?" the old man pressed. Without answering, Lu Fan turned and started walking toward the stone plains. He muttered, "I already said I am not interested." Seeing his lack of cooperation, they quickly closed in around him. "Young man, you clearly do not know the rules of the wild. The night is far more dangerous than you think." Sensing their hostile intentions, Lu Fan had to bluff. "I am a summoner. I do not need teammates. If I run into trouble, I can just summon elemental creatures to handle it." Hearing this, they froze, seemingly weighing his words. The one-eyed old man squinted and said slowly, "Well, it seems our concern for your safety was completely unnecessary. Let us go." With that, he turned and headed deeper into the stone plains. Lu Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief and walked in the opposite direction. It was a good thing he bluffed about being a summoner, because right now, he did not have a single usable skill. If they had fought, he would have been in serious trouble. In this world, might makes right. Without strength, his class was nothing more than easy prey to others. Putting all his faith in the system, Lu Fan began his quest to find a dragon. He stuck to the outer edges of the stone plains, following the map directions to find the hidden treasure. The deeper he went, the more monsters appeared. Right now, a herd of razor horns blocked his path ahead. They were beasts that looked like water buffaloes. Although they were not aggressive, if he startled them, he would not stand a chance. To stay safe, his best option was to take a detour. Throughout the journey, Lu Fan remained on high alert. But even though he detoured to avoid the razor horns, his trek did not get any safer. Right after avoiding the beasts, he accidentally stumbled into a pack of sensory raptors. These raptors had terrible vision at night, making it hard for them to see their surroundings, but their hearing was incredibly sharp. Just then, a massive raptor grazing nearby began slowly heading toward Lu Fan. A cold sweat broke out. He prayed he was close to the treasure and hoped he would not be spotted. But just as he was pleading silently, a frog hopped right under his foot. He accidentally stepped on it, and the frog's shrill screech echoed loudly through the quiet woods. Hearing the sudden noise, Lu Fan, frozen in the middle of the pack, could only swallow hard. Instantly, dozens of hostile, murderous eyes locked onto him. With a roar from the pack leader, the entire horde charged straight toward the source of the noise. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Lu Fan did not hesitate and took off running as fast as he could. "Damn it, you stupid frog. Why did you have to make a sound?" Sensing the raptors closing in, Lu Fan leaped to the side, barely dodging their stampede. Luckily, their vision was terrible in the dark, allowing him to escape their line of sight. His visibility at night was extremely poor. After a leap of over 20 meters, he luckily managed to survive. Unfortunate, unlike him, a helpless frog met its end under the claws of a pack of lynxes. Witnessing that sight, his heart grew heavy. He couldn't even deal with these normally timid lynxes. If he missed his chance this time, his end would probably be just as tragic as that frog, trampled to death. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, a system window suddenly popped up. He had arrived at the location on the treasure map. Seeing the notification, he was overjoyed and quickly looked up to scan his surroundings. Sure enough, his efforts paid off. After only a few minutes of searching, he located the exact spot of the treasure. With his heart pounding, Lu Fan excitedly rushed into an oddly shaped rocky crevice. Could this really be the treasure that would change the destiny of a dragon tamer? Right before his eyes was a dragon egg, glowing red like blazing fire. While Lu Fan was staring blankly at the egg, the outer shell suddenly started to crack with a loud pop. The baby dragon was about to be born. Just as he was staring at the egg in anticipation, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. To play it safe, Lu Fan immediately drew the dagger from his waist. He had been extremely careful on his way here, yet he still couldn't escape the keen sense of smell of wild beasts. Without another word, he swung his dagger hard into a bush, delivering a powerful strike. Lu Fan had blocked a fox-like beast right in front of him, a bloodthirsty fox. This beast was extremely sensitive to the scent of blood. Even though it was only the size of a house cat, its power was incredibly formidable. Even for him, a level 10, it was hard to withstand. Seeing it about to knock his dagger away, he didn't dare let his guard down. He quickly retracted the blade and threw a powerful punch, sending the bloodthirsty fox flying. Fighting a beast in a life-or-death battle for the first time made Lu Fan incredibly tense. Seizing a brief moment, he activated the system's appraisal eye skill. Level 10, Bloodthirsty Fox. Skills, Triple Claw Strike, Bloodthirsty Recovery. It restores vitality based on the target's lost blood. Experience points, 120. Material value of the fox hide, 85 dragon coins. Triple Claw Strike, and Bloodthirsty Recovery. This skill combination was going to be extremely difficult to deal with. If it used Triple Claw Strike to make me bleed, and then Bloodthirsty Recovery to heal itself, I'd definitely get worn down and defeated in a dragged-out fight. Glancing back at the cracking dragon egg behind him, he began to weigh his options. Right now, he didn't have any skills to counter it. If he could just buy enough time for the baby dragon to hatch, he could easily deal with it using dragon taming. But the bloodthirsty fox clearly wasn't going to let him wait. Exploiting his momentary distraction, it suddenly lunged forward to attack. In a split-second, life-or-death moment, Lu Fan raised his arm to block the blow. Triple Claw Strike activated, and its razor-sharp claws instantly shredded his arm. I can't let it use Bloodthirsty Recovery. I have to kill it before it completes its skill combo. Lu Fan gripped his dagger tightly and swung it with all his might at the bloodthirsty fox. Blade and claws clashed, making a screeching sound. His newly bought dagger cracked instantly. The bloodthirsty fox didn't miss the opportunity. It pinned down his blade and activated the final strike of its triple claw strike. Sensing the grave danger, Lu Fan leaned back, barely dodging the lethal blow. He knew this was his absolute last chance. Mustering every ounce of his strength, he thrust his dagger upward, stabbing it straight into the bloodthirsty fox's head. As he pulled the blade out, the system window popped up. Level 10, Bloodthirsty Fox, has been defeated. Lu Fan received 120 experience points. Seeing the system notification, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally taken it down. Before he could even rest, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Yeah, you really killed it, kid. You're pretty impressive." It was the material hunting group he had run into earlier. Seeing them appear, Lu Fan immediately confronted them. "You've been tailing me. I already told you, I'm not joining." The woman in the group chuckled softly. "Hey, handsome, no need to be so tense. You were the one who lied to us first." Hearing this, the one-eyed old man beside her chimed in. "Exactly. You said you were a summoner, so why are you so beat up without using any skills?" At his words, cold sweat broke out on Lu Fan's forehead. Instantly, he kicked the bloodthirsty fox's corpse toward them. "If you want the fox hide, take it. Just stop bothering me." The one-eyed old man was startled for a moment before letting out a cunning laugh. "Haha, you're quite amusing. A single fox hide is only worth 85 dragon coins. How many of those would we have to hunt just to make a living? We don't want this junk." Seeing his gaze shift toward the dragon egg behind him, Lu Fan knew things were turning south. They had spotted the dragon egg. At the old man's command, the hulking man and the busty woman quickly rushed forward. Before he could even react, the hulking man closed in and slammed his hand down, knocking the dagger away. His strength was terrifying. Right after, the busty woman lunged forward and pressed a razor-sharp dagger against his neck. "Don't move. handsome, or I might just have to hurt you. Careful now, you might get hurt, she warned. The one-eyed old man stepped closer, a smirk playing on his lips. Young man, did you really underestimate us material hunters? Just then, the massive brute grabbed the dragon egg. We got the dragon egg, time to pull out, the brute said. The one-eyed old man nodded with a cold sneer. Since we have the treasure, finish him off. Hearing this, the curvy woman looked surprised for a moment, but she quickly raised her dagger, preparing to plunge it into Lu Fan's neck. Such a shame, handsome. Guess this is goodbye. Watching them walk away with his dragon egg, Lu Fan's blood boiled with rage. That was his one and only chance to change his destiny, and there was no way he was letting these thieves take it. Right then, the dragon egg suddenly shattered, and a dark shadow shot straight up into the sky. The sight left everyone utterly speechless. As they looked up, a dark silhouette was spinning in midair, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Before anyone could react, the black dragon folded its wings and dove straight down, targeting the two standing below. Seeing this, the one-eyed old man didn't waste a single second, immediately hurling a potion bottle at the black dragon. The black dragon deftly twisted its body to dodge, continuing its descent toward them. With the old man's attack failing, the giant brute rushed forward to confront it. Facing the oncoming massive fist, the black dragon didn't even flinch, its claws suddenly glowing a deadly, brilliant red. The dragon claw skill was activated, and in the blink of an eye, the massive brute was shredded into 5 bloody pieces. His mangled body crashed to the ground, leaving the one-eyed old man collapsing in sheer terror from the horrific display. Having obliterated the giant, the black dragon didn't slow down for a second, immediately turning its sights on the old man. Seeing his life on the line, the one-eyed old man lost all composure, frantically begging Lu Fan and the curvy woman for help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood there, completely awestruck by the black dragon's sheer power. To think a newborn hatchling could be this insanely powerful. No wonder no one in history has ever been able to tame a dragon. Hearing the old man's desperate screams, the curvy woman snapped out of her daze and pressed her dagger against his throat. "What did you just say?" she demanded. "Is this really a dragon egg?" Before she could press him further, a splash of blood and a shredded piece of clothing suddenly whipped past them. At the same time, the black dragon began picking up the broken eggshells from the ground, casually munching on them one by one. A newly hatched dragon had just effortlessly wiped out 2 seasoned material hunters with a single blow. Watching her companions get brutally slaughtered one after another, the curvy woman was so terrified that her hand holding the dagger began to tremble uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan shoved her away with a cold laugh. "Looks like you material hunters aren't all that after all. Trying to steal a dragon that belongs to me? This is what you get." Without wasting another second, he dashed toward the black dragon, which was still happily chewing on its eggshells. As the dragon turned its gaze toward him, Lu Fan didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately activating his dragon taming skill. A golden light enveloped the black dragon. Seeing that Lu Fan wasn't being attacked, the curvy woman began to panic. Who are you? Why is that dragon not killing you?" Lu Fan smirked. "When you guys were stalking me earlier, you didn't give a damn about who I was. Why the sudden worry now? But since you asked, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm not a summoner. I am a dragon tamer. System notification. Pact with the black dragon is complete. New skills unlocked. Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Blessing." Watching the little black dragon slowly creep closer, the woman completely lost her cool and begged desperately, "Please, spare me. I really didn't know it was a dragon egg," Lu Fan sneered. "You material hunters have ruined countless lives. Save your breath. You can go join your friends in hell." At his words, the little black dragon lunged forward, delivering a brutal claw strike that finished her off. Morning had come, and the sun was slowly rising over the horizon. As Lu Fan bandaged the wound on his arm, the little black dragon acted just like a newborn baby, curiously poking at everything in sight. He picked it up and smiled. "All right, stop rummaging around. You really are a hyperactive little guy, aren't you?" He could hardly believe he had actually crossed the line from being weak to becoming incredibly strong. "You're already this strong right after hatching? I can't even begin to imagine how powerful you'll become in the future." Saying this, he held the little black dragon close, nuzzling it affectionately. The day the Dragon Tamer class shakes off its reputation of being weak was finally here. But what should I name you? How about Black Coal or Black Diamond? While he was brainstorming, the little dragon in his arms suddenly stuck out its tongue and licked the wound on his hand. Startled by the gesture, Lu Fan quickly pulled back and stopped it. Hey, you can't eat that, little guy. Suddenly, the black dragon released a massive wave of draconic energy. The blast of power sent Lu Fan flying backward. As the draconic energy completely wrapped around the dragon, a girl with dragon horns suddenly emerged from the glowing light. As the energy faded, a woman with a stunningly elegant figure stood right before his eyes. Lu Fan's eyes widened in sheer shock. What on earth was happening? The little black dragon could actually transform into a human. With the little black dragon finally standing there in human form, he, as her master, asked, "Wait, you can actually turn into a human?" Hearing his question, the human form little black dragon gave a vigorous nod. Insane. Lu Fan's stat panel skyrocketed after completing the contract. Class: Level 10, Dragon Tamer. Strength: 55. Agility: 53. Spirit: 60. Vitality: 60. His skills include Dragon Taming, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Blessing. He has also contracted a Level 1 Legendary Black Dragon and saved up 239 Dragon Coins. Looking at his brand new skill tree, Lu Fan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was just as he had predicted. Taming a dragon unlocked all of his skills. Dragon's Blessing can boost all stats by 30%, outclassing even a high-tier priest. Dragon Fang Strike is a devastating offensive move, while Dragon Claw can turn his arm into a deadly weapon. These stats alone are easily 5 to 6 times higher than those of an average human. Now, even if I have to fight on my own, I can completely crush any combat class of the same level. With that thought, he pulled up Xiao Heilong's stat panel. Contracted Black Dragon Level 1. Strength: 340. 2. Agility: 267. Spirit: 359. Vitality: 370. 3. Skills include Savage Bite, Molten Blaze, Black Dragon Bloodline, and Dragon Blood Resonance. Looking at these stats, Lu Fan was completely frozen in shock. A Level 1 hatchling already has stats pushing nearly 400 points, a number no human could ever hope to reach. Even a high-level human expert over level 20 would struggle to stand a chance against it. It was the Dragon Blood Resonance skill that caused his own stats to skyrocket. It definitely lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 strongest hidden classes. Without a doubt, Dragon Tamer is the absolute strongest hidden class. Looking at Xiao Heilong happily munching on eggshells next to him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Even though she can transform into a human, her babyish personality hasn't changed a bit. But calling her Xiao Heilong all the time is a bit of a mouthful. I should give her a proper name. Since it's a black dragon born right before the dawn, how about we call you Xiao Ye? He gently patted its head. Hearing this, Xiao Ye nodded excitedly in approval. Seeing it constantly munching on the eggshells, he asked, "Are you still hungry? Should we go find something to eat?" Xiao Ye looked up at him with eyes full of anticipation. Now that Xiao Ye was by his side, heading home wasn't going to be as simple as before. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and my goal is to secure the title of top student so I can get recruited by the most prestigious academy in the Dragon Empire. I need to level up fast and get used to these new skills. Xiao Ye, let's head deeper into the rocky plains, Lu Fan decided. Hearing Lu Fan mention delicious food, Xiao Ye got incredibly excited. But suddenly, aggressive growls echoed from the distance. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and quickly appraised the target. It was a pack of plains hyenas. Compared to the bloodthirsty tigers, these guys were definitely a much tougher challenge. The system immediately brought up their details. Plains hyena, level 12. Skill, toxic venom bite. The bite inflicts continuous damage, causing the target to bleed, and frenzy bite, which inflicts a rabies debuff on the target. Experience points, 380. Item drops, large fangs, worth 95 coins. Scanning the panel quickly, Lu Fan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. With his previous strength, even struggling to defeat a level 10 bloodthirsty tiger had left him with quite a few injuries. Before he could even say a word, Xiao Ye shot forward like an arrow. Seeing this, Lu Fan smirked, his voice filled with confidence. Bring it on. Now, on this treacherous plateau, the absolute strongest existences are the Dragon Tamer and his dragon pet, and absolutely nothing poses a real threat to them anymore. Xiao Ye charged toward the pack of hyenas, took a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of wild, raging flames. Casting molten blaze, pillars of fire erupted forward in quick succession, sweeping through the enemies while restoring a portion of its own health. The system chimed continuously with notifications. Lu Fan received 380 experience points. Black Dragon received 380 experience points. Lu Fan received 380 experience points. Black Dragon received 380 experience points. In no time, the system announced that Lu Fan had leveled up, and the Black Dragon shot up to level 2, and then level 3. He began to calculate. This speed was decent, but if he wanted to make a real breakthrough, he'd need to hunt down elite monsters. The system notifications kept rolling in. Lu Fan received 380 experience points. Black Dragon received 380 experience points. A moment later, Lu Fan spoke up, a playful tone in his voice. Xiao Ye, stop playing around with these small fry. There's a big guy that's been waiting for us for quite a while. Sure enough, from deep within the ravine, a colossal beast slowly emerged, sporting razor-sharp lion claws, a majestic golden coat, and just as its name suggested, a hideous lion with 3 heads. Lu Fan immediately appraised the opponent. 3-headed blood lion, level 25. Skill, Majestic Roar, which boosts its own attack and defense. Shred, which deals massive damage over a set duration. Triple Inferno, creating 3 fireballs to attack. Experience points, 23,790. Item drops, fangs valued at 1,300 dragon coins. Beast hide valued at 257 dragon coins. Lu Fan muttered under his breath, his voice filled with excitement. A level 25 elite monster. Normally, facing something like this would require an entire squad of veteran hunters just to stand a chance. He shouted out with burning determination, Xiao Ye, let's go. The 3-headed blood lion began to channel its energy. With a deafening roar that shakes the very ground, it unleashes its majestic roar skill, instantly skyrocketing its defense and attack power. Right after that, it opens its 3 massive jaws and spits out blazing fireballs. The system alerts that the triple flame skill has been activated. This skill burns through the air, forming giant fireballs capable of dealing triple damage. With no time to lose, Lu Fan shouts decisively, Hurry, let's work together to interrupt its skill. Xiao Ye roars in response, her entire body erupting with energy like a massive fiery tornado, as Lu Fan grips his dagger tight. Charging forward, they move in unison, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Staring down the 3-headed blood lion, a confident smirk plays on Lu Fan's lips. Let's test this out first. Xiao Ye transforms and unleashes her colossal bite, lunging forward at terrifying speed. She tears into one of its 3 heads, dealing massive damage and causing a bleeding effect. That devastating bite instantly interrupts the monster's casting of the triple flame spell. Seizing this golden opportunity, Lu Fan rushes in like a hurricane, shouting, Nice! He unleashes a lightning-fast Dragon Fang strike. Draconic energy surges into his weapon, delivering an earth-shattering blow that drives straight into the giant lion's head. The 3-headed blood lion doesn't even have time to let out a whimper before dying on the spot. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye land gracefully in front of the beast's corpse, as he mutters in disbelief. Is it already over? That fast? Just then, system alerts chime in rapidly, notifying Lu Fan that he has gained 23,790 experience points. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 14, while the Black Dragon receives 23,790 experience points, leveling up to level 9. He can't help but marvel. An elite monster sure lives up to its name, just one of them yields an absolutely massive amount of experience. The system sends another surprise notification, stating that the daily treasure map has been unlocked and received. Lu Fan smiles with intrigue. Another treasure map? I wonder what kind of special reward is in store for a dragon tamer this time. He turns back and calls out, Xiao Ye, let's go treasure hunting. Xiao Ye happily wags her tail and flutters along behind her master. Meanwhile, deep within the Crescent Rocky Mountains, a group of people has gathered, excitedly discussing a hidden realm they just stumbled upon. A girl with emerald green hair, clutching a jewel-encrusted staff, is Qin Chu, the pampered young miss of the prestigious Qin family. She asks with a trace of regret, Uncle Ge, are we really just going to let this golden opportunity slip away? The stern-faced middle-aged man, Sun Ge, replies helplessly, My lady, this is truly beyond our control. This opportunity realm requires at least 5 people to activate. If we don't have enough, the portal will never open. This man is Sunja, a seasoned warrior. He continues with a suggestion, I have an idea. How about we have Kai Er head back to Jianghai to bring some reinforcements? Hearing this, Kai Er, a girl in a brown cloak standing nearby who is an assassin, immediately protests. That won't work. Even with my speed, a round trip would take at least a whole day. Qingqiu calculates the time, her face filled with anxiety. Opportunity realms appear at random, and their rewards are far richer than ordinary realms, but they only last for 24 hours. One day is definitely not enough time. Sunga smiles, trying to reassure her. My lady, you've never been one to obsess over gains and losses. With your talent and family background, once you join one of the top 10 academies, you'll have access to hidden realms far better than this one. Qingqiu sighs softly, still a bit reluctant. Uncle Ge, I know that, but it still feels like such a waste. Suddenly, Sunga senses an unusual vibration. He draws his sword instantly, his sharp gaze scanning the area as he barks. Who's there? Lu Fan happens to be passing by right then. He casually waves and says, Hey there, I'm just passing through. Brimming with suspicion, Sunga waves his hand to shoo him away. Look at you, all scruffy and disorganized. Kid, this isn't a place for low-life treasure hunters like you to wander around. Qingqiu steps forward, speaking in a polite and gentle tone. Hello, friend. We are members of the Qin family from Jianghai. I'm Qingqiu. I know this is sudden, but would you mind temporarily joining our party? You don't have to do anything complicated at all. Just enter this opportunity realm with us. Once we're done, I'll pay you 100,000 long coins for your trouble. What do you think? Lu Fan was about to leave, but hearing the words opportunity realm makes him stop in his tracks. 100,000 long coins? He quickly calculates in his head. For an opportunity realm to make the Qin family one of the wealthiest forces in Jianghai, this desperate, the rewards inside must be incredibly rare and valuable. Seeing him hesitate, Qingqiu speaks up again, her voice earnest. That's right, we just need you to fill the last spot so we can enter the realm. You can literally just stand by and still get paid. With the chance to easily earn 100,000 dragon coins, Sunga chimed in, his voice dripping with temptation. This kind of windfall doesn't just fall from the sky every day. Come on, kid. Golden opportunities like this don't come around often. To their surprise, Lu Fan simply shook his head and calmly replied, I don't really care all that much about money. However, we can work together under some other rules. Qingqiu and her group stared at him in surprise, completely baffled. Kai immediately chimed in with a guess. Do you mean you want to split the rewards based on how much work we each put into the dungeon? Lu Fan nodded and answered bluntly, Exactly. That is exactly what I mean. Qingqiu frowned slightly in thought. Our average level is around 20, but no matter how I look at him, he seems way weaker than us. Is he just overconfident, or is he just a reckless fool who doesn't know his own limits? Well, either way, we're short on hands right now. She reached out her hand and said decisively, Fine. We will do it your way. Let's form a team on those terms. To show her good faith, she added that the 100,000 dragon coins from earlier still stood as an entry fee. Lu Fan shook her hand and said firmly, Deal! Qingqiu shouted enthusiastically. Great! All right, everyone, let's move out. Lu Fan silently calculated that exposing Xiao Ye's identity to these strangers in this dangerous wilderness would only bring unnecessary trouble. With that in mind, he recalled Xiao Ye back into his contract space, where the little guy obediently curled up and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. He smiled and whispered to Xiao Ye in his mind, Bear with me for a bit, little guy. As soon as I get the rewards, I'll summon you out to celebrate. Lu Fan and the others stepped into the dungeon, heading down an incredibly desolate and gloomy path. The sky was covered in a suffocating, dull gray. He used his appraisal eye to analyze the state of the Burial Village Opportunity Dungeon. Dungeon level, level 20. Difficulty, hard. Minimum party size, 5 people. Qingqiu looked around and said in a slightly creeped-out voice, This village is way too quiet. I can even hear my own echo. Kai felt the heavy, suffocating atmosphere, where there didn't seem to be a single sign of life creeping through the thick fog. Sunga glanced at Lu Fan and asked with a frown, Hey kid, why are your hands empty? Don't tell me you don't have any gear? Only then did Lu Fan realize, oh, no gear? He smiled slightly and reached out to pull out an ink dragon scale saber. Required level, 10. Required classes, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Blood Armor Transformation. This weapon allows the user to dragonize a part of their body to increase their power. Attack power, plus 65. Durability, plus 30. Lu Fan thought to himself that after defeating that 3-headed blood lion, the system had luckily given him a chance to replace his trashy beginner's knife. Sun Jae's eyes locked onto Lu Fan's blade, and he couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. "Hey kid, that weapon of yours looks like no ordinary blade. Earlier, I thought you were just some low-rate treasure hunter, but you actually look more like a student who just awakened his class, don't you?" Kai looked annoyed and snapped, "Why do you even care about him, uncle? Sure, we're working together for now, but if he has any bad intentions, I'll shut him down immediately." As the group moved forward, blurry shadows suddenly appeared ahead. It turned out to be a pack of undead zombies. Lu Fan quickly analyzed their opponents. Undead zombie, level 15, experience points, 620, materials dropped, decayed poison sac, 250, 6 dragon coins. Skills, grapple and tear, allowing them to tightly bind a target, then viciously bite them to infect them with zombie poison. Every single attack poisons the target, causing continuous health loss. Any victim hit by a fatal dose of zombie poison will turn into a zombie themselves. Facing 3 zombies at once made Sunga flinch slightly. From behind, Xiaojia quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Uncle G, watch out!" Xiaojia, Night Class, level 20. He used his sturdy shield to slam straight into the zombies, creating a powerful impact that sent them flying backward. Sunga breathed a sigh of relief, not forgetting to praise him. "Xiaojia, great job." Sunga, Warrior Class, level 28. Kai, Assassin Class, level 23. Lu Fan quietly observed his new teammates, silently noting that with a combination of a warrior, an assassin, and a knight, their team comp was actually very well balanced. Even more notable was that the older man, Sunga, had already reached level 28, which was incredibly close to his second awakening. As Qin Chu raised her staff, a blinding light burst forth, releasing a surge of energy that seemed to warp the surrounding space. She shouted in a clear, ringing voice, "Holy Light Star Rain." Holy Light Star Rain is a skill that gathers energy to unleash countless holy starlight beams that pour down like rain, not only dealing area of effect damage to enemies within range, but also healing allies at the same time. Caught off guard by the attack, the zombies growled and groaned in anger. Qin Chu turned back to explain to Lu Fan, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "This is my class's unique trait. The hidden class, Holy Light Mage, can harmoniously combine offense and recovery. However, at the moment, its offensive capabilities are slightly weaker than a pure mage, and its healing is also inferior to that of a dedicated priest." Qin Chu, level 13, Hidden Combat Class, Holy Light Mage. Lu Fan nodded slightly in response. "I see. Another hidden class? But your class's damage is actually super effective against these undead." Deafening growls, growing louder by the second, echoed from deep within. Lu Fan assessed the situation and thought, "Looks like we've alerted the elite monsters. Judging by the sound, there must be quite a lot of them." Just as expected, a pack of much stronger-looking zombies emerged from behind a massive cliff. The info from his analysis eye quickly flashed before him. Gore Zombie, level 20, XP, 1,340, drop material, blood corpse, valued at 915 yuan. These guys were basically normal monsters, but upgraded to VIP status. The Gore Zombies charged in like a frenzied wave. Sunga immediately barked out orders, his voice tense. "They're elites. Kai, protect the young lady and that kid. Xiaojia, let's go. Don't let these minions breach our front line." Xiaojia let out a loud battle cry and charged forward alongside Sunga to meet them head-on. Sunga unleashed a powerful full moon slash, hacking downward with immense force, while Xiaojia thrust his blade right through a Gore zombie. But then, something bizarre happened. He couldn't pull his sword back out. What? Is his weapon stuck? The flesh around the zombie's wound suddenly spasmed and bloated, tightly clamping down on the blade. Corpse poison. Any attack infects the target, draining their health over time while healing the zombie. Sunga cried out in horror. How? How is this possible? Lu Fan also instantly recognized the problem. It was indeed corpse poison. Clearly, this situation required a priest to cure the poison. Qin Chu, being a holy light mage, was essentially useless in this scenario. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's flesh began swallowing Xiaojia's hand, which was still gripping the sword. He screamed in sheer terror. "Brother Sun, help me!" Witnessing this horrifying sight, Sunga whipped around and roared, "Let go of your weapon! Kai, get to the front line now, hold off the zombies for me." He lunged forward and shoved Xiaojia to the side. Just then, Lu Fan spoke up, his voice eerily calm. "No need to trouble her. Let me handle this." With that, he gripped his blade and stepped forward leisurely. Instantly, a gore zombie pounced toward Lu Fan. Sunjae's sword was still wedged deep in its shoulder from earlier. Sunga panicked, his voice cracking. "Kid, are you out of your mind? Get back." Lu Fan didn't show a hint of fear. He calmly waited for the zombie to close the distance, then suddenly swung his blade, landing a powerful, precise slash right across its neck. Everyone, from Sungae and Xiaojia to Kai and Qin Chu, was stunned by his swift movements and decisive strike. Sunga stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with absolute shock, stammering, "K-Kid, you." Lu Fan, holding Sunjae's sword, which he had just pulled from the monster, reassured everyone with his usual calm demeanor. "Don't worry, let's not forget we still need to keep moving forward." Sunga took his sword back, his expression turning incredibly serious as he pressed, "You. What level are you, exactly?" There was no way a newly awakened student could unleash an attack with that much raw power. Seeing that Xiaojia was severely injured, Qin Chu quickly said, "Hang in there, I'll heal you right away." Lu Fan answered honestly, "To be frank, I'm just a level 14 student. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you. I only came here to train and prepare for the upcoming big exam." While channeling her healing on Xiaojia, Qin Chu heard his words and thought, "The exam? So he's here for the same reason as me? But for a level 14 to have higher attack power than Uncle Ge, who is level 28, that's just hard to believe." Suddenly, another zombie lunged out of nowhere, aiming straight for Qin Chu. Kai quickly raised her crossbow and leaped into the fray, screaming, "My lady, watch out." In a flash, Lu Fan rushed in with his blade, taking down the enemy cleanly in a single strike. He coldly noted that the deeper they went into the village, the higher the level of the zombies would be. Lu Fan yanked his blade back, leaving the zombie pinned to the wall, a testament to the incredible force behind his thrust. "I suggest I take the open spot on the front line to replace Xiaojia. Anyone have a problem with that?" A realization flashed through Qin Chu's mind, and she thought, could he be the one everyone in Jianghai has been whispering about lately? She made a quick decision. "Then I'll have to count on you. Classmate, you and Uncle Ge will lead the front line, and I'll stay back to tend to the wounds." Ton Cash supported Tu Jia, while Tiny covered the rear. The guardian of this dungeon must be lurking deep inside the village. Luke Pham gave a friendly smile, slung his giant blade over his shoulder, and waved warmly. "Just call me Luke Pham," he said. "Let's go. We need to head inside quickly." As Tiny and Tan Thu helped Tu Jia up, the injured hunter let out a painful groan. Watching Luke Pham's confident back as he walked ahead, a wild theory began to form in Tan Thu's mind. The guy rumored to have the hidden class, Dragon Master. No way, it can't be. But if it really is him, isn't the Dragon Master supposed to be the weakest class? The deeper they went, the more desolate and deathly quiet the village became. A blood zombie suddenly jumped out to attack, but Luke Pham cut it down in the blink of an eye. Inside the Burial Village dungeon, every single step forward brought them closer to unpredictable danger. Luke Pham quickly analyzed the situation. Tan Thu's class had no way of curing the corpse poison. To teleport out of this hellhole, the only way was to defeat the dungeon guardian. They had to move fast. If the corpse poison spread through Tujia's body any further, he would die and turn into a zombie. Suddenly, Tiny broke the tense silence. "There's no sign of the dungeon guardian in this village. Something is definitely wrong." Suddenly, a massive horde of ghouls and zombies crept up from behind and began rushing toward them. Tujia, who had just struggled to stand, turned pale at the sight and screamed in terror. "Brother Tun, everyone, watch out behind you." The moment the words left his mouth, dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Tan Thu panicked and yelled, "Tujia, hang in there, just a little longer." Ton Kach was also deeply worried for Tujia, but right then, a grotesque, massive entity burst out from the ground right in front of him. Information from his analysis eye popped up immediately. Iron-skinned zombie, level 20, experience points, 3,720, item drop, scrap metal worth 45 yuan, skill, corpse poison. Every attack inflicts corpse poison, causing the target to lose health continuously while healing the user. Fusion, absorb and fuse with the target to increase maximum HP. Iron body. Enter an enhanced state, granting the user 40% extra defense. With absolute terror written all over her face, Tiny screamed, "The dungeon guardian is here." The massive monster roared savagely, its voice dripping with a hunger for fresh meat and warm blood. Luke Pham thought to himself, has the poison in Tujia's body gotten so bad that it awakened this iron-skinned zombie? if my guess is correct. Realizing the danger, he urgently shouted to the group, "We have to take it down right now. It's likely trying to absorb Jia." Tonekash immediately unleashed his full moon slash, striking the enemy head-on, but his blade hit the monster like solid steel, sending blinding sparks flying without leaving a single scratch. He gasped in horror. "How is this possible? I can't damage it at all." Luke Pham moved with blinding speed, thinking to himself, if the corpse poison drew this iron-skinned zombie here, we don't have the luxury of taking our time. He swung his blade, aiming directly for the zombie's head, unleashing a heavy strike that forced it back a few steps. The monster's eyes glowed crimson, signaling it was entering its iron body state, boosting its defense by 40%. Luke Pham quickly calculated, "I need 2 more hits, and I have to be faster." Black Dragon Scale Blade. Epic Grade. Required Level 10. Required Class Dragon Master, Dragon Blood Warrior. Attack C plus 65. Durability 30. Special Effect Dragon Blood Armor. Allows the user to dragonize a part of their body, greatly boosting attack power. The zombie growled and lunged forward, its roaring still demanding fresh meat and warm blood. The system announced that the skill Fusion Absorb was active, which would absorb and fuse with a target to increase maximum HP. Seeing the monster rushing straight toward the unconscious Jia, Luke Pham shouted, "Tan Thu, support me with your magic. Uncle Cash, you and Tai Ni protect Jia." Luke Pham's hand erupted in a brilliant red glow as dragon energy surged. Dragon Blood Armor, the special effect of the Black Dragon Scale Blade, was activated, surging with power. The hand holding his blade began to transform, covered in impenetrable dragon scales. On the other side, Tan Thu quickly replied with determination, "Got it, I'm on it." With that, she raised her staff high. A blinding light burst forth, emitting a holy yet overwhelming aura. Like a bolt of lightning, Luke Pham charged straight at the enemy, unleashing Dragon Claw transformation, completely turning his arm into a sharp, deadly dragon claw. Its power depended entirely on the strength of the black dragon. The devastating claw struck the iron-skinned zombie right in the chest. At the same time, Tan Thu cast her holy light star shower, gathering and releasing pure holy energy. Countless starlight beams fell like meteor showers, covering the entire area to deal damage to enemies while healing their allies. Hit by the combined attack, the zombie let out an earth-shattering shriek of pure agony. In the blink of an eye, the beast let out one last growl before crashing heavily to the ground. Its massive body began to crack and shatter into a million pieces. Tai Ni was so stunned she was speechless. It's collapsing," Tonkash muttered, a hint of doubt still lingering in his voice. "Looks like this zombie only got this massive by fusing with and absorbing other corpses." Luke Pham nodded in agreement, which means its true form must be hidden somewhere inside. Tonkash studied Luke Pham closely, thinking to himself, "In all my years with the Tan family, I've seen plenty of extraordinary geniuses and martial arts masters. But this kid, he must have a seriously overpowered hidden class." As the iron-skinned zombie's body crumbled, a much smaller undead creature with a single massive red eye on its forehead emerged. Tan Thu gasped, a mix of relief and fear in her voice. "Look, its true form is out." Without a second thought, Luke Pham lunged forward like a bullet, leaping high into the air as he unleashed a devastating, lightning-infused fist. "Kneel," he roared, his voice brimming with raw authority. The attack was so blindingly fast and powerful that the zombie's true form could only let out a brief shriek before its tiny body shattered into dust. Luke Pham retracted his dragon claw, with a few drops of fresh blood still clinging to his black dragon scale blade. Around him, the ground trembled as thick clouds of dust swirled into the air. Tai Ni stood frozen, unable to process what she had just witnessed. "Did we?" she stammered in disbelief. "Did we really just beat the Dungeon Guardian?" Tan Thu was utterly shaken to her core. "A skill I've never even heard of, and it's strong enough to wipe out a level 20 boss like it was nothing. Luke Pham, who on earth are you?" As the dust began to clear, a gleaming treasure chest dropped from where the level 20 iron-skinned zombie had just died, materializing right before their eyes. Tan Thu stepped forward, her voice filled with sincerity. "Luke, we'll stick to our original agreement and split the loot according to the rules we agreed on. We didn't know you before, and we definitely underestimated your strength. That was our mistake, and I hope you can overlook it." Tonkash patted Luke Pham on the shoulder with a warm smile. "Kid, with that insane strength of yours, you could have easily cleared this entire dungeon all by yourself. Honestly, We're basically just here to fill up the party slots. Haha, Luke Pham replied modestly. Uncle Cash, you're giving me way too much credit. Why don't you do the honors of dividing the loot, Tanthu? Tanthu stepped up, knelt down carefully, and opened the treasure chest. Luke Pham watched closely, feeling a surge of anticipation. Inside was a strength potion, a consumable item. Its effect permanently grants +2 to strength upon consumption. Beside it lay an antidote, another consumable that cures zombie poison. Finally, there were the blood mulberry bracers, level 10 equipment with no class requirements, offering +16 attack power and +17 durability. Tiny knit her brows in slight disappointment. Wait, is this really all we get from a secret realm? Tunkosh sighed too. Yeah, that's pretty underwhelming, but Luke Pham knew better. There was no way a level 20 secret realm would have such mediocre rewards. Tanthu quickly grabbed an antidote and handed it to Tonkash. Uncle Cash, give this to Tujia right away. She then gathered the rest of the items and handed them to Luke Pham with a warm smile. Luke, you earned every bit of this. Take the strength potions and the rest of the antidotes. Luke Pham smiled inwardly. The Tan family really did have class, keeping their word and sticking to the rules. Tonkash quickly helped Tujia swallow the cure, asking anxiously, Tujia, how are you feeling? Any better? Tujia slowly fluttered his eyes open. Seeing Tonkash, he stammered, Uncle Cash, everyone. Tanthu scanned their surroundings, looking puzzled. That's weird. We defeated the boss, so why hasn't the exit portal appeared yet? Meanwhile, Luke Pham lost no time using his new items. System notifications immediately flooded his mind. Blood mulberry bracers equipped. Attack power increased by 16, durability increased by 17. 3 strength potions and 1 antidote have been added to your inventory. Tiny turned to Tan Thursday. Maybe we should search the surrounding area? Wait, Luke Pham interjected, his voice dead serious. Don't wander off just yet. He pulled up his system interface to review the dungeon details. Burial Village Secret Realm. Recommended level, 20. Difficulty, hard. Minimum party size, 5. Boss progression, 3 out of 4 main monsters eliminated. There's still one left. Luke Pham's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The thing we just killed. It wasn't the final boss. Tonkash frowned, looking at him skeptically. Why do you say that? Did you notice something? Tanthu sided with Luke Pham, nodding in agreement. Uncle Cash, as a holy light mage, I can actually sense a dark, incredibly powerful energy still lurking somewhere in this realm. Near the edge of a stagnant lake inside the burial village, Tanthu pointed a trembling finger at the dark water. Huge, murky bubbles were gurgling to the surface. It's right down there, she whispered, her voice shaking slightly. And it's not far. Tonkash fell silent, his face growing dead serious. If you say so, young mistress, then the final boss must be hiding somewhere close by. This dungeon isn't that big anyway. We probably overlooked this spot when we first entered the village. And sure enough, deep beneath the pitch-black water, a massive, spherical figure slowly began to emerge. It was covered in long, writhing tentacles, and each one was dotted with countless bloodshot eyes. It was absolutely grotesque. Suddenly, all those eyes snapped open at once, and the tentacles began thrashing wildly, sending violent waves crashing through the water. Luke Pham instantly sensed the danger and yelled, "It's coming!" Massive tentacles, looking like giant elongated arms, erupted from beneath the lake and slammed hard against the ground, scaring the absolute crap out of everyone. There is no status screen info on this thing yet, Tonkash shouted, on high alert. Luke Pham firmly replied, "You're right. This has to be the real final boss of this dungeon." Tonkash took a combat stance and barked out orders. "Everyone, heads up. Find cover behind me, fast." Immediately, the massive tentacles began raining down blows. Their power was so overwhelming that even Tonkash couldn't hold his ground. In the blink of an eye, his sword was knocked right out of his hands. He tumbled to the ground in agony. Tanthu cried out in fear, "Uncle Cash." Meanwhile, Tiny was busy supporting Tujia, making it impossible for her to help. Seeing an opening, the monster immediately switched targets, swinging its giant hands straight at Tan Thursday. Staring at the hideous giant hands rushing toward her, she was paralyzed with fear, doing nothing but clutching her staff tightly. She couldn't even move. Despite his injuries, Tonkash screamed out in utter despair, "Young mistress!" Out of nowhere, Luke Pham rushed in like lightning. He grabbed Tanthu, pulling her into his arms as they rolled out of the way, barely dodging the fatal strike. With a loud thud, the two of them slammed onto the ground. Tai Ni anxiously called out, "Young mistress, are you all right?" By now, the boss had fully emerged from the water. Its massive, grotesque body sent a wave of sheer terror through everyone, unleashing a pressure so heavy it was suffocating. Luke Pham quickly activated his appraisal skill to analyze the enemy. Name: Wrathful Corpse Demon, level 25. Difficulty: Hard Boss. Strength: 271. Agility: 183. Spirit: 150. Durability: 266. Skill: Corpse Plague Aura. Floods the area with dark energy, reducing the stats of all living creatures in the dungeon by 20%. Skill: Chain Drag. Yanks heavy chains from beneath the lake to bind the target, dealing massive physical damage. Skill: Wrathful Burst. Releases accumulated dark energy to blast back nearby enemies, inflicting a severe poison effect. Passive: Undying Flesh. Reduces damage and negative status effects from fire and holy attacks by 30%. So this is the real boss. Tai Ni whimpered in terror. Tunkash stared at the monstrosity and said with a grim expression, "Tujia, fall back. I'll do my best to hold it off, even if I'm running on empty." But Tujia refused to back down. "No way. I can still fight. Let me help you hold it back." Tunkash immediately snapped, "No, you just barely stabilized. Don't be reckless. Leave the fighting to me." But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive tentacle slammed down from above, pinning his sword firmly to the ground. Ignoring the panicked cries of the others behind him, Luke Pham bolted straight ahead. He thought to himself, Uncle Cash and Tujia are both pushing past their limits just to stay standing. I have to take this monster down on my own. But as long as this thing is still a zombie at its core, there's a way. I need to strike its main body directly. Right then, the main body of the wrathful corpse demon opened its massive mouth, let out a screech of pure hatred, and began casting its corpse plague aura. A thick, pitch-black fog of malice exploded outward, covering everything around them. With everyone's stats cut by 20%, their bodies instantly felt incredibly weak and heavy. Luke Pham leaped high into the air, gracefully dodging a head-on strike as a grotesque, hand-like tentacle crashed into the dirt right where he had stood. The impact was so powerful that it sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, he gripped his blade tight, swiftly weaving through a barrage of incoming tentacles to close the distance to the demon's main body. Tanthu screamed a warning. "Luke Pham, watch out for the chains." The demon unleashed its chain drag skill, ripping the heavy chains from the depths of the lake. They whipped through the air, trying to ensnare him and tear him to shreds. It was clear that these chains were incredibly dangerous. They completely shut down the entire area ahead. Seeing his path blocked, Luke Pham muttered, "Damn it." The demon kept up its relentless assault, whipping the freezing, pitch-black chains at him without pause. Not only was Luke Pham struggling to dodge them, but the chains were also extending far enough to threaten Tanthu's group in the distance. Tunkash yelled out in alarm, "Young mistress, watch out!" Xiaojia struggled to lift his dented shield, putting his own body on the line to block a chain flying straight at Qinchu. Beside them, Kair fired rapid-fire crossbow shots in support, silver arrows flashing through the air. A massive tentacle-like hand was about to grab Lu Fan, but Kair's arrow struck it dead on, forcing it to pause for a split second. Lu Fan paused for a brief moment and glanced down. Sunga and the others were clearly running on empty, completely exhausted. He worried that if they kept defending passively, it was only a matter of time before they lost someone. Lu Fan spun around, rushing to the rescue as he roared, "Everyone, get back!" Activating Dragon Fang's strike, he channeled the surging dragon aura throughout his body, focusing it into his weapon to unleash a devastating strike that shattered several surrounding chains. The zombie went wild, lashing its chains with even greater fury. A dense storm of iron chains whipped out, forming a cage that locked Lu Fan inside. He instantly activated Dragon Blood Armor, a special effect of his Ink Dragon Scale Saber, which allowed him to dragonize parts of his body to boost his combat power. Lu Fan's right arm erupted in a glowing red aura that swelled rapidly, radiating a terrifying pressure. Next came the Dragon Claw transformation, completely shifting his arm into a massive dragon claw with a cold metallic sheen. Drawing upon the raw strength of the black dragon, he swung his claw repeatedly, smashing hard against the chains. They snapped into pieces, clattering heavily onto the ground. Seeing how bad things had gotten, Sunga yelled to Lu Fan in a panic. His voice was filled with anxiety. "Little brother, this boss is way too much for us to handle right now. We need to retreat. Qinqiu agreed, pleading, Lu Fan, we're no match for this thing. If we stay, we'll only hold you back and put everyone in danger. He replied decisively, Everyone, fall back deeper into the village. Go to the area we already cleared. Qinqiu quickly asked, But what about you? He replied without hesitation, I'll cover the rear. Go, now. Kyer tugged at Qinqiu's arm, urging her, Miss, we have to go. Staying here will only slow him down. With a heavy heart, Qinqiu thought, in the end, we still have to rely on him. We aren't helping at all. Even without that 20% stat reduction debuff, they would still be absolutely no match for this monster. Opening his contract space, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Ye, thinking, since they're out of the way, it's time for my strongest partner to handle you. The hideous monster let out a frenzied roar, keeping up its relentless assault. Without a hint of fear, Lu Fan spoke with absolute confidence. Time to stir things up, Xiao Ye. Hearing its master's familiar call, Xiao Ye materialized in a brilliant flash of light without a moment's hesitation. Charging straight at the opponent, the dragon opened its massive jaws and delivered a devastating bite, severing 3 flailing tentacles in one go. A sickening crunch echoed out, unleashing a powerful shockwave. As Qinqiu and her group reached a safe distance, they suddenly felt a suffocating, terrifying pressure wash over them from behind. Startled, they wondered, what is going on, and turned around in unison. Looking up at the sky, utter shock took over as they cried out together, A dragon? It turned out that Lu Fan had just summoned a massive black dragon. Xiao Ye moved like a flash of lightning, carrying the devastating power of a raging storm. It launched relentless attacks with its massive jaws, charging at blinding speed to tear the enemy apart with its razor-sharp teeth. This attack dealt massive damage, inflicting a continuous bleeding effect on the target. The boss could do nothing but scream in agonizing rage. It kept flinging chains at Xiao Ye, but every attempt was utterly useless against the furious black dragon. Xiao Ye charged head-on, using its colossal body to slam directly into the vengeful corpse. The devastating impact sent the boss flying, crashing straight into the pitch-black lake. Too fast, too dangerous, and absolutely overpowered. Qinqiu's group could only watch from afar, unable to believe their eyes. Kyer stammered, we won? Already? Even the experienced Sun Ge gasped in disbelief. The boss had been ripped to shreds after just a few simple attacks. Such destructive power was truly terrifying. Xiaojia's jaw dropped in awe. This was the first time in his life he had ever laid eyes on such a majestic giant dragon. Qinqiu stood frozen, her heart pounding wildly, as an overwhelming sense of admiration and awe swelled inside her. So the rumored dragon tamer from Jianghai, Lu Fan, really was him. A faint, sorrowful voice drifted up from the lake like a final lament, saying, 3 years. I was born and raised right here, in the once peaceful Tang village. Under the benevolent protection of the church, we lived a life untouched by danger and disaster, until one day, a terrifying plague swept through, destroying everything in its path. Bodies piled up along the lakeside, scattered everywhere. Before we could even give them a proper burial, more and more people kept dropping dead. I wanted so badly to save everyone, but the destiny chosen for me was that of a dark witch. I couldn't cure the sick or save those on the brink of death. All I could do was watch helplessly, summoning the souls of the newly departed so they could say one last goodbye to their despairing families. But then, one fateful day, the venerable priest I had always looked up to pointed his finger right at me and screamed to the villagers, "Grab her! She's the witch who brought this plague upon us." The church, the very place that shielded us, the sanctuary I trusted with all my heart, became my executioner. They branded me as the monster who brought this horrific calamity to our village. They bound me in freezing cold iron chains, ruthlessly locking them tight. I screamed in absolute despair, "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" But they only spat back with cold fury. "How could you be so cruel as to bring ruin to this village?" I couldn't understand. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even gotten to say goodbye to the ones you loved. I only wanted to help, but without a shred of mercy, they threw me into the depths of this dark, bottomless lake. I keep asking myself, even if all I could do was help them say goodbye, what did I do wrong? Why? Just why? That is the tragic backstory of the dungeon boss, the resentful corpse soul. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was gently patting Xiao Ye's massive head. Xiao Ye was absolutely thrilled. "Awesome. We can finally get out of this damn dungeon." However, Lu Fan stared down at the lake, where massive bubbles kept rising to the surface, and muttered thoughtfully, "The teleportation portal still hasn't appeared. Which means, this boss definitely isn't dead yet. Leaving now might be a bit premature." Sure enough, as if on cue, a colossal dark shadow began to loom beneath the water's surface. A bone-chilling, mournful voice cried out, "Why?" sending shivers down everyone's spines. Suddenly, violent geysers erupted from the lake as the boss breached the surface, its body now even more massive and terrifying than before. It shrieked in mad agony. "Ah, why? Why? You bastards. It was all of you." Lu Fan looked up at the boss's new form. Sensing a surge of power far greater than before, he immediately used his appraisal eye to analyze his opponent. Grieving Corpse, level 25, Nightmare difficulty boss. Its strength has skyrocketed from 271 to 386. Its agility jumped from 183 to 249. Its spirit surged from 150 to 435, a massive spike. Its endurance went from 266 to 398. Skill, Lamentation. Releases a curse of overwhelming hatred, with a low chance of inflicting instant death on the target. If the instant death effect doesn't trigger, it deals massive damage, inflicts zombie toxin, causes continuous bleeding, and induces dizziness. Deepwater Cage. Uses the dark lake water to trap the target in a nearly indestructible prison. Corpse's Grudge. Grants complete immunity to all physical damage. Grudge Will. Spreads hatred to resurrect all defeated corpses and undead within the dungeon. Kai Yi trembled violently, her voice stammering. The boss has entered phase 2. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar. "None of you are getting out of here alive." With that, it channeled its power to draw up a massive amount of lake water, suddenly hurling huge, pitch-black spheres of water, like boulders, straight at Lu Fan's group. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye quickly dodged to the side, barely evading the deadly attack. Kai Yi tried her best to move quickly, but she wasn't fast enough. The boss's deep water cage instantly formed a massive watery prison, trapping her inside. Qin Chu cried out in panic, "Sister Kai Yi!" Right after, Sunji and Xiaojia, unable to react in time, were also quickly locked away in similar water cages. Kai Yi desperately tried to break through the water barrier, but her efforts were completely useless. She couldn't even leave a scratch on it. Hanging her head in despair, she muttered, "We're done for. Lady Qinchu, I'm sorry." Qinchu collapsed to her knees, her voice choking up. "No, don't apologize. It's me. I should be the one apologizing to everyone. It's because I was so stubborn about entering this damn dungeon, and now I've dragged you all down with me." She fell to the ground, a wave of guilt and remorse completely overwhelming her. Lu Fan snapped, his voice sharp and stern. "Are you guys seriously giving up already?" Qin Chu replied in despair. "I'm the only one who can use offensive magic, and my pathetic damage won't even tickle this thing." Sunga chimed in, his voice filled with dread. "And this boss? It's completely immune to all physical attacks. Looking at our current situation, we can barely even protect ourselves, let alone counterattack. Lu Fan, don't tell me you actually know how to use offensive magic too?" The monster begins casting its lamentation attack, releasing a terrifying curse of resentment. The probability of dealing instant death damage to the target is extremely low, but if the instant death effect is not triggered, it will still deal a massive amount of damage, along with a zombie toxin effect that causes continuous bleeding and dizziness. It lets out a mournful shriek and swings its giant tentacle arm, slamming down right where Lu Fan is standing. Lu Fan leisurely replies to Sun Ge, his voice remaining strangely calm. "I don't know." Xiao Ye. With absolute loyalty, Xiao Ye uses her massive wings to shield her master, while continuously unleashing powerful counterattacks. The system continuously announces Lu Fan's immunity effects. Immune to instant death, immune to zombie toxin, immune to bleeding, immune to stun. The Black Dragon bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants immunity to all negative status effects, and boosts self-recovery by 500%. Lu Fan adds to Sun Jie, a confident smile playing on the corner of his lips. "But my pet dragon does." Kai Yi, trapped in the water cage, watches this scene in utter shock. A dragon tamer? But the gap in level and power is just too massive. The boss continues to roar in desperate lamentation. "The one who deserves to die is not me, not me." Lu Fan reassures everyone, his voice full of confidence. "Don't worry, everyone. A dragon's attributes and strength aren't something humans can easily compare to. On the other side, the boss casts Lamentation again, releasing its curse of resentment. The probability of dealing instant death damage to the target is still extremely low. But if the instant death effect is not triggered, it will still deal a massive amount of damage, along with a zombie toxin effect. It screeches, its voice dripping with grief and hatred. The ones who deserve to die are you. Its giant tentacle arm stretches out to strike aggressively, only to be met with Xiao Ye's fierce and relentless resistance. Lu Fan continues to receive immunity notifications from the system. His black dragon bloodline is truly an impenetrable fortress. At this moment, Xiao Ye's stats are rising rapidly and astonishingly. Level 9. Black Dragon Contract, Stage 1. Strength skyrockets from 968 to 1,258. Agility surges from 767 to 997. Spirit surges from 959 to 1,246. Constitution skyrockets from 976 to 1,268. Lu Fan casts Dragon Frenzy, a special dragon tamer skill that boosts himself and his pet dragon, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. He shouts, his voice commanding, "Xiao Ye, blazing lava." Xiao Ye lets out an earth-shattering roar and breathes out a violent torrent of fire, many times more intense than before. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area is swallowed by a sea of fire, and the temperature rises at a dizzying speed. Blazing lava continuously shoots scorching pillars of fire forward, dealing massive damage to the enemy, while automatically healing Xiao Ye's minor injuries. The boss monster is quickly surrounded and violently consumed by the massive sea of flames, screaming in agony and despair. Qin Chu is truly overwhelmed by this grand and terrifying sight. She can only gasp in awe. It is completely suppressed. Even Kai Yi, trapped inside the water cage, cries out from the intense heat. "It is hot. It is so hot." Sunga stammers, speechless. This is practically a raging natural disaster. The boss has no way to escape the burning sea of fire. It keeps screaming in despair. No, this is impossible. Gathering the absolute last of its strength, it tries to unleash one final attack. The corpse's resentment is immune to all physical damage. Resentful will, bestowing resentment and awakening all the corpses in the dungeon. A surge of dark energy violently bursts forth, trying to resist the sea of flames. But it is all in vain. In just a moment, it is burned to ashes by the fierce flames. A glittering treasure chest drops amidst the ashes. Xiao Ye slowly transforms back into her beautiful and charming red-haired dragon girl form. The system announces that the black dragon has reached level 10 and Lu Fan has reached level 15. He happily praises her, patting Xiao Ye's head. "Great job, Xiao Ye." Sunga sighs in relief, his voice refreshed. "It is finally over. I will go check if the teleportation gate has appeared." Coughing. Xiao Ye speaks in a raspy voice. "Cough, cough. It is all done. But this smoke, cough, cough, is really annoying." Qin Chu quickly supports Kai Yi, who just escaped the water cage, and asks worriedly, "Sister Kai Yi, are you okay?" Suddenly, creepy groans echo from behind them. Turning his head, Sunga gasps in horror. "What?" All the zombies in the village have come back to life. With lightning-fast reflexes, Xiao Ye immediately locks onto her targets and charges in to attack. Still dazed and unable to process what is happening, Sunga stammers, This is a massive wave of fire breathed out by Xiao Ye, turning the low-level zombies to ashes in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this familiar fighting style, Sunga finally realized a shocking truth, completely stunned. That beautiful red-haired girl was none other than the giant black dragon from earlier. Qin Chu, however, was still a bit skeptical. But, those zombies we struggled so hard to defeat? She wiped them out just like that? Lu Fan smiled and explained, "That little one is my black dragon, Xiao Ye, and it looks like Xiao Ye really enjoys playing around with these small-time minions." He then turned to reassure Qin Chu. "Classmate Qin, the final boss has been dealt with. There is no need to be so tense. Once we divide the loot, we can get ready to leave." Looking at the treasure chest sitting amidst the ashes, he smiled and said, "According to our agreed rules, I get first pick. No one has any objections, right?" Qin Chu hurriedly replied in a respectful tone. "Oh, not at all. How could we possibly object?" As the reward chest was opened, a blinding, brilliant light burst out. It filled the whole group with excitement and anticipation. Inside lay a treasure trove of valuable items, Holy Light Scepter, requires level 10, plus 32 spirit, plus 19 stamina. Its skill, Holy Light Seal, allows the user to bind a target with holy light, with the effect scaling with their spirit stat. Twilight Guardian, requires level 10, plus 35 spirit, plus 15 stamina. Its skill, Flowing Light Barrier, allows the user to create a protective barrier around themselves. The damage absorption depends on their spirit stat. Ring of Resentment, requires level 15, plus 57 spirit, an incredibly high stat, plus 21 stamina, and plus 12 attack. Its special effect, Grief Burial, can target any opponent to accumulate resentment. Once enough resentment is built up, attacks on that target will inflict negative status effects like bleeding, stun, and poison. The Class Change Scroll, a consumable item that gives the user a chance to transition into a high-tier hidden class. However, the success rate is usually quite low. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan grabbed the scroll and said, "I will take this one." The system chimed, announcing that he had received one Class Change Scroll. Qing Chu quickly waved her hands and said, "Oh, Lu Fan, you don't have to try and share the loot evenly with us. By our agreement, all of these items belong entirely to you." Lu Fan chuckled and replied, "I'm not trying to play the hero here. Besides, those pieces of equipment suit you much better than they do me. But this Class Change Scroll is something I genuinely need." Qin Chu knelt down, carefully checking the remaining items in the chest. Then she looked up and said with deep sincerity, If we hadn't run into you, everyone here probably would have died in this place. At the very least, please accept this as well." Saying this, she handed over the Ring of Resentment. He happily accepted it with a smile. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Seeing Lu Fan's generosity and easygoing nature, Kai and the others felt incredibly satisfied and full of respect for him. She spoke up to remind Qin Chu, "Miss, we should probably get ready to head back too." Qin Chu watched Lu Fan's retreating figure and thought to herself, "Lu Fan, just how many more secrets are you hiding? He really is an unpredictable guy." Just 4 hours later, Lu Fan was already back at his familiar little bun shop in Jianghai. By now, night had completely fallen. Seeing her nephew return, Lu Fan's aunt, Han Kei, ran over with joy and threw her arms around him. With a choked-up, worried voice, she cried out, This is just too dangerous. Just hearing you talk about it terrifies me. You must have gone through so much danger these past few days, haven't you?" Lu Fan gently pushed her back, looking a bit embarrassed. "Auntie, please don't do this. Let me go. I've been to all sorts of places these past few days, and my clothes are filthy." Hearing this, Han Kei only cried harder and hugged him even tighter. Sobbing, she said, "My little Fan, you are not dirty at all. Oh, you left without even saying a word to me. I couldn't sleep a wink these past nights. I was so afraid this was all a dream, and when I woke up, you still wouldn't be back." Lu Fan gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's my fault. It's my fault for leaving without telling you first. Don't worry, Auntie. From now on, I will never make you worry like this again." He grinned, wiping away the tears from her cheeks, and said softly, "It's all right. Be good, okay? Stop crying." Han Kei happily replied, Okay." She then turned and affectionately patted Xiao Ye's head as she stood nearby. And then there's Xiao Ye. The first time I saw her, she scared the absolute daylights out of me. To think such a cute, pretty little girl is actually a massive, powerful dragon. In her dragon girl form, Xiao Ye sat obediently on the floor, letting out cute little key sounds to act adorable. She leaned down and asked gently, "You guys have been traveling for so many days. You probably haven't been eating well, right?" Lu Fan took out the Class Change Scroll. He handed it to his aunt. "Auntie, I managed to clear a secret dungeon and got this specifically for you. If you can change to a more powerful hidden class, you won't have to work yourself to the bone running this tiny steamed bun shop anymore." Han Kei put on a serious face and quickly refused. "No, I can't, Xiao Fan. This is way too valuable. I can't possibly use this. Maybe we should just sell it. After all, you said you gave all the gear and weapons to the young lady of the Qin family. Selling this will give you enough money to buy some new gear. That way, you can get a much better score on your upcoming exam." Lu Fan quickly pulled out his phone and showed his aunt his bank account balance. He gave a confident smile and replied. When she saw the massive numbers in his account, Han Kei was so shocked she couldn't even speak. "Xiao Fan, how is there so much money?" He quickly explained. "I sold off all the extra items I picked up during this run. Plus, for carrying my classmate Qing Chu, They paid me a commission of over 100,000 dragon coins. Trust me, Auntie. From now on, we never have to worry about money ever again." Looking at her nephew's firm, mature gaze, Han-ki couldn't help but feel incredibly proud and happy. Her little Xiao Fan had truly grown up. He handed the class change scroll to her and said, "Go ahead and take it, Auntie. You should use it right now." She accepted it with a warm smile and replied, "All right, then I'll use it." As Han-ki opened the scroll, a brilliant, mystical green light burst forth and enveloped her, catching her off guard. In that instant, she felt the air around her ripple, and a strange, warm energy flowed into her body, slowly merging with her. Lu Fan smiled and asked with anticipation, "How is it, Auntie? Did it work?" Still a bit dazed, Han-ki replied, "It worked. I've successfully advanced to a hidden chef class. The Phantom Chef." Han-ki, life class, hidden Phantom Chef. He curiously asked, "So, is there anything special about this new class, Auntie?" She replied excitedly, "Oh, there's a special skill called culinary enchantment. It lets me cook all kinds of food with unique special effects." Lu Fan chuckled and said, "Your cooking is already out of this world, Auntie. And now with this buff skill, it's going to be absolutely legendary." Warm, cheerful laughter filled their cozy little home. "Ha ha, you really know how to sweet talk." Suddenly, Lu Fan remembered something. "Wait, speaking of which, where did Xiao Ye go? Wasn't she just here a second ago?" Looking around, he realized that after stuffing her face with a feast, Xiao Ye had completely passed out on the floor, dead to the world. That very same night, in the luxurious study of the Qin family villa, Qin Chu was recounting their recent perilous adventure to her father. Her father, Qin Shanhai, was a calm and dignified middle-aged man. He gently swirled the glass of red wine in his hand and said, "So, this dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a massive black dragon and saved you all by himself?" Still, feeling deeply guilty, Qin Chu lowered her head and replied with a remorseful voice, "Yes, father. It was entirely my stubbornness that dragged everyone into danger. Lu Fan, he is just too powerful. Even though we both have hidden classes, comparing me to him is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The gap between us is simply too massive." Her father remained composed. He stared out the window and asked in a flat, expressionless voice, "You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" Qin Chu replied firmly, "No, absolutely not. Before heading back, we made a strict agreement that the Qin family would never leak a single word of this to the outside world." Qin Shanhai, Qin Chu's father, possessed an unknown combat class, but it was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful one. He turned around to look directly at his daughter and flashed a rare, appreciative smile. "Well done. If this news got leaked, those who constantly hunger for the power of dragons would definitely not sit idly by." Hearing her father say this, Qin Chu stood up abruptly, her voice laced with anxiety. "Father, he literally saved all of our lives. Father, you don't have any ulterior motives toward his dragon, do you?" Qin Shanhai burst into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing throughout the study. "Ha ha, silly girl, do you really think of your father that way? Instead of worrying about that, how do you plan on repaying him for saving your life?" Qin Chu hesitated. "When I first invited him to join my party, I promised to pay him a commission of 100,000 dragon coins." Hearing his daughter's words, he sighed softly. "Fine. Tomorrow, you will personally bring a purple gold card to his doorstep and express our deepest, most sincere gratitude." She obediently complied, "Yes, father." But Qin Chu still had one lingering question. "Father, you seem quite curious about him yourself. So why aren't you coming along with me?" Qin Shanhai replied gently, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "If I could, I would love to meet this young dragon tamer in person, but unfortunately, I have some highly important matters to attend to tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, a young princess from the Taichi Kingdom is scheduled to arrive in our Dragon Kingdom to study abroad right here in Jianghai. From a business perspective, I should probably go welcome her in person. It is the bare minimum polite thing to do, after all. But the major exam is about to start soon. Sure enough, the next morning, two strangers show up right in front of Lu Fan's little bun shop. One is a petite, young-looking girl, but she's dressed in incredibly luxurious, high-end clothes. Walking beside her is a tall young man wearing shiny metal armor, pulling a large, heavy-duty suitcase. Inside, Han-ki is busy packing up a stack of steaming hot bamboo steamers. Hearing someone at the door, she calls out, "Coming, I'm coming." She cracks the door open and pokes her head out, and politely says, "Hello there. Are you two looking to buy some buns? I'm so sorry, but we're actually closed today." The young girl scoffs, turning to the young man behind her with an annoyed look. Is this really the place? You didn't bring me to this filthy dump on purpose, did you? The young man immediately tenses up and bows respectfully. Your humble servant wouldn't dare, princess. According to our investigation, this is definitely the place. Still peeking through the cracked door, Han-Kei asks hesitantly, May I ask who you two are? But before she can even finish, the guard rudely shoves the door open, slamming her hard against the wall. The young girl raises her chin, demanding arrogantly, This princess has come to find someone. Do you know a dragon tamer named Lu Fan? With his hair still a messy bedhead, Lu Fan walks down the stairs. What? Someone's looking for me? But seeing Han-Kei clutching her bruised arm with buns scattered all over the floor, Lu Fan cries out in alarm. Auntie! The little princess quickly pinches her nose, grimacing and whining in disgust. Ugh, this place smells absolutely nauseating. Lu Fan rushes over, checking Han-Kei's arm, and asks anxiously, Auntie, are you okay? What on earth happened here? Han-Kei tries to hide her pain, replying quickly, I'm fine. It's nothing, little Fan. The young girl looks Lu Fan up and down before demanding haughtily, So, you're Lu Fan? You should feel honored. This princess had to personally travel all the way to this dump just to see you. Lu Fan looks at her, then glances at the armored guy beside her, his face darkening. A princess is looking for me? Who are you people anyway? The armored man steps forward, introducing her formally. This is Her Highness, Princess Jingzhou of the Taichi Kingdom, and I am her loyal attendant, Kui Hengte. Their combat classes are still unknown, but he looks like a pretty powerful warrior. Jingzhou stares right into Lu Fan's eyes and speaks condescendingly. I have come to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally make something of yourself. Lu Fan is completely baffled, his brow furrowing. Make something of myself? Jingzhou laughs mockingly, her tone dripping with superiority. Haha, exactly. As a dragon tamer without a dragon, you must be feeling incredibly pathetic and insecure deep down, right? As she speaks, she waves her hand at her lackey, Kui Hengtai, who immediately drags the large suitcase forward and carefully pops it open. Lu Fan can't help but gasp at what's inside. Is this? Jingzhou makes her offer as if she's doing him a massive favor. As long as you agree to my terms, this is yours. He instantly recognizes the glowing, dark gold egg inside. It's a real dragon egg. Extremely confident in her bargain, Jingzhou eagerly watches Lu Fan's reaction. Well, blown away? Don't you just die to have it? The condition is simple. Become my loyal servant. You will do exactly as I say, without question. Jingzhou barks out her demands with extreme arrogance, continuing to brag, I personally stumbled upon this in a highly unique dragon's nest. You could say this is a one-of-a-kind dragon egg in this entire world right now. Looking at the dragon egg held so respectfully in Kui Hengtai's hands, both Lu Fan and Han-Kei are stunned. Han-Kei gasps in disbelief. A servant? Their sheer shock only feeds Jingzhou's amusement and bloated pride. What is it? Cat got your tongue? Are you worthless peasants so terrified of the majestic power of a dragon that you're literally shaking in your boots? Just then, the system screen pops up, displaying the details of the mysterious egg. Armored dragon egg, power 72, low quality, agility 67, spirit 35, egg durability 133, hatching skill, hardened armor. Upon hatching, the armored dragon will possess a massive, rigid outer shell that reduces incoming damage from all element types. Tail swipe. Uses its powerful, heavy tail to sweep in an arc, dealing damage to all enemies in the area. After reading the system info, Lu Fan finally gets it and sighs with a hint of disappointment. So it's just a sub-dragon egg? And a low-grade earth dragon at that. If this armored dragon hatches, it's basically just a walking pile of dirt. And you guys actually have the nerve to call this thing a dragon? Lu Fan sighs helplessly. Man, whatever. Its stats aren't half bad. Lu Fan's unusual calmness caught Jingzhou completely off guard. She thought to herself, doesn't this guy know how crucial a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer? Han-Kei whispered in embarrassment. How? How could that girl say something like that? Hearing the worry in his aunt's voice, Lu Fan reassured her. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll kick them out right now. Seeing how calm and even dismissive the two of them were, Jingzhou lost her patience and snapped at them. A dragon tamer without a dragon is nothing but a useless loser, right? Just agree to become my servant, and you can be the first in history to shatter that stereotype. You can turn the Dragon Tamer class into the strongest one ever, doing what no one else has ever done. Getting a golden opportunity like this, aren't you even a little bit excited? Hearing this, Lu Fan replied with a touch of sarcasm. Yeah, I guess I'm a little excited, but I decline. Lu Fan's blunt refusal left Jinzhou frozen in utter shock, completely speechless. A moment later, she snapped out of it and shrieked in anger. Do you even know what the hell you're saying? How dare you refuse to be my servant? You're turning down a once-in-a-lifetime chance to rewrite history for the Dragon Tamer class. Lu Fan was losing his patience too. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You people better stop bothering me. Take your dragon egg and get out. I have absolutely zero interest. A servant? What a joke. Lu Fan's stubborn and insolent attitude made Kui Hongtai lose his cool as well. He roared in anger. The princess personally lowered herself to offer you a chance to rise up, yet you dare to act so arrogant and speak to her highness like that. You ungrateful little brat. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Fan cut him off with pure contempt. A chance? To rise up? Ha, don't make me laugh. No matter what, I will never be a servant to anyone. Jinzhou's blood boiled with rage, and she snapped, Kui Hongtai, teach him a lesson right now. Kui Hongtai immediately obeyed. Seeing that violence was about to break out, Han Ke rushed over to try and stop them. Please, wait a moment. Don't be angry, let's just talk this through. My Lu Fan really doesn't want to accept this. Can we just forget about it, please? Completely ignoring her pleas, Kui Hongtai snarled. The princess gave an order. Get out of the way. He lunged forward and threw a devastating punch straight at her, right in front of Lu Fan. Caught completely off guard, Han Ke was sent flying, crying out in sheer pain. Lu Fan screamed in panic. Auntie. He rushed to her side to help her up. Auntie, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Let me help you up. Not wanting her nephew to worry, she forced herself up and replied, No, I'm fine, Lu Fan. But Kui Hongtai had no intention of stopping. He raised his fist, stained with his aunt's blood, and spat out with utter disdain. Just a lowly commoner. Yet you dare disrespect the princess. Seething with rage, Kui Hongtai couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a furious roar and threw his fist straight at Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan didn't even seem to notice the danger closing in. He was still gently checking on his aunt. Auntie, don't rush. Take it slow. Stand up slowly. Han Ke saw the incoming danger and screamed at the top of her lungs. Lu Fan, look out. Meanwhile, Kui Hongtai channeled his power, summoning a massive, blazing fireball and aiming it right at Lu Fan. But suddenly, he felt something brush past his face at a terrifying speed, too fast for the naked eye to see. A long gash appeared on his cheek, and fresh blood began to pour out. A razor-sharp blade was now pointed directly at his face, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice dripping with murderous intent. How dare you lay a hand on my family? The speaker was none other than Lu Fan. He was absolutely furious. A massive wave of dark magic erupted from his body, completely engulfing the surrounding area. Lu Fan spat out a cold threat, his voice overflowing with raw rage. I will kill you. Seeing Lu Fan losing control, Han Ke frantically tried to calm him down. Lu Fan, no, don't do anything rash. Suddenly, Kui Hongtai froze, utterly shocked and terrified. He felt an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying force unlike anything he had ever faced before. Seeing Kui Hongtai suddenly stop his attack, Jinzhou was both shocked and furious. She screamed her orders. What the hell are you doing? I told you to teach him a lesson. But deep down, Kui Hongtai was starting to realize something. There was something deeply wrong with this guy. Lu Fan turned, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto Jinzhou as he growled. And you, with a loud roar, he delivered a thunderous slap straight to her face. I don't care what kind of princess you think you are. Shut your filthy mouth, take your garbage, and get the hell out of my sight right now. Caught off guard, she couldn't dodge in time, and took the full force of the slap, letting out an agonizing shriek. Seeing the princess get slapped, Kui Hongtai finally snapped out of his daze. He let out a furious roar, gripped his sword tightly, and lunged straight at Lu Fan, bellowing, How dare a low-class peasant like you lay a hand on the princess? But with Lu Fan's current strength, Kui Hongtai's speed was no faster than a sluggish fly buzzing in slow motion. He easily deflected the attack. In a flash, he unleashed a massive burst of force, sending the sword flying right out of his opponent's hands and spinning high into the air. Kui Hongtai rushed back to the princess's side, asking anxiously, Princess, are you okay? Jinju was still in shock, her hands trembling so violently with rage that she couldn't even speak. Then, out of nowhere, she turned and delivered a brutal, resounding slap right across Kui Hongtai's face. Jinzu shrieked in fury, her eyes burning with pure hatred and utter disappointment. "You useless trash. Do I look like I'm okay? Kill him right now. Even if we never find another dragon tamer, I want him dead." Receiving his orders, Kui Hongtai immediately complied. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had heard every single word of their conversation. He braced himself, ready for a life-or-death battle. At that very moment, in a different place, Xiaoye was peacefully sleeping in her cozy bed until a loud, annoying ringtone shattered the silence. She let out a long, groggy yawn. On the other end of the line, a familiar female voice sighed, "That's weird. Why isn't he picking up? I'm positive we exchanged contact info before heading back. Did I get the number wrong?" Back at Lu Fan's house, Qingqi was trying to call him, likely to warn him about the arrival of Extremistas country's little princess, but she just couldn't get through. Just then, Qingqi suddenly felt a massive wave of magical energy sweep past her. Startled, she gasped, "A fight? Is there a fight nearby?" A split second later, Kui Hongtai abruptly crashed right in front of her. He looked absolutely battered, having clearly been beaten to a pulp by Lu Fan. He let out a painful groan. His sudden appearance made Qingqiu gasp in shock. "Wait, is that one of those foreigners?" Seeing this, Princess Jinju lost her mind and screamed in rage. She glared at the crowd of onlookers who were staring with their jaws dropped and snarled with utter contempt. "What are you looking at, you filthy peasants? Get lost and stay out of my sight." Lu Fan didn't spare a single glance for the curious crowd. Radiating pure, chilling bloodlust, he marched toward Kui Hongtai step by step. Sensing Lu Fan's terrifying true power, Kui Hongtai muttered with a trembling voice, "Princess, his stats are incredibly high. Your servant has failed you. Please punish me." Hearing this, Jinju flared up in anger, though a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She shrieked, "You useless piece of trash! You can't even handle a low-class weakling from the dragon country." Suddenly, a sinister smirk played on her lips, and her eyes began to glow a strange, eerie red. "Fine. Then this princess will personally give you a little boost." Gripping her spear, she began chanting an ancient, mysterious incantation. A dark, ominous wave of magical energy surged forth, wrapping itself around the spear. Witnessing this, Lu Fan couldn't hide his surprise, muttering, "This spell looks just like Qingqiu's, but it feels way darker and more sinister. It seems she has some kind of rare, hidden class too." Right then, Qingqiu arrived at the scene and cried out in panic, "Lu Fan, what on earth is going on here?" Surprised by her sudden arrival, Lu Fan asked, "Classmate Qin, what are you doing here?" As the two were talking, Kui Hongtai's body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. The moment he grabbed the buffed weapon from Jinju, his body began radiating a massive, shadowy light. The sheer scale of this mysterious dark aura left both Lu Fan and Qingqi utterly stunned. His entire body swelled to twice its size, muscles bulging as he mutated into a grotesque, terrifying giant. Instantly, a system status window popped up, displaying his detailed stats. Kui Hongtai, Combat Class, Buffed Guardian Knight, Level 30. Right next to it, Jinju's stats appeared as well. Jinzu, Hidden Class, Dark Spiritist, Level 15. Lu Fan muttered under his breath, "He's turned into an absolute monster." Sensing the imminent danger, Qingqiu immediately dashed forward and shielded Lu Fan, her voice firm. "Lu Fan, let me help you." By now, Kui Hongtai had lost all sanity, charging at them like a rabid beast while letting out primal, animalistic roars. "Get back! Retreat now and look after my aunt for me," Lu Fan shouted anxiously. "She's inside that shop." But Kui Hongtai couldn't care less about his surroundings. He let out a savage howl and lunged straight at Lu Fan, screaming, "Die!" Feeling the deadly threat closing in, Lu Fan quickly leaped backward, rapidly analyzing the situation. His attack power has skyrocketed. "All right, looks like I have to use Dragon's encouragement after all." Seeing him grow so powerful, Jinju looked absolutely thrilled and smug. "Yes, that's it. Kill him. Only his death can satisfy my rage." Hearing the princess's encouragement, Kui Hongtai became even more ferocious. He roared, "With the princess's blessing, you." Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiaoye suddenly plummeted from the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Fan cried out in surprise. Xiaoye had arrived to lend Lu Fan a hand, her entire body now radiating a terrifying surge of dark magic. She smirked excitedly. Well, in that case, let's do this. Seeing Xiao Ye's sudden appearance, Jinju finally showed real fear. She stammered in a trembling voice. This is... Has Xiao Ye completely changed her form? She had transformed into a strange, majestic beast, with a massive surge of pitch-black magic completely enveloping the area. Lu Fan smirked with excitement, speaking to Jinju in a highly challenging tone. Now, it's my turn to unleash some rage. Seemingly realizing something, Jinzu gasped in sheer horror. A dragon. A giant dragon. Xiao Ye bared her razor-sharp teeth, aiming straight at Kui Hengtai as she raised her claws to strike. Just like that, Kui Hengtai was taken down by a single blow from Xiao Ye. The attack was so powerful that it shattered the surrounding ground into dust. Jinju was also blasted away by the shockwave of the impact in the blink of an eye. Kui Hengtai was beaten so badly he couldn't even stand up anymore. Trembling in agonizing pain, he reached out his blood-soaked hand toward Jinju, coughing and begging for help. Ah, cough, cough. Pre-princess, save me. Struggling to crawl up from the ground, Jinju tried to deny what had just happened, her voice filled with disbelief and terror. How? How is this even possible? This can't be. Defeated Kui Hengtai with just a single strike? Jinju quickly sat up, clicking her tongue in frustration. Then, she spat out insults with utter contempt. Tsk, try a little harder, you useless piece of trash. She quickly raised her staff, preparing to fight back. The system announced that a skill was being cast. Of course, Xiao Ye would never let her have her way. She immediately charged forward, letting out a majestic, terrifying roar. Ultimately, she failed effortlessly. The system announced, skill interrupted. Dark Dragon Bloodline reduces incoming damage by 50%, and health recovery efficiency is increased by 500%. At this moment, Kui Hengtai was being pinned down by Xiao Ye's massive claw in her dragon form. In absolute despair, he struggled frantically. Cough. Let me go. As if hearing his challenge, Xiao Ye casually tossed Kui Hengtai away. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying like a rag doll before crashing heavily to the ground. Kui Hengtai struggled to raise his trembling hand toward Jinju, wheezing out a desperate cry. Princess! Jinju clutched her staff tightly, her mind filled with utter shock and absolute terror. She thought to herself in panic. With such terrifying power, this is definitely a real dragon. Could there actually be other dragon eggs out there besides the ones held by my Jin family? No, that's impossible. Right at that moment, Lu Fan caught up. He coldly called out to Princess Jinju, his hand gripping his sword tightly, his entire body radiating a freezing, murderous intent. He marched straight toward Jinju and demanded, "What did you just bark earlier? You wanted to kill me to satisfy your anger?" The moment Jinju saw Lu Fan, she was so terrified that she collapsed flat onto the ground. She stammered in panic. "You, don't come any closer. Get away from me." All of her initial arrogance and haughtiness had vanished completely. She pointed her staff at Lu Fan, tears welling up in her eyes, screaming out of sheer terror. "You attacked my subordinate and severely injured him, and now you even dare to insult and threaten me," she continued to shriek. "Do you have any idea what the consequences of doing this are? You will become the enemy of our entire Taizai kingdom." Lu Fan smirked, his face showing not a single trace of fear. "Haha, so you still want to use the name of the Taizai kingdom to threaten me?" His eyes were now filled with pure rage, as if he wanted to tear Jinju apart right then and there. He recounted her actions one by one in an ice-cold voice, ordering your subordinate to lay a hand on my family. As Lu Fan stepped closer, Jinju grew even more panicked and terrified. She shrieked in a cracking voice. "What do you want to do?" Lu Fan coldly retorted. "Stop barking about being a princess of whatever, every single time you open your mouth." As if understanding her master's intent, Xiao Ye opened her massive jaws, where a giant, pitch-black fireball began to condense. The system chimed to announce that a skill was being cast. Lu Fan stood majestically before Jinju, raising his black dragon scale blade high in the air. He continued in a powerful and decisive voice, "Even if they are a god, if they dare to touch my family, I will absolutely make them pay 1,000 times over." At the exact moment he and Xiao Ye were about to deliver the finishing blow, suddenly, Qin Shanhai descended from the sky, riding a giant flying beast. He called out Lu Fan's name, shouting desperately to stop him. "Lu Fan, Stop, right now. Chinchu also cried out in panic to warn her father. Dad, watch out. By now, Xiao Ye had noticed Qin Shanhai's arrival, and he was standing directly in the path of her destructive fireball. Lu Fan froze. He sheathed his sword and gestured to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, stand down. In the end, Lu Fan spared Jinju. With a lightning-fast slash, he sliced her magic staff clean in half. The wooden shaft and the magic crystal ball flew in opposite directions. Xiao Ye closed her jaws, extinguishing the massive fireball. Qin Shanhai landed safely. He immediately warned Lu Fan. Lu Fan, there are too many civilians watching this right now. This giant dragon. You need to recall her immediately. The moment Qin Shanhai's giant bird saw Xiao Ye, it shrieked in absolute terror. Qin Shanhai thought to himself, a true giant dragon. They really are on a whole different level. Just standing near her, the pressure is absolutely suffocating. Qin Chu rushed over, pleading earnestly. Lu Fan, please, listen to my father. Please, trust me just this once. Lu Fan remained silent, but the killing intent radiating from him finally faded. He called out softly, Xiao Ye. Receiving her master's command, Xiao Ye let out a low rumble as brilliant, powerful golden light burst from her body. Within moments, Xiao Ye shrank back into her human form, a stunningly beautiful and alluring dragon girl. Only then did Qin Chu pull Lu Fan aside. With a dead serious look, she said, come over here for a second. Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai approached Jinju, politely asking, Princess Jinju, are you all right? I was just at the airport to pick you up. I didn't expect you to arrive here first. He smiled and continued, our driver is on the way. Why don't we get you to a hospital to have you checked out first? Through a massive gap in the ruined wall, Lu Fan's group could be seen standing inside. Han Ke held onto Lu Fan's arm as she explained the situation to Qin Shanhai. Qin Chu added, my father probably knows this princess. I figured he could help resolve this conflict smoothly, which is why I called him here in such a rush. Lu Fan frowned, muttering, but I don't think that brat is going to let this go so easily. After things had temporarily settled down, Qin Shanhai walked back to Lu Fan's group with a serious expression. I've sorted everything out for now, he said. It's a shame our first meeting had to happen in such a chaotic mess. But I'm glad you're here. Lu Fan politely replied. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Qin. But in that situation, I really didn't have a choice. Still looking anxious, Han Ke asked Mr. Qin, with everything that happened today, our Lu Fan will be okay, right? Qin Shanhai pulled out a cigarette. Closing his eyes slightly, he calmly replied, I've already sent Princess Jinju and her guard to the hospital. But at the end of the day, we still owe the Jin family a proper explanation. He slowly lit his cigarette and continued, his voice carrying a subtle hint of warning. The Jin family of Extremistas country doesn't just deal in business. They hold immense sway among the high society of Extremistas. Han Ke's face filled with deep worry. They have such a powerful background. And Lu Fan beat her up so badly. I'm terrified. I'm terrified they're going to try to get revenge on him. Instead of being frightened, a sharp, determined glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. He replied resolutely, so what if she has a powerful family? I will never sell out my dignity over a mere dragon egg. Qin Shanhai burst into hearty laughter. Patting Lu Fan on the shoulder, he praised, now that's some real backbone. Excellent. I really admire your spirit, young man. There's no need for everyone to worry so much. I have a way to keep Lu Fan completely safe. He paused briefly to emphasize his next words, then slowly continued. However, I can't do it alone. There is one condition. Lu Fan didn't hesitate for a second. What is the condition, Mr. Qin? Qin Shanhai pointed directly at Lu Fan, his expression dead serious. In the upcoming grand exam, you must become the top scorer of the entire South Province. If you do, I will put all my weight behind keeping Princess Jinju at bay until you finish your training trials. Hearing this, Qin Chu couldn't help but look worried. Lu Fan, that's not going to be easy. The entire South Province is packed with countless geniuses and formidable elites who shouldn't be underestimated. Qin Shanhai emphasized once more. Only when you surpass every single one of them and claim the title of top scorer will I be in a position to truly help you. Han Ke gently held her nephew's arm and called out his name softly. By his side, a gaze filled with worry, yet deep trust, looked back at him. Lu Fan had heard Qin Shanhai's conditions loud and clear. He took a deep breath, his voice steady and resolute as he replied, I understand, and I accept these conditions. Meanwhile, At a luxurious private hospital, Jinzhou was storming down the hallway. She looked so furious. She seemed ready to tear apart the person who had humiliated her. Her menacing expression drew curious and fearful stares from everyone around. As she stomped forward, she shrieked into her phone. Why the hell hasn't that bastard Lu Fan been arrested yet? Qin Shanhai, you're clearly playing favorites and protecting him. On the other end, Qin Shanhai tried his best to explain, Princess, please, calm down. We've already sent a report to the higher-ups. We need their authorization to resolve this smoothly. Jinzhou cut him off, raging. It better be. Put pressure on him immediately. I don't care how you do it. She gritted her teeth, spitting out every word with venom. That Lu Fan has to die. Time flew by, and soon, the day of the grand exam arrived at the designated high school venue. The students were buzzing with excitement, whispering to each other. Hey, did you make it to level 11 already? Nice. I've mastered 7 basic mage skills myself. Want to team up for the exam? Suddenly, someone pointed ahead, their voice filled with shock. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Lu Fan? Curious eyes turned to look. Spotting him, some couldn't believe their eyes and immediately started mocking him. Huh? I thought he'd given up and gone home to sell buns. He used to be the star student, but he ended up awakening that trash class. Does he have nothing better to do than show up here and play the clown for free? Hearing their jeers, Lu Fan sneered to himself. Well, look at that. Looked down upon already? Same old, same old. Right then, the principal stepped onto the high podium, his commanding voice, demanding order. Quiet, everyone. The grand exam for the entire southern province is about to begin. With a look of determination, Lu Fan did some quick math. Since reaching level 15, he still had a few daily treasure maps he hadn't found time to use. It was a shame they were only mid-tier maps, but if he fused 3 of them together, he could probably craft a high-tier treasure map. That would definitely come in handy for this exam. Right then, a familiar voice called out from behind, catching his attention. Lu Fan, you're here to take the grand exam too? It was Teacher Li, his homeroom teacher. Lu Fan smiled warmly and replied, Yes, Teacher Li. Of course I am. I've been training hard on my own these past few days and made some good progress. Teacher Li gave a gentle smile, pulled out a small glowing stone, and handed it to him. Excellent. Give it everything you've got. This is your teleportation stone. Lu Fan, I believe that with your willpower and grit, you won't fall behind those with combat classes. Lu Fan politely accepted it, and a system notification flashed in his mind. Teleportation stone acquired. The teleportation stone allows the user to jump to a specific floor of the trial dungeon, depending on its tier, or safely return to the starting point. Teacher Li cautioned him further. But we can't ignore the harsh reality of class differences. Even though this is just an exam, any mistake or carelessness can lead to severe injury, or worse, death. Try to party up with your classmates to stay safe. If anything goes wrong, use that stone to get out immediately. Do you hear me? Lu Fan politely replied, Yes, sir, I understand. But deep down, he disagreed. If I party up, the points will be split. My goal isn't just to survive this exam, it's to take first place. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Lu Fan. He turned around to see Qin Chu walking over with another girl. Lu Fan greeted her first. What a coincidence. Is she your teammate? Qin Chu smiled and replied, Yes. Let me introduce you to my best friend. You can call her Xiao Tao. She's actually really strong. This girl was Dao Xiaoman, a level 14 swordsman combat class. She gave Lu Fan a slight nod. Qin Chu asked, looking a bit shy, Lu Fan, would you like to party up with us? Hearing this, Dao Xiaoman gasped in utter disbelief. Wait, what? Of course, with his current goal, Lu Fan had no intention of accepting. He politely declined. Sorry girls, but I'm planning to go solo for this exam. I know you're trying to help me, but this is a condition I already agreed to with someone else. I'll head over to the assembly area now. I'll head in first. You two make sure to give it your all out there. Qin Chu looked a bit disappointed, but she still smiled and replied, Yeah, you too. She felt a little insecure, thinking to herself that with Lu Fan's current power, anyone teaming up with him would only hold him back. Seeing her best friend looking a bit down, Tao Xiaoman couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Hey Chu, why on earth did you invite the weakest guy in school to join our team? Filled with absolute conviction, Qin Chu firmly replied, No, he's not weak at all. He's actually incredibly strong. Believe it or not, he is definitely going to be the top scorer of the southern province this year. Hearing this, Dao Xiaoman playfully teased her. What are you even talking about? You haven't gone and fallen for that dragon tamer guy, have you? Chinchu immediately denied it, her face turning bright red. Ahem, stop talking nonsense. Dao Xiaoman kept teasing her. Oh yeah? Then why is your face completely red? Not long after, Lu Fan stepped out of the teleportation gate. In front of him, countless other students were gathered. This was Jianghai, southern province of the Dragon Kingdom, the Great Trial Realm. He took a quick look around. He looked around, wondering to himself, so, is this where the trial begins? On a massive screen set up in the plaza, the principal's face appeared as he began explaining the rules of the exam. Attention, examinees. The teleportation gate in the sky is divided into 4 different difficulty levels: normal, hard, extreme, and nightmare. Each time it opens, the difficulty of the secret realm will be randomly chosen based on the candidate's choices. In normal mode, most monsters are just illusions that won't cause fatal injuries. The point multiplier for this level is 1 to 0.9. From hard mode onward, you'll be facing real, extremely dangerous monsters. Even if you use a teleportation stone to escape, you can still keep your accumulated points. The point multiplier for hard mode is 1 to 1.0. It seems like everyone is choosing this level by default. The higher difficulties mean the risk to your life will be far greater. Perhaps only those with special hidden classes have what it takes to try. The monsters in extreme mode are vastly stronger and more savage. So, it's best to go with a party. Your life is what matters most. For extreme mode, the score multiplier is 1 to 3.0. Just then, a loud, smug, and arrogant laugh echoed from the other side of the plaza. An oddly dressed young man pointed at the sky, confidently declaring in a voice that shook the plaza, "Hey, principal, you're watching, right? This time, I'm definitely taking the top spot. This guy's name is Hong Wu, a combat class, Qigong master, level 14. Looking at the fired-up guy, Tao Xiaoman said to Qin Chu in a cautious tone, "That's Hong Wu. He's one of the top prodigies among the younger generation in our entire Nan province." Qin Chu replied thoughtfully, "A Qigong master, huh? With such a well-rounded class for offense and defense, he still decided to go solo? Maybe we should." Seeing Hong Wu, many candidates started to lose heart and felt discouraged. It's over. With Hong Wu here, how is anyone supposed to beat him? Meanwhile, in the principal's control room, where they were monitoring the grand trial, watching Hong Wu's confident display on the small screen, a middle-aged man, likely Hong Wu's principal, smiled with immense pride. "Haha, that kid Hong Wu, despite how he looks, he's actually the most talented student in our school. The top spot is definitely his for the taking. And I see Mr. Chin's daughter isn't bad either. Making it into the top 3 is definitely within her reach." This old man was the principal of No. 1 high school. Meanwhile, the principal of Lu Fan's school secretly felt a pang of regret. What a shame. If only Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, things might have been. He let out a soft sigh. Qin Shanhai chimed in, "Well, gentlemen, I'm actually quite confident about who's going to take first place this time." The principal of No. 1 high school asked curiously, "Oh? Is there someone specific you're referring to, Mr. Qin?" Qin Shanhai looked at someone on the screen and said with absolute confidence, "It's Lu Fan, from No. 3 high school." Confused, the principal blurted out, "Lu Fan?" The principal of No. 1 high school burst into laughter, mocking, "Everyone else has already teleported, yet he's the only one left standing there. Is he planning to quit the exam halfway through? Haha. Mr. Qin, please stop joking. What can you possibly expect from a mere dragon tamer? Our school's Hong Wu has already reached the 4th floor and is holding on to first place with ease." But Lu Fan's principal quickly noticed something off. In an instant, his face filled with confusion and shock. No, he's not quitting. That kid. Is he waiting for the final difficulty portal to open? Right then, where Lu Fan stood, the sky suddenly turned a vibrant, eerie reddish pink, radiating danger. He stood there all alone, firmly gripping the teleportation stone in his hand. Seeing him like this, everyone else in the plaza was seized by panic and disbelief. Is that kid actually trying to choose nightmare mode? That's a level you can't escape from once you enter. This is beyond arrogant. In nightmare mode, the score multiplier is 1 to 9.9. Has this guy completely lost his mind? A worthless dragon tamer actually dares to. He's going to get himself killed. Someone stop him, quickly. Over on the screen, the principal also tried to warn him in a rush, his voice filled with anxiety. "Young man, no one who has ever chosen nightmare mode has made it back in one piece. If you. Lu Fan paid absolutely no attention to the commotion around him. A second later, his body vanished into the red glow of the teleportation gate. The principal was so anxious, he couldn't sit still. The last time someone chose nightmare mode was 8 months ago. That person was eaten alive by monsters, meeting a horrific end. The principal of number 1 high school crossed his arms, looking down on them, and said mockingly, "How ridiculous. Didn't your school explain the rules of the grand exam to your students? Who on earth is this dragon tamer kid anyway? Mr. Chin, you really need to work on your eye for talent. Picking him was such a joke he can't even hold a candle to our school's Hongwu." Lu Fan's principal agreed, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Yeah, we really should be pinning our hopes on that Qigong Master Genius's performance instead." Qin Shanhai remained relaxed in his chair. He spoke casually, his voice completely calm. "Gentlemen, isn't it a bit too early to jump to conclusions? Why don't we watch a bit longer before making up our minds?" The principal looked at him and asked anxiously, "Mr. Qin, why on earth do you have so much faith in him?" Right then, the principal suddenly paused as if a sudden realization hit him. "Wait, did you notice something? Could it be?" Meanwhile, Lu Fan was inside the nightmare-level trial dungeon. True to its name, the place was pitch black and incredibly creepy. The moment he stepped inside, tangled vines covered in sharp thorns closed in on him, while fierce, glowing red eyes glared from the shadows. He instantly drew his weapon, quickly estimating that there were at least 10 monsters lurking on the first floor of this nightmare tower. In the very next second, a pack of hideous, savage beasts lunged out of the darkness. They were level 10 black-maned wolves. Level 10, black-maned wolf. Skill. Maul deals damage and causes a continuous bleeding effect. Night Howl significantly boosts all attributes of allied units and resets the cooldowns of their other skills. Before Lu Fan could even catch his breath, the wolves bared their razor-sharp fangs and viciously pounced on him. Tightening his grip on his sword, he muttered to himself, "Now, shall we get this party started?" He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful dragon tooth strike that easily blew away the oncoming wolves. In no time, he completely wiped out the entire pack. Lu Fan easily cleared the first floor of the nightmare-level trial dungeon, scoring an extra 990 points thanks to the high difficulty multiplier. Witnessing Lu Fan's incredible battle, the principal of First High School couldn't hide his shock. He jumped to his feet and cried out in disbelief. "With just a single strike? How on earth can this Lu Fan kid be so freakishly strong?" Another teacher standing nearby chimed in, "His stats are clearly way higher than they should be for his current level." Meanwhile, Lu Fan's principal stared blankly at the screen, still unable to believe his eyes. Lu Fan. Could he have actually found a legendary giant dragon? On the current leaderboard, Hong Wu was leading in the hard mode with 3,000 points. Although Lu Fan had only cleared the first floor, the massive point multiplier of the nightmare difficulty put him temporarily in second place with 990 points. The steady click-clack of leather shoes echoed through the quiet control room. A man with a cold, menacing face and a crimson briefcase stepped toward the door. A heavy, suffocating pressure radiated from him, making it hard to breathe. Inside, the two principals were still focused on the screen. Lu Fan's principal gasped in shock as he watched Lu Fan breeze through another floor, wiping out all the monsters in a single shot. How is this kid even doing this? A man wearing an elegant yet imposing white suit pushed the door open and stepped in. "Excuse me." He took off his fedora and introduced himself coldly. "I am the special envoy from Dragon Capital. I hate to interrupt, but we need to take someone back to Dragon Capital for questioning." "Where is the dragon tamer Lu Fan?" he asked coldly, demanding Lu Fan's location. This man was Qian Xiong, a level 57 combat class swordsman, an incredibly formidable level. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, thorny vines fell to the ground as Lu Fan sliced right through them. After a tedious search, he finally reached his destination. Seeing the location pop up on his map, he grinned and said, "Yes, I finally found it." The system chimed, announcing that he had arrived at the marked location on the treasure map and the high-grade map had been successfully completed. Before this, Lu Fan had combined the mid-grade treasure maps he'd gathered during his previous quests to fuse them into a higher-grade map. He thought to himself, "I tried fusing a high-grade map before coming in here, but I never expected the treasure to be right on the first floor of this nightmare dungeon." He continued along the path, clearing out the thorny vines blockading his way. Reaching deep into the thick, thorny brush, he pulled out an ancient, hidden book. The system notified him, Obtained skill book. 1 star growth acceleration. 1 star growth acceleration skill book. Increases the experience points gained by both the player and their pets upon defeating monsters. You have successfully learned the growth acceleration skill. His entire body was enveloped in a mystical glow radiating from the newly opened book. He looked quite surprised and thrilled. An EXP boost? This is absolutely perfect for Tuda. He recalled his past battles. Ever since they left the novice village, Tuda's leveling speed had slowed down quite a bit. This was truly like a warm fire in the dead of winter. Meanwhile, through the massive screen in front of him, Envoy Tianheng was monitoring Luke Fam's every single move. Clasping his hands behind his back, he turned to ask Principal Bach, who was standing right behind him. Principal Bach, Luke Fam is your student, right? He spun around, his tone demanding and leaving no room for argument. Refusal is not an option. Stop his exam immediately and teleport him here right now. Principal Bach was deeply annoyed by Tianheng's arrogant and dismissive attitude. He immediately spoke up, his voice carrying a subtle undertone. Envoy, no matter what kind of situation this is, we should at least wait until his exam is finished. As the principal of this school, I can step in and handle everything on his behalf. Hearing this, Tianheng found it absolutely laughable. He mocked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. On his behalf? But can you take his punishment for him? Punishment? Principal Bach had no idea what he was talking about. Hearing this, Mr. Tan immediately stepped forward, grabbing Tianheng's arm to defuse the situation. Old Tian, for the sake of our old friendship, can you let me say a few words? What on earth did that dragon tamer kid do that is so serious? He aggressively shook off the old man's hand and snapped a warning. Mr. Tan, I suggest you stop right there. Do not interfere with my official duties. He pointed directly at him, sounding completely baffled that they were trying so hard to shield Luke Fam. I don't know why you're shielding him like this, but let me warn you, stay out of this. Neither the Kim family nor the elites in Longdu will ever let this slide. The mastermind pulling the strings behind all of this is Kim Chow and her entire family. With that, he turned around and roughly shoved Mr. Tan back. Now that you understand, please get out of here immediately. Principal Bach, hand him over to me right now. But then, Mr. Tan Sonhai spoke up, his voice steady. Old Tan pulled a gold lighter from his pocket. He calmly lit his cigarette. As he did, he said slowly, the elites of Longdu, the Kim family, and even the Tai-Tai state, things are indeed a bit complicated. But once Luke Fam's true secret is revealed, neither the Longdu elites nor the Kim family will ever dare to speak a word about pursuing this. Today, absolutely no one is taking Luke Fam away from here. His gaze turned incredibly sharp and resolute. Tianheng didn't buy a single word Tan Sonhai just said. Secret? What secret? You're talking absolute nonsense. Daring to defy an envoy's direct orders. Do you have any idea what kind of crime you're committing? Suddenly, Mr. Tan lunged forward, his iron grip locking onto Tianheng's wrist, leaving the envoy completely stunned and frozen in place. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, the drifting smoke only intensified the grim expression on Mr. Tan's face. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with tension. Since it has come to this, then so be it. His voice dropped to a low whisper. Immediately, the system interface popped up, displaying both of their classes and levels, a level 57 knight and a level 57 swordsman. It was a formidable and evenly matched standoff. Tianheng wasn't one to back down easily either. He gritted his teeth, telling himself that this reckless behavior would definitely be reported to the higher-ups. Principal Bach quickly rushed over, desperately trying to defuse the explosive situation before it blew up. Envoy, Mr. Tan, please, both of you need to calm down and keep your tempers in check. Still fuming, Tianheng turned to demand an answer from Mr. Tan, his voice dripping with irritation. Who the hell is that kid anyway, to make you go this far? Mr. Tan smirked, a subtle grin that carried a deep, unspoken confidence. He then asked his old friend, aren't you even a little curious, Tianheng? Just what kind of secret does Luke Fam hold that could throw both the high society and the Kim family into complete chaos? Tianheng froze when the system notification revealed Luke Fam's choice. That boy, Luke Fam, had the absolute audacity to select the nightmare difficulty. Cut to Luke Fam, standing before the dungeon portal. Originally, he had only planned to do a solo run to see how many floors he could clear on his own. But then, the system status panel popped up, clearly displaying his current stats. Class: Dragon Tamer. Agility, 103. Spirit, 147. Strength, 280, 9,702. Endurance, 158, along with his familiar skills. After some careful consideration, he decided it would be best to summon Tu Da, soon to farm some EXP. Back in the observation room, the heated argument among the elders showed no signs of stopping. Another elder, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and pointed right at Tianhong's face. With a mocking smirk at the man's shocked face, Mr. Qin listened to him mutter, "He actually dared to choose nightmare difficulty? What kind of special trick does this kid Lu Fan have up his sleeve anyway?" Mr. Qin replied, "Didn't you see just now?" He took them down with a single hit. Suddenly, both of them stopped arguing as a thunderous, earth-shattering sound and a blinding light from the main screen grabbed their full attention. On the screen, Lu Fan was performing the dragon summoning ritual. Xiao Ye made a majestic entrance, letting out a roaring growl that echoed like a grand greeting to the world. Lu Fan smiled, his voice filled with excitement. "Come on out, Xiao Ye." Everyone in the room gasped in utter shock. "Oh my god, that is a giant dragon." Mr. Qin watched intently, his eyes narrowing. Even though he had witnessed it once before, the sight still shook him to his core. On the other side of the screen, Xiao Ye was running wild. Each sweep of its tail and flap of its wings was enough to shatter massive boulders and crush every obstacle in its path. Deafening, earth-shaking crashes echoed one after another. Mr. Qin slowly turned around, his solemn voice ringing out like a grand declaration. "As you can see, this is the very secret I wanted to share." On the screen, the giant dragon was still roaring, showing off its terrifying power. He pointed his hand toward Lu Fan on the screen. He, Lu Fan, is the only dragon tamer in human history to have found and tamed a real, living dragon. Cold sweat poured down the back of old Principal Bai's neck as he stammered, Lu Fan, has he really tamed a dragon?" At Lu Fan's location, a system notification popped up. Nightmare floor. 2 cleared. Since the second floor was cleared, the teachers in the observation room could not help but whisper, their eyes filled with deep awe. If he keeps growing at this rate, wouldn't wiping out an entire nation in the future be a walk in the park for him? This is the terrifying power of the Dragon Clan. I'm afraid someone would need to reach the 3rd job advancement just to stand a fighting chance against him. The rankings updated instantly. Lu Fan, Nightmare Floor, 13, 50, 8,520 points. Hongwu, Hell Mode, 27,550 points. Qin Chu, Hell Mode, 12,570 points. Xiao Dao College, Hell Mode, 12,570 points. Floor 13 cleared. With Xiao Ye's help, Lu Fan continued to run rampant, his powerful attacks easily wiping out any monsters in his way. Principal Bai stared at Lu Fan's figure on the screen, a storm raging in his heart. It is not just that giant dragon, but the kid's own personal strength as well. All of his attributes must have easily surpassed 100. Even without summoning the giant dragon, he is more than capable of locking down the top spot in Jianghai. Mr. Qin shot a smug look at Xianxiong, a sarcastic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone dripping with mockery. "Old Xian, do you still want to drag my student to the upper echelon now?" Having witnessed this terrifying display of power, Xianxiong's face went completely pale, as a wave of dread washed over him. At this moment, everything finally clicked. Today, I finally understand why you dared to go toe-to-toe with the Jin family just for that brat. Mr. Qin coldly turned his head away, his voice resolute. "In that case, I will export a video clip of Lu Fan's performance in this exam and send it to my master. From now on, I hope our esteemed special envoy won't need to meddle in the affairs of Lu Fan and the Jin family." "Master?" Xianxiong was stunned, unconsciously repeating the word that had just slipped from Mr. Qin's mouth, as a terrible sense of foreboding suddenly filled his chest. Mr. Qin only offered a mysterious smile. Zhenbei Marquise's Ancient Well, Nightmare Difficulty. Floor 20, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye were cautiously making their way deeper into the dark, damp basement ahead. Suddenly, a mysterious purple light flashed from the opposite side, and out of it, the graceful figure of a young woman slowly stepped toward him. Behind the clicking sound of her high heels on the stone floor came the heavy, steady footsteps of a heavily armored vanguard of guards. The system quickly displayed information about the new enemy. Level 15, Dark Priestess. Darkness Shroud decreases all of the target's attributes by 50%, while increasing all attributes of herself and her allies by 25%. Shadow Fusion. Pulls both herself and her opponent into a dark dimension. During this time, she is immune to all physical attacks, commands the dark mist, and controls both the Shadow Raiders and Shadow Knights. Lu Fan maintained his absolute confidence. He thought to himself that with the effects of the gear he had just obtained, Xiao Ye's level would surely skyrocket soon. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave Xiao Ye the command. Immediately after, his voice turned sharp. Molten flames. Xiao Ye roared in response and spat out a massive, blazing column of fire directly at the oncoming dark army, creating a wall of fire that blocked their path. According to the system's description, the ultimate move, Molten Flames, not only unleashes wide-range fire damage on targets, but also restores a portion of the caster's health. Xiao Ye's roar completely drowned out the agonizing screams of the guards being consumed by the flames. The system notifications kept rolling in. Your rank has increased. Floor 20 cleared. Xiao Ye has leveled up, and Lu Fan has reached level 16. Lu Fan's fighting spirit instantly flared up. Brimming with excitement, he shouted and charged right back into the fray. Xiao Ye, let's tear this damn tower down together. An hour later, at the extreme difficulty, floor 50. A violent explosion shook the entire mountain peak, sending shattered rocks and debris flying in all directions. In the suffocating silence, only heavy, ragged breathing could be heard. Huff, puff. The system announced that floor 50 had been cleared. Hongwu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. I didn't think this exam would be this insane. This kind of monster should have been on floor 70, not here. Exhausted, he raised his arm, which was covered in wounds and wrapped in messy bandages. Wiping the sweat dripping from his forehead, he tried to reassure himself. Well, the others are definitely struggling just as much anyway. The only one who can actually compete with me for the top spot is Qin Chu, but she's still running in a party. Her points will be split right down the middle. Thinking about this, a smug smirk spread across Hongwu's face. The top spot in Southern Province this year is definitely mine. He looked up at the sky and roared, wanting the entire world to acknowledge his victory. Ha ha ha, Principal. Are you seeing my incredible performance right now? Recruiters of the top 10 universities. You better hurry up and send me my admission letters right now. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the principals kept their eyes glued to Lu Fan's every move. Principal Bai could not hide the anxiety in his voice as he spoke. It is already floor 50. Even the strongest top scorers from previous years could only reach this point at best. Beside him, another principal of his same age spoke up with a dead serious expression. This floor is the real turning point. Lu Fan must not get careless. From here on, his climbing speed is bound to slow down. Both of them turned their tense gazes back to the screen, watching and discussing his progress. Cutting over to nightmare difficulty, floor 50, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye were making their way cautiously through a vast, snow-covered wasteland. Xiao Ye, with her massive body, stayed close behind Lu Fan, using her massive frame to shield him from the brutal, howling blizzard. Lu Fan pulled up the system screen and was instantly stunned. He was looking at the brand new skills Xiao Ye had just unlocked after leveling up. The system prompt showed, you have acquired the skill Dragon Form Shift, featuring 4 initial forms. A detailed breakdown popped up. Hatchling form, all stats and mana consumption are reduced by 50%. Dragon Girl form, unlocked through a blood contract, is currently locked. Giant Dragon form, strength is reduced by 50%, but spirit is boosted by 100%. Bonus skills, Incinerate All and Lava Burst. Next was the World Ender form, spirit is reduced by 50%, but strength is boosted by 100%. Newly acquired skills, Cataclysmic Ruin and Dragon Roar for the Giant Dragon and World Ender forms. As these skill names flashed through Lu Fan's mind, he suddenly froze. He could feel the ground beneath him shaking violently as giant boulders began raining down from above. Right after, a blinding crimson light erupted from the snow-covered mountain peak in the distance. The system popped up info on the new enemy. Amethyst Mountain Giant, level 20, boss. Skill 1, Mountain Sweep. A giant stone arm sweeps across all targets in front, dealing massive physical damage. Skill 2, Earth Shatter. The boss leaps high and slams straight into the ground, causing 5 consecutive shockwaves. Each shockwave deals 10 to 35% of the target's maximum health. Passive skill, Amethyst Golem Armor. Reduces all incoming magic damage by 50% and resists all armor-piercing attacks. Principal Bai gasped in shock, his voice filled with concern for Lu Fan. It is a tier 3 boss of nightmare difficulty. How? How can he possibly defeat that thing? In the suffocating tension of the room, The principal sitting next to him could only let out a heavy sigh, worry etched deep into his wrinkled face. Like I said, this is the real turning point, he repeated in a grim voice. For the remaining floors, Lu Fan's climbing speed is bound to grind to a halt. He glanced at the leaderboard, his mind filled with mixed emotions. With this score, Lu Fan's top spot in Jianghai is already set in stone. Even the #1 spot in Southern Province is practically in his hands. But why? Why on earth is such a talented student not from our first academy? Back on the battlefield, the Amethyst Mountain Giant let out an earth-shattering roar and charged straight toward Lu Fan. The system flashed, notifying that the boss had activated Mountain Sweep. Lu Fan calmly looked over the enemy analysis screen. Watching the towering behemoth charge right at him, he muttered, "A 50% magic damage reduction, huh?" He smirked, fully embracing the challenge. Well, since I'm already halfway through, it makes sense that the difficulty would scale up like crazy. In that case. Lu Fan smiled, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. "Xiao Ye, let's test out your World Ender form, shall we?" Xiao Ye let out an excited roar, as if agreeing with her master's decision. She immediately lunged forward to deliver a preemptive strike. A blazing red aura of fire erupted from Xiao Ye's entire body. Its terrifying heat was too much for the Amethyst Mountain Giant to handle, forcing it to take a few steps back. At the same time, Xiao Ye began her transformation. Her entire body was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black world-ending true fire, making her look incredibly eerie and menacing. Jet-black bone armor began to form, wrapping around the giant dragon's entire body, from her sharp claws to her long, spiked tail. Finally, Xiao Ye opened her eyes, her fiery gaze gleaming with the cold touch of death. A completely new form, worlds apart from before, had emerged. The Black Dragon, World Destroyer form. Her strength increased from 1,456 to 2,912, a plus 100% boost. Agility is at 1,104. Spirit increased from 712 to 1,424, with a 50% reduction to her 1,503 defense. Unlocked skills: Great Cataclysm and Dragon Roar. In the observation room, all three elders were completely stunned, utterly speechless. Principal Bai was the first to snap out of it, stammering, What on earth is this? She actually has another combat form?" Mr. Qin frowned, a flicker of worry crossing his face. These transformation forms were truly terrifying, far exceeding all expectations and sending a chill down everyone's spine. Back on the intense battlefield, Lu Fan suddenly sensed a deadly presence creeping up behind him and instinctively dodged to the side. Just as the Amethyst Mountain Giant was about to launch a deadly ambush, he cried out, "Xiao Ye!" The system once again updated information on Xiao Ye's transformation. This time, it was a strengthening buff, Dragon's Encouragement, Strength Covenant. Her strength increased from 2,112 to 3,785. Agility increased from 1,104 to 1,435. Spirit went from 712 to 925. Durability rose from 1,503 to 1,953. Wasting no time, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye charged forward together, the Black Dragon's giant jaws launching a head-on assault. To everyone's surprise, the mighty level 20 boss monster was easily sent flying. Back in the room, the principals were utterly shocked, chills running down their spines at Lu Fan's true power. Principal Bai looked over at his counterpart, his mind racing as he calculated, a strike from those giant jaws. That level 20 boss just crumbled so easily. The force of that blow must have dealt over 2,000 points of damage. Just one hit was enough to completely shatter the boss's defense. Suddenly, another massive stone arm swung out from behind, trying to grab Lu Fan. But unfortunately for the beast, he had already anticipated the move. He dodged spectacularly, instantly activating Dragon Blood armor combined with Dragon Claw to launch a fierce counterattack. Mr. Qin turned to Xianxiong and asked, "Are you still in a daze after seeing that performance?" With a proud tone, Xianxiong replied, "Old Qin, with Lu Fan's current strength, don't you feel lucky that I stopped you in time earlier?" Back to Lu Fan. After swiftly dodging the powerful physical attack, he spun around and immediately unleashed his World Destroyer Dragon Roar. An earth-shattering roar echoed across the battlefield, dealing massive damage to all targets within range, along with a comprehensive weakening debuff. He turned to remind Xiao Ye, this will be the finishing blow. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Fan suddenly felt that something was off. As if reading his mind, Xiaoye acted a step ahead of him. Without waiting for her master's command, she instantly unleashed her ultimate skill, Great Cataclysm. A destructive shockwave erupted from beneath the ground, dealing devastating damage to the target, while also carrying a high chance of sending the enemy falling into the abyss of the newly created spatial rifts. Immediately after Xiaoye unleashed her ultimate, the amethyst area. After the battle, the Black Dragon had reached level 12. Lu Fan solemnly assessed the situation, thinking to himself, leveled up again. Choosing nightmare difficulty was definitely the right call. The system notified that Lu Fan had reached level 17. He relaxed his expression, flashing a gentle smile at Xiaoye, who was standing beside him. The difficulty of the current floors no longer seemed to pose much of a challenge for them. Just by clearing floor after floor, the experience they gathered was incredibly substantial. Floor 50 was completed just like that. Without any delay, Lu Fan quickly walked toward the door leading to the next floor. Mr. Qin slowly put out his half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray on the table, then turned to the neighboring principal and said calmly, "It seems 50 floors of nightmare difficulty still aren't enough to cause Lu Fan any trouble." Although the other principal was reluctant, he couldn't deny the obvious truth right before his eyes. A giant dragon. The power of a giant dragon truly exceeds all our common knowledge. Principal Bai turned to ask Xianxiang, "Envoy, you're from the dragon capital, so your knowledge must be far broader than ours. Can you tell just how much that giant dragon's power has increased after she changed her form?" Xianxiang fell silent for a moment before replying, his voice still trembling slightly. "I once had the privilege of witnessing some of the great figures in the dragon capital make their moves. If we use that as a benchmark, then after transforming, that giant dragon's stats would be at least over 2,500 points. Everyone in the room was shocked by this number. 2,500 points, just as I predicted. Maybe even higher than that. Principal Bai calculated in his head, his heart racing. That number was absolutely terrifying. The other elder spoke up and suggested, since he's already cleared the 50th floor anyway, why don't we try using the X plus 10 formula to estimate? Once we do that, everything should be much clearer. Mr. Qin looked confused, turning around to ask, X plus 10? Principal Bai nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's the 10 plus 1 format created by the first scholar who designed this trial tower. Once a challenger passes the 50th floor, we can use this number 10 to predict the number of monsters they'll have to face. Every challenger is guaranteed to encounter the boss of the Hongwu Tower and the Wolf Pack. That last wave was a clear example, just like how Qin Chu is currently facing another amethyst giant right now. This mechanism was designed to make the trial tower feel like a real-world dungeon, where your life is constantly on the line. He lowered his voice, explaining further. However, on nightmare difficulty, even with the 10 plus 1 mechanism, all the normal monsters are replaced by powerful bosses, scaling to the nightmare level. The principal looked a bit worried. Under the Nightmare's 10 plus 1 format, there won't just be a single boss, and their stats will be boosted significantly. Yet, the white-haired, middle-aged man, Mr. Qin, remained incredibly calm. He casually lit a new cigarette, exhaling a soft puff of smoke before replying, "True, but just look at Lu Fan." Remembering Lu Fan, the image of the young man fighting with absolute focus flashed through his mind. Every single movement fast as a lightning storm, unleashing one fatal blow after another at his enemies, leaving the monsters with zero time to react. Completely helpless as they were obliterated. That kid doesn't care about this 10 plus 1 mechanism at all. Meanwhile, in another part of the trial tower, the system announced that the 70th floor had been cleared. Black Dragon had reached level 13, and Lu Fan had reached level 18. Lu Fan had just wrapped up a brutal, exhausting battle. His eyes flashed with determination, mixed with a hint of annoyance as he thought, just as I suspected, after floor 50, the difficulty of this tower has completely changed. There are way more monsters, and they're much stronger, but with Xiao Ye's world-ending form, I don't even need to overthink it. Having wiped out the last wave of monsters, Lu Fan wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, turned to Xiao Ye, and said with determination, "Let's go, Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye let out a low growl in response, signaling she was ready for the next challenge. Staring intensely at the monitor, the principal couldn't hide his shock, his voice cracking in disbelief. It's only been 10 minutes, and Lu Fan has already reached floor 70? The bald old man sitting behind him, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke up with a serious tone. Honestly, the design of the trial tower this time is easily the most difficult in history. He looked incredibly solemn, his eyes filled with deep thought. With such ridiculous scaling, I was originally wondering if any challenger could even make it to floor 80. Before he could even finish his sentence, right in the middle of his thoughts, the system flashed a new notification. Floor 70, 6 cleared. Lu Fan was now standing right in front of the gate, leading to the next stage. A massive, hideous creature, resembling a mutated earthworm, wide opened its mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow him whole. His eyes narrowed with intense focus as he began to channel his dragon blood armor magic. Right at that exact moment, the system chimed again. Black Dragon reached level 14. Lu Fan reached level 19. In the blink of an eye, like a raging hurricane sweeping through, Lu Fan crushed the 83rd stage with perfect ease. The system flashed once more, announcing his mind-blowing achievement. Floor 80, 3 cleared. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, the principal was talking with Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, over the years, the principal's voice grew heavy with worry. We've seen so many brilliant geniuses, but too often, driven by blind ambition, they push themselves past their absolute limits just to force power levels. In the end, they were completely broken. Some even lost their lives right here inside this trial tower. Mr. Chin remained completely unbothered. Taking a slow sip of his tea, he replied, "Well, they already made it to floor 70, or 80. They were just one small step away from the ultimate reward of this entire trial. Who could possibly just give up at a time like that?" The principal pointed at the system board, which was currently displaying the information of the Academy's top elite students. His face was flushed with absolute, unadulterated shock. That kid might actually become the first person in history to clear all 100 floors of this trial tower. After a brief moment of silent calculation, Elder Wang spoke up to stop them. "Hold on, calm down, everyone. Even though the bosses in this tower are slightly weaker than their original versions in the actual secret realms, don't forget just how insane the difficulty of the 99th floor is." Right then, another man in the room suddenly shouted in pure excitement, "Look, Lu Fan, he's already reached the 99th floor." Hearing this, the principal was completely shocked. He instantly looked up at the system screen and let out a gasp of utter disbelief. Deep within the dark and gloomy nightmare level 99th floor, Lu Fan calmly strolled forward all by himself. He casually walked toward his target. At the top of the ancient stone stairs stood a massive boulder. Lodged deep in the very center of it was an ancient sword radiating a bizarre, eerie aura. Suddenly, a squad of fully armored soldiers materialized out of thin air, surrounding him, and there was one incredibly creepy detail about them. They were all completely headless. The flickering candles around the room suddenly flared up violently. A bone-chilling wind swept through the chamber, but none of this could shake Lu Fan's resolve. Suddenly, one of the headless monsters moved. It raised its weapon high and let out a murderous roar. "Kill!" The system quickly pulled up the monster's details. Headless Doomsday Knight, level 55, boss. Doomsday penetration. When a knight strikes a target, it applies a piercing effect, inflicting an additional 400% true damage. Doomsday counterattack. If any knight in the group is injured, all remaining knights will simultaneously trigger a devastating counterattack. Doomsday lightning. The knights' dual swords are infused with lightning, which boosts their attack speed and inflicts continuous lightning damage. Doomsday execute. When the target's HP drops below 15%, the knight will lock onto them and unleash a finishing blow, instantly killing the target. Doomsday Covenant. Passive. The four knights share their HP and defense stats with each other, boosting their overall durability by 400%. Reading through the details, Lu Fan thought to himself, "Headless Knights from the Fallen Kingdom? That's a very famous secret realm. After all, every secret realm is based on real events that once happened in history. Just like the Novice Village, the Fallen Kingdom was the tragic result of a powerful empire being invaded and wiped out by a massive undead army. The Headless Knight gripped its great sword tightly in its hand, raising it high above its head before roaring savagely. "Intruder!" it screamed, unleashing a lightning-fast, one-handed slash straight at Lu Fan. Slash. The system immediately flashed a notification. Skill activated. Doomsday. Slash. Seeing this powerful strike, Lu Fan calmly analyzed. Shared HP, huh? If that's the case, a lightning blitz to end this quickly is our best bet. Since I don't have any hard crowd control, I'll have to rely entirely on pure burst damage. Showing absolutely no fear, Lu Fan charged straight at the Headless Knight. He leapt high into the air, aiming directly at the monsters below, and shouted, "I'm taking out all four of you at once." The headless knights below seemed to sense the looming danger. They simultaneously pointed their cold, sharp weapons up at Lu Fan and roared in unison, "To defy the king is a death sentence." The system flashed another alert. Skill activated. Doomsday penetration. Looking at the sharp weapons pointed straight at him, Lu Fan unleashed a storm of rapid strikes. But as he spun around, he suddenly realized another headless knight had silently appeared right behind him. He instantly spun back around and launched a lightning-fast strike at the monster. Yet, his blade slash did absolutely no damage. Frowning slightly, he thought, "I can't pierce its defense?" Suddenly, yet another headless knight appeared right behind Lu Fan. With fiery eyes blazing inside its empty sockets, it glared at him and roared, "Heinous crime!" The system suddenly flashed. Skill activated. Doomsday counterattack. Just as it was about to swing its weapon at him, Lu Fan spun around and countered with even greater speed. "So what if it's a doomsday counterattack?" he shouted with pure anger. At that exact moment, Xiao Ye received Lu Fan's command. In her doomsday black dragon form, she unleashed a truly devastating attack. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, unleashing a terrifying wave of destruction that threatened to blow the ancient castle to pieces. In an instant, the entire squad of headless knights was completely wiped out. Lu Fan nodded in deep satisfaction and praised her. "Great job, Xiao Ye." Just as Lu Fan is feeling completely satisfied with what he just accomplished, a strange noise suddenly echoes from the rubble right behind him. Crawling out from the debris, another headless knight, who looks like their leader, is slowly rising to his feet. The monster roars in pure rage. "For your sheer stupidity, you will pay with your lives." Just then, a new system notification flashes before him, activating world-destroying thunder. The moment the beast swings its weapon and charges, Lu Fan instantly raises his blade to block the blow. But that is not all. Right then, a massive horde of headless knights suddenly spawns out of thin air, looking way more numerous and savage than the last bunch. This catches him completely off guard. They just keep spawning, relentlessly swarming Lu Fan from every single direction. To dodge the relentless storm of attacks, Lu Fan leaps high into the air, using these precious few seconds to think of a plan. "I can't waste any more time here. I need to reach floor 100 as fast as possible." The system warns that a skill is charging up. Lu Fan shouts, ordering Xiao Ye to get ready. A split second later, Xiao Ye unleashes a massive blast of energy straight down, completely engulfing the entire horde of headless knights. They are instantly buried in a sea of scorching lava. The system confirms the blazing lava skill is active. Channeling the sheer wrath of the black dragon, Xiao Ye breathes out a highly destructive stream of pure fire energy, hitting the knights head-on. With absolutely no time to react, they take the devastating attack full-on, their bodies slowly crumbling to ash in the raging inferno. Instantly, a barrage of new system alerts pops up. Floor 99 cleared. The black dragon has leveled up to level 15. The black dragon has learned a new skill, Cataclysm. Seeing how much he has gained from this, Lu Fan can't help but grin with satisfaction. That's my boy, Xiao Ye, learning yet another incredibly powerful skill. Lu Fan himself also levels up, hitting level 20. He lets out a soft sigh of relief, thinking that only the final floor is left. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, the bald old man gasps in utter shock. The gate to the final floor, the highest level of the trial tower. It has actually opened. Even Mr. Chin is looking incredibly anxious now. Yet, a spark of anticipation gleams in his eyes. It looks like we might be lucky enough to witness history being made right before our eyes today. The principal still can't hide the absolute shock plastered on his face. The 100th floor. Isn't that place literally designed to be impossible to beat? Meanwhile, Lu Fan slowly steps through the final portal leading to floor 100. He walks up and reaches out to pull an ancient sword, which is embedded deep in a stone altar at the center of the room. The very instant he draws it, a massive surge of pure, raw energy suddenly bursts forth. The energy radiates intensely from where the sword was just pulled. Lu Fan gasps in surprise. What on earth is this? Suddenly, the sword in his hand begins to dissolve. The blade completely vanishes into thin air. He seems to realize something, muttering, "Is this really floor 100? A deep, booming, ancient voice echoes through the entire chamber. "Indeed. Welcome, challenger. Lu Fan. You and your black dragon have reached the final stage. Floor 100. Nightmare difficulty. Staring at the massive army of undead warriors appearing before him, all armed to the teeth, Lu Fan can't help but marvel at the sight. A complete, fully realized Fallen Kingdom dungeon. Incredible. Just then, the system pops up with information on the enemy. Undead Legion, numbers, over 500. Standing before him is a terrifying army of white skeletons, their hollow eye sockets staring right back. Glimmering like flickering sparks from the depths of hell, their savage gazes lock onto Lu Fan, as if they want to tear him apart and devour him whole. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, muttering to himself, "Another undead army? But this time, they are on a whole different scale. A monstrous figure." Clearly, the commander of this undead host sits proudly on a throne of bleached bones, looking down from above. Its massive body is shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. Right on cue, the system pulls up its detailed stats. The Doom Emperor, level 60. The final boss of Nightmare difficulty. Lu Fan thinks to himself, Xiao Ye is still in his destroyer form. I should test the power of the destroyer form and those new skills we just unlocked. The system details the Black Dragon's new skill, Cataclysm, which triggers a 3-stage chain of continuous damage. This skill causes explosions along the Black Dragon's flight path, dealing area of effect damage with a burning effect as he charges straight at the target. It deals massive single-target damage, culminating in a devastating wide-scale explosion. Reviewing the skill description, he smiles. It's time to test the true power of the destroyer form and these brand new skills. Sensing his master's burning battle spirit, Xiao Ye lets out a fierce, blood-pumping roar. Lu Fan, too, is absolutely loving the intense atmosphere of the upcoming showdown. Completely hyped up, he calls out, his voice echoing, "This is the final floor. Xiao Ye, let's go grab that final reward together." Gripping his blade tightly, Lu Fan points the razor-sharp edge directly at the Doom Emperor and yells, "Xiao Ye!" He lets out a roaring battle cry, completely fearless. With an imposing aura, he resolutely ordered her to switch to her Destruction Dragon form. The moment the World Destroyer Black Dragon received its master's command, a massive change took place in its body. With a majestic roar, a massive wave of destructive energy erupted from its body. Its wings were completely enveloped in a blazing, hellish fire. At this moment, its entire body had completely transformed, turning into a black dragon in its true destruction form. The system also quickly popped up a notification about this transformation. Black Dragon has switched to destruction form. Strength, 1,484. Agility, 255. Spirit, 7,202. Constitution, 2,903. Skills obtained, all-consuming flames and bursting lava. In the monitoring room, the principal stared at the system screen and couldn't help but shout in shock. Again? There is even a third form? Mr. Chin was also deeply shocked, murmuring, "This raging, destructive fire. Lu Fan, does this kid still have this many trump cards hidden up his sleeve?" Suddenly, an undead night monster nearby let out a raspy shriek. "Protect the Emperor! All forces, charge!" At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Undead Legion. Current count, 500 plus. The undead monsters immediately swarmed forward, brandishing their weapons, charging at Lu Fan like a dark tide. Lu Fan let out a spirited shout, his eyes filled with intense excitement and not a single trace of fear. "Xiao Ye, let's welcome them." The system displayed a notification that a skill was being activated. In her Destruction Dragon form, Xiao Ye soared into the air, then dived straight into the surging crowd of the Undead Legion. Lu Fan didn't hesitate for a single second either, immediately rushing forward to attack. Suddenly, Lu Fan turned around to look at the Black Dragon and shouted a command, "Xiao Ye, use Great Cataclysm right now." Hearing her master's order, the Destruction Black Dragon instantly transformed. Raging flames of hell continually spewed from her eyes, burning with pure destruction. The undead soldiers still kept charging forward, relentlessly attacking from all sides. An earth-shaking explosion instantly erupted, its destructive force tearing everything around them into dust and ashes. The system continuously flashed updates on the enemy's numbers. Undead Legion, 458 remaining. Undead Legion, 380, 1 remaining. Undead Legion, 267 remaining. Undead Legion, 170, 3 remaining. Skill activated, Great Cataclysm. Looking at the terrifying, destructive scene before his eyes, the bald principal was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He could only mutter, Is this really a power that a student can master and control?" Mr. Chin couldn't hide his utter shock either. The undead legion was almost completely wiped out with a single move. Lu Fan kept charging forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating attacks at the remaining undead monsters. Meanwhile, the system screen kept flashing updates. Undead Legion, 98 remaining. Undead Legion, 42 remaining. The surviving undead monsters shrieked in anger and despair. How dare a presumptuous fool act so insolently before the Emperor? Kneel down and atone for your sins. Even under the heavy onslaught, Lu Fan remained calm, swiftly dodging their attacks. He shouted a command to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, back me up. The destruction black dragon immediately shot forward like a black arrow, plunging right into the center of the enemy's encirclement. The system displayed a notification. Undead Legion, 37 remaining, rushing toward the target. Skill activated. Great Cataclysm. Stage 3, triggering an explosion with a powerful burn effect at the landing location. Letting out one final roar, the destruction black dragon's body seemed to transform once again as her power soared at a dizzying speed. The principal stood frozen in utter shock. The 4 undead knights, the strongest guards of the World Destroyer Emperor, were instantly wiped out? Mr. Chin thought to himself, his expression incredibly complex. It seems even the hardest level of this trial tower still can't show us the true limits of Lu Fan's power. Looking up at the score display, the bald principal couldn't help but marvel. 980,000 points. For 30 years, not a single person has been able to break the 1 million point milestone. He's only one step away. Can Lu Fan really claim the ultimate prize of this trial? Principal Bai chimed in, his voice filled with excitement. On top of that, this year's exam is the hardest in history, so the rewards will definitely be incredibly generous. We'll get at least 3 rare, epic tier items or better. Having cleared out all the small fry in his way, Lu Fan strode forward with supreme confidence, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He called out mockingly, now that the lackeys are all cleaned up, aren't you going to show yourself? The final boss of this place. Lu Fan called out the final boss, the World Destroyer Emperor, by name. A thick plume of pitch-black smoke began to rise from the throne. The massive silhouette of someone clad in pitch-black armor slowly emerged from the smoke. The final boss has finally shown his face. He is riding a jet-black iron warhorse, his entire body radiating a suffocating aura of death. He lets out a contemptuous roar, his voice dripping with arrogance. Insignificant brat, you're nothing but a brainless brute. The system displays the final notification for the enemy count. Undead Legion. Current status. 1 boss. Lu Fan doesn't show a single trace of fear, subtly signaling Xiao Ye with his eyes. Xiao Ye prepares to unleash its full power, prompting another notification to flash across the system screen. Passive skill activated. Dragon Claw is now enhanced by Dragon Blood armor, transforming his arm into a devastating dragon claw, with power scaling directly off the black dragon's strength. The legendary grade boss, the world-destroying emperor, lets out a startled gasp but struggles to maintain his fierce, menacing facade. Go to hell, he roars, swinging his massive broadsword in a devastating downward strike toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan instantly raises his weapon, blocking the devastating blow head-on. Lu Fan roars, ordering Xiao Ye, incinerate all things. The destruction black dragon lunges forward, slamming its massive, spiked tail directly into the world-destroying emperor before he can even react. He takes the blow dead on, screaming in agony. Arg! The system immediately displays the details of the skill just unleashed. Incinerate all things. Stage 1. The destruction dragon flaps its wings, unleashing 4 colossal fire tornadoes that deal massive damage to any target caught in their wake. Sent flying by the brutal impact, the world-destroying emperor stumbles backward. Suddenly, he senses something terribly wrong inside his body as his strength begins to plummet at a terrifying speed. Overcome with shock and panic, he gasps, My power. What is happening to my power? Lu Fan chuckles in amusement, mocking him. What's the matter? Just realized you're growing weaker? Meanwhile, the system screen flashes with crucial notifications, confirming that the passive effect, Aura of Resentment, has been successfully triggered. The stats for the rare resentment ring appear. Requires level 15. Stats granted. Spirit plus 57, Stamina plus 21, and Strength plus 12. Its special effect, Aura of Resentment, allows the user to mark any target of choice. Every attack from this target accumulates resentment. Once fully charged, it inflicts severe debuffs such as poison, bleeding, or stun. Fueled by pure rage upon hearing this, the world-destroying emperor roars in fury. You miserable bastard! Seizing the moment the boss is blinded by rage, Lu Fan immediately strikes, commanding at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Ye, do it. Incinerate all things, stage 2. Without hesitation, the Destruction Black Dragon unleashes its next devastating strike, targeting the boss directly. Once again, he shrieks in agonizing pain. As his horrific screams echo through the arena, the system continues to update. Incinerate all things, stage 2. The Destruction Dragon flaps its wings, collapsing all 4 fire tornadoes into a single point to trigger a catastrophic explosion of pure destruction. The massive body of the world-destroying Emperor is sent flying like a rag doll, crashing straight into his own throne of bones. Before he can even utter a sound, Lu Fan materializes right in front of him with unbelievable speed. Without a single second of hesitation, he plunges his razor-sharp weapon deep into the center of the boss's chest. The agonizing pain leaves him capable of nothing but desperate, pathetic groans. Lu Fan's blade is so remarkably sharp and durable that it tears clean through the boss's body, pinning him deep into the bone throne behind him. A barrage of final victory notifications rapidly fills the system screen. The Black Dragon has reached level 17, Lu Fan has reached level 22, and the entire Undead Legion, with their current count dropping to 0, has been completely wiped out. Lu Fan lets out a deep sigh of relief as sweat pours down his forehead. It's over. It's finally over. Xiao Ye. When the principal sees the final score screen, he is so dumbfounded that his voice begins to tremble. 1,000,000 points. The legendary milestone that no one had been able to reach for 30 years has finally been shattered. Even the white-haired Mr. Chin can't hide his admiration as he comments, "It looks like your academy is going to enjoy a massive boost in reputation thanks to this." Lu Fan walks away with a satisfied smile. Turning to the Destruction Black Dragon, which is gradually shrinking back to its smaller size, he says affectionately, "The exam is over. Let's go home. Xiao Ye, are you already craving my home-cooked meals?" As if understanding its master's words, Xiao Ye lets out a soft, happy rumble. Grrr. Simultaneously, a grand congratulatory notification pops up on the system. Floor 100 cleared. Congratulations to candidate Lu Fan for successfully conquering the nightmare grade trial of the Southern Province. Lu Fan falls into deep thought. I originally thought I'd have to wait until level 30, after my second-class advancement, to get a crowd control skill. I never expected to acquire one this early. From now on, syncing my skills with Xiao Ye is going to be so much easier. Suddenly, the details of his skill reward pop up. It is the rare Ice Dragon King's Frost Rage skill book, a class-specific skill book for dragon tamers and dragon language mages, requiring level 20. The description reads, upon use, the user learns the magic spell Frost Rage, allowing them to release a burst of absolute 0 temperature within a designated area. Deals ice magic damage along with slowing and freezing effects. The duration, damage output, and area of effect vary based on the casting time. Lu Fan goes back to weighing his options for the gear rewards. An agility ring? Even though Xiao Ye can't benefit from the bonus stats, it'll still be incredibly useful for me. The system displays the details for the rare Wind Spirit ring. It requires level 20, granting plus 77 agility, plus 35 stamina, and plus 32 spirit. The special effect, Whisper of the Wind Spirit, grants the wearer the blessing of the Wind Spirit, permanently boosting base agility by 35%. Lu Fan does some quick calculations in his head, his eyes shining with satisfaction as he thinks about the legendary cloak. It's a perfect match for Xiao Ye's destructive giant dragon form. This gear reduces ice damage while boosting fire damage. It's absolutely amazing. The details for the legendary Flame Bone Cloak appear clearly. It requires level 20, giving plus 20 stamina, plus 79 spirit, plus 56 ice magic power, and plus 54 agility. The special effect, a Rising Bone Flame, reduces incoming damage from fire and ice attacks by 30%, cuts crowd control duration by 50%, and boosts the ice and fire skill damage of both the user and their pet by 30%. Lu Fan closes the skill book, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It's time to head back. He decides to recall her for now so she can rest after the intense battle. A system notification chimes, teleportation in progress. Stepping into the opening portal, he thinks to himself, now all I have to do is go home, kick back, and wait for the acceptance list to come out. Right then, an excited voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Lu Fan, you little rascal, how on earth did you get so damn good? That's Principal Xia's voice. The top scholar, You are the absolute pride of our school." With eyes shining like headlights, the principal rushes excitedly toward Lu Fan, his voice overflowing with pride. "From now on, your photo will be hung in the most prominent spot on our school's wall of fame, forever." Standing nearby, Mr. Chin can only sigh and shake his head at the principal's antics. 2.1. You're really something. Your school's wall of fame is literally covered with memorial photos of heroes who died fighting the invading beasts. Are you trying to jinx the kid or what? Hearing those words, Principal Xia's face turns beet red with anger, and he shouts back, "Get the hell away from me. Even if you're his uncle, not mine." Lu Fan broke the exam record that stood for so many years. His future is going to be beyond anything you can imagine. Haha, well, no matter how you look at it, this exam really gave Lu Fan the perfect opportunity to show off his full strength, didn't it? A familiar, calm voice suddenly speaks up from behind them. "Lu Fan, even though I thought I was prepared, you still completely blew me away in this exam." Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly turns around and replies politely, "Uncle Chin, I've met all the conditions we agreed on. So I guess that princess from the Taiki nation won't be coming over to throw a crying fit anymore, right?" Mr. Chin just gives a soft laugh. "Of course, I'll keep my end of the bargain. As for your teacher, he should be getting the news soon too." 2.1. Lu Fan can't help but feel shocked when Mr. Chin mentions his teacher, his eyes widening as he looks at him. 2.1. Mr. Chin just smiles mysteriously and continues, "Don't worry about that. Right now, the most important thing you need to do is think carefully about which university is the best fit for you." 2.1. The people around them start whispering excitedly, showering Lu Fan with endless praise. That's for sure. All 10 of the top universities are definitely going to fight tooth and nail over you. 2.1. The big bosses in the southern province definitely won't miss this chance to recruit you and get on your good side. You have to be extremely careful with those people. Don't let them take advantage of you. By the way, where's your dragon? Hurry up and summon it so we can take a look." While everyone is crowding around him, a strange man standing in a dark corner looks at him with a bizarre expression. Without saying a single word, he quietly pulls down his hat and turns to walk away. At the same time, an angry voice shouts from the crowd, "Are you out of your mind? Summoning a giant dragon here would completely trash the school." Meanwhile, another gentler voice chimes in, "Congratulations, Lu Fan. With a score this incredible, no one is going to take away your title of top scholar for at least another 50 years. At the northernmost border of the Dragon Nation, in an untamed level 60 danger zone, the weather is brutal, with bone-chilling cold and endless snowfall blanketing the entire sky. Inside a sturdy military base, a dignified, middle-aged man calmly monitors the battle situation on a complex array of screens. He grabbed the bottle of liquor, took a massive swig, and slammed it onto the metal table with a sharp clank. "Ah, now that hits the spot," he yelled out, looking completely satisfied. This man was none other than the Marquis of Zhenbei, Tu Jing, a living legend of the Dragon Nation. During a rare moment of peace, a steady knock echoed at the door. In a deep, steady voice, Tu Jing called out, "Come in." A young man bundled up in a thick coat quickly stepped inside. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Forgive the interruption, Marquis." The moment he saw him, Tu Jing cut straight to the chase. "Did you find the evidence?" The young man respectfully placed a thick folder on the table and replied, "Yes, Marquis. All the evidence is right here. We can now confirm that the suspicions of your student, Qin Shanhai, are absolutely correct." He pulled a stack of detailed notes from his pocket and laid out the facts clearly. Based on the conversation with envoy Qian Xiong, Qin Shanhai suspected that Wei Changfeng, a high-ranking official in the Dragon capital, has been colluding with the Jin family of the Taiki nation. After a thorough investigation, we confirmed that Princess Jinju's arrival in the Dragon Nation to study abroad, along with her personal dragon tamer, was completely arranged and approved by Lord Wei Changfeng, so it really was him. Hearing this, fury flashed across Tu Jing's face as his hands clenched into tight fists. The young man continued, his voice dripping with anger. "On the surface, both the Jin family and Lord Wei constantly preach about maintaining friendly relations between our nations. But in reality, Lord Wei has been secretly granting the Jin family illegal privileges and massive benefits. In return, the Jin family rewarded him with enormous wealth." Tu Jing let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. "Ha! No wonder he had the audacity to openly send an envoy to arrest a young dragon tamer from our own nation." Suddenly, He squeezed the empty bottle in his hand until it shattered into 1,000 sharp pieces. Wei Changfeng, that traitorous bastard. He actually dared to help the royal princess of Taiki act so arrogantly and run rampant right on our own soil. Overwhelmed with rage, Tu Jing slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Pointing straight at the young man, he barked, "Go and deliver my command to Wei Changfeng right now. Tell him I am stripping him of all his titles, positions, and power immediately. From this moment on, there is no place in the dragon capital for a traitor like him." He ordered with absolute authority, "Go, right now. If he has any objections, tell him to come and talk to me face to face. As for the Jin family, if they dare try to contact Wei Changfeng again, then send an entire delegation to pay them a visit. We'll see how they like that." Veins bulged on his forehead and temples from pure rage. Shaken by the terrifying outburst, the young man quickly bowed his head. "Yes, sir. Your subordinate will execute the order immediately." Suddenly, Tu Jing lowered his voice. "And one more thing. Find out which university that young dragon tamer, Lu Fan, decides to enroll in. Once you know, contact the school's president and make sure he gets the absolute best training resources available." The young man quickly replied, "Understood, sir." Watching the endless snow falling outside the window, a rare smile finally softened Tu Jing's face. To think the Dragon Nation has birthed such a legendary young talent. It's incredibly thrilling. Excellent. Once my mission here is wrapped up, I'll definitely have to find a way to meet this kid in person. Though, who knows when this current assignment of mine will finally end. The morning sun began to glow crimson, finally breaking through the fierce blizzard. Meanwhile, in a bustling metropolis miles away, the night brought a dazzling display of colorful neon lights. Inside a luxurious penthouse, a voice filled with rage and disbelief rang out. "You said what?" Wei Changfeng was stripped of his position by the Marquis of Zhenbei. Tu Jing, Princess Jinzhu of the Taiki nation, sat on a massive bed with a deep scowl, gripping her sleek phone. On the other end of the line, her subordinate's voice was trembling with caution. "Please calm your anger, Your Highness. We actually have some good news to share with you." Hearing this, Jinzhu only snapped back, even more irritated. "What kind of damn good news could you idiots possibly have? Without that old man Wei Changfeng backing us, how are we supposed to capture that annoying dragon tamer?" The subordinate quickly spoke up, trying to calm her down. "Your Highness, there is no need to waste your precious time on him anymore. The release of the national exam results is just around the corner. We just discovered that among the participants in this trial, besides that guy Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is actually another dragon tamer in Qingzhou City." Hearing this, Jinzhou seemed to realize something, and a devious, cunning smile spread across her face. "Well, that is indeed great news. Let's hope this one is a bit more cooperative and easier to control." Floating in mid-air, a magical purple system screen lit up with a notification. "Congratulations, candidate Hong Wu. Southern Province Trial. Dread level. Completed floor 72, scoring 89,250 points." At that moment, Hong Wu stepped out of the trial's secret realm, his entire body covered in bandages from head to toe, and his clothes torn to shreds and caked in mud. Even though he was panting heavily, his face was smug and self-satisfied as he mumbled to himself. "Whew, that was way too close. I almost kicked the bucket back there. But floor 72? Ha, the top spot this year is definitely mine. The top 10 elite universities will be tearing each other apart just to recruit me. And I heard the prizes this year are incredibly massive. This is my ticket to the big leagues." Finally, Hong Wu looked up and glanced around. Seeing everyone gathered and chatting excitedly, he asked in confusion, "Huh? Why is everyone so hyped up? Why are there so many principals here spectating today?" But soon, he stopped caring about what was happening around him and got lost in his own arrogant daydreams. He imagined Principal Xia walking up to him, giving him a warm pat on the shoulder, and saying, "With a mind-blowing score like that, the top spot is definitely yours, my boy." Then, he would respond with false modesty, "Oh, thank you, sir, but I just performed like I normally do." Thanks to this vivid imaginary scenario he played out in his head, Hong Wu was convinced that victory was already in his hands. They must be making all this noise because of the top scorer's arrival. It is my time to shine. With that thought, he looked around and spotted Principal Xia standing nearby. He eagerly ran over and greeted him. "Hello, Principal Xia." Principal Xia turned around. Seeing Hong Wu, he did not look surprised at all. He just gave a slight nod. "Oh, Hong Wu, are you done with your exam?" Hongwu happily reported his score to the bald old principal. Yes, sir. But I only managed to score 89,000 points. I'm not even sure if that's enough to get the top spot. Haha. He tried to play it down, but his tone was oozing with arrogance. The bald principal just stared at him blankly, then gently patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Don't sweat it. That's actually a very solid result. With a score like this, you can get into any university you want." Hearing those words, Hongwu was stunned, his face blank with confusion. Wait. And? The bald principal continued in a gentle tone. While academic performance is important, in everything you do, you must know your own limits. Look at you. Those injuries are no joke. Hurry up and get to the clinic to have them treated. Sensing the bald principal's rather lukewarm attitude, Hongwu could not help but feel a bit annoyed. He tried to comfort himself, thinking, did he really just mean, you did okay, but that's about it? How could he ignore such a massive score? Ah, he must want to remind me not to get cocky. He's doing this on purpose so I keep my attitude in check. After thinking it over, Hongwu said with utter sincerity, "Yes, sir, I understand. Thank you so much for your guidance, Principal." 7 days later, on the day the official results of the trial were released, a massive crowd of reporters, both men and women, swarmed right outside Lu Fan's house. The moment he stepped out, they immediately shoved their microphones toward him, competing to ask questions. Some of them even brought expensive gifts, trying to win him over. "Please, Mr. Lu, accept this small token of our appreciation. We would be honored to invite you to my private estate to chat and discuss your future. May I ask, Mr. Lu, which university do you plan to attend? Here, this is just a little welcoming gift. Please, do accept it. Do you plan to build your career in the Dragon Capital in the future, Mr. Lu? If so, we hope to have the honor of working with you." "Hey, quit shoving. Move out of the way. Let me through." The entire scene was absolute chaos. Suddenly, a kind-looking elderly man let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, today is the day the official results are out. So now, everyone knows that you are the absolute #1 in the southern province, right, Lu Fan?" That was Qin Shanhai, the principal of Jianghai High School. Seeing how chaotic it was outside, Han Kei, Lu Fan's older sister, stepped up and invited Qin Shanhai inside. "Mr. Qin, it is way too loud out there. Let's head inside to the living room first to talk." As soon as they walked in, Lu Fan's phone screen lit up with a notification showing a massive deposit into his bank account. Seeing this, Qin Shanhai smiled and explained, "That is 50 million in cash. It is Jianghai City's official reward for this year's Southern Province top scorer. Here, go ahead and take it." Lu Fan didn't care much about the money, but he was curious about something else. "My exam score. It wasn't made public, was it?" Qin Shanhai replied, with a knowing tone. "Aside from this cash, there's also a special reward that Principal Bai from the #1 Academy sent personally to you." With that, he opened an ordinary-looking briefcase. Instantly, a blinding golden light burst from inside, forcing everyone to squint. An ancient book flew out of the briefcase. It had a sturdy, dark blue leather cover. Right in the center was embedded a brilliant, reddish-orange dragon eye gem. It was none other than the rare skill book, Blue Dragon King's Roar. A level 20 class skill book meant for dragon tamers and dragon language mages. According to the description, once used, the user learns the magic skill of the same name. It allows them to unleash a destructive blast of lightning forward, dealing lightning elemental magic damage with a massive paralyzing effect. Upon attacking, the user receives 20 stacks of lightning attribute buffs. Each subsequent attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to completely paralyze the target. Next was a small vial filled with a strange bluish-purple liquid. Tiny, sparkling bolts of lightning crackled continuously inside. It was the legendary Lightning Enhancement Potion, a consumable item that permanently boosts the power of all lightning elemental skills by 20%, while also increasing resistance to lightning damage. Staring at these highly valuable items, Lu Fan was secretly thrilled. A lightning elemental dragon language magic book, plus a lightning enhancement potion to make his skills even more devastating. First ice magic, and now I've got lightning magic too. I don't have to fully rely on Xiao Ye to deal magic damage anymore. However, the surprises didn't end there, as there were still other items inside the briefcase. He pulled out a gleaming, exquisitely crafted silver armor. It was the rare Breeze armor. It required level 20, granting plus 70 strength, plus 46 stamina, and a special effect called Gentle Breeze, which reduces damage taken while under crowd control effects by 30%. Next was a striking pair of black and white high-top boots. The legendary flash boots, requiring level 20, granting plus 68 strength, plus 54 stamina, and boasting the special skill, Flash Leap, which allows the wearer to teleport to any location within 50 meters with a 30-second cooldown. Qin Shanhai explained further, Principal Bai selected these very carefully, especially these flash boots. It lets you teleport quite a distance with just a 30-second cooldown. This is going to be incredibly useful in combat, Lu Fan thought to himself with excitement. I get both high mobility and damage reduction. I bet none of the other candidates who just finished the exam have gear this good. If I equip all of this, my stats might actually come close to how Xiao Ye's were right after she hatched. He accepted the briefcase loaded with valuable loot and offered a polite smile in return. These are skills and gear a mage usually has to wait until their second-class advancement to get. In that case, I will gladly accept them. Thank you. Lu Fan's system immediately pinged with notifications. You have learned the skill, Blue Dragon King's Roar. You have equipped the flash boots. You have equipped the breeze armor. You have received lightning enhancement potion ×1. Right then, Qin Chu, Qin Shanhai's daughter, walked in through the door and greeted them. Lu Fan, Sis Han, the representatives from all 10 top-tier universities have arrived in Jianghai City. My dad already invited them over to our house. So, I came here to pick up Lu Fan for his interviews. Seeing Qin Chu arrive, Han Ke said happily, Qin Chu, you're here. Our place sure is lively today. Lu Fan, still a bit dazed, asked, Wait, already? That fast? I mean, the exam results were literally just released. Qin Shanhai smiled warmly, his voice brimming with pride. For an exceptional talent like you, of course they'd rush over. They hopped on a flight the second they saw the video of your performance in the exam. Then, he leaned in close to Lu Fan's ear and whispered secretively, I've made sure your exam score and all your personal information are kept completely confidential. Aside from the administrations of the top 10 universities and the high-ranking leaders in the Dragon Capital, no one else can access that information. You're too special, Lu Fan. If another princess type shows up to cause trouble for you, it's going to be a real headache. As for the matter with Jinju, your master has already settled it completely, and he really wants to meet you, too. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile with joy. That's wonderful to hear. At that, Qin Shanhai patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and said that now wasn't the right time yet. He's currently on a mission in a very distant place. But there's no need to rush. You two will definitely get the chance to meet sooner or later. Suddenly, Qin Chu pulled out an elegant, light purple card, handed it to Lu Fan, and said, Lu Fan, please accept this. I originally came by last time to thank you, but unfortunately, we got caught up in Jinju's situation. Lu Fan was stunned when he saw the card and hurriedly waved his hands to decline. Is this a Bauhinia card? I can't accept this. Didn't we agree on just 100,000? This card was worth at least 10 million. Qin Shanhai patted Lu Fan's shoulder, warmly encouraging him to take it. This is just a small token of appreciation from our Qin family to thank you for saving Xiaoqi's squad back in Despair Village. So please, just take it and don't be shy. Besides, someone is taking the two of you to tour the Jiangshan Garden tonight. He teased that if Lu Fan was too shy to accept even this card, how on earth would he react when he saw the luxury villa the provincial committee was gifting him for being the top scorer? Hearing her father tease Lu Fan, Qin Chu got a bit annoyed and chimed in, Dad, stop teasing him, okay? Han Ke was absolutely stunned by this and stammered, Wait, a villa? Without another word, Qin Chu grabbed Lu Fan's hand and pulled him away in a hurry. Come on, it's getting late. We need to go meet the university representatives right now. Meanwhile, in a dense forest on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, a vintage, desert sand-colored pickup truck, one that looked incredibly expensive, was parked in a clearing. It belonged to Princess Jinju herself, who was perched on the roof of the truck, questioning Kui Hongtai. She asked about one of her top lackeys. What level is he at now? Kui Hongtai bowed cringingly and answered in a terrified voice. Yes, Princess. He has currently reached level 19, and his armored earth dragon is already level 14. Hearing this, Princess Jinju flashed a cunning, calculating smile and sneered, A dragon tamer really is something else. He's already able to solo a level 30 boss. The person she was referring to was Chen Tianji, another dragon tamer, who was currently at level 19. Right now, Chen Tianji was standing in another clearing, with a colossal monster looming right beside him. Its entire body was encased in thick golden armor, looking like a giant mutated scorpion. Suddenly, another massive monster charged out from the distance. It looked like a mutated deep blue gorilla. With a light blue mane on its head and neck, it aggressively rushed toward Chen Tianji, letting out fierce, terrifying growls. Seeing the gorilla beast, Chen Tianji didn't hesitate for a second and instantly ordered an attack. Wipe it out! Upon hearing his command, the gold-armored scorpion beside him violently swung its spiked tail. This unleashed a devastating wide-area attack, inflicting massive damage on anything in its path. Its razor-sharp tail slammed heavily into the gorilla monster. At that exact moment, Chen Tianji leaped high into the air, wielding a long broadsword wrapped in a brilliant blue aura. He drove it straight down into the gorilla monster, landing a fatal blow. The strike triggered a massive critical hit, sending the beast crashing to the ground. It twitched a few times before dying instantly. This was none other than the skill Dragon Spear Strike, which channeled dragon energy inside the body to unleash a devastatingly powerful blow. Right after, Chen Tianji's system screen flashed with new notifications. His armored dragon had reached level 15, and Chen Tianji himself had leveled up to level 20. Jinju clapped in delight, her face full of triumph as she sneered, "Very good, very good. It looks like that dragon egg I bestowed upon you wasn't a waste after all." Chen Tianji quickly bowed low, replying with utmost respect, "To not disappoint your highness is my absolute greatest honor." Jinju smirked contemptuously. "Oh please, I was only teasing. Kui Hongtai, if you were as useless as this piece of trash, then I'd be truly disappointed." She then shot a cold, piercing glare at her other subordinate, her tone leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. "From now on, your dragon spear belongs to him. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Despite the intense resentment burning in his chest, Kui Hongtai had no choice but to bow his head and submit. "This subordinate obeys your highness's command." Meanwhile, Chen Tianji's face lit up with absolute ecstasy as he hurriedly bowed to thank her. "Thank you so much for your generosity, princess. With both my armored dragon and this azure dragon spear, combined with your buffing magic, I will definitely crush that top scorer from the South Province." Jinju silently calculated the odds. Chen Tianji was currently ranked second with 210,000 points. Meanwhile, that bastard Lu Fan's score hadn't been made public, but her rough estimate put it at only around 300,000 points. If that was true, Chen Tianji still had a very high chance of winning this match. Gritting her teeth in sheer fury, her expression twisted into a mask of pure rage. She pointed a slender finger. "Not until you kill him and bring his black dragon back to me. When that day comes, I promise to make you the strongest dragon tamer in human history. In the kingdom of Taichi, you will be my most loyal servant, a position second only to one, but above millions." She emphasized every single word, her voice dripping with threat. "So when it comes to Lu Fan, do not disappoint me." With a cold, sharp expression like a professional assassin, Chen Tianji bowed and replied with absolute resolve. "Rest assured, your highness, this is my greatest honor. I am willing to be your sharpest sword and your most loyal knight forever." Hearing Chen Tianji's oath of absolute loyalty, Jinju was thoroughly pleased. Her tense face relaxed, and she smiled warmly, her tone softening considerably. "Come here, you certainly know how to play your cards right, unlike that absolute fool, Lu Fan. I offered him a golden opportunity to rise to the top, yet he didn't show an ounce of gratitude." Then, she turned and ordered Kui Hongtai. "Kui Hongtai, go to Jianghai City immediately and conduct a thorough investigation. Find out exactly which university Lu Fan has enrolled in, and report back to me at once." Kui Hongtai quickly bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, your highness. Your servant obeys." She turned her threatening gaze back to him and snarled, "If you fail at a simple task like this, you can get the hell out of my sight." Trembling with fear, Kui Hongtai could only stammer, "Yes, of course, your highness." Pure bloodlust washed over Jinzu's face as she plotted with burning hatred. Soon, that miserable bastard Lu Fan will regret everything. He will spend the rest of his life regretting what he did to me. Outside the living room of the Qin family villa, Qin Chu felt a bit shy and hesitantly asked Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, have you decided which academy you're going to enroll in yet?" Her face flushed red as she quickly added, "Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not just being nosy. It's actually my dad. He keeps saying we should apply to the same place so we can support each other during our studies and training." Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled gently and agreed with the idea. "That sounds like a good plan. I've heard that at the academies, teaming up for missions and exploring dungeons is incredibly important. Since we've worked well together before, if we ever head into a dungeon, you'll definitely be my first choice for a teammate." Taken aback by his words, Qin blushed even deeper and stammered, "Oh, really? Well, that's awesome." Lu Fan calmly continued, "I just haven't made a final decision on which academy yet. Once I do, I'll let you know right away." Qin hesitated briefly before replying, "Yeah, okay." Deep down, a quiet anxiety crept in, wondering how high Lu Fan's exam score actually was. She told herself that if she didn't push harder to catch up, the gap between them would only grow wider. But a moment later, she snapped out of it. Determination flared in her eyes, and her voice became clear and firm. "I'm going to give it everything I've got so we can get into the same academy." Lu Fan didn't hesitate for a second. "Sure, sounds like a plan." With that, he slid the living room door open and stepped into the main hall, where several deans from prestigious academies were already waiting. Lu Fan introduced himself politely. "Hello, everyone. I am Lu Fan." A slightly plump, middle-aged man wearing a vibrant yellow priest robe stood up with a wide, welcoming grin. "Ah, Lu Fan, right? We've all seen the footage of your exam performance. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding." That was the dean of Jiangnan Academy. Next to him, a woman with long black hair tied in a neat ponytail stood up. Dressed in a sleek, stylish, all-black outfit, she giggled behind her hand and chimed in with a playful, seductive tone. "The very first dragon tamer in human history to possess a real, legendary giant dragon. So, our brilliant top scorer of the southern province, do you have your eyes on any specific academy yet?" This was the dean of the Northern Border Academy. Hearing her, the dean of Jiangnan Academy glared at his counterpart from the Northern Border Academy, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That is none of your business. Besides, we at Jiangnan Academy don't play around like you do. We are offering a yearly scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, rare potions, exclusive dungeon passes, and all the cultivation resources he needs, completely free of charge." The dean of the Northern Border Academy just rolled her eyes and shot back mockingly. "Oh? For the head of one of Dragon Country's top academies, is that seriously all you brought to the table? You dare try to win over this outstanding top scorer with such pathetic, petty offers? Have you no shame at all?" The principal of Jiangnan Academy flushed red with anger, opening his mouth to snap back. But the principal of Beikang Academy didn't even care about his reaction anymore, turning completely to Lu Fan with a desperate plea. "Student Lu, compared to what Jiangnan Academy can offer, our Beikang Academy is willing to give you an annual scholarship of 20 million dragon coins. On top of that, you will have free, unrestricted access to 2 special secret realms that have never been made public." Immediately, the other principals started shouting and bidding against each other, refusing to back down. "Beikang Academy sure has deep pockets, but don't think the rest of us can't match that. We can easily offer you the exact same terms. And we can even give him the chance to enter extremely rare, high-fortune, secret realms. Everything is negotiable. If there's anything student Lu Fan is unsatisfied with, we can absolutely add more to the deal." The living room dissolved into utter chaos. Standing to the side, Lu Fan could only watch this frantic bidding war with a massive headache. What kind of interview was this anyway? The more they argued, the more clueless he became about which school to choose. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the noise, clear and gentle, yet carrying an indescribable authority. "For this year's national trial, all entry slots are managed and selected by our Longdu Academy. Student Lu, we can hand one of these priceless slots directly to you." The speaker was Gu Han, the principal of Longdu Academy, one of the most prestigious and powerful academies in the Dragon Kingdom. The Jiangnan Academy principal immediately scoffed in disbelief. "Is this a joke? That's completely unfair. Sure, he's incredibly talented, but he's just a rookie who awakened his class not long ago. How could he possibly be ready for the national trial? Historically, every single candidate has to go through an incredibly strict and rigorous selection process, and other nations across the world are already gearing up for this trial. Yet he's just a brand new rookie who popped up out of nowhere, giving such a crucial slot to a freshman. Aren't you guys treating the national trial like a complete joke?" At this point, Lu Fan's attention was fully captured by this tempting offer. He thought to himself, "The national trial?" Gu Han calmly continued to explain, "It is a special super-secret realm created through the joint efforts of the 23 most powerful nations in the world. Once every 3 years, these 23 nations will each send their single best candidate under 25 years old to represent their country in the national trial. Since this secret realm is highly unstable, candidates must be rookies. National-level powerhouses are strictly barred from entering. You can think of it as a global-scale examination. And naturally, The rewards you can get are priceless, world-class items. The principal of Beikang Academy chimed in, sounding highly skeptical. Even if you can promise that, it should be for the next trial, right? This year's trial is less than 6 months away. The Jiangnam Academy principal backed him up, nodding in agreement. Isn't your offer a bit too reckless and unrealistic? Guhan completely ignored their chatter and continued speaking to Lu Fan with utmost sincerity. By participating in the national trial, you can earn the qualification to become a true national-level powerhouse, rising from the #1 spot in Nan province to become the absolute best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is something our Longdu Academy can hand right to you. Hearing this, Lu Fan was stunned, as a fierce, burning desire welled up inside him. Not only are the rewards incredibly enticing, but the national trial can also help me truly secure a spot among the world's top powerhouses. Suddenly, Lu Fan's system screen flashed, showing a brilliant golden treasure chest. Congratulations, Lu Fan. You have received a daily treasure map. Lu Fan stared at the chest, and then at the newly revealed map in dazed surprise. The map was pointing to an incredibly precious treasure, and it was located right inside the campus of Longdu Academy. It had been so long since his second God-tier treasure map finally showed up. My first God-tier map led me to Xiaoye. Could this be a sign that I really need to go to Longdu Academy? Seeing Lu Fan's silence, Guhan threw in another tempting offer. Well, student Lu, this is the best we can offer you to show our sincerity. If there's still anything you're not satisfied with, Lu Fan suddenly interrupted Guhan, his voice filled with determination. I've made my decision. I'll join Longdu Academy. However, there is one small thing. I wonder if you could do me a quick favor, Teacher Gu. Hearing that, Guhan couldn't hide her excitement. She eagerly replied, What's on your mind? Just say the word. As long as it's nothing too difficult, I will definitely pull some strings for you. 4 days later, Lu Fan and his aunt, Han Kei, had finished packing all their bags, ready to move into their new home. Lu Fan bent down, carefully locking the front door of their old house. Standing beside him, Han Kei looked at the place they had called home for so many years, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She sighed softly. You know, I never actually thought the day would come when we'd leave this place. We've lived here for so long, I'm really going to miss it. Lu Fan brushed the dust off his hands, turned to his aunt, and gave her an optimistic smile. What's there to miss, Auntie? We have a brand new villa now, and a pretty solid amount of savings. We can comfortably live anywhere we want. Han Kei looked at her beloved nephew, whom she had raised with her own hands since he was a little boy. Her heart welled up with emotion and nostalgia. It feels like just yesterday you were this tiny little kid moving in with me. Time really flies. Right then, Qin Chu and Daozi pulled up in a sleek, stylish convertible. Qin Chu rolled down her window and called out, Lu Fan, Auntie Han, we're here to pick you up. Daozi, who was behind the wheel, chimed in cheerfully. We're all officially students of Longdu Academy now. The Qin family even chartered a private jet just to fly us out. It's perfect. We can all go register at the academy together. Seeing Daozi, Lu Fan was a bit surprised. Wait, Daozi, you decided to go to Longdu Academy too? Daozi replied honestly. Well, to be frank, the young lady and I got the exact same score anyway. But back then, I saw her muttering to herself, if Lu Fan is going to Longdu Academy, then I. Hearing Daozi expose her secret, Qin Chu blushed furiously. She quickly reached out to stop her, stammering, Hey, stop talking nonsense. Han Kei smiled warmly, full of gratitude. Oh, we're really putting you girls out. I honestly never expected my little Fanner to. She recalled the moment Lu Fan stood up for her and spoke to Guhan, asking if she could also be admitted to Longdu Academy, and then the admission letter that arrived for her. She possessed an incredibly rare hidden class, Enchanted Cook. Back then, after a brief consideration, Guhan had generously agreed. Sure, that works. Though, I'll have to head back and discuss this with the other teachers before we can make the final decision. Overcome with emotion, Han Kei rested her head on Lu Fan's shoulder, tears of pure happiness streaming down her face. Years ago, when I decided to become a cook, I used to dream that one day I could be like everyone else, and actually attend an academy to study, to start over, and live a more meaningful life. You were so small back then, I had no idea you'd actually remember those silly dreams of mine. Lu Fan wrapped an arm around her shoulders, gently comforting her. Come on, Auntie. Don't cry. Seeing this, Qin Chu chimed in to break the tension. Auntie Han, time waits for no one. We should get moving. Han-Kei quickly wiped her tears with a smile and called back. Right, let's go. Watching his aunt look so incredibly happy, Lu Fan felt a deep warmth in his chest, his heart filling with hope for a bright future. She had endured so much hardship and sacrifice for him, forcing herself to settle for a basic lifestyle class. The sadness and silent frustration she felt back then, he remembered every bit of it. He had promised himself that he would give them both a much better life. And he would. This was only the beginning. Arriving at the magnificent dragon capital, right outside the main gates of Longdu Academy, Han-Kei was absolutely blown away by the sheer scale and bustling energy of the place. Wow, it's so lively here. The capital really is on a whole different level compared to other cities. Chin-Chu was also practically buzzing with excitement as she looked around. Oh, look over there. They're selling so many rare and bizarre items. Lu Fan looked up at the towering ancient buildings ahead, guessing that had to be the academy itself. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoed from behind them. Your Highness, we have arrived. A lavishly dressed woman glanced around with pure disdain and sneered. Ugh, so this is the capital of Dragon Country? How underwhelming. Utterly mediocre. It was the entourage from Jinzhu. But the moment Jinzhu's eyes landed on Lu Fan, her face instantly contorted in disgust. Kui Hongtai looked surprised to see him. Wait, Lu Fan? Lu Fan was just as surprised to run into Jinzhu's group here of all places. Talk about bad luck first thing in the morning. How on earth is she here? Running into her is like stepping in dog poop first thing in the morning, he thought. Chen Tianzi, the dragon tamer recently recruited by Jinzhu, aggressively marched toward Lu Fan and shouted provocatively, So this is the famous dragon tamer everyone's talking about? Well, that saves us the trouble of hunting you down. Sensing the rising tension, Kui Hongtai quickly stepped in to hold Chen Tianji back, whispering, Hey, take it easy, don't go picking fights. Jinzhu gently raised her hand to stop him, her voice cold. No, Ruan Changfeng has already been dismissed. If we make a move here right now, we'll definitely be deported back home immediately. Now is not the time to act. Hearing this, Chen Tianji quickly bowed his head in obedience. I understand. Please forgive me, princess. Seeing this, Tao Zi asked in confusion. What's going on between you guys? Qin Chu finally searched her memory and explained it to Dao Zi. Oh, now I remember. My dad mentioned before that she originally came to the Dragon Kingdom to study abroad. Don't tell me. Don't tell me she's here to study at Dragon Capital University too? Han-Kei looked a bit worried and quickly grabbed Lu Fan's hand. Lu Fan. Right at that moment, Principal Gu Han, carrying a thick stack of books, happened to walk over to welcome the new students. Oh, what perfect timing. Both groups are already here? Come on inside. Don't tell me you two don't even know each other. Both of you took first and second place in the Southern Province during the recent trials, and you're both incredibly talented dragon tamers too. That's why our Dragon Capital University went ahead and gave you two a very catchy nickname. The Twin Stars of the Southern Province. Hearing this shocking news, Lu Fan couldn't help but question reality itself. The second place ranker of the Southern Province, Chen Tianji, was also a dragon tamer. Even though there was no bad blood between them before, that guy Chen Tianji glared at Lu Fan with a murderous look, speaking in a highly disrespectful tone. I've heard all about you, Lu Fan. Lu Fan could only reluctantly acknowledge this so-called acquaintance. Teacher Gu, I guess you could say we've crossed paths before. We're actually pretty tired after such a long trip, so we'd like to go and get some rest first if that's all right. Han-Kei looked at Lu Fan with worried eyes and whispered, Lu Fan, let's get out of here. Gu Han cheerfully replied, All right, then let me show you all to your rooms first. If there's anything you're not happy with, we can swap them out early on. And while we're at it, I'll also give you a brief rundown of tomorrow's freshman orientation ceremony. Hearing this, Jinzhu flatly rejected Gu Han's guidance. No need to trouble yourself. We can find our own way. With that, the two groups split up and went in opposite directions. Gu Han led Lu Fan's group to an incredibly vast and luxurious villa district. The area was surrounded by rows of tall, ancient trees casting deep shade, and most notably, each villa came with its own private swimming pool filled with crystal-clear water. Gu Han explained the rules of the area. This is a special villa district reserved exclusively for our top-performing first-year freshmen. In total, there are 30 villas here. Every year, our university's professors carefully review the exam footage of the candidates multiple times to select the top 30 on the leaderboard. Only those who rank within the top 30 are allowed to live in this district. She paused for a moment and looked at Lu Fan with pride. Since Lu Fan did an outstanding job securing the first place spot on the overall leaderboard, Villa number 1 will be where you're moving into. She then glanced over at Chen Tianji, who was standing in the distance, and added, as for Chen Tianji, the runner-up of the Southern Province, he is currently ranked 18th on the overall leaderboard of the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, Villa number 18 will be his. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but sneer in his mind. Chen Tianji. Looks like he accepted that woman Jinju's conditions after all. Giving up his self-respect and basic human decency, yet he still wants to be called one of the twin stars alongside me? What a joke. Seeing Lu Fan seemingly lost in thought, Chinchu spoke up, Teacher Gu, with Dao Zi's and my scores, there's no way we could make it into the top 30, right? So, could we ask where the regular student dorms are located? That way, we can head over and check in. Guhan replied gently, of course, Chinchu. And that goes for Tao Zi and Han Ke too. In a moment, I'll take all 3 of you to go look at the dorm area. Though, when it comes to living conditions, they obviously can't compare to the villas around here. Hearing Guhan's words, Han Ke boldly suggested, if that's the case, could we live here with Xiao Fan? Overhearing this, Tao Zi and Chinchu were utterly stunned and gasped in unison. Li. Live. Live with Lu Fan? Guhan tilted her head in thought for a moment and said, well, it's true that there's no rule in the university guidelines forbidding that, as long as the registered owner of the villa gives their permission. Han Ke immediately turned around, looking at Lu Fan with pleading eyes. Xiao Fan, you don't have a problem with that, right? Or, don't tell me you don't want to eat your aunt's home-cooked meals anymore? Hearing his aunt say that, Lu Fan felt a bit embarrassed and could only reply, of course not, how could I possibly object? After Lu Fan gave his consent, Han Ke beamed with joy, quickly locking arms with Chinchu and Tao Zi, as she said excitedly, see, the boy has no objections at all. Then let's all live together. It'll be a great way to grow closer and build our teamwork. It'll also make things way more convenient down the road if we decide to form a party and go on quests together. Tao Zi is still a bit hesitant and stammers, this. In this situation, Lu Fan has no choice but to roll with it. He has to speak up and offer, why don't you guys and Aunt Han just stay here with me? The dorms are pretty far from here anyway. If we want to hang out later, we'd have to walk halfway across the campus just to see each other. Both Chinchu and Dao Zi feel a bit awkward, but the appeal of living in a luxurious, comfortable villa is hard to resist. Chinchu quickly agrees, okay, sounds good. Seeing Chinchu agree, Tao Zi goes along with it too. Fine. Since the young lady has agreed, I won't object. After all, the living conditions here are way better than the dorms anyway. Han Ke happily grabs Chinchu's hand and says with a playful smile, then from now on, you'll get to taste my home-cooked meals too, young lady. Then Tao Zi points her finger at Lu Fan and says with a warning glare, look, it's fine if you live with us, but don't you dare think about trying anything funny or pull any cheap tricks on the young lady. I'll be keeping my eyes on you. Lu Fan quickly waves his hands in panic, trying to show he has absolutely no intention of doing anything like that. Suddenly, a new notification pops up on his system interface. You have reached the location marked on the treasure map. Lu Fan is secretly surprised. Huh? Is the treasure right next door in the neighboring villa? Then he turns to Guhan and asks, Teacher Gu, could I ask you something? Who lives in villa number 2 over there? Guhan replies with a slightly puzzled look. Oh, I'm only in charge of managing the freshmen from the South Province. So I don't really know much about the freshmen from other regions. But I think only one girl lives in villa number 2. Hearing this, Lu Fan turns to his family and says, Auntie, you guys and Teacher Gu should head back to villa number 1 first. I want to go introduce myself to our new neighbor. Han Ke giggles suggestively and reminds him. I get it, go ahead. Just make sure you bring a proper greeting gift, okay? With his face slightly flushed, Lu Fan quickly explains, Auntie, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to go introduce myself. Just to say hello and see what kind of person ranks second in the entrance exam is like. Watching Lu Fan's receding figure, Han Ke can't help but smile warmly and think to herself, our Lu Fan is quite a character. The moment he heard the neighbor was a girl, he rushed right over to meet her. Standing nearby, Dao Zi also has some less than favorable thoughts about his actions, clicking her tongue as she mutters. He already gets to live with 3 beautiful girls like us, and he still wants to go hit on the neighbor? I really underestimated him. After walking a short distance, Lu Fan feels his ears burning as if someone is talking behind his back. He thinks to himself, why do I feel like everyone is seriously misunderstanding me? After walking a bit more, he finally arrives, holding a box of pastries Aunt Han K made as a greeting gift in one hand. With his other hand, Lu Fan rings the doorbell of Villa number 2. He thinks to himself, I wonder if the neighbor will like these pastries Auntie made by hand. It'd be great if she invites me in for a chat. Since everyone is still moving in, I need to find the treasure's location quickly. Before anyone notices, the villa door slowly opens, and a young girl with long, silky black hair draped over her shoulders steps out. Lu Fan quickly greets her politely. Hello, I'm Lu Fan, from Villa number 1. I'm from Jianghai City in the South Province. He pauses for a moment, then continues sincerely. Oh, here's a little greeting gift. Since we're going to be neighbors from now on, I was hoping we could get to know each other. With that, he hands the box of pastries to the girl. These are pumpkin cakes. They have a special effect. Eating one for the first time permanently increases your agility stat by 3 points. Seeing the girl remain silent, Lu Fan feels a bit awkward. The girl reaches out to take the box before speaking coldly. Her voice is clear but distant. Jianying, Yunbei Province. Lu Fan thinks to himself, wow, her voice is so cute, but it seems like having a normal conversation with her is going to be pretty tough. So, he gathers his courage and asks to come inside. Well, classmate Jianying, would it be alright if I came inside for a moment? I'm feeling a bit thirsty and was hoping I could get a glass of water. The moment the words leave his mouth, Lu Fan feels incredibly stupid. What a lame excuse. His hidden motive is so obvious, but to his surprise, Jianying gives a slight nod and opens the door wider to let him in. Delighted by her approval, Lu Fan can't contain his joy as he quickly steps inside, not forgetting to thank her. Thanks so much. Once inside, Lu Fan reminds himself, I can't stay here too long. I need to make this quick and get the job done. Get the treasure fast and get the hell out of here. With that thought, he began peeking into every room, his eyes scanning everywhere. Ah, here we go. This looks like a bedroom. Wait, damn it, my bad, this is a restroom. A dazzling, mystical glow radiated from a room with a slightly ajar door. Without a second thought, Lu Fan rushed over and threw the door wide open. Found it. This is definitely a room that Jianying hasn't stepped foot in yet. Instantly, a system notification popped up. You have arrived at the designated location on the treasure map. A dragon egg glowing with a brilliant emerald green light appeared right before his eyes. Right in the middle of the room, a beautiful jade dragon doll sat quietly. Lu Fan couldn't hold back his excitement and exclaimed, Yes, it really is. This is the second jade dragon doll. The system immediately notified him. You have received 1 jade dragon doll. Having gotten exactly what he came for, Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He activated his flash elixir skill to blink outside, then quickly said goodbye to Jianying to make his exit. Right at that moment, she was slowly walking out of the kitchen, holding 2 glasses of water in her hands. Actually, I suddenly don't feel thirsty anymore. I should head out now. Lu Fan blurted out, his voice slightly stammering. It was great meeting you. See you at tomorrow's orientation ceremony. Once Lu Fan was completely out of sight, Jianying turned back to look at the pile of women's clothes she had just changed out of, which were lying on her bed. A trace of suspicion couldn't help but creep into her mind. Could Lu Fan actually be a perverted creep? That night, inside Lu Fan's private room in Villa number 1, the lights were still burning bright. Xiao Ye, in her black dragon form, was sitting on the table, staring curiously at the emerald green dragon egg. Lu Fan carefully picked up the dragon egg and began the hatching ritual, performing the exact same steps he had used when he first found Xiao Ye. He activated his dragon taming skill. Instantly, the dragon egg began to crackle and pop as the shell slowly broke apart. An incredibly cute baby dragon, with a body of pure emerald green and a sparkling green gem on its forehead, slowly crawled out of the shell and let out an adorable little squeak. The system immediately established a contract, displaying the detailed stats. Jade Dragon, Level 1, Strength, 122, Spirit, 659, Agility, 150, 3, Durability, 216, Skill, Spring of Life. Applies to all allied targets within range, continuously restoring a massive amount of health. Light of Jade. Consumes stacks of Jade Blessing to buff a designated target, removing all negative effects, debuffs, and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each stack of Jade Blessing can shield the target from 1 instance of fatal damage. Natural Assimilation. Capable of swallowing and devouring equipment, then assimilating its properties into itself for use. Looking at the stats of the newly hatched baby dragon, Lu Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes in thought. So, the Jade Dragon isn't a combat-oriented dragon? With over 600 points in spirit, it's clearly a support dragon. The system continued to display more crucial information about the Jade Dragon's bloodline. Special Jade Dragon bloodline. All buff and healing effects are doubled when applied to targets of the dragon race and those who share a bloodline connection with the Jade Dragon. Grants complete immunity to all negative effects and debuffs. Increases health and mana regeneration by 5,000%. Blood Covenant. Through bloodline connection, the Dragon Tamer receives 10% of all attributes from the Jade Dragon pet. Lu Fan thought to himself, a surge of excitement rising in his chest. Doubled, huh? In other words, for dragon species like Xiaoye, and for someone like me who shares a bloodline connection, all support effects will be doubled. During the recent exam, when Xiaoye received the dragon's encouragement buff, her spirit attribute easily broke past 7,000 points. If we add the Jade Dragon's Light of Jade effect now, the buff will double to 60%. Wouldn't that skyrocket Xiaoye's spirit attribute to nearly 12,000 points? Meanwhile, Xiaoye was playfully using pieces of the broken eggshell to tease the newborn baby dragon. The little dragon didn't back down, lifting its head and letting out a high-pitched, babyish chirp. Watching the two of them play, Lu Fan continued to analyze. The Jade Dragon can even swallow gear to inherit their attributes. If it levels up and devours more rare and powerful equipment in the future, there's no telling how insanely strong it could become. He paused for a moment before continuing his train of thought. But right now, the most important thing I need to figure out is, what should I name you? Suddenly, the baby Jade Dragon nipped Xiaoye's thigh. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly stepped in to stop them. Hey, stop it, you two. Xiaoye let out a dramatic squeal of pain and tried to push the baby dragon away. Lu Fan picked up the baby Jade Dragon and spoke in an incredibly affectionate voice. How about I call you Xiaokui? He laughed, thoroughly pleased with the name he had just come up with. Haha, that's right, Xiaofei. From now on, you'll be Xiaoye's little sister, okay? The little dragon, Xiaofei, seemed to really love her new name. She let out a series of happy, chirping squeaks. Xiaoye stood nearby, looking pretty annoyed, and let out a jealous growl. Not wanting to be outdone, Xiaofei puffed up her chest and hissed right back at him. Seeing them on the verge of starting another fight, Lu Fan quickly shushed them in a low voice. Hey, cut it out. Do you two want to wake up the entire house? The next day at the freshman orientation ceremony, Lu Fan walked leisurely down the grand path leading to the auditorium, happily chatting with Qin Chu and Tao Zi, who were walking right beside him. I never would have thought that combat classes and lifestyle classes wouldn't even share the same entrance for this ceremony. Qin Chu nodded, sounding a bit disappointed. Yeah, Sister Han had to go to a completely different hall for her ceremony. That's when Dao Zi suddenly remembered something. She turned to Lu Fan to ask about the racket she had heard the night before. Oh, right, Lu Fan. What was going on in your room last night? Why was it so loud? Lu Fan gave her a mysterious smile, scratching his head with a touch of embarrassment. Oh, about last night? But before he could finish, a group of guys nearby started whispering the moment they saw Lu Fan, Qin Chu, and Dao Zi walking up. The gossip was non-stop. Whoa, look over there. 2 more absolute babes just arrived. One is a priest and the other is a swordsman. They are gorgeous. They have got to be the new campus queens, hands down. Man, if I could run a dungeon with those two, I could die happy. The guy standing next to him rolled his eyes, instantly crushing his daydream. He scoffed. Dude, are you dreaming? Do you not see the guy walking right between them? The first guy argued back, but there are 2 of them. No way they are both his girlfriends, right? Overhearing the gossip, Qin Chu and Tao Zi couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, a soft blush creeping onto their cheeks. The 3 of them quickly made their way into the freshman seating area to look for spots. Qin Chu pulled Tao Zi aside and whispered, I asked Teacher Gu yesterday. It turns out those with hidden professions have reserved seats in the front rows. Tao Zi slumped her shoulders, looking utterly disappointed. Huh? So I can't sit with you, Qin Chu? What am I supposed to do now? While searching for his seat, Lu Fan suddenly caught someone's eye. A fierce-looking guy with a thuggish face was glaring intensely at him. Huh. He looks kind of familiar. Lu Fan searched his memory. Oh right, that is the loud, annoying fire user from the exam. That angry-looking guy was none other than Hong Wu. Lu Fan gave him a brief look, offered a polite, friendly nod, and simply walked right past him. Seeing this, Hong Wu gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, absolute fury boiling inside him. He couldn't stop thinking about the absolute humiliation he had suffered in front of the bald principal. That bald old bastard had yelled at him, saying, "Do you still think you are some kind of top scorer? Take a good look at the leaderboard and see just how massive the gap is between you and Lu Fan." Remembering how he had been forced to grovel at the old man's feet in total despair, Hongwoo's burning hatred and bitterness toward Lu Fan reached a boiling point. "Lu Fan, you are the reason I lost all my dignity in front of the principal. I have finally found you, you bastard." Watching them, Tao Zi couldn't help but worry. It's true. Hidden classes really do get seated in their own special section. Doesn't that mean Lu Fan is going to get to sit right next to Qin Chu every single day? While looking for his seat, Lu Fan spotted Jian Ying and offered a warm wave. "Oh, hey there." Qin Chu looked over, her curiosity piqued. "Lu Fan, you know her too?" Lu Fan nodded calmly. "Yeah, I guess so. She is actually our neighbor over at Villa number 2. Her name is Jian Ying." Qin Chu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so that is who she is. Wait, so she's the one who came in second overall on the leaderboards? She is not just gorgeous, she is incredibly powerful too." The two of them then took their assigned seats. Lu Fan sat right in the middle, with Qin Chu on one side and Jian Ying on the other. Right? So what if he is surrounded by gorgeous girls? It is not like you're ever getting a shot at them. And that guy? I'd bet 8 out of 10 he is just what a total simp. I've got to find a way to get on his good side and grab his contact info later. A powerful, commanding voice boomed across the massive auditorium. "Silence, everyone." A stern-looking, middle-aged man stepped up to the podium. "I am the vice principal of Longdu Academy and a professor of the combat magic department, Zhao Shengming." This man was Zhao Shengming, a level 78 powerhouse whose class was Lightning Mage. Zhao Shengming continued his speech, his voice booming. "First of all, on behalf of the Academy's administration, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the freshmen who successfully passed the exams and made it here today. I'm not one for empty, fancy speeches. Next, the instructors will hand out your student identification cards." With that, Gu Han began walking down the rows, handing Lu Fan and the others a sleek, jet-black card with a gold border that looked incredibly elegant and sophisticated. Zhao Shengming continued in a serious tone. "Meanwhile, let me go over a few of the Academy's critical regulations. Receiving these ID cards means you are all officially registered students of Longdu Academy. Each card comes with an integrated points system. These points serve as the official currency within the Academy. Whether you want to enter secret realms for training or buy rare equipment and potions, you'll need to use these points." He paused for a moment, before adding, "Your initial points will be based on the scores you achieved in the recent entrance exam. Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan, 13,539 points." A male student in the row below raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, Vice Principal, but the difficulty of the entrance exam varies by province. Wouldn't that mean students from provinces with easier exams have an unfair advantage with their starting points? Is that really fair?" Zhao Shengming immediately clarified, "Of course, the Academy has already taken that into account. Everyone's starting points are calculated using their actual exam scores divided by a specific coefficient. This coefficient is determined by the difficulty of the exam in that province. The harder the exam, the smaller the divisor. For example, this year's exam in the southern province was the most difficult, so all students from there will have the smallest divisor applied, which is 9.6. Holding the jet black card in his hand, Lu Fan thought to himself that these numbers represented his entire net worth in this place. At this point, Zhao Shengming began pointing out some crucial rules that the freshmen needed to keep in mind. However, your current points are only temporary. After the freshman trial in a month, everyone's scores will see a massive shift. The top 30 performers in that trial will qualify for the Qingyun class, a special program reserved for the Academy's elite students. Students in the Qingyun class will enjoy numerous exclusive privileges, such as gaining access to long-sealed secret realms. They will also get priority access to specialized equipment, and of course, move into the luxury villa area, among many other benefits. The guys sitting behind Lu Fan started whispering again, their voices filled with excitement. The Qingyun class? This is literally the first time I've ever heard of it. Me too, but it sounds like we might actually have a shot at moving into those fancy villas. Sitting nearby, Lu Fan had entirely different thoughts on the matter. In other words, with my current number 1 rank, I already qualify for the Qingyun class. But if I lose that status later, won't I be forced to pack up and leave villa number 1? Zhao Shengming smiled slightly, and continued in an encouraging tone. Haha, I know all of you are eager to get into the Qingyun class, but there is something you must understand first. Making it into the Qingyun class doesn't mean you can just sit back, relax, and never worry again. Any student in the academy has the right to challenge those in the Qingyun class. Only by winning can a Qingyun class member secure their spot. If a member loses, they must hand over that precious spot to the challenger. More importantly, members of the Qingyun class are not allowed to decline any challenges. He then turned on a giant screen behind him, displaying the freshman rankings, and proudly continued. Currently, the Qingyun class consists of 30 members, who are the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. And the one sitting at the #1 spot is this year's top scorer from the southern province, the Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan. As Lu Fan slowly stood up, the guys sitting below stared blankly, their jaws dropping in utter shock. Wait, are you serious? He's in first place? Isn't that guy just a total simp? The top-ranked Dragon Tamer? Then he must actually have a real dragon. Keep your voice down. If he really has a dragon, we could be dead before we even know what hit us. Even if it's just a common earth dragon, that's still insanely cool. No wonder he managed to become the top champion. With that, those guys turned to look at Lu Fan with eyes full of jealousy and suspicion. I just did a quick search, but I couldn't find his exam scores or testing video anywhere. Could it be that he's just a fraud? What if he used connections to sneak in through the back door? There's literally zero information on him. Only Chen Tianji, the runner-up of the southern province, had his father step forward to vouch for him. But look at his dragon, it does look pretty badass. At that moment, Chen Tianji leaned in and whispered to Jinzhou in a flattering, brown-nosing tone. Your Highness, when can we make our move to defeat him? Please arrange a match for me soon. Jinzhou glanced at Lu Fan and said coldly, his true strength is still unclear right now. We must absolutely not rush into action. First, we need to find a way to test his limits. Sitting next to Lu Fan, Qin Chu looked at him with worried eyes and whispered, Lu Fan, by saying that, isn't the vice principal basically inviting everyone to challenge you? Lu Fan remained completely relaxed, smiling with amusement as he replied, I didn't expect things to get this entertaining. Once the ceremony ended, Lu Fan thought to himself, finally, that boring ceremony is over. It's time to grind some levels for Xiaofei so she can unlock her powerful and cool new forms soon. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, stopping him in his tracks. Lu Fan, it was Hongwu. He stomped over aggressively, pointed a finger right at Lu Fan's face, and shouted, I challenge you. Lu Fan just spared him a glance and calmly replied, a challenge? Seeing Lu Fan's lack of concern, Hongwu grew even more arrogant, letting out a provocative laugh. That's right, the vice principal already said that new members of the Qingyun class don't have the right to refuse any challenge. Lu Fan, if you really have the strength to be the champion, then why are you scared to face me? In his mind, he was already calculating his moves, completely confident that victory was already in his hands. He was sure he would win, since no one had been able to find any footage of Lu Fan's exam, let alone his actual score. If he really is that strong, he probably just summoned a bunch of sub-dragons to breeze through the test. If that is the case, all I need to do is target him directly, and victory will be mine. Hearing this, Lu Fan looks thoughtful before slowly accepting the challenge. Scared? If that is what you want, then let us do it. Hongwu immediately set the wager for the duel. If I lose, I will wager 200 points. To Lu Fan, that tiny wager was practically nothing, way too low. Still, he played along, acting like he was seriously considering it before asking, 200 points, huh? Oh well, 200 points is probably a fortune to a guy like him anyway. With that, Lu Fan readily agreed. All right, 200 points it is. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. That fast? Someone already had the guts to challenge the top scorer? After all, he is the #1 dragon tamer in Nan province, so this is definitely going to be a good show. A dragon tamer is not really that different from a regular summoner anyway. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity to test Lu Fan's limits, Jinzhou turned and whispered to Chen Tianji, this is a great chance for us to gauge his true strength. Keep a close eye on his every single move. Meanwhile, Hongwu's face lit up with pure excitement. Taking his stance, he raised his hand and signaled. On the count of 3, we start. 3. Standing to the side, Tao Zi felt a bit anxious and whispered to Qin Chu, Lu Fan won't lose, will he? Qin Chu just gave a mysterious smile and replied with absolute confidence. Heh, You have probably never seen Lu Fan in a real fight before, have you? The countdown was nearing its end. 2, 1. Qin Chu glanced over at Lu Fan and confidently added, "You are about to find out." By now, Hongwu had channeled his energy, a brilliant golden aura swirling around his left arm. Letting out a loud roar, he charged at Lu Fan like lightning. "It is over. Let us do this." Hongwu threw a devastating punch, aimed right at Lu Fan. He roared, unleashing his chi-infused strike, condensing a powerful blast of energy around his fist that multiplied his attack power. If it landed, his chi would increase by 1 point. But unfortunately, that devastating punch completely missed, hitting nothing but thin air. Lu Fan had vanished from the spot without a trace, teleporting to a safe distance. Hongwu's jaw dropped in sheer shock. What? No way. That is a second-turn mage's teleportation skill. How on earth did a guy like Lu Fan get his hands on a move like that? After teleporting away, Lu Fan casually waved his hand, teasing Hongwu. "I heard you Chi Masters are supposed to have top-tier defense, powerful attacks, insane agility in close combat, and highly effective ranged moves. Surely, this is not all you have got, right?" Just then, Lu Fan had used his blink boots to activate the blink skill. This skill allows the user to instantly teleport to any location within a 50-meter radius, with a 30-second cooldown. Driven absolutely mad by Lu Fan's taunts, Hongwu gnashed his teeth and roared in fury. You are asking for death." With that, he surged his energy, a blazing golden light enveloping both of his arms as he unleashed a relentless torrent of attacks. Haha, this is his ascending chi blast, firing off 3 incredibly powerful energy waves. With every hit, the damage would stack by an additional 5%, and with every single strike that lands, my chi goes up by another point. Blindly throwing his strikes, Hongwu kept babbling with arrogant pride. "Ha ha ha, there is absolutely no way you can dodge these attacks. As long as I keep him from summoning his dragon pet, the moment he slips up, he is done for." But all of those flashy, powerful moves of Hongwu's were dodged by Lu Fan with effortless ease, as if he were just playing a game. Before Hongwu could even track his movement, Lu Fan suddenly appeared right before his eyes, closing the distance at a terrifying speed. He gasped in sheer terror, "What the hell?" Instinctively, Hongwu threw up both arms, creating a dense shield of golden energy to protect himself solid as a rock. Inside, he was practically gloating. Unless his attack power is over 280 points, there is no way he can break this shield. This is his ultimate defensive move, rock solid, consuming all his current chi to generate an incredibly sturdy barrier. Each level of chi consumed boosts the shield's defense by 5%. However, that defense, which Hongwu thought was absolutely impenetrable, was shattered into a million pieces by a devastating kick from Lu Fan. The overwhelming force of the kick inflicted severe internal damage, making Hongwu cough up blood on the spot. Did I lose? How is this even possible? After Lu Fan's lightning-fast and spectacular counterattack, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but gasp in awe. Did he really get wiped out in just one hit, and without even using a single skill? The members of the Qingyun class really are total monsters. How can a dragon tamer defeat a Qigong master without even summoning his dragon pet? Is it really over just like that? And here I thought I'd get to see a real dragon with my own eyes. Wait, hold on, he's bleeding, is he gonna be okay? Seeing Hongwu completely collapsed on the ground, Lu Fan reached out a hand to help him up and said in a slightly comforting tone, "You're still not strong enough. I didn't even use my full strength, and you're already down." Hongwu lay flat on the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Watching the entire fight from the shadows, Jinzhou turned to Chen Tianji and asked in an inquiring voice, "Done watching? If you were to face him, what do you think your chances of winning would be?" Chen Tianji's face darkened at this, but he still tried to flatter Jinzhou as he replied, "Lu Fan didn't even summon his dragon pet. Looking at it simply, he just has pretty good physical strength. In a pure one-on-one fight, I'm confident I have about a 30% chance of winning. But with your support and buffs, Your Highness, I'm certain I'd have around a 70% chance of victory." Hearing this, Jinzhou murmured thoughtfully, "Well, that's not too low then." Meanwhile, Hongwu was still sprawled out on the ground, struggling to stand up. But the pain from his internal injuries made him groan constantly. "All right," Lu Fan muttered as he pulled out his ID card and held it forward to link with Hongwu's. "Just like we agreed, I'll be taking these 200 points of yours." Lu Fan's system scoreboard popped up right in front of Hongwu, showing a score change of +200. His current total score was 13,739. Seeing Lu Fan's insane amount of points, Hongwu was absolutely terrified. Cold sweat poured down his face. If those 13,739 points are multiplied by the Southern Province's special coefficient of 9.6, doesn't that mean it's nearly equivalent to 1,300,000 base exam points? 1,300,000 points. Meanwhile, doesn't that second-place guy, Chen Tianji, only have around 210,000 points? How utterly ridiculous. And here I was, so confident that I could actually beat him. Over at the Longdu Academy dungeon lobby, Qinqiu ran over happily to deliver the news to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, we brought Sister Han here. As soon as Han Ke heard that Lu Fan had been challenged, she looked extremely worried and quickly asked, "Someone already challenged you?" "Xiao Fan, you didn't get hurt anywhere, did you?" Lu Fan smiled to reassure his aunt. "I'm perfectly fine, Auntie. Don't worry about it." Tao Zi stared at Lu Fan, her eyes still filled with awe and amazement. "Lu Fan, you really just gave that Hongwu guy a light kick and sent him flying that far?" Qinqiu agreed and praised Lu Fan with a proud grin. "Heh, didn't I tell you? The very first time we met, I already knew he was way stronger than my Uncle Jing." Hearing that, Tao Zi continued in admiration. "If he's this powerful all on his own, doesn't that mean his dragon pet is even more terrifying?" "I can't even begin to imagine it." Qinqiu agreed, shaking her head. "Yeah, it's completely beyond belief." Lu Fan found something pretty cool on the tablet provided by the Academy and showed it to everyone. "Since everyone is here, let's take a look at this. I just checked the list of dungeon instances provided by the Academy. This one gives a ton of EXP, so it's perfect for us to grind and level up together." On the tablet screen, Lu Fan's profile popped up, along with detailed information about the Poison Spider Forest dungeon. Level requirement. Level 45, terror difficulty, minimum party size of 5 people, activation fee, 45 points. Lu Fan thought to himself with a bit of regret that if Hongwu hadn't suddenly challenged him, his little Xiao Fei would have probably farmed a decent amount of experience by now. Han Ke looked at the dungeon's details and couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant, saying in a worried voice, "Even though you called me here to meet the minimum party size, this is still a level 45 dungeon. It's not a playground game we're playing. If anything goes sideways, everyone will be in grave danger." Hearing his aunt's worries, Lu Fan replied confidently, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'm completely confident I can get all of us through this dungeon safely." Seeing that they still hadn't met the minimum player count, Tao Zi spoke up. "Even if things are fine on Lu Fan's end, even with Sister Han, we only have 4 people total. But the minimum requirement for this dungeon is 5 people. Only then did Lu Fan notice the group size requirement. He turned back to ask Qinqiu, "Do you think we can find someone else to join our party?" Qinqiu gently patted his shoulder, looked over in another direction, and said, "Lu Fan, look over there. The person living in Villa number 2 is also here. She actually placed second on the overall leaderboard. A level 45 dungeon like this shouldn't be a big deal for someone like her. Why don't you try inviting her to party up?" Over on the bench across from them, Jian Ying was looking through the dungeons by herself. Lu Fan approached and politely greeted her. "Oh, classmate Jian Ying, hello." But the moment she saw Lu Fan, Jian Ying's face soured, even showing a hint of disgust. Seeing that look on her face, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel like there was some kind of misunderstanding going on. Shoot, with a look like that, she definitely misunderstood me. But then again, what I did that day was indeed pretty suspicious. Trying his best to act as normal as possible, he kept going. "I see you're looking through the dungeon list. We are too." He paused for a brief second before boldly making his pitch. Would you like to party up with us?" On the inside, Lu Fan was actually feeling pretty nervous. Communicating with Jian Ying was incredibly difficult. For all he knew, she might just coldly snap at him to get lost. After a suffocating silence that felt like a cold breeze brushing past, Jian Ying kept her cold, disgusted expression. She glared at Lu Fan and spat out a single word, "Pervert." Han Ke, who was standing nearby, looked at Lu Fan with extreme suspicion. "Little Fan?" Tao Zi immediately chimed in with the same question. "Lu Fan, what on earth did you do to her?" Lu Fan was completely dumbfounded. He frantically started stuttering to explain himself. It's all a misunderstanding. I swear, it's just a misunderstanding. You see, it was just from the time I went over to introduce myself. Realizing he was digging a hole, Lu Fan quickly changed the subject to distract them. Look, even though our first meeting was a little weird, I swear on my life that I'm a completely normal guy. I noticed you're looking for a dungeon to run, and honestly, I don't really know anyone else here. Our group happens to be short exactly one person to enter the poison spider forest, so wouldn't it be great if we joined forces? What do you say? Jianying glanced at the poison spider forest info on the screen and quietly muttered to herself. The poison spider forest. Fine, that works. Hearing that, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. He quickly said, so, does this mean we're officially a party? Qin Qiu also stepped in to back him up. You know, getting Lu Fan to join us is actually a huge win, especially since Instructor Gu personally recruited him into the Qingyun class. Tao Zi smiled, but she couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. But is it really that easy to recruit a top genius from Yunbei province with just a few simple words? Lu Fan kept sweetening the deal by pointing out the benefits of joining their team. I'm totally down to chip in my own points and split them evenly with everyone in the party. But Jianying shut him down instantly. No need, she said coldly. With that, she swiped her ID card to enter the dungeon. A notification popped up on her screen, saying she had entered the poison spider forest, deducting 45 points. Her remaining balance was 8,740 points. Jianying turned back to look at the group and urged them with her usual cold tone. Hurry up and move. Seeing her score, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel, thinking to himself that he didn't expect her to have already racked up over 8,000 points. He wasn't sure what the difficulty multiplier was for Yunbei province, but even if they used the highest southern province multiplier of 9.6, her base score would have to be over 800,000. Her raw strength was definitely nothing to sneeze at. The Dungeon of Opportunity, the Poison Spider Forest, was officially opened. Tao Zi, Qin Qiu, Han Ke, and Lu Fan followed her inside one after another. The moment they stepped inside, Qin Qiu gasped in amazement. Is this really the inside of a dungeon? Han Ke found the air in the dungeon quite suffocating. She covered her nose and complained, "Oh my goodness, the air here is so pungent, it's completely unbearable." Lu Fan scanned the area, taking in the sight of a forest filled with rotting, dead trees, which created a dark and incredibly eerie atmosphere. He gestured ahead and said, "Looks like that's where we need to head." As they walked, Tao Zi couldn't help but ask, turning to Lu Fan, "Hey Lu Fan, why did you pick this dungeon anyway? The difficulty rating for this place is literally set to dread level." Hearing her question, Lu Fan turned his head back and calmly replied, "I searched the list for a while, but I couldn't find any other level-appropriate dungeon that offers more experience points than this one." Hearing his practical explanation, Tao Zi sighed with a bit of helplessness. That's not really what I meant. Just then, Han Ke remembered something important, and she pulled out a large, delicious-looking bag of cookies. "Let's share them with everyone." "Oh, wait a minute. We're all here to grind some levels, right? So, this good stuff definitely needs to be shared, so everyone can enjoy it." She paused for a moment to explain. "This is a special traveler's cookie. Its effect is that once you eat it, it'll boost your experience points gain by 20% for 3 hours. Seeing the bag of cookies, Lu Fan couldn't hide his excitement. "Awesome. With this, we'll reach our second-class change in no time." Han Ke looked incredibly proud as she bragged. "This came from a special recipe given to me by the professor in charge of the life professions. Quite a few of my classmates tried to make it too, but they all failed. Fortunately, my cooking enchantment skill has a very high success rate. Plus, with some other buff effects, I nailed it on my very first try." With that, Han Ke called Jianying over and happily handed her a cookie. "They're fresh out of the oven and still warm. Here, have a taste." Jianying seemed a bit shy and asked hesitantly, "Was that pumpkin cake from last time also made by you, sis?" Han Ke replied cheerfully, "Oh, you mean that pumpkin cake? Of course it was. If you like them, I can definitely make more for you in the future." Qin Qiu looked at Han Ke and then at Jianying, smiling as she said, "Sister Han is an amazing cook, and since we're going to be neighbors from now on, you're welcome to come over and visit us anytime." Witnessing this warm and friendly scene, Jianying couldn't help but let out a rare, gentle smile. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from a nearby thick bush, and a long, slithering figure covered in pitch black, sharp thorns began to crawl out. Lu Fan instantly went on high alert, warning the group, "Everyone, watch out, a monster has spotted us." A colossal python, its entire body covered in glossy black scales and sharp thorns lining its back, slowly slithered out. Its golden green eyes stared intently at Lu Fan's group, letting out a bone-chilling hiss. Immediately, the system panel popped up, displaying the details of this monster. A level 40 black-scaled giant python. Defeating it yields 9,120 experience points. Its potential drop is a poisonous fang worth 174 dragon coins. It has 2 skills. The first is Poison Fang, which inflicts a stack of poison on anyone it bites. Each stack drains 10% of the target's maximum health points per second. The second is Body Bind, which tightly constricts the target, leaving them completely immobilized. And every 5 seconds, the victim loses another 10% of their maximum health points. With her hot-headed and combat-loving nature, Daozi couldn't wait any longer. She swung her sword and charged straight at the monster. Qin Chu saw this and frantically tried to stop her, but it was already too late. "Little Dao, don't be so reckless." Before she could even finish her sentence, Daozi had already closed the distance to the black-scaled giant python. She swung her sword with immense force, delivering a lightning-fast slash at its long, razor-sharp fangs. Qin Chu anxiously added, "The monsters in this secret realm are all over level 40. They're not the kind we can just recklessly charge at and attack like this." Standing to the side, Han Kei looked worried. She quickly took out some energy-restoring items and said, "I can cook some dishes that increase elemental resistance. But first, we need to gather all the necessary ingredients." Hearing this, Lu Fan spoke up with confidence. "There's no need to go through all that trouble, Auntie. Don't worry, just let me handle this." With those words, he began to gather energy, and a brilliant jade-green orb of light slowly formed in his hand. Seeing this, Daozi was stunned. "Lu Fan, what are you doing?" Jian Ying was also closely watching Lu Fan's movements, thinking to herself, "Is he trying to summon his dragon pet?" Xiao Fei, the adorable little jade dragon summoned by Lu Fan, let out a joyful, cute roar. The other 4 were instantly struck speechless with shock. Daozi was the first to speak, her voice filled with utter disbelief. "What? Is this actually a giant dragon?" Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was playfully clinging to the top of Lu Fan's head. Seeing this, Lu Fan gently coaxed the little dragon to come down. "Stop messing around. Come down here, Xiao Fei." Qin Chu was also completely dumbfounded. "Wait, isn't your dragon named Xiao Ye? Lu Fan, do you actually have 2 dragons?" Han Kei, standing nearby, was equally shocked. "Little Fan, where did you even get this dragon? I've never seen anything like it before." Meanwhile, Daozi was still struggling in her battle against the black-scaled giant python. Seeing her struggle, Lu Fan didn't hesitate to make his move. "Xiao Fei, quickly, use Jade Light." Instantly, 3 shimmering jade-green leaves appeared floating above Daozi's head. Just as the giant serpent whipped its thorny tail at her, a mystical green protective shield materialized right in front of her, blocking the impact. The monster's attack is completely shut down, as if slamming straight into an unbreakable shield. Caught completely off guard, Daozi lets out a sharp gasp before crashing hard onto the ground. Seeing her friend go down, Qin Chu immediately bolts over to help. "Hang in there, Daozi. I'll heal you right away." Pushing herself up after that devastating blow, Daozi's mind is still a total blur, her face pale with shock. Then it hits her. Wait, was that attack actually blocked? That's the power of the Jade Light skill. It grants the target 3 stacks of Jade Blessing, cleansing all debuffs while boosting all of their stats by 30%. On top of that, each stack of Jade Blessing can completely block a fatal blow. With the danger past, Xiao Fei flies right back onto Lu Fan's head, affectionately nuzzling her tiny face against his cheek while letting out a soft, happy coo. Lu Fan gently pats her little head, giving the group a confident smile. "Yup, that's right. With Xiao Fei watching our backs, you can all relax. You won't have to worry about getting hit with annoying debuffs or taking heavy damage ever again." Qin Chu's jaw drops. "Wait, Xiao Fei can create shields and grant full debuff immunity with just 1 single skill? That's way more broken than a healer who's already completed their 2nd-class advancement." Daozi chimes in, her voice filled with pure awe. "Seriously, the dragon race is just ridiculously overpowered. I mean, a tiny baby dragon can grant debuff immunity and give such a massive stat boost at the same time? It's insane!" But their moment of relief is cut short as the black-scaled giant python goes completely berserk. Bearing its long, deadly fangs, it charges like a bolt of lightning straight at Qin Chu and Daozi, letting out a bone-chilling hiss. Han Kei's eyes widen as she yells out a warning. "Heads up, it's coming right for you." Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Fan tightens his grip on his blade and steps up. Let me handle this. But before he can even take a step, a blazing red blade of light pierces straight through the giant python's jaw, killing it instantly before it can even make a sound. It was none other than Jian Ying's devastating sword art. Sheathing her weapon, she speaks in a cold, emotionless voice. Stop wasting time. They've already locked onto us. The system panel pops up to update her info. Jian Ying, a level 21 sword controller, which is a rare hidden combat class. That glowing crimson blade from earlier was generated by her Bloodbreaker sword, a weapon of epic grade. A quick scan of the weapon shows it requires level 21 and is strictly exclusive to the sword controller class. It boasts some insane bonus stats, adding 3,940 strength and 126 agility. Its passive features are just as broken. An armor-piercing effect that ignores 30% of the enemy's defense, and a swiftness effect that boosts her attack speed by 40%. Lu Fan is completely blown away, thinking to himself, whoa. So that's Jian Ying's true strength? To think a sword controller could be this powerful and agile. The number 2 spot on the leaderboard is definitely the real deal. But right at that moment, a sudden, suspicious shadow moving behind Han Ke catches Jian Ying's sharp eyes. Lu Fan spots the danger at the exact same second and screams in a panic, Aunt Han, get down. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque figure looms right over Han Ke's shoulder. It's a colossal spider with a shimmering, platinum-colored body, rearing its razor-sharp claws to impale her from behind. With her back turned, Han Ke stands frozen, completely oblivious to the horror behind her. With no time to lose, Lu Fan activates his flash step skill, teleporting right to her side and throwing his entire weight to shove her out of the way of the monster's lethal strike. Caught completely off guard, Han Ke lets out a terrified scream, ah! Fortunately, Jian Ying's flying sword strikes at that exact millisecond, knocking the spider's claw off course and keeping everyone safe. The spider screeches in frustration, its metal-like skin deflecting the blow. Once she catches her breath, Han Ke is stunned by the monster's incredibly tough defense. A silver-armored spider. Wait, can it actually ignore Jian Ying's armor-piercing effects? The system panel flashes its details. A level 45, silver-armored spider. Taking it down rewards 15,750 experience points, with a chance to drop a silver carapace, worth 4,115 dragon coins. It's equipped with a toxic fang skill that inflicts a deadly poison upon biting, with each stack draining 10% of the target's max HP every single second. And to make things worse, its passive silver armor trait makes it totally immune to any armor-piercing attacks. Without wasting a single second, Jian Ying leaps high into the air, launching herself like a bolt of lightning straight at the beast. Sensing the threat, the spider immediately counters with its pierce skill, driving its 2 razor-sharp front legs straight at her. And if that initial thrust misses, it can reactivate the skill instantly. First strike. Misses. It triggers the skill again. Second strike. Misses. It triggers it yet again. And just like that, facing Jian Ying's mind-blowing agility and reflexes, the giant spider misses over and over again, forced to reactivate the skill repeatedly in absolute frustration. Reactivating skill. Lu Fan wasn't about to just stand there. Tightening his grip on his blade, he charged forward and let out a loud shout. Jian Ying, watch out. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and stood right in front of the silver-armored spider. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan plunged his blade straight into the center of the monster's head, dealing a massive critical hit. With that single strike, the silver-armored spider collapsed to the ground, its massive body falling limp as it died on the spot. Jian Ying lightly leaped out of the cloud of dust, kicked up by the impact, calling out a warning to Lu Fan in her usual cold tone. Do not let your guard down. There isn't just one of them, and they aren't all silver-armored spiders, either. From the dense bushes surrounding them, several dark shadows of other monstrous spiders slowly began to emerge. Their glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness, staring fiercely at the group. Jian Ying remained completely calm, summoning 2 more swords into the air. One was pitch black, shrouded in a dark, ominous aura that radiated death, the army breaker sword. This sword requires a level 21 sword tamer class to wield, and possesses the special skill, Mountain Quake, which deals an extra 20% physical damage and splashes 2% of that total damage to surrounding targets. Next was another sword, its blade a frosty ice blue that radiated a chilling cold. This was the Chilling Water Sword. Wielding this weapon requires a level 14 sword tamer, and it features the special skill Frost, which inflicts ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Right in the middle of the swarming silver-armored spiders, a massive, intricate web suddenly materialized. And right in the center of that web sat a pitch-black spider with blood-red patterns stretching across its back. Its glowing red eyes locked onto Jian Ying. Spotting the beast, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A black web hunter too? That black spider at the center was indeed a black web hunter. According to the system interface, it had already reached level 45, and it was a boss monster. Defeating it would grant 39,110 experience points, with a chance to drop a black web spider eye, valued at 7,519 dragon coins. Its arsenal included venomous fangs, similar to the silver-armored spiders, and cobweb bind, a skill that wraps the target tightly in incredibly tough silk. Anyone trapped by it would perish within 60 seconds if they weren't rescued in time. With Xiaofei perched on his shoulder, Lu Fan ran alongside Jian Ying to face the threat, asking her out of sheer curiosity. Even though all your weapons are exclusive to the Sword Tamer class, they don't seem to be very consistent with each other, do they? Dodging the monster's relentless attacks with agile movements, Jian Ying replied to Lu Fan, maintaining her characteristic cold demeanor. Sword tamers can forge their own weapons. Every single sword I use has been leveling up with me ever since I was level 1. But now is not the time to talk about this. With a swift motion, Jian Ying unleashed strikes from her chilling water sword straight into the horde of silver-armored spiders, freezing them in their tracks. The frost skill activated, dealing massive ice attribute damage, while simultaneously reducing the movement speed of all affected targets by 30%. Lu Fan thought to himself, noticing some striking similarities to his own Dragon Tamer class. The only difference was that his power relied on dragon pets, whereas hers depended on her weapons. Suddenly, another silver-armored spider lunged from behind Jian Ying, letting out a series of hostile screeches. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lu Fan rushed over, shielding Jian Ying with his own body as he barked an order. Xiaofei, Jade Light. Hearing the command, Xiaofei let out a chirp and quickly cast a protective shield over Jian Ying. Under the effects of the Jade Light skill, 3 shimmering jade-green leaves materialized above Jian Ying's head. Jian Ying quickly stepped back, calmly swinging her blade to strike down the silver-armored spider that had tried to blindside her. Mountain Quake, the special skill of the Army Breaker Sword, was activated, dealing an additional 210% physical damage and splashing 21% of that total damage to other targets, unleashing a devastating critical blow that shattered the monster's abdomen. With the threat dealt with, Jian Ying turned back to look at Lu Fan and Xiaofei. A gentle smile brushed her lips, and she spoke with genuine gratitude. A 30% attribute buff? Thank you so much. Her chilling water sword had also just leveled up to level 15. Lu Fan smiled, quietly sizing up her combat potential. Her Bloodbreaker sword possesses incredibly sharp and effective armor penetration. The chilling water sword excels in crowd control by freezing targets, while the Army Breaker sword is perfect for parrying and boosting her damage output significantly. That is quite a setup. He figured that if she could seamlessly coordinate these 3 swords, the Sword Tamer class would truly be an absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, Xiaofei had also leveled up to level 2. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from a distance, crying, "Over there!" A horde of aggressive silver armor spiders has completely surrounded Qin Chu, Han Ke, and Tao Zi. Sensing the extreme danger, Qin Chu frantically yells to Tao Zi, "Tao Zi, quick, protect Sister Han." Hearing her scream, Lu Fan doesn't hesitate for a second and dashes toward the besieged trio. Before running off, he makes sure to shout back to Jian Ying, "There are still way too many silver armor spiders left. I'll take care of them for you. Hurry up and find that black net hunter and put it down." With that, he rushes over to join the fight with Qin Chu and Tao Zi, warning them, "Everyone, watch out for its cobweb binding skill. If you get caught in it, there's no way you're breaking free." Meanwhile, Jian Ying stands there dazed for a moment, staring at Lu Fan's retreating back. Suddenly, out of a nearby bush, several incredibly tough spider silk threads shoot out, launching a sneak attack on her. The 3 protective shields that Xiaofei had buffed her with earlier are simply not enough to hold off the overwhelming barrage of webs. It slices right through, wounding Jian Ying in her right arm. Clutching her bleeding arm, she grits her teeth through the pain and charges straight into the black net hunter's territory. Seeing this, Lu Fan desperately tries to stop her. "Wait, Jian Ying, you're hurt. Don't just charge in there alone like that. Xiaofei, quick, heal her." Meanwhile, Qin Chu, now protected by a fresh jade banner armor from Xiao Fei, urges Lu Fan on. Lu Fan, hurry, and go after Jian Ying. We have the jade banner protecting us, so we can handle things here. Hearing this, Lu Fan breathes a small sigh of relief. He immediately sprints after Jian Ying, shouting back, "All right, sis, I'm counting on you to keep everyone safe." After making his way through a gloomy forest choked with massive spider webs, Lu Fan finally catches up to Jian Ying. This dark, creepy place is the lair of the Black Net Hunter. Spotting her, he calls out, "I'm here to help." Right now, Jian Ying's Pojin sword is completely pinned down by thick webs, leaving her unable to move it. She stands facing the colossal Black Net Hunter. She tightly grips her Shui Han sword, while her Po Shui sword hovers in midair, ready to strike at any moment. Her entire body is covered in fresh, painful wounds. Blood seeps through her clothes, and she is gasping heavily for breath. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan activates his Jade Light skill and orders Xiao Fei to quickly cast another heavy-duty Jade Banner shield on Jian Ying. Despite her severe injuries, Jian Ying remains stubborn to a fault, fiercely rejecting his aid. "I can handle this myself." Right at that moment, the Black Net Hunter behind her unleashes its deadly ultimate move, Cobweb Binding. It spits out countless strands of extremely sticky, unbreakable silk to trap its prey. If hit, the target will face certain death in 60 seconds unless saved immediately. A sudden wave of pure despair washes over Jian Ying. Am I really going to die here?" Sprinting toward her, Lu Fan's voice rings out with reassuring confidence. "Jian Ying, don't lose focus. Stay close to me." Instantly, he activates his Dragon Blood armor skill. His left hand is immediately enveloped in a surging crimson and gold aura, blazing bright like fire. His fingers rapidly morph, shifting into fierce, razor-sharp dragon claws. Glowing with the intense, destructive colors of molten lava, his hand looks incredibly powerful and terrifying. With ultimate focus and a grim expression, Lu Fan unleashes a devastating dragon claw strike directly at the Black Net Hunter. Under the overwhelming power of that draconic claw, a geyser of thick red blood splatters right in front of him. Jian Ying stands frozen in absolute shock, thinking to herself, "Just one blow. And he dealt that much damage to the Black Net Hunter? We're only one rank apart on the leaderboard, yet a single attack of his packs as much punch as my full-power Shaking Mountain strike." Lu Fan then yells out, rallying Jian Ying to finish off the boss together. "Let's do this together." He instantly activates the effect of his Spirit Wind Ring, a powerful item that grants the wearer the Spirit Wind Blessing. This permanently boosts his base agility stat by 35%. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Ying answers his call, taking control of her Pojin sword. She unleashes her Shaking Mountain skill once more, blending it flawlessly with Lu Fan's devastating Dragon Fang strike. The two incredibly powerful attacks hit simultaneously, cleanly slicing the Black Net Hunter right in half. Following the fierce battle, the stats on Jian Ying's Po Shui sword spike dramatically. She steals a glance at Lu Fan, a sudden wave of shyness hitting her as she wonders, "Is the gap between our strengths really this massive? But why do I feel so incredibly safe whenever I'm fighting right beside him?" At the same time, the Jade Dragon Xiao Fei levels up to level 3. Lu Fan happily extends his hand, letting Xiao Fei fly over and cling snugly to his neck. He gently strokes the little dragon, praising her for a job well done. Just taking down a few small monsters was enough to push Xiao Fei straight to level 3. If we manage to clear this dungeon, she might even hit level 5. Standing nearby, Jian Ying can't help but feel a sting of insecurity, thinking, did a day really come where I'm looked at as a weakling who needs to be saved? Qinchu, Hankei, and Tao Zi had also finished dealing with the monsters on their end. After that, they walked over to where Lu Fan and Jian Ying were standing. Qinchu called out cheerfully, "Lu Fan, Jian Ying, we cleaned out all the silver-armored spiders." Hankei also boasted happily, "Little Fan, I just leveled up too." Lu Fan turned back to look at Jian Ying, speaking with a warm, reassuring tone. "That's not true. You are very strong, but no matter how strong we are, we will never leave our teammates to fight all on their own." Hearing those words, Jian Ying felt a wave of comfort and warmth wrap around her heart. She simply lowered her head in slight embarrassment, remaining silent. Confused, Hankei turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Little Fan, why didn't you use that Jade Light skill on yourself?" Lu Fan replied confidently, "I don't really need it, Auntie." Seeing this, Daozi quickly chimed in, "Lu Fan, hurry, can your dragon heal everyone's health?" Hearing Taozi's question, Lu Fan didn't hesitate to activate Xiao Fei's Spring of Life skill. The gem on the little dragon's forehead began to glow, with a brilliant emerald light, forming a shield of energy around everyone that rapidly restored their health. Qin Chu couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wow, I feel completely energized again. Seeing Xiao Fei sitting proudly on top of Lu Fan's head, with a mystical green aura radiating all over, Dao Zi couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him. Haha, Lu Fan, your head is literally glowing bright green. Hearing that, Lu Fan could only offer a wry smile, replying playfully, Xiao Fei, from now on, don't ever heal this pink-haired girl again. Watching the whole scene unfold from the side, a gentle smile formed on Jianying's lips. She thought to herself, having teammates like this might not be so bad after all. After resting and recovering for a bit, Lu Fan's group walked out of the dense forest together. The sky above was still covered in gloomy, dark, purple clouds, creating an eerie atmosphere. Tao Zi suddenly felt that something was off, and spoke up, the map for this secret realm ends right here. So, did we actually complete the quest? Or is there more? She paused, then looked at Lu Fan and asked, there's still a massive area ahead, right Lu Fan? Lu Fan walked quickly to the edge of a steep cliff, looking down in silence without answering. Qin Chu peered down curiously as well, gasping in horror. What on earth is that? It looks like we just found the final boss's lair. Below the cliff lay the colossal nest of an absolutely massive mother spider. Surrounding her, tens of thousands of baby spiders swarmed and crawled, a truly terrifying sight. Lu Fan's group stood at the edge of the abyss, staring down into the spider's nest. A thick, dark mist billowed up from the depths, enveloping the entire area in a spine-chilling silence. Lu Fan silently analyzed the situation. The regenerative absorption and the mass frenzy according to the system information, the boss of this entire swarm was the level 45 Screaming Broodmother. This level 45 Screaming Broodmother was a boss with deadly skills, including Net Sweep, which spits out a massive web that binds all targets within its range, killing them after 60 seconds if they are not rescued. Venom Spit covers a massive area in acid, severely poisoning anyone standing inside. Each stack drains 5% of their maximum HP per second. Regenerative Absorption allows her to drain life from the spiderlings, recovering 5% of her maximum HP each time. Finally, Mass Frenzy forces all spider minions to focus their attacks on a single target, while boosting all of their stats for 60 seconds. Assessing the danger ahead, Lu Fan quickly formulated a battle plan in his head. Looks like we need to wipe out these pesky minions first. Qin Chu turned and warned Han Ke. Sister Han, you might not want to look down there. Tao Zi agreed. Yeah, sister, this site is way too much for anyone who isn't a combat class. Hearing this, Han Ke replied resolutely, her voice filled with determination. Even if it's too much to bear, I have to learn to deal with it. You guys have worked so hard to protect me. If I don't even have the courage to look, I'll only end up being a burden to everyone when the real fight begins. With that, she summoned her courage and looked down into the abyss. But the sight of thousands of baby spiders writhing and swarming below was simply too overwhelming for Han Ke. She rushed over to a nearby tree to empty her stomach, letting out her sheer terror. Ugh, that is absolutely disgusting. Lu Fan could only watch his aunt's reaction. He couldn't help but feel a bit stuck and helpless. Was this what they called the harsh reality of life? Jianying finally spoke up, her voice as cold as ever. Whether we want to reach the boss or defeat it, we need to clear out all these small-time lackeys first. Tao Zi said as she scrolled through her tablet, I just went through the notes left by other teams who cleared this dungeon. They usually used a kiting strategy to lure the monsters out of their nest before slowly approaching the boss. But that strategy would take at least 4 days just to clear out all these minions. Hearing this, Han Ke couldn't help but worry. That long? Really? I only brought enough food for 1 day. If that's the case, do you want to try some roasted spider? Hearing Aunt Han Ke, Qin Chu shivered in horror and quickly protested. No, I am absolutely not eating that thing. Lu Fan raised his hand as if he had just gotten a brilliant idea and said confidently, we don't necessarily have to follow the strategies of other teams. Jianying asked curiously, so, do you have a better idea? Tao Zi couldn't guess what Lu Fan was planning either, so she asked in confusion. Hey Lu Fan, what are you doing? Qin Chu asked, sharing the same confusion as she turned to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, what on earth are you planning to do? Without another word, Lu Fan immediately summoned Xiao Ye. Come out, Xiao Ye, destruction form. In his hand was an energy orb radiating a bright red light, surrounded by countless ferocious flames. The energy orb quickly flew toward Xiaoye, transforming her into a giant black dragon, her entire body engulfed in hellfire. Her wings, also made of those very flames, looked incredibly majestic and terrifying. Taozi gasped in shock. Fire dragon flames? So, is this the legendary giant dragon? Jianying was also secretly astonished, a wave of awe washing over her. This pressure is just too intense. The spiders at the bottom of the abyss seemed to sense the approaching danger. They began to stir, spinning massive webs to prepare for an attack. Lu Fan shouted, commanding Xiaoye. Xiaoye, those minions down there, I'm leaving them all to you. With that, Xiaoye obeyed her master's command and dived straight into the abyss without hesitation. Immediately after, Lu Fan roared with absolute power. Let's go, Cataclysm. The Cataclysm skill was activated, creating a powerful fire vortex that enveloped Xiaoye's entire body. Han Ke asked in disbelief. Xiaoye, she can even transform into this state? Taozi squinted, trying to follow Xiaoye's silhouette flying below, and said in admiration, She looks exactly like the giant dragon from the legends. Jianying was also deeply moved, her heart racing. This destructive power. It might even surpass the legendary giant dragons themselves. Lu Fan commanded again, telling Xiao Fei to support Xiaoye. Xiao Fei, time to buff Xiaoye. Xiao Fei happily agreed with an adorable cue. The Jade Dragon's special bloodline was activated. All buffs and healing effects applied to Dragon Clan targets and those with connected bloodlines would have their effectiveness doubled. The Light of Jade skill was activated, granting the target 3 stacks of Jade Blessing, which negated all debuffs and boosted all stats by 30 to 60%. Each stack of Jade Blessing could block 1 incoming attack or a fatal blow. Right after that, the dragon's encouragement skill was activated, boosting the power of his dragon pet, causing all stats, including attack power, to surge by 30%. Level 17 Black Dragon Xiaoye's stats skyrocketed instantly. Her strength jumped from 1,746 to 2,937. Her agility climbed from 2,167 to 4,117. Her spirit from 5,212 broke through to 9,902. And her stamina went from 305 to 5,728. Below, the spiders seemed to have gone completely wild. Ignoring all other targets, they focused all their attacks on Lu Fan. Yet, Lu Fan remained completely calm. He turned to check on Qin Chu and Taozi. Qin Chu, Taozi, are you two doing okay over there? Qin Chu replied confidently, Don't worry, we'll make sure Sister Han is safe. Hearing that, Lu Fan felt somewhat relieved. He swung his blade and yelled with determination, Jianying, let's take down that broodmother spider together. Jianying didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately controlled her 3 swords, ready to fight alongside Lu Fan. With a nod, Lu Fan signaled Jianying, let's go, together. With Xiao Fei flying beside them, they charged straight into the enemy encirclement. Each slash of the sword and swipe of the blade was executed with absolute breathtaking precision. Moving like dancers gliding through the air, they shredded the spiders, sending them crashing to the ground, dead before they could even react. Lu Fan and Jianying stuck the landing perfectly. Without losing a second, Lu Fan shouted with urgent desperation, Xiaoye, get over here, now. Hearing his command, Xiaoye didn't waste a heartbeat and soared straight to his side. With the system activating stage 2 of the Great Cataclysm skill, the destructive ring of fire surrounding Xiaoye flared up with terrifying intensity. At that exact moment, Xiao Fei, the Jade Dragon, leveled up to level 4. The Great Cataclysm skill then surged into stage 3, unleashing a torrent of hellfire that raged more violently than ever. Standing nearby, Jianying could feel the suffocating pressure radiating from the blaze. Shock washed over her face as she thought to herself, no way. Does this skill actually have 3 different stages of power? Even from here, this insane heat wave feels like it's going to burn me to a crisp. Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned to Qin Chu and asked with a hint of worry in his voice, Qin Chu, are you guys holding up all right over there? Fighting off the swarming spiders with everything she had, Qin Chu yelled back. Just focus on the boss. Taozi and I have got this covered. Hearing that, a wave of relief washed over Lu Fan. He yelled out, awesome! Jianying, let's go! Suddenly, a thick, dark purple fluid erupted from the broodmother's maw. She was unleashing her venom spit skill. She spat a massive pool of corrosive venom, severely poisoning anyone caught within its range. Every stack of the toxin would drain 5% of the target's maximum health every single second. Reacting instantly, Lu Fan called out to Xiao Fei to shield Jianying. Xiao Fei, Jade Light. But the broodmother wasn't done. She immediately shot a massive web of spider silk directly at Lu Fan, like a bolt of lightning. Using her catch-all-in-one skill, she unleashed a massive web to completely trap everyone in the area. If they weren't freed within 60 seconds, the trap would be fatal. Realizing the danger, Lu Fan quickly raised his blade to block the incoming attack. But the razor-sharp silk was too fast, slicing across his face and drawing blood. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, shouting, "Xiao Ye!" At that exact moment, seeing Lu Fan's blood splatter in the air, Xiao Fei didn't hesitate. She opened her mouth and swallowed the droplets of blood. Feeling completely in sync with Xiao Ye, Lu Fan immediately unleashed their ultimate skill, All Things Burn. According to the system status screen, All Things Burn was a devastatingly powerful skill. In its destruction state, the giant dragon would flap its wings and unleash 4 massive fire tornadoes that swept across the battlefield, dealing massive area of effect damage. Xiao Ye flapped her massive fiery wings, sending raging tornadoes of fire roaring across the ground, instantly incinerating the spider swarms below. Jianying was stunned once again, completely awestruck by what she was witnessing. He has skills even stronger than that? This kind of world-ending, disaster-level power could easily wipe out major cities, or even an entire country. And yet, all on his own, he's almost completely wiped out this entire massive horde of spiders. Just then, more system notifications flashed across Lu Fan's screen. The Jade Dragon has reached level 5. You have unlocked a new skill, Jade Blessing. This skill grants 3 chosen targets the Jade Dragon aura, boosting the damage of their next 3 attacks. Grinning, Lu Fan called out, "Xiao Fei, go ahead and give that new skill a try." The jade jewel on Xiao Fei's chest began to glow, radiating a blindingly brilliant green light. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glare, a sudden sense of familiarity hit Lu Fan. Wait, could this be? Mystical green vines wrapped around Xiao Fei as she glowed with light, slowly transforming into an incredibly beautiful young girl. She now had long, flowing jade green hair, a pair of breathtaking jade wings on her back, and an elegant, lovely green outfit that made her look absolutely ethereal. Lu Fan immediately realized what was happening, his heart filling with excitement. It's just like what happened with Xiao Ye. Xiao Fei has unlocked her human combat form, along with much stronger skills. Both Jianying and Lu Fan were stunned by Xiao Fei's sudden massive evolution. Xiao Fei had completely transformed into a breathtakingly elegant young girl. Suddenly, Jianying detected a menacing sound coming from right behind them. Right behind Xiao Fei, a massive spider, likely a surviving silver-armored spider, suddenly lunged straight at them. It split its massive fanged maw wide open, looking ready to feast on the delicious meal right in front of it. Jianying was blown backward, her body collapsing weakly onto the ground. Luckily, she managed to summon her jade bamboo blessing just in time to protect herself. Instantly regaining a portion of her strength, she did not hesitate for a second before launching a devastating counterattack. Aiming straight at the gargantuan beast, she unleashed a vicious sword strike. Jianying was stunned to see her blade effortlessly slide right through the monster's heavy armor. Just like that? It pierced through just like that? Doubts began to race through her mind. Her Bloodbreaker sword shouldn't have been able to scratch the silver armor of these silver armor spiders. Yet now, it cut through them like butter. It turned out the Jade Bamboo Blessing wasn't just a simple stat buff for her. Could it be that it also applied the unique attributes of the Dragon Clan? Lu Fan proudly patted Xiao Fei on the head, happily praising her. Incredible job, Xiao Fei. You're only level 5, but you've already unlocked a new skill and a brand new form. Lu Fan's words caught Jianying's attention. She turned to look at him as a sudden realization flashed in her mind. Her previous attack had clearly been infused with Xiao Fei's dragon energy. What if she used that same buff on Xiao Ye? Suddenly, the broodmother spat another glob of deadly venom straight at Lu Fan. Luckily, both he and Xiao Fei sensed the danger in time and quickly dodged the incoming acid. The system panel popped up, detailing the skill, Poison Spit, which unleashes a massive pool of toxic venom. Any target within the blast zone will be poisoned, with each stack draining 5% of their maximum HP every single second. Lu Fan spun around and shouted, "Xiao Fei, use Jade Bamboo Blessing on Xiao Ye, now." Hearing her master's command, Xiao Fei immediately flew over to Xiao Ye and cast Jade Bamboo Blessing, channeling a massive wave of energy into her. absorbing the immense magic from Xiaofei. Xiaoye's power surged once again to a terrifying level. She unleashed an incredibly devastating attack right at the spider broodmother. In an instant, the broodmother was completely swallowed by Xiaoye's ultimate skill, all-consuming inferno. Destructive fire tornadoes roared as they engulfed the beast, leaving it with only enough time to let out an agonizing shriek. Staring at the sheer destruction, Jian Ying was absolutely speechless, thinking to herself, Xiaoye's flames are actually being boosted by Xiaofei's dragon energy. This single hit must have dealt over 10,000 damage. She felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the sheer destructive force of Xiaoye's attack. The broodmother thrashed in desperate agony, spitting venom in every direction in a frantic attempt to put out the raging flames. Finishing blow. Lu Fan darked out with absolute authority. Jian Ying, Xiaofei. Without a moment's hesitation, both of them joined Lu Fan as they charged straight at the broodmother. Grinning as the battle reached its climax, Lu Fan yelled, "Let's put an end to this right now." The three of them moved like lightning, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on the broodmother, sparking an insanely chaotic brawl. Leaping high into the air, Lu Fan aimed straight for the broodmother's head and drove his blade down with full force. Squelch! The blade buried deep into her skull, forcing a horrific, agonizing shriek from the beast. This was his ultimate buffed attack, enhanced by his Dragon Fang Strike Covenant. It concentrated all of his dragon energy directly into the weapon to deliver a single, apocalyptic strike. Seizing this golden opportunity, both Xiaofei and Jian Ying activated their Jade Bamboo Blessing and struck simultaneously. Three distinct sources of energy resonated and slammed into the broodmother all at once. Instantly, system notifications began flashing across the screen. Black Dragon has reached level 18. Jade Dragon has reached level 6. Lu Fan has reached level 23. Jade Dragon has reached level 7. Once the dust settled in victory, Jian Ying turned to Lu Fan and asked curiously, "Hey Lu Fan, what did you actually end up scoring on that exam?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Lu Fan just smiled sheepishly and gave an honest answer. I think it was somewhere around 1,300,000 points. Jian Ying stared at him, completely dumbfounded. With the monstrous power he had just displayed, there was no way his score was that low. She pressed further, her voice filled with disbelief. With that kind of insane power, how could you only get 1,300,000 points? Lu Fan wasn't surprised at all. He just shrugged helplessly and said, "Well, it couldn't be helped. After all, 1,300,000 points is the absolute cap for the nightmare difficulty." Hearing his answer, she was left completely speechless. Lu Fan didn't care about Jian Ying's presence anymore. He waved at Qin Chu and happily called out, "Qin Chu, Tao Zi, bring Auntie down here." In the back, Xiao Ye was absolutely fuming when she saw Xiaofei clinging so affectionately to Lu Fan's neck. Her cute little face immediately scowled with clear annoyance. Grr. Jian Ying quietly watched the three of them fooling around, her mind filled with complex thoughts. In terms of grades, my score is only half of Lu Fan's, but when it comes to raw strength, the gap between us is just too massive. It feels like I have no way of ever surpassing him. Watching the three of them happily playing together, she couldn't help but feel a bit lonely and left out. Cut to Lu Fan. He was currently looking a bit helpless, as both Xiao Ye and Xiaofei were fighting over him. One was tightly hugging his neck, while the other clung onto his waist, refusing to let go. Combined with Auntie's stat-boosting dishes, just one trip to a dungeon, and the whole team would not only level up super fast, but also score tons of rare materials and awesome rewards. Taozi looked absolutely thrilled at the equipment chest glowing with a magical light right in front of her. "Whoa, it's like this gear was practically made for me," she happily added. "So, I won't be polite then." Lu Fan just gave a brief nod in response. "Oh, sure." He drifted back into his own thoughts. Maybe she really does need a party to fight with. Or maybe, the people here have given her a warm, welcoming feeling that she's never experienced before. This was the first time Jian Ying, the number 2 player on the leaderboard, had agreed to join a party. Qin Chu was thrilled to have Jian Ying join their team. She immediately rushed over to ask for her contact info. "That's awesome. Let's swap contact info right now." Jian Ying only replied coldly, "I don't use a cell phone." Sensing the awkward tension, Taozi stepped in to save the day. "In that case, before we head into a dungeon next time, we'll just come over and let you know in person." Watching the three girls chat, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a warm sense of happiness. To celebrate officially forming the party, the team decided to treat themselves to a feast. That evening, Aunt Han Kei prepared a massive spread of delicious food for everyone to enjoy. Holding 2 plates of mouth-watering barbecue, this dish is great for boosting your stamina. How can you guys actually live with a creep like him? Jian Ying shot a look of pure disgust at Lu Fan, making her dislike for him crystal clear. Unable to take this terrible misunderstanding any longer, Lu Fan immediately protested in a slightly hurt voice. I told you, it was just a misunderstanding. Watching this unfold, Tao Zi and Qin Chu were just happy to see how quickly the team members were getting along. With their bellies full, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei plopped down on the floor and fell fast asleep. Over the next few days, I gradually got used to life at Longdu Academy. In our free time, I would run previously cleared dungeons with the others to level up faster. Yulong has reached level 12. Yulong has reached level 15. Lu Fan has reached level 24. Through each battle, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei's coordination with Lu Fan became smoother and more synchronized, helping all 3 of them power level with ease. Every day, aside from running dungeons, they also had to attend combat theory classes. Cut to a combat theory class. From the podium, the professor's voice suddenly rang out. Tao Xiaoman, please stand up and answer this question for the class. Dao Zi stood up hesitantly, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, professor, this is a bit hard to explain. Sitting right next to her, Qin Chu could only look at her best friend with a helpless smile. Life at the academy continued to pass by peacefully, until over half a month later, when there were only 2 days left before the freshman evaluation. During one of their runs, the team was fighting a ferocious beast. Lu Fan and Ziye coordinated flawlessly, unleashing their ultimate moves to finish off the monster. Once the quest was cleared, the system displayed everyone's updated stats. Xiao Fei's level had reached 19, Yulong reached level 14, and Lu Fan reached level 25. Lu Fan happily called out, "It's over! Tao Zi, come open the chest!" Tao Zi eagerly ran over as the system displayed her current level. Tao Xiaoman, Combat Class, Level 22 Swordsman. Qin Chu, Hidden Combat Class, Level 22 Holy Light Mage. Han Kei, Hidden Life Class, Level 18 Phantom Chef. Behind them, Qin Chu was carefully supporting Han Kei, helping her walk step by step. Lu Fan thought to himself with a bit of regret. Damn, I originally planned to power level Xiao Ye to level 20 and Xiao Fei to level 15 before the freshman evaluation, but it looks like that plan fell short. He muttered to himself, disappointed that things hadn't gone exactly as he'd hoped. Nearby, Jian Ying spoke in her usual cold tone. Everything went smoothly. My Clearwater Cold Sword has caught up to my level now. The Clearwater Cold Sword has now reached level 24, matching her own. Jian Ying, a level 24 sword tamer, which is a hidden combat class. Daozi happily opened the equipment chest and squealed with delight. Whoa, it finally dropped. She quickly equipped her new gear and excitedly showed it off to everyone. After grinding for nearly a whole month, I finally collected the full poison spider set for swordsman. Seeing her best friend so happy, Qin Chu couldn't help but smile too. Once you pass this exam, you'll definitely be able to boost your ranking a ton. She shared in her friend's joy. Meanwhile, the system displayed the detailed stats for the rare poison spider set. Required level, 20. Required class, swordsman. Set effects when fully equipped. 2-piece set bonus. Attacks have a certain chance to shoot out black spider webs. If hit by the black spider webs, the target will be bound for 60 seconds. 4-piece set bonus. Targets bound by the black spider webs are heavily poisoned, losing 5% of their maximum HP every second. Han Kei called out cheerfully. All right, everyone, should we call it a day? It's still pretty early, so I'll head back and whip up a massive feast for dinner. Qin Chu immediately agreed. Sounds perfect. There's really no need for us to hang around here any longer anyway. Lu Fan agreed and prepared to head out with the group. Since the exam is tomorrow, we should probably head home early and get some rest, and make sure we're fully prepared for tomorrow. Behind them, Tao Zi enthusiastically cheered in agreement. Watching this warm, friendly scene, Jian Ying couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed since she wasn't used to it. Suddenly, a mysterious purple light enveloped Lu Fan. Counselor Gu Han suddenly materialized and said with a smile, Lu Fan, could you come with me for a moment? A bit confused, Lu Fan called out to her, but Counselor Gu Han just stood there and gently explained, I'm not the one looking for you, it's Vice Principal Zhao. He has something highly important he wants to discuss with you in private. Lu Fan wondered. Stepping forward, Lu Fan tried to get more details from Counselor Gu. Excuse me, ma'am, But what exactly is this important matter about? And why does it have to be discussed before the exam? Counselor Gu simply flashed a mysterious smile and said, "You'll understand once you get there." As they walked, a nearby conversation between two students caught Lu Fan's attention. "Man, one of the top dogs from the Qingyun class set a new record today. 73 hongs?" "Yeah, I already knew that." Noticing his curiosity, Counselor Gu turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Are you interested in what they're talking about?" Lu Fan just chuckled, replying with a slightly helpless shrug. "Well, lately I've been spending all my time either in the classroom or grinding dungeons. So even if I wanted to understand what they're talking about, I'm completely out of the loop." As they headed up the stairs, Counselor Gu explained, "It's actually all because of that wagered duel you had with Hongwu. Now, everyone's realized they can earn extra points by challenging each other to wagered duels." Counselor Gu paused before adding, "We call it the new rating system." Lu Fan still looked confused. A new rating system? He hadn't expected to be the catalyst for this. Counselor Gu nodded. "That's right. Freshmen are constantly challenging each other now. The winners rack up a massive amount of points, while the losers can't even afford a single meal at the school cafeteria." Lu Fan asked, his curiosity piqued, "But what does 73 hongs mean?" Counselor Gu pointed toward a young man in the distance who was diligently mopping the floor. Tears were streaming down his face as she explained, "They're using your match with Hongwu as the baseline. Hongwu's power level is set as 1 unit or 1 hong. As the victor, you are rated at 100 hongs, while Hongwu himself is just 1 hong. Since he lost all his points, he's currently working as a janitor here on campus. At least it allows him to scrape together enough points to cover his daily living expenses." Lu Fan had no idea things had spiraled this far. He looked over at Hongwu with a mix of helplessness and awkwardness. Chatting as they walked, they soon arrived outside Vice Principal Zhao's office. Standing outside, Counselor Gu said gently, "Here we are, go on in, he's waiting for you." Lu Fan opened the door and stepped inside. "Vice Principal Zhao, you wanted to see me?" Sitting in a large armchair, Vice Principal Zhao looked up at the sound of Lu Fan's voice and replied warmly, "Lu Fan, come in and take a seat." Sitting up straight, he clasped his hands on his desk and slowly brought up the national trial, which the Academy had mentioned to Lu Fan before. "It has been officially confirmed that the national trial is about to begin." He paused for a moment before continuing in a thoughtful tone. "Originally, the Academy's planned to host this trial in Jinyu City within the Kingdom of Taichi, about 5 months from now. But for some unknown reason, the host country suddenly cut the preparation time short, leaving only 2 months until the event begins. The Kingdom of Taichi has also officially announced that they will send the heir of the Kim family, Kim Seong-han, to participate in this trial. By then, he is expected to reach level 60 and complete his 3rd-class advancement." Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly chimed in, speculating, "So the Kingdom of Taichi wants to wait until he achieves his 3rd-class advancement before launching the national trial, right?" Vice Principal Zhao slammed his hand on the table, his voice full of frustration. "Exactly. Most contestants from other nations will have only achieved their 2nd-class advancement when the national trial begins. So, the winning advantage in this trial will obviously tilt heavily in favor of that Kim Seong-han guy." Lu Fan looked at Vice Principal Zhao, thinking to himself that the power gap between the 2nd and 3rd-class advancement wasn't just a matter of levels, but also about the special attributes and far more powerful skills gained after each class advancement. The Kim family is indeed full of schemes. Vice Principal Zhao slowly stood up, walked over to the window, looked out into the distance, and spoke with a hint of regret in his voice. "The promises that the Academy made to you before, yet now, such a blatant act of unfairness has popped up. I truly feel incredibly regretful and apologetic." He paused, and then continued in a deeply worried tone. "In these short 2 months, no matter how hard you push yourself, the highest you can possibly reach is level 30, completing your 2nd-class advancement. And at that point, you'll be facing opponents who are all over level 50, or even higher. That could put your very life in danger." Vice Principal Zhao seriously warned Lu Fan, his eyes filled with clear anxiety. He stepped closer, placed his hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, and continued in a heavy voice. "In previous national trials, our Dragon Nation has always held the upper hand and claimed the ultimate victory. So, we've naturally always been the prime target for other countries. And now, the preparation time for the trial has been cut short so abruptly." He looked straight into Lu Fan's eyes, asking earnestly, with all his hope to salvage this critical situation, "Lu Fan, do you still want to participate in this national trial?" Lu Fan fell silent for a long moment. After careful consideration, he looked up, stared straight at Vice Principal Zhao, and spoke calmly. Vice Principal Zhao. He paused for a moment and then continued in a resolute voice. This is an incredibly precious opportunity for me to rightfully step into the ranks of our Dragon Nation's top powerhouses. So, of course I want to participate. He confidently affirmed once more, his eyes gleaming with iron determination. Not only do I want to participate, but I also want to win. Vice Principal Zhao was slightly taken aback by Lu Fan's confident words, but he quickly brushed that feeling aside and solemnly confirmed once more. Since you have made up your mind, I will do everything in my power to secure the best resources for your training. He added a reminder. For the upcoming freshman assessment, you must do your absolute best to show your full potential. Lu Fan nodded and replied politely, I understand, sir. Thank you for all your hard work, Vice Principal Zhao. The scene shifts to the next day at the freshman assessment assembly. Vice Principal Zhao stood on the podium, raising his loud, resonant voice to kick off the ceremony. I don't want to waste time with empty speeches. Every freshman must strictly follow the rules that have been established. The detailed rules will be announced right during this assessment. Standing high on the podium, he looked down at the crowd of freshmen gathered below and spoke loudly with a majestic voice. Behind him, a massive screen lit up, showing the arena layout and the detailed scoring system. Vice Principal Zhao continued to clarify. The tournament format will be 2-player teams fighting head-to-head directly in the arena. He raised his pointer and switched to another presentation slide. Down below, after hearing the rules, all the freshmen started buzzing with lively chatter. What? Why on earth is it a team-based battle? Forget it. This is going to be brutal. Haha, I told you so. Team up with me, and I'll carry you. Both of you are basically Hello Kitties, you idiot. A barrage of chaotic, playful teasing echoed from the crowd below. In stark contrast to the restless and anxious crowd, Lu Fan's team looked absolutely thrilled and excited upon hearing the rules of this assessment. Qin Chu smiled brightly. Qin Chu turned to Lu Fan, her face lighting up with excitement. This is perfect. The team size is capped at 5 people. Lu Fan was just as thrilled. Yeah, since Aunt Han Ke doesn't have a combat class anyway, this works out perfectly for our team. Vice Principal Zhao continued, his voice turning serious. I know many of you still don't have a clear grasp on how to build a team, but it's not too late to start. The qualifying rounds for the assessment will officially kick off this afternoon. The top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow night. If you want to sign up right now, you can head over and register directly with Miss Gu. With the important announcements wrapped up, Qin Chu and Lu Fan walked out of the hall together. As soon as they hit the door, they saw Jian Ying waiting for them. Qin Chu waved excitedly and called out, Hey, Tao Zi, over here. Then she turned to Jian Ying with a warm smile. Hey, Jian Ying. Jian Ying looked pretty happy to see her teammates too. Out of nowhere, a flashy, well-dressed guy strutted right up to Jian Ying. Striking his most charming pose, he confidently introduced himself. Well, hello there, gorgeous. I'm ranked number 7 on the dual swordsman leaderboard. Honestly, I've had my eye on you since the freshman orientation. For this assessment, how about you team up with us? Together, we'll absolutely crush it. Before he could even finish his sentence, Jian Ying shut him down instantly. No. Right then, Tao Zi came running over. She looked utterly confused as she noticed a guy standing behind her, literally weeping. I'm here, Tao Zi chirped. Let's head over to Miss Gu and sign up. She paused, looking puzzled. Wait, what's going on? Why is that guy over there crying his eyes out? Qin Chu and Lu Fan exchanged awkward glances, having no idea how to explain, and could only offer a nervous laugh. The culprit herself had already turned and walked away, completely ignoring his existence. Jian Ying kept her usual icy poker face, acting like she had absolutely nothing to do with it. To diffuse the awkwardness, Qin Chu quickly stepped in to explain, Oh, it's nothing really, just some guys trying to recruit Jian Ying for their team, but I know for a fact she'd never dump us for them. Lu Fan quickly finalized their roster, saying, All right, then it's me, Qin Chu, Jian Ying, and Tao Zi. We're a team. Let's head over together in a bit. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The arena for the freshman qualifiers was absolutely buzzing. The crowd roared with excitement, cheering wildly for the freshmen battling it out in the ring. Down in the pit, a massive monster whipped its tail in a devastating sweep. Its massive tail sliced through the air in a wide arc, dealing heavy area damage and sending a poor freshman flying backward. Boom. Just then, Chen Tianji unleashed the overwhelming force of his dragon spear strike. Channeling his dragon energy, he delivered a devastating, lethal blow that instantly shut down his opponent. Up in the stands, the crowd went absolutely wild with admiration. Holy crap, Chen Tianji is on a 28-game win streak. That's insane. Jin Zhu, currently sitting at number 18 on the leaderboard, watched Chen Tianji step out and praised him as Zhang Tao, likely because of a name mix-up. With a touch of pride in her voice, she said, "Not bad at all. You've already got 28 straight wins. Win a few more, and you should easily break into the top 16. Hearing this, Chen Tianji quickly bowed his head respectfully. "You flatter me, Your Highness," he replied, before updating her on their progress. "Our team has actually climbed all the way to number 7 now. Depending on how the next match goes, do you think we'll have a shot at challenging the number 1 team?" Jinju smiled, her voice dripping with confidence. "It won't be long. My brother, Jin Chengtan, is coming to visit me soon. When he gets here, I'll definitely put in a good word for you. But first, you have to secure that number 1 spot. That's the only way I can recommend you with my head held high." Stiffening with determination, Chen Tianji vowed, "Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will follow your every instruction and command to the letter." Over the speakers, the announcer's booming voice rang out, "The next match is about to begin." But before they could celebrate any further, their conversation was cut short as 2 figures slowly stepped onto the field. The upcoming match would pit the number 18 team, featuring Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu, against the undisputed number 1 team, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Both Lu Fan and Jian Ying were locked in and ready for the big match, and they confidently strode onto the field together. Up in the stands, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of shocked whispers and gasps. 2 dragon tamers? Oh my god, the number 1 and number 2 ranks actually teamed up. In the middle of the crowd, someone was so excited they couldn't help but shout, "The clash of the twin dragons! The clash of the twin dragons! This is absolutely incredible." Both Jin Zhu and Chen Tianji couldn't hide their utter shock. Jin Zhu stammered, unable to believe his own ears. Could Lu Fan and Jian Ying actually be teaming up? Lu Fan remained silent, his mind drifting back to their conversation from the day before. He had suggested, "Then how about Qin Chu, Tao Zi, Jian Ying, and I form a team together? That way, all of us can get the best rankings possible." Hearing this, Qin Chu immediately objected. "There is no need for that, Lu Fan," she continued in an earnest tone. "You and Jian Ying should team up so you can secure first place. That is the only way both of you can hold on to your top 1 and top 2 spots." Dao Zi chimed in, agreeing, "Exactly. I do not want to be a burden and hold the 2 of you back." Qin Chu smiled warmly, thinking to herself, "You do not need to worry about us. Tao Zi and I will definitely give it our all." From the stands, Qin Chu and Tao Zi waved enthusiastically, cheering at the top of their lungs. "Come on, Lu Fan, go for first place." Right now, Lu Fan and Jian Ying were fully prepared for battle. He turned to her and asked confidently, "Hey, Jian Ying, taking first place should not be a problem, right?" She calmly gave a brief but incredibly determined reply. "Of course not." In the waiting room, Lu Fan was carefully piecing together the map fragments he had gathered to combine them into one high-level treasure map. He thought to himself, "I have collected quite a few map fragments since arriving here, but most of them are low-level. It is much better to merge them all into a single, larger map." The system notification popped up. High-level treasure map ×1. Sensing Lu Fan's tension, Jian Ying stepped closer and asked with a hint of concern in her voice, "Lu Fan, are you doing okay?" Suddenly, Lu Fan let out a shocked shout, his voice filled with disbelief. "Holy crap, did I seriously just fuse it successfully?" The system notification pinged again. "You have successfully fused a level 11 God-grade treasure map." Jian Ying was still clueless about what had just happened, as the system marked a new location in bright red on the map. It was the Flying Dragon Cemetery, an area with a danger level ranging from 45 to 60. Lu Fan couldn't help but wonder to himself, "I have never heard of this place before. I will definitely have to look into it once I have some free time." The announcer's voice echoed once again. "Both teams, please get ready. The match is about to begin." Lu Fan quickly snapped out of it, turning to Jian Ying with a serious look. "It is our turn to head out. We cannot afford to let our guard down." Determination was written all over his face. Up in the stands, the crowd went wild with speculation. Man, the number 1 guy, Lu Fan, is teamed up with the number 2 beauty? This is literally a cheat code. Game over. Do not be so sure. Doesn't Chen Tianji currently have a 28-game winning streak? Besides, champions from previous years didn't always come from the very top rankings. Jian Ying spoke to Lu Fan with her usual cold indifference. I heard they have a dragon tamer on their side too. Are you sure you can beat them? Overflowing with confidence, Lu Fan replied smugly, How about we make a bet then? I can take down both of them all by myself. Hearing this, Jian Ying asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. You do not need me to fight? And you are not even going to summon your dragon pets? On Jinju's side, both fighters were in stance, ready to strike at any second. Yet Lu Fan remained completely unbothered, casually replying to Jian Ying, Yeah, why not? It is not a problem. He stepped forward slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Back in the secret realm, I noticed our classes actually have quite a few things in common. The announcer's booming voice rang out again. Jinju and Chen Tianji versus Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Lu Fan turned to look Jian Ying dead in the eye and said, his voice dripping with challenge, If I win, you have to tell me all the traits and secrets of your Swordmaster class. Deal? Before she could even answer, the announcer shouted, The official exam begins now. Chen Tianji and his Earth Dragon immediately charged forward at lightning speed. We finally meet face to face. Do not you dare think you can look down on me ever again, he roared with ultimate confidence. From this day on, there will only be one true dragon tamer. Channeling every ounce of his power, Chen Tianji unleashed his strongest attack, moving as fast as the wind as he charged straight at them. As for Lu Fan, that's me. Chen Tianji suddenly vanished, but Lu Fan was already one step ahead of him. Rushing straight toward the dragon pet that Chen Tianji had just summoned, he said smugly with absolute contempt, Too late. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Fan unleashed his dragon blood armor, dragon claw skill. With just a single strike, he completely took down the dragon pet of Chen Tianji's team. Chen Tianji whipped his head around, looking toward Jian Ying. Seeing her just standing there doing absolutely nothing, as if she were just watching the show, he couldn't help but feel bewildered and barked in rage. Your teammate won't even join the fight, and you won't even summon your dragon pet. What? What the hell is your deal? He just couldn't wrap his head around what Lu Fan was actually trying to do. He was so furious he pointed right at Lu Fan and screamed. Lu Fan, looking slightly amused, shrugged and casually replied, It's nothing really. Just a tiny bet, so there's absolutely no need for me to go all out. Just to deal with the two of you. Chen Tianji was choked with rage by Lu Fan's arrogant and dismissive words, stammering, You. Standing nearby, Jinzhou couldn't contain herself and burst into a loud, triumphant laugh. Ha ha, Lu Fan, oh Lu Fan, I finally have the chance to personally deal with you. With a sharp, murderous glare fixed right on Lu Fan, she growled, You low-life scumbag. You've humiliated me so many times. Today, I'm settling all our scores, old and new. And I'll make you pay 100 times over, she declared, her voice seething with hatred. Seizing that exact moment, Chen Tianji bellowed, ordering his dragon pet, armored earth dragon, attack. After a few brief seconds of rest, the beast had recovered some of its strength. It channeled every ounce of energy it had left and lunged to attack Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan didn't even flinch. He just stood there, watching the beast charge closer and closer. He said calmly, with a hint of sarcasm, Does this earth dragon of yours only have teeth on one side? It looks totally uneven. Just as the earth dragon lunged close, Lu Fan lightly leaped into the air, easily dodging the strike. He teased mockingly, So, let me fix that alignment for you, shall we? In a flash, he slipped behind the earth dragon and instantly unleashed his dragon fang strike. All the dragon energy in his body surged, channeling into his weapon and condensed into a devastating strike, bringing it straight down, right onto the middle of the earth dragon's head. In the stands, the atmosphere exploded as everyone leaped to their feet in pure excitement. The crowd roared with wild cheers. Holy crap, did you see that strike? He's fighting all by himself, yet he managed to push back a member of the dragon race. But wait, isn't that just a regular earth dragon? So what if it's an earth dragon? An earth dragon is still a dragon, isn't it? Do you have any idea how massive the power gap between humans and dragons is? Just how powerful is this number one guy anyway? This is absolutely insane. Down below, Jinzhou roared in frustration at Chen Tianji. What? What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and take him down for me. Caught off guard by her sudden outburst, Chen Tianji froze for a second. He quickly obeyed Jinzhou's order, rushing into the fray while barking out commands. Earth Dragon, Tail Whip. His mind was racing. Since they were both dragon tamers, the guy definitely wouldn't have any high mobility movement skills. With attacks closing in from both sides like this, even if he wanted to run, there'd be no escape. He silently prayed. His prediction was right. Immediately, he coordinated with his Earth Dragon, while he channeled all of his dragon energy. To unleash a powerful dragon spear strike, the Earth Dragon simultaneously executed its tail whip, sweeping its massive tail in a wide arc to inflict area of effect damage. Both attacks targeted a single point, aiming straight at Lu Fan, forming a deadly pincer attack. The two strikes collided at the exact same moment, triggering a massive shockwave. Thick dust and smoke billowed, completely blocking everyone's view. Suddenly, Lu Fan's calm, nonchalant voice echoed from behind them. "When are you two actually going to bring out something special to make me get serious?" He had just used the blink domain from his blink boots, a skill that allowed him to teleport to any spot on the ground within a 50-meter radius, with a 30-second cooldown. Watching from the sidelines, Jianying couldn't help but feel anxious, because this Earth Dragon's attributes were far superior to any other beast of the same level. Yet, Lu Fan wasn't just suppressing it all on his own, he was also effortlessly dealing with that other dragon tamer. Suddenly, a bizarre, dark purple light glowed from behind Chen Tianji, accompanied by a cold, contemptuous voice. "Back off, you useless trash." Startled, he turned his head around to see who had just appeared. The newcomer was none other than Jinju. She sounded utterly disappointed that Lu Fan not only refused to summon his black dragon, but also wouldn't even let his teammate back him up. "How am I supposed to recommend you to my brother when you're letting everyone watch you get pushed into a corner like this?" She stared at him with disappointment. "Do you actually think you can still go to the Taiki Kingdom? Do you still want to become the strongest dragon tamer in history? Stop daydreaming." She raised her magic staff, channeling all of her energy into it. Then she spoke in a condescending tone. "To save you some face, it looks like this princess has no choice but to step in." Lu Fan recognized Jinju's move, and his expression instantly darkened. It was that bizarre enhancement skill again. Sure enough, once she cast it, the Earth Dragon seemed to be infused with a massive surge of new energy. Not only was its health fully restored, but its power multiplied, showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. Lu Fan knew he had to be careful. That brat used that creepy skill again. What the hell is happening to that Earth Dragon? It looked like a demon straight out of hell. A spectator in the stands cried out in shock. That's the buff from Chen Tianji's teammate. The Earth Dragon's power has skyrocketed. The crowd in the stands began to murmur, unsure of what to expect. "I think she's an exchange student, but that skill looks so sinister and terrifying. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his dragon pet yet? I really want to see the battle of the two dragons." Everyone in the crowd was filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the upcoming clash. Just then, the system displayed the details of the Breaking Army Sword, an epic tier weapon at level 24 that required the Sword Master class. Its special skill, Mountain Shatterer, deals 240% physical damage, while also splashing 24% of that damage to surrounding targets. At the same time, Jianying summoned both the Breaking Army Sword and the Blood-Breaking Sword. The details of the Blood-Breaking Sword popped up as well. It was also an epic grade level 24 sword designed for swordmasters. Its unique skill, Shield Breaker, can bypass the opponent's defense by 32% and boost sword controlling speed by 42%. Suddenly, Lu Fan stepped forward, blocking Jianying, and said coolly with absolute confidence, "Jianying, I can handle both of them on my own. Don't forget the deal we made earlier." Standing behind him, Jianying was a bit confused. Even after all this, he still won't let her fight? Lu Fan stared straight at the Earth Dragon in front of him and challenged, "I've already dealt with this skill of yours once before." He paused for a moment before continuing mockingly, "So, the price of agony has twisted its shape into something this deformed and hideous?" Meanwhile, Jinju turned and barked an order to Chen Tianji. "Chen Tianji, crush him to death right now." Chen Tianji quickly obeyed. "Yes, princess." She gnashed her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred as she glared at Lu Fan, growling, "Go seize his black dragon and bring it to me. I want him back to being a complete and utter loser." Then she yelled at Lu Fan with utter contempt. "If you don't want to be crushed into dust, summon your black dragon right now." Fueled by that massive boost, the Earth Dragon closed in on Lu Fan. Jinju looked smug and triumphant, letting out a loud laugh before sneering, "Ha-ha. How are your stats supposed to block this, huh?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Lu Fan unleashed his dragon language magic without hesitation. Frost Dragon King's Wrath. The moment it was activated, an extreme frost immediately enveloped all targets in the area. This skill doesn't just deal massive ice attribute magic damage, it also inflicts slow and freeze debuffs. With the duration and effects scaling with the casting time, the Earth Dragon was instantly covered in frost and frozen solid right then and there. It only managed to let out a miserable screech before freezing completely stiff. The entire arena felt as though it had been plunged into a massive ice pit. Someone shivered, unable to bear it, and cried out, "Ah! Why is it suddenly so cold? The temperature here feels like it just plummeted." Everyone in the audience was completely dumbfounded. Is this Lu Fan's dragon pet? It looks way cooler than Chen Tianxi's. No, wait, that's not right. That's just an illusion, it's not real. It looks like some kind of magic skill. Holy crap! He can do physical attacks and use magic? The crowd babbled in excited debate. Over on the other side, Jinju and Chen Tianji stood frozen in utter shock and terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Fan calmly explained with a mocking tone, "That dark magic. Your little dark trick really did boost that Earth Dragon's stats way higher than mine. But who the hell told you that having higher stats means you can easily crush me?" He paused for a moment, and then continued with utter disdain. "And you actually thought you could steal my black dragon too?" With that, he charged straight at Jinju. Before delivering the finishing blow, Lu Fan stared coldly into her eyes. He spat out 2 words of pure contempt, "Not worthy." Fortunately, Chen Tianji spoke up just in time. He ordered his Earth Dragon to shield her and counterattack, immediately rushing forward to block Jinju while shouting, "Princess, watch out! Earth Dragon, attack!" On command, the Earth Dragon immediately spewed a thick, dark purple toxic gas straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan agilely dodged the attack, thinking to himself sarcastically, "What a good little dog." Since that was the case, he unleashed another dragon language magic spell, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. A massive shockwave of lightning erupted, dealing a colossal amount of lightning magic damage along with a severe paralysis effect. His subsequent attacks would also be infused with 20 stacks of lightning attribute buffs. Each attack would consume 1 stack and carry a 20% chance of completely paralyzing the target. He aimed directly at the Earth Dragon and unleashed the skill, a massive, destructive bolt of lightning tearing straight through its colossal body. The Earth Dragon shrieked in agonizing pain once again. Roar! The crowd in the stands gasped in shock once more. "This is insane. Lu Fan can actually cast another type of magic? Yeah, and these aren't just ordinary spells either. That's incredibly rare. Dragon language magic. First, he goes head-to-head with an Earth Dragon using his bare body, and now he's throwing around magic like this. And he hasn't even summoned his dragon pet yet. Wait, is that 28-game winning streak about to be cooked?" The battle was becoming more intense than ever, and everyone was stunned to see the winning streak on the verge of being broken. Chen Tianji was completely frozen in place, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Despair was written all over his face. How is this even possible? We're both dragon tamers, so why is the gap between our strength so massive? Lu Fan asked coldly, eyeing him with curiosity. "Ever since this fight started, I've been wondering about something. Why haven't you used any skills other than that dragon spear strike?" Meanwhile, Jinju shrieked in fury from the side. "What the hell are you still standing there for? Get that Earth Dragon to attack him already." Lu Fan, however, continued his analysis with absolute calm. Dragon Spear Strike and Dragon Tooth Strike might have minor differences, but that's only because of the weapon. We just use different weapons. At their core, they're essentially the exact same skill. So why haven't you used other skills like Dragon Claw or Dragon's Encouragement? Hearing this, Chen Tianji was utterly dumbfounded. Dragon Claw? Dragon's Encouragement? Are those actually the basic starter skills for a dragon tamer? A barrage of questions swirled in his mind. Jinzu shrieked again in anger, her voice dripping with contempt. "You useless trash. Are you going to end up just like Choi Hongtae? You swore you'd get revenge for me, now do something." Lu Fan looked at the two of them, finding the whole scene utterly ridiculous as he scoffed. "It looks like your contract with that Earth Dragon hasn't even unlocked all of its skills yet. It's not that you chose not to use them, you literally don't even have access to them." He paused, then added with absolute disdain, "Just give up. You don't stand a chance. The kind of dragon tamer you are, and the one I am right now. We aren't even in the same league." "Enough!" Chen Tianji snapped, trying to cut him off. But Lu Fan still tried to reason with him. "You and I don't have any real bad blood. There's no reason for you to throw away your pride. just to be her loyal lapdog, and there's definitely no need to make an enemy out of me. Shut the hell up, Chen Tianji shrieked in despair, his voice cracking. He gritted his teeth, full of hatred. Not only are you standing in my way of becoming the strongest dragon tamer in history, but you actually have the nerve to lecture me about having no pride? He turned to Jinju with eyes full of unwavering loyalty. He then spoke loudly, and with absolute resolve. Princess, I will absolutely fulfill the vow I made to you. Please, grant me your blessing. I'll risk my life to show this bastard what happens when you dare to cross your highness. Jinju looked extremely pleased when she heard Chen Tianji beg for her power of his own free will. Hehehe, those were your own words. Tron Tianxi, this is your last chance. Once again, she waved her magic staff, casting that wicked dark magic on him. He quickly replied with deep gratitude, I obey your command. Your Highness. Luke Pham was utterly baffled, unable to understand why on earth he was so fiercely loyal to her. You already know exactly what kind of person she really is. By this point, Tron Tianxi had absolutely no patience left to talk to Luke Pham. He was fully prepared to tear him to shreds. What the hell do you know? If it weren't for Her Highness, I would have been nothing but a worthless loser for the rest of my life. To become a true powerhouse and repay Her Highness, I will do absolutely anything. At this point, his eyes held nothing but burning sparks of pure hatred. Thanks to the power buff, his body swelled to 3 times its normal size. Kim Chow was incredibly pleased with her creation. Ha ha ha, hurry up and kill that Luke Pham for me right now. Receiving the order from Kim Chow, Tron Tianxi charged like lightning toward Luke Pham, screaming at the top of his lungs, just die. Without a second thought, he unleashed his dragon spear strike with all his might, determined to crush Luke Pham with this single blow. Left with no other choice, Luke Pham raised his sword, ready to counterattack at any second, though a deep sense of pity filled his heart. Instead of feeling angry at you, I actually just feel sorry for you, Tron Tianxi. Luke Pham immediately activated his Thunder Strike skill. Whisper of the Wind Spirit activated, granting him the Wind Spirit's blessing and boosting his base agility by 35%. He charged straight at Tron Tianxi, unleashing a devastating Dragon Fang strike. Blue Dragon King's Roar activated, adding 20 stacks of lightning element to his attack. Each strike would consume 1 stack of the buff and had a 20% chance of completely paralyzing the opponent. The system notified him that 19 stacks of the lightning attribute remained. Taking the full force of Luke Pham's attack, Tron Tianxi couldn't even utter a word. In his final moments, only a single thought remained, a late apology. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Witnessing this, Kim Chow could no longer keep up her arrogant, haughty act. Her face instantly turned paper white with fear, and tears began to stream down her face. Kim Chow took a step back in sheer panic, stammering, What? What do you think you're doing? Don't. Don't you dare come any closer. Do you have any idea who my brother is? He is the #1 powerhouse in the Tai Tai Kingdom. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, my brother will make you pay tenfold when he gets here. Completely ignoring her threats, Luke Pham did not hesitate to deliver a thunderous slap right across her face, sending her crashing to the ground with a pathetic scream. Luke Pham smiled coldly, looking down at her with utter disdain. Sure, let's just say I owe your brother a favor then. Down below the stage, the crowd started whispering and gossiping intensely. Luke Pham already won, so why is he still going out of his way to humiliate her like that? Exactly. I mean, she is such a pretty girl. How could he bring himself to hit her that hard? I wonder if he actually has the strength to deal with her brother when the time comes. Turning to walk away, Luke Pham said with utter contempt. She was only acting high and mighty because she was riding on Tron Tianxi's winning streak anyway. She totally got what she deserved. Honestly, she is just a foreign exchange student, yet she dared to act so cocky. Did she think this was her home turf? The spectators in the stands were completely divided, with everyone firmly believing they were in the right. Inside the control room, Principal Kohan's voice boomed over the speakers, commanding, "Quiet down, everyone." Vice Principal True is about to step up and announce the results of the match. Standing before the entire student body, Vice Principal True loudly declared, "I hereby announce that the match has officially concluded. The victors are Luke Pham and Kiem An." The moment their names were called, both Luke Pham and Kiem An immediately looked up at the balcony where the 2 academy elders stood. Vice Principal True whispered to Miss Ko, his voice laced with a hint of urgency, "Tell Luke Pham to come to my office immediately, and then you can proceed with the remaining matches." Miss Ko bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood, Vice Principal." The moment Luke Pham stepped into Vice Principal True's office, the elder spoke up with a stern, serious tone. At first, I thought you were just furious over the Kim family's shady interference regarding the upcoming Chi State trial. But after speaking with Mr. Tan, I've come to understand some of the history and bad blood between the two of you. He paused for a moment before scolding him. Even so, settling personal grudges right on the arena stage like that will inevitably invite unnecessary rumors and gossip. Talking behind someone's back is pretty low. Hearing that, Lu Fan countered with a sympathetic look. I've been in Chen Tianji's shoes before, so I know exactly what he's going through. That's why I know for a fact that Jin Zhou is just using him. Vice Principal Zhao showed Lu Fan the recorded footage and dropped the subject. Take a look at this. This is the real reason I called you here. He paused for a moment before continuing with a satisfied smile. Both the principal and I closely watched your performance out there. You can officially withdraw from the freshman trial now. Lu Fan was a bit confused. Withdraw from the trial? Do you mean my performance earlier didn't satisfy you guys? Vice Principal Zhao suddenly gave a knowing smile. Quite the opposite, actually. He paused, then continued with pride. The moment you unleashed both of those dragon tongue spells at the same time, the principal and I were absolutely certain that you would be joining the upcoming national trial. He pointed toward a large screen displaying a list of secret realms. These are special secret realms handpicked by Dragon Capital University, in partnership with the Secret Realm Hunters Association. Go ahead and choose one. Lu Fan's mind was filled with questions. The Secret Realm Hunters Association? Much like the Resource Hunters Association that manages rare assets, the Secret Realm Hunters make a lucrative living by discovering entrances to new secret realms. The screen displayed a vast array of different locations. Seeing Lu Fan's bewildered expression, Vice Principal Zhao explained further. These secret realms will all be put up for public auction. Just pick one, and our university will bid on it and secure it for you. But looking at the staggering starting prices of those secret realms, Lu Fan couldn't help but say hesitantly, "But Vice Principal, our Dragon Capital University is taking this national trial extremely seriously. Whatever we promised you before, we will do our absolute best to deliver." He reached up to gently adjust his glasses. Seeing Lu Fan show him an image, he asked, "What's this?" Vice Principal Zhao immediately walked over to take a closer look. "Oh, you've already made your choice?" On the screen was the detailed information of the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The required level for the secret realm was level 55, Nightmare difficulty, for 2 or more players. The starting auction price was 1,375,600 dragon coins. Lu Fan looked highly intrigued and made his final decision. "Vice Principal, I want this one." Cut to the following day, the day of the freshman trial semifinals. Miss Gu stood at the podium and announced, "For the first semifinal match, Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying, will face Team 3. Suddenly, Vice Principal Zhao raised a hand to stop her and spoke up. Miss Gu looked a bit confused. Vice Principal Zhao cleared his throat and announced in a booming voice, "Ahem, I have an announcement to make. Lu Fan and Jian Ying have decided to withdraw from this trial. The remaining matches will proceed as scheduled." Hearing this shocking news, the entire crowd was stunned. "Huh? What? No way. Lu Fan withdrew? But I only came today just to watch him fight." A beautifully dressed young girl muttered in disappointment. Someone else suddenly realized something and speculated. "Do you think it's because of that fight yesterday?" Another chimed in, their voice laced with doubt. "Who knows? It's really hard to say." On the side, Daozi looked extremely annoyed. She turned to Qin Chu and complained, "Ugh, listening to all these rumors is so annoying." She wasn't happy at all that her teammate was being gossiped about by everyone. Qin Chu gently squeezed her friend's hand to comfort her. "Just ignore them." By now, Lu Fan and Jian Ying are probably already deep inside the secret realm. The scene shifted to a dense forest right outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Feeling guilty toward Jian Ying, Lu Fan spoke up softly with an apologetic tone. "I'm really sorry, Jian Ying. Because you're teamed up with me, you had to forfeit the tournament." Jian Ying kept walking ahead, hands clasped behind her back, and replied in her usual cool, composed tone. "Vice Principal Zhao already said it. We've both secured our spots in the Qingyun class. Plus, we even got some extra university points. So there's absolutely no need for you to feel guilty or apologize." She paused for a moment, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation as she continued. And we even get to explore a rare, secret realm like this. She turned back to look at Lu Fan and said sincerely, "Thank you. All the loot we find in here will be yours. For me, just getting the experience points is more than enough." Lu Fan was incredibly relieved and happy to see that his teammate didn't mind at all. He smiled back. "I knew it. You really hate owing anyone a favor, don't you?" Suddenly, a voice called out from above, startling them both. In unison, they called out, "Who's there?" Up, over there, a teenager with fiery red hair sat perched casually on a high tree branch. Looking down at the man and woman standing below, he jumped down gracefully, landing right in front of them. He said reassuringly with a playful grin, "Hey, don't worry so much. I'm with the Secret Realm Guild. You can just call me Heishu." He pointed proudly to his chest as he introduced himself. Lu Fan took a step forward and spoke politely. "We're here to enter Zilong capital." He paused, then asked, "Are you the one who's going to guide us into the Wyvern Graveyard?" Heishu eyed Lu Fan up and down intently before turning around and leading the way, calling out as he walked, "You two, follow me. Once we reach the teleportation gate, my job is officially done." He continued in a curious tone. "But seriously, you folks from Dragon Capital are loaded, aren't you? By the way, what level are you guys anyway? To spend this kind of crazy money just to come to an expensive place like this?" Lu Fan pointed to himself and Jian Ying, replying honestly, "I'm currently level 25, and she's level 24. Hearing this, Heishu was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped. "Huh? Level? Level 25? Are you two out of your minds? That's a nightmare difficulty secret realm. It requires level 55. Heishu hurriedly pulled a communicator out of his pocket. I need to call Dragon Capital immediately to double-check this. There must be some kind of mistake here. Sending two people who are only in their 20s into a dangerous place like this is basically sending them to their graves." Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately stopped him. "You don't need to waste your time doing that." Suddenly, a deafening, earth-shaking crash erupted from behind them, making Heishu jump out of his skin in terror. An entire massive mountain behind them was slowly collapsing. Reacting instantly, Lu Fan grabbed Jian Ying's hand and pulled her along, running for their lives. Heishu didn't dare hesitate either, dashing right behind them. Lu Fan turned his head back and, without a second thought, unleashed his skill, the Blue Dragon's Roar. The system immediately popped up a detailed description of the skill. Blue Dragon's Roar unleashes a powerful lightning attack forward, dealing massive damage and inflicting a strong crowd control effect. Subsequent attacks will be infused with 20 stacks of lightning attribute sigils. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to completely paralyze the target. The terrifying power of Lu Fan's skill left Heishu absolutely shell-shocked. "Huh? That skill? What on earth was that? Are you really only level 25? Looking at the monster lying unconscious on the ground, Heishu spoke in utter disbelief. "That monster back there was level 50. Lu Fan and Jian Ying turned back to look at the dumbfounded Heishu. Lu Fan said with complete confidence, "Level isn't really an issue for us. Now, just take us there." Slightly flustered, Heishu scratched his head and said sheepishly, Okay then. Well, I'll keep leading the way for you two." Heishu led them to an area covered in dense, overgrown bushes. He gently parted the branches, revealing a hidden pathway concealed behind the foliage. "We're here. This is the entrance to the Wyvern Graveyard." Both Jian Ying and Lu Fan were surprised by how well hidden the place was. Lu Fan spoke up, a bit surprised. "I didn't expect the teleportation gate to actually be this tree." Beyond the bushes lay a massive spatial gate, radiating a mysterious, ancient aura. Heishu immediately turned to leave. He waved goodbye to Lu Fan and Jian Ying, saying, "My job here is officially done. May fate bring us together again." Wait up, Heishu," Lu Fan called out as he saw him turn to leave. He extended his hand, offering to add Heishu as a friend. "Since fate brought us together, why don't we add each other as friends? A secret realm hunter like you must have traveled to all kinds of places. I might need to rely on you for a lot of things in the future. Thanks in advance." Heishu was caught off guard by Lu Fan's sudden proposal. "Huh?" Lu Fan pressed on with his offer, his voice earnest. "Of course, I'll compensate you handsomely." Heishu seemed to realize what was going on. "Wait, hold on. Are you trying to use me to buy info on the locations of places that aren't secret realms? Just regular coordinates, right?" Lu Fan replied with a sly grin. "Well, I assume the Secret Realm Guild doesn't exactly allow its members to trade confidential info about secret realms, right? But if it's just info about the location, that wouldn't count as breaking the rules, right? Heishu closed his eyes, pondering Lu Fan's offer for a long moment. Sensing it made sense, he went straight to naming his price. 10,000. Wait, no, 100,000 dragon coins for each piece of info. This is the absolute best friend price I can give you. If you don't accept, Lu Fan immediately agreed without a single doubt. Deal. Let's do that. He firmly shook Heishu's hand to show the deal was officially sealed. Lu Fan's effortless agreement to that price caught Heishu completely off guard. Countless questions were swirling in his head right now. Are these guys from Longdu Academy really this filthy rich? Hearing the two men still droning on, Jian Ying couldn't help but get a headache, prompting her to speak up with a hint of impatience. You two have talked way too much. Let's get moving already. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was utterly amazed by the breathtaking, majestic view unfolding right before his eyes. Is this the divine dragon tree Heishu was talking about? He thought to himself. The marked spot on that god-tier treasure map must be right at the top of this colossal tree. Jian Ying suddenly called out to Lu Fan as she felt the ground beneath them violently shaking. Lu Fan, it's an earthquake. He gritted his teeth as a massive, ferocious horde of monsters came into view. No, it's a whole pack of wyverns. An unexpected threat surged from behind, dozens of level 50 undead wyverns swarming toward them. The monsters' stats quickly popped up. Defeating them rewards 37,120 experience points, along with a chance to drop wyvern fangs worth 2,772 dragon coins. These undead possess two terrifying skills. Swarm Bite allows them to swarm and strike together, dealing massive physical damage. And Corrosive Breath, a fan-shaped blast of toxic gas that reduces the attack power of anyone caught in it by 50%. Facing the aggressive horde, Lu Fan instantly got into a combat-ready stance. Without a second of hesitation, he yelled to Jian Ying, "Get ready to fight!" Jian Ying immediately summoned her Pojin sword, unleashing Mountain Shaker. Right after, the system notification displayed Mountain Shaker's attributes, showing it deals 240% physical damage to the target. At the same time, it splashes 24% of that total damage to surrounding enemies. An exceptionally massive alpha wyvern suddenly targeted Lu Fan, diving down at breakneck speed with its razor-sharp fangs bared. Aiming to swallow him whole, Lu Fan reacted in a flash, summoning Xiaoye. "Let's go, Xiaoye!" The moment she appeared, the black dragon girl wasted no time, instantly unleashing Lava Burst. A torrent of scorching fire blasted directly at the target, dealing massive damage while restoring some of her health to keep her master safe. At the same time, Jian Ying was ambushed from behind by another wyvern. Sensing the strange noise, she narrowly dodged the sneak attack. Without hesitation, she counterattacked using her armor-piercing skill. The strike from her Pakshu sword bypassed 32% of the enemy's defense, maximizing the damage output. However, even as her lethal blow took down the wyvern, its falling body dragged her down with it. Perhaps too focused, Jian Ying forgot she was suspended in midair, with nothing to hold on to, sending her falling helplessly down the deep cliff. Moments later, she cried out in panic, "Pojin sword, come to me! I was too careless. Oh no, I'm not going to make it." Fortunately, Lu Fan flew over just in time, reaching her side. Without hesitation, he activated Dragon Fang Strike, channeling his Dragon Tamer covenant to rally all the dragon aura in his body. A powerful blast from his weapon knocked the wyvern attacking Jian Ying far away. Immediately, he reached out his hand and yelled, "Jian Ying, grab my hand." He caught her hand, leaving her stunned at how incredibly fast he had appeared. Seeing them both in freefall, Lu Fan slammed his sword deep into the rocky cliffside to halt their descent. He looked down and teased, "Be a bit more careful, okay? Our destination isn't down there." His heroic rescue, always happening right when she was in the gravest danger, made her heart skip a beat. Still, she tried to act cool, muttering, saved by you, yet again." Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from below, putting them both on high alert. Jian Ying whispered nervously, Are they coming back?" Lu Fan stared down toward the sound, replying solemnly, "No, that's not it. What's down there is." Before he could finish, a terrifying surge of energy shot straight toward them. Without a single second thought, Lu Fan pulled Jian Ying close, shielding her with his body as he shouted urgently, "Watch out, Xiaoye!" Hearing her master's anxious call, Xiaoye immediately rushed over, She was slightly surprised to see a massive red dragon monster clinging tightly to her on the rocky ledge. Fierce flames kept spewing from its nostrils. It let out an earth-shattering roar, venting its fury. Right in front of Xiaoye, another giant flying dragon was charging aggressively, taking the form of a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. It slammed heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire area violently. At the same time, Lu Fan managed to carry Jianying and land safely. Jianying looked at the monster, then at Xiaoye, her heart filled with worry. That's the skeletal dragon berserker. The system panel immediately displayed the details of this new boss. Skeletal Dragon Berserker, level 55, a nightmare difficulty boss. Its skills included skeletal armor reinforcement, which generates incredibly tough white bones to boost its defense, and Bone Blade Assault, which fires countless sharp bone blades to deal fatal damage within a certain area, and Skeletal Tempest, which sweeps through everything using its bones, dealing higher damage the lower the opponent's health. Lu Fan turned to reassure Jianying with a confident tone. Xiaoye will be fine. I'll help you deal with it. You should just keep moving forward. Hearing this, Jianying couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Without giving her a chance to say another word, Lu Fan charged toward the skeletal dragon berserker. Standing behind, Jianying could only reach her hand out as if to hold him back, shouting in panic, Wait, Lu Fan! That bone dragon is a sub-dragon species. It's extremely dangerous. She was terrified that Lu Fan would be in danger if he fought it alone. However, Lu Fan didn't seem to hear her. He kept running toward Xiaoye and yelled, Xiaoye, Xiaoye. Hearing her master's voice, Xiaoye immediately activated her World Destroyer form without hesitation. Xiaoye's eyes changed completely, turning incredibly terrifying. The bone dragon ahead was still baring its fangs and violently spewing fire. Suddenly, Xiaoye's body began to shrink as a pair of massive wings of fire sprouted from her back, launching her high into the air. It turned out this was another one of her combat forms. The miserable bone dragon was incinerated to ashes by those raging flames. Witnessing this scene, Jianying was shocked and thought to herself, Xiaoye still has other combat forms? No wonder he was so absolutely certain that Xiaoye would be fine. At that moment, Lu Fan finally reached the scene. He summoned Xiao Fei and gave a sharp command. Xiao Fei, use Jade Bamboo Blessing. Right after he spoke, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with long green hair and small horns on her head appeared in mid-air, with a graceful dragon tail behind her and magnificent fairy wings. She gently cast her spell, creating a mystical green light and 3 precious jade orbs that floated toward Lu Fan. The system panel announced that Jade Bamboo Blessing had been activated, granting 3 layers of Jade Dragon energy that could block 3 attacks. Lu Fan dashed toward the bone dragon, with Xiaoye letting out a majestic growl as she backed him up. He yelled with determination, Xiaoye, let's combine our strength. Lu Fan gripped his blade tightly, backed by Xiaoye's powerful support, while the 3 Jade Bamboo Blessing orbs glowed protectively above his head. He leaped high into the air, plunging down like a flash of lightning and stabbing his blade straight into the middle of the bone dragon's head. The system panel flashed again. Black Dragon Roar activated, dealing area of effect damage along with a weaken effect. Dragon Fang Strike, the contract buff, and the Jade Dragon Charm channeled all the dragon energy through his weapon, unleashing a massive blow of destructive damage. Lu Fan landed softly on the ground. Having taken the hit, the bone dragon shattered into pieces, and one of the Jade Bamboo Blessing orbs above his head vanished. Suddenly, the shattered eye of the bone dragon emitted a bizarre purple light. Lu Fan sensed something was off and immediately went on high alert. In the blink of an eye, a massive dark purple tornado erupted where the bone dragon had just been destroyed. It was the Skeletal Tempest skill. Lu Fan turned around, sweat beads forming on his forehead. It's still not down? But before he could do anything else, a sharp crimson flash of light stabbed directly into the remaining neck of the bone dragon, completely shattering it. Why? Why did you come down here? Lu Fan was thoroughly surprised to see Jianying appear. Jianying? What is that weapon? Jianying was now standing firmly on a flying sword, gliding through the air. She replied seriously, her voice cold as always. I'm only holding up my end of our deal. According to our agreement, if you could defeat Chen Tianji alone, I would tell you all the traits and secrets of the Swordmaster class. Lu Fan smiled slightly. Behind him, Xiao Fei was happily flying around to support him. Good, then let's get ready to move in. Right after he finished speaking, the remains of the bone dragon raised its sharp claws once again, stabbing down at where Lu Fan stood. Jianying pointed forward, giving a decisive command. A swordmaster unlocks a new weapon type every 5 levels. And this is my final trump card, Lotus Flame. In an instant, a massive scythe wrapped in hellfire appeared, crackling with terrifying arcs of crimson lightning. The system window popped up, displaying the stats of this new weapon. Karmic Fire Scythe, a level 20 epic grade weapon, requiring the Swordmaster class. Its special skill, Karmic Burst, allows the wielder to fluidly switch their attack elements between fire and darkness. With every kill, the Karmic Fire Scythe permanently increases its damage by 0.1%, currently sitting at a whopping 8.9% bonus. Jianying thrust her fist forward and roared, "Karmic Burst." She threw a devastating punch straight at the bone dragon, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Watching from below, Lu Fan smiled and thought to himself, "So, swordmasters don't actually unlock new skills. Instead, they unlock a massive variety of weapons, each with insanely powerful, unique attributes." Lu Fan turned to Xiao Fei and commanded, "Xiao Fei, it's our turn." With that, Xiao Fei happily soared high into the sky. She quickly activated her Jade Bamboo Blessing skill, synergizing perfectly with Xiao Ye, who was standing right beside her. Below, Lu Fan yelled with booming authority, "Xiao Ye, Earth Annihilation." The system screen immediately flashed with the skill details. Earth Annihilation unleashes a massive shockwave onto the ground, dealing heavy damage with a high chance of sending enemies plunging into spatial rifts. Without a second thought, Xiao Ye charged straight ahead. The bone dragon crashed heavily to the ground in a terrifying explosion. At long last, it had completely fallen. Once again, the system interface flashed with critical notifications. The Jade Dragon has reached level 15. You have unlocked a new skill, Form Transformation. Lu Fan has reached level 26. With the mission complete, Xiao Ye returned to her normal size, gently gliding down to stand beside Lu Fan and Xiao Fei. Standing nearby, Jianying let out a soft sigh of relief. Feeling a little insecure, she thought to herself that even though she had been forced to play her final trump card, almost all of the damage had still been dealt by Lu Fan's dragon, Xiao Ye. The sheer power of a giant dragon was truly beyond comprehension. Breaking the silence, Jianying spoke up, her voice hesitant. "I'm sorry, Lu Fan, but I won't be going any further with you." She paused, a trace of sadness creeping into her voice. "It's clear that you, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei can easily defeat the final boss on your own. Whether I tag along or not, it won't make a difference." She trailed off, stopping herself. Lu Fan turned to look at her. Xiao Fei was still clinging tightly to his neck, while Xiao Ye stood behind them, letting out a long, bored yawn. Lu Fan smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for saving me from that bone dragon earlier. Besides, we've walked away with an incredible haul today. Not only did I learn some fascinating things about the Sword Mage class, but we also got my little Xiao Fei all the way up to level 15. The system screen popped up again, showing Xiao Fei's detailed stats. Contracted Jade Dragon, level 15, Strength, 650, 6, Agility, 718, Spirit, 3,450, 9, Defense, 999. Skills, Spring of Life, Jade Light, Jade Blessing, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon Bloodline, and Form Transformation. New form. The Jade Dragon has entered its growth phase and can now freely cycle through 4 different forms. The Blood Pact grants a percentage of stats to the dragon pet. Infant form. Cuts all stats and energy consumption by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, locked. Eternal form, transforms into the Guardian of the Tree of Life. Unlocks the skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian, and Soul Light form, which sheds the physical body to merge as a pure soul with an ally, granting the skills Soul Protection and Soul Blast. Lu Fan was absolutely thrilled. "I knew it. Once she hit level 15, Xiao Fei would be just like Xiao Ye. This is incredible," he said, his voice brimming with pride. "She grows so slowly that I was beginning to think I'd never get to see her giant dragon form. But now, just like Xiao Ye, she has 4 distinct forms of her own." As he spoke, Lu Fan reached out and gently patted Xiao Fei's head with deep affection. Seeing this, Xiao Ye got instantly jealous, pointing her claws wildly and squeaking in protest. Lu Fan grinned with excitement. This is the perfect time to test out some of Xiao Fei's new forms. Hearing this, Jianying quickly chimed in. "In that case, let's head back and keep pushing through the Flying Dragon Divine Tree." Before she could even finish her sentence, a barrage of massive fireballs rained down from the sky, targeting their exact position in a terrifying onslaught. Jianying immediately recognized them as spell attacks. Lu Fan didn't waste a second, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, take cover!" They quickly scrambled behind some nearby ancient trees for safety. Staring at the falling fireballs, Lu Fan realized that the noise from their intense battle must have drawn unwanted attention. Suddenly, the sky went dark as thousands of massive, winged shadows blotted out the sun. Their eyes glowed like burning red coals as they roared and plunged straight toward them. Lu Fan grimaced, realizing that the previous chaos had accidentally attracted this swarm of terrifying beasts. Right then, the system panel flashed with a description of the soul light form. Sheds the physical body to envelop an ally as a pure soul, unlocking the skills Soul Protection and Soul Blast. Lu Fan blinked as everything clicked into place. Xiao Fei had taken the initiative to activate the skill, turning into a beam of divine light that gracefully wrapped around Xiao Ye. After a brief moment to catch their breath, Lu Fan, Jianying, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei set off once more. "Stay alert, everyone," Lu Fan cautioned as he took the lead. "Xiao Ye, take the vanguard and cover Jianying. We're heading straight for the flying dragon divine tree." At his command, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei shed their spirit light forms, transforming back into majestic, powerful dragons. The system updated once more. Jade Dragon has activated Soul Light form, mastering Soul Protection, Soul Blast, and awakening the Jade Dragon bloodline. The synergy of this combination was terrifying. Every effect was massively amplified when applied to dragons sharing the same lineage. The target wrapped in the Soul Light would receive a massive boost to all attributes, ranging from 100 to 200%. Every incoming attack is absorbed and converted into 1 to 12 stacks of defensive energy. Once 10 stacks are reached, a devastating shockwave is unleashed. And right now, Xiao Ye was fully enveloped in Xiao Fei's brilliant spirit light. Wrapped in Xiao Fei's protective light, she feels a massive surge of power coursing through her. She throws her head back, letting out an earth-shaking roar, screech. System notifications keep flashing. Level 19, contracted black dragon. Strength jumps from 4,374 all the way to 26,224. Agility skyrockets from 4,374 to 10,701. Spirit rises from 3,991 to 5,986. And defense leaps from 4,094 to 12,288. Jianying's eyes widen in absolute shock as she watches Xiao Ye's stats explode at an unbelievable rate. The synergy between Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye is absolutely insane. Lu Fan nods slowly, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. It's true, when Xiao Fei teams up with a fellow dragon, her true potential is fully unleashed. He quickly does the math. In Xiao Ye's World Destroyer form, paired with Xiao Fei's Soul Protection, her attack power has already reached 26,000. We need to climb the divine tree fast. Once Xiao Ye gets the dragon's cheer buff, her stats could easily cross 30,000. Suddenly, the sky above rumbles violently. Dozens of multicolored dragons tear through space, unleashing a barrage of red and blue fireballs that rain down on Xiao Ye like a cataclysmic storm. Despite the danger, Lu Fan remains completely calm and reassures her. "Xiao Ye, don't fight back. Just keep moving forward and let Xiao Fei absorb all the damage." Sure enough, as the relentless fireballs slam into the barrier of light surrounding Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei absorbs them effortlessly. In no time, the number of absorbed fireballs reaches 10. Sensing the perfect moment, Lu Fan barks out a decisive order. "Xiao Fei, release Aura Shockwave." Instantly, an emerald wave of energy erupts from Xiao Fei's glowing form, sweeping outward like an invisible cage, trapping the enemy dragons. In the blink of an eye, the roaring dragons freeze midair and drop like flies, dead before they even know what hit them. The system panel displays the skill details. Aura Shockwave releases all previously absorbed damage, deals double the total damage as a massive area of effect counterattack. Still in disbelief, Jianying asks curiously, "Is that Xiao Fei's skill?" Lu Fan smiles and replies, "That's right. Soul Protection doesn't just absorb damage, it can also reflect it, and when it's used on a fellow dragon, the effect is doubled." Jianying is quietly amazed. She thought leveling up a dragon pet was just like upgrading her own weapons to boost stats. She never expected it could unlock entirely new forms with such terrifying power. Even if I unleashed my ultimate card, Raging Hellfire, I'd still be miles behind Lu Fan. As the two speed forward, a powerful gust of wind suddenly slams into them, cutting off their path. Jianying scowls in frustration. Whoosh! Lu Fan's eyes narrow as he pinpoints the source. The boss is right ahead. Let's move. Jianying spots the target too. It's the steel-bone flying dragon. Before them, a massive dragon with snow-white scales is frantically beating its wings, kicking up terrifying tornadoes with every single flap. The system immediately pulls up the details for this mighty boss. Steel-bone flying dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. Skill, storm velocity creates a destructive tempest. Moving storm deals continuous damage and slows down targets. Steelbone thrust charges directly at the target, crushing anyone with less than 10,000 defense. And reinforced steel bones reduces all incoming damage by 50%. The massive dragon glares at Lu Fan and Jianying with savage eyes, letting out a sky-shattering roar. Roar. Without a second thought, it unleashes steel bone thrust, launching itself toward Xiaoye like a massive steel arrow. Watching Xiaoye in danger, Jianying can't help but panic. That thing is incredibly dangerous. We need to back Xiaoye up right now. But unlike her, Lu Fan remains completely calm, his voice steady. Don't worry, Jianying. Xiaofei, get ready to release Soul Shockwave. Instantly, the gem on Xiaofei's chest glows brilliantly once more. The system announces that the Jade Dragon bloodline has been activated, doubling the skill's effectiveness against the dragon race. Soul Shockwave is triggered in the Soul Light form, beginning to channel and circulate Dragon Chi. Each circulation grants 2 stacks of Dragon Chi. Upon attacking, all accumulated Dragon Chi is released, with a limit of 30 to 60 stacks. As powerful waves of energy constantly ripple back from Xiaofei, dealing heavy damage to the dragon, Lu Fan refuses to give the beast any room to breathe. He barks out another command. Xiaoye, it's your turn. Activate Dragon's Cheer. The description of Dragon's Cheer pops up a skill that buffs oneself and their dragon pets, boosting all attributes and strength by 30%. Right after, the system panel frantically updates the stats of the level 19 contracted black dragon. Strength skyrockets from 26,224 to 34,117. Spirit climbs from 10,701 to 13,911, with a base stat of 10,701. Agility rises from 5,986 to 7,781, with a base stat of 5,986. And defense leaps from 12,288 to 15,974. Thanks to Xiaofei's incredible support, Xiaoye's stats continue to soar to unbelievable heights. With her energy fully charged, Xiaofei swoops down, unleashing a massive beam of green light straight at the dragon. It's the Soul Shockwave, releasing all 8 stacks of accumulated Dragon Chi. Energy gathered. Almost at the exact same time, Xiaoye, who was down below, also swung his sharp, icy claws, delivering a fatal blow to its body. But suddenly, a sharp metallic clang echoed out, and the skill seemed to be interrupted. The evil dragon let out a furious, painful roar. Roar! Sensing the violent killing intent, Jianying cried out in worry. This is bad. It's about to charge right at us. She quickly took a defensive stance, ready for battle. In her mind, she knew that compared to a dragon tamer, her strength was probably tiny right now. But as a teammate, I have to do my part. Jianying raised her Bloodbreaker sword high, channeling all her energy to convert it into a dark attribute to unleash her karmic eruption. The sword shot forward like a flash of black lightning, tearing through the air and aiming straight for the evil dragon's neck. However, a dry, metallic clang was all that rang out in response. The powerful strike only left a faint mark on its steel-like scales. It turned out the evil dragon had activated bone-piercing reinforcement just in time, reducing all incoming damage by 50% and skyrocketing its defense. Jianying blurted out in utter frustration, "Damn it, my attack didn't do anything at all." Lu Fan replied with a warm smile, "It's okay. I really appreciate how dedicated you are to our team." Completely ignoring Jianying, the crazed dragon charged straight toward Lu Fan. Realizing they were running out of time, Lu Fan quickly changed the subject. Now is probably not the best time for small talk. Let's keep heading inside." Jianying quickly agreed, right. Meanwhile, down below, the 2 little dragons, Xiaoye and Xiaofei, were still growling and bickering with each other. This forced Lu Fan to turn around and yell in a stern voice. "Will you 2 cut it out already?" Deep in a hidden corner of the vast forest, amid snow-white cocoons that were gently twitching, a mysterious, dark blue egg began to crack. The group of four chatted happily as they walked. Jian Ying eagerly bragged, "I've reached level 25 too." Lu Fan asked curiously, "Did you unlock any new weapons?" She nodded slightly and summoned a gorgeous sword that shimmered with light. "Yeah, the Manhwa weapon. It has an agility attribute, and its effect is actually pretty good. It's just a shame that it's only level 1, so its power isn't very noticeable yet." The sword stats popped up. Manhwa, level 1 weapon, required class, Sword Master. Heavenly Sword Rain, splits into 10,000 sword blossoms. Each sword possesses 10% of the user's power and will return to its original form after dealing damage within a certain area. Lu Fan looked at the sword and gave her a knowing smile. "That's true for now, but just wait. Once you level it up to 25, the effect will be completely different." Jian Ying lowered her eyes, her face showing worry rather than excitement. "Even if I can level up all my weapons to 25 and unleash their full power, would I even be able to scratch Xiao Ye?" The pressure of partying with a genius like Lu Fan was that she was always comparing herself to him. She hesitated, whispering, "If anyone else said that, I'd definitely believe them." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "You don't believe me? Once you upgrade Wanhua with just that one sword alone, I doubt many people in the Longdu Academy could ever match you." She didn't want to keep arguing about it, so she quickly changed the subject, pointing toward Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei waving in the distance. All right, let's hurry up. Xiao Ye is about to leave us in the dust." Lu Fan walked over to them but suddenly froze, his expression turning serious. Right in front of them was a clearing with the remnants of a campsite and a motionless figure lying on the ground, life or death unknown. "Is this where the previous adventurers set up camp?" Lu Fan muttered. "Looks like they lost their lives a long time ago." He cautiously stepped closer to inspect the young man. He was dead, his eyes rolled back, and his gear showed he was a warrior. Could he have been ambushed by monsters? Drawing his sword, he kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, completely unaware that a pair of ferocious eyes was watching his back from the shadows. "Jian Ying, there's a good chance this place has been overrun by monsters. Keep your guard up." Jian Ying gasped, her voice trembling slightly. "You mean this is a trap?" Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a massive monster with ancient bronze scales burst from the bushes. Bronze Wyvern. A level 60 Bronze Wyvern. Nightmare difficulty. Bronze support. Buffs a designated target with a massive amount of defense and a defensive shield, reducing incoming attacks by 10% while boosting the target's defense by 100%. Before they could even process it, another giant, three-headed monster roared and swooped down from above. Three-headed Elemental Wyvern. A level 65, three-headed Elemental Wyvern. Nightmare difficulty. Triple magic. All three heads simultaneously release magic of 3 elements, fire, ice, and lightning, dealing 300% damage. Elemental bond. As long as one head remains alive, the other destroyed heads will continuously regenerate. The regeneration time increases with each death. Lu Fan glanced at the two bosses that had appeared at the same time, while Jian Ying panicked. Are they in this together? Ambushing us at the exact same time? The three-headed wyvern bought them some time and began its attack. All three of its mouths pool their energy at once, preparing for a devastating triple magic attack. Just as the skill is about to trigger, Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar, charging in like lightning to deliver a devastating slam, right onto one of its 3 heads. The magic spell is instantly interrupted. Then, the bronze wyvern roars, activating its bronze support. A bright light wraps around the 3-headed elemental wyvern, heavily boosting its defense. Xiao Ye's devastating slam only makes the 3-headed beast stagger slightly before it growls fiercely again. Jian Ying shouts in alarm. The bronze wyvern buffed it again. Xiao Ye's attack barely scratched it. We need to deal with this bronze wyvern first. Lu Fan, on the other hand, remains completely calm as magic begins to shroud the sword in his hand. Don't worry, I've got a plan. He turns to Jian Ying. Summon Wanhua and get ready to level up. Before Jian Ying can even finish her sentence, Lu Fan shoots forward like an arrow, targeting the bronze wyvern. Jade Dragon, switch to Soul Light form. Xiao Fei, shroud me and get ready to release Soul Shock. Xiao Ye, Apocalypse form. Prepare to strike. Defensive shield. Reduce damage by 100%. Increase defense by 100%. Note that the original effect actually reduces attack by 10% and increases defense by 100% for the target, which seems to be applied to Lu Fan here. With the Jade Dragon bloodline, All skill effects are doubled for the dragon race and those sharing their bloodline. Soul Shock. Up in the air, Xiao Ye continuously dodges the triple magic attacks of the three-headed wyvern. One of the three heads has had its lightning element interrupted, and Soul Shock is currently on cooldown. Suddenly, Xiao Ye lets out a fierce roar as dark flames erupt across her body, activating her new skill, Intimidation. Growl! A terrifyingly powerful roar echoes through the air. The Black Dragon's Intimidation unleashes waves of terrifying pressure, inflicting fear and stun effects on all nearby targets. Stun applied, fear applied, immobilize applied. The three-headed wyvern shivers in sheer terror. Even Jian Ying has to cover her ears. With a trembling voice, she gasps, Xiao Ye's skill. How can a crowd control skill be this terrifying? My head is spinning. Hang in there, Jian Ying. It'll be over soon, Lu Fan shouts, continuing his assault on the bronze wyvern alongside Xiao Ye. With Soul Shock active, a massive slash comes raining down on the monster. Dragon Fang Strike. Channeling the Dragon Chi Covenant through his sword Gurren, he unleashes a mighty strike that completely shatters the bronze support. With the bronze support gone, Xiao Ye charges in like a raging storm in her ferocious dragon form. Her razor-sharp claws rip off one of the three-headed wyvern's heads in an instant. Lu Fan quickly grabs Jian Ying's hand, pulling her back to avoid the spraying blood. Watch out. Xiao Ye got a bit carried away again. The Black Dragon has leveled up to 21. The Black Dragon has leveled up to 22. Lu Fan turns to Xiao Fei with a warm smile. That was some great teamwork back there. Make sure you keep being a good girl. Don't go picking up any of your big sister Xiao Ye's bad habits. Lu Fan has leveled up to 27. Lu Fan has leveled up to 28. Jade Dragon has leveled up to 16. Jade Dragon has leveled up to 17. Jian Ying stands to the side, quietly staring at Lu Fan, then down at the Manhwa sword in her hands. She thinks to herself, in the end, I'm still not much help to him. Standing next to Lu Fan, how could a genius from Yunbei like me feel this useless? Manhwa has leveled up to 6. Jian Ying has leveled up to 26. Jian Ying has leveled up to 27. Noticing her lost in thought, Lu Fan assumes she's just tired. He gently pats her shoulder and says softly, we have to destroy all three of that monster's heads at the exact same time. Just let Xiao Ye handle the rest. Let's take a break. Okay, Jian Ying whispers. Ding. Another system notification pops up. Lu Fan glances at it but says nothing. Time slips away, and night gradually falls. Lu Fan and Jian Ying step out of their tent. In Lu Fan's hands is a plate of fresh fruit. This is the food Sister Han prepared for us. Let's go outside first. Jian Ying freezes when she sees the crackling campfire, but there isn't a single soul around it. She bites her lip as disappointment and self-doubt wash over her. It seems Lu Fan has already realized she's nothing but a burden. Deep in another dense part of the forest, Lu Fan cautiously makes his way through the thick foliage. It seems he is searching for something. I'm sorry, Jian Ying. Right then, a soft chime rings out. The system notifies him that he is close to the God-grade treasure map's location. Right before Lu Fan's eyes, 2 giant eggs glow with a mystical light. Cracks begin to spiderweb across them. He holds his breath, watching closely, reminding himself that this is the real reason he came to the wyvern graveyard. The 2 giant eggs suddenly shatter with a violent burst, forcing Lu Fan to react instantly and take a few steps back. Emerging from within are 2 majestic wyvern souls, the Wyvern Kings themselves. The level 70 Wyvern King is a nightmare tier boss. Its skills include Elemental Dragon Breath, which unleashes fire, ice, and lightning damage at the target, as well as defense against soul attacks. The Flying Dragon King sheds its physical restraints, charging toward the target to deal massive damage. With the Dragon Tongue unsealed, its Elemental Dragon Breath skill is upgraded to Dragon Tongue Magic. Its soul attacks will also transform into Doomsday Magic. Boasting the bloodline of the Flying Dragon, the sub-dragon race closest to the true dragons, the Flying Dragon King takes 50% less damage. Lu Fan can't help but be shocked. How could a boss in a level 55 dungeon reach level 70? He immediately summons Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, bracing for a life-or-death battle. With such a massive level gap, he absolutely cannot afford to hold back. He has to give it everything he's got. The Flying Dragon King, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei roar in unison and clash. An earth-shaking battle between 4 ferocious dragons begins with primal roars and savage bites. The deafening shockwaves of their clash echo all the way to where Jian Ying is standing. Startled, she looks up toward the source of the terrifying commotion. recognizing Xiao Ye's familiar roar echoing through the chaos. Her mind begins to race. Lu Fan has saved her life more than once. Did he leave her behind because he thought she was just a nuisance? I absolutely cannot be a burden to him anymore. As a genius from Yunbei, I should have the courage to face the power gap between myself and a dragon tamer. Is there really nothing I can do to help him? She clenches her fists, recalling Lu Fan's words. Right now, that is true, but if you upgrade Manhwa to level 25, the results will be completely different. I really admire your dedication to your teammates. Don't worry about it, and thanks for saving me earlier. Today was a huge success. Lu Fan's warm, slightly awkward smile flashes vividly in her mind, making her clench her fists even tighter. Even if I am not as strong as he is, I can still support him. I have to do this. Back to Lu Fan, a violent gale suddenly sweeps over, forcing him down to his knees as he struggles to stay grounded, driving his sword deep into the earth to hold his position. A level 70 boss is no joke. It is way tougher than the boss from the exam. Xiao Ye roars, activating both Molten Flame and Dragon's encouragement to buff himself and his allies, boosting all their attributes by 30%. Shifting his form, he uses his massive, powerful body to directly block one of the two Flying Dragon Kings as it charges up an attack. Black flames burn deep inside the Flying Dragon King's chest, making it screech in agonizing pain. Roar! Molten Flame fires blazing torrents at the target, dealing massive damage while restoring its own health. Taking advantage of Lu Fan's distraction, the other Flying Dragon King swoops in from behind to launch a devastating soul strike. Just then, Xiao Fei abruptly shifts into his eternal form. The Jade Dragon has entered his eternal state. Out of nowhere, hundreds of glowing swords rain down from the sky like a hail of arrows, striking the flying dragon that is targeting Lu Fan. Recognizing the familiar technique, Lu Fan is stunned. This is Wanhua. Jian Ying dashes in like a whirlwind from the distance, unleashing a powerful attack that temporarily suppresses the beast. I will back you up, she screams. Sky sword dance, fall. 10,000 flower swords split apart, each carrying 10% of her power, raining down on the target. Don't worry, I will make my safety the top priority. Lu Fan stares at her, stunned for a second, before shaking his head with a helpless but warm smile. Understood. In his eternal state, Xiao Fei has unlocked new skills. Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian are now active. Xiao Fei immediately casts Life Pulse. Thanks to his Jade Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are multiplied when applied to dragons and those bound by shared bloodlines. Life Pulse buffs all targets in the area with Jade Light and Jade Blessing, increasing their stacks from 2 to 4. Receiving both Jade buffs simultaneously boosts both health and base attributes. Jade Blessing grants the target 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Dragon Chi, boosting the damage of their next 3 to 12 attacks. Jade Light also amplifies the target with an additional 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Blessing. At the same time, it purges all negative status effects and boosts all attributes by 30 to 60%. The damage reduction per stack is 1 to 2, which is then multiplied by 12 thanks to their shared bloodline. Lu Fan yells with roaring confidence, Xiao Ye, crush them to pieces. On command, Xiao Ye unleashes an earth-shattering roar and charges straight at the Flying Dragon King, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. Roar! With a massive swipe of his razor-sharp claws, he bats away the dragon in front of him, sending it crashing directly into the other flying dragon that was targeting Lu Fan in a devastating collision. Meanwhile, Lu Fan seizes the opening, channeling raw energy into the palm of his hand. A magical orb swells in size as his dragon tongue magic charges up to full power. The Flying Dragon King screeches like thunder as a barrage of lightning bolts rains down, enveloping its body and cracking its seemingly indestructible scales. Wreathed in dark flames, Xiao Ye hurtles toward it like a blazing meteor as a massive column of fire erupts. As Xiao Ye shattered the energy sphere that the Flying Dragon King had just conjured, Jian Ying couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is that the dragon language unseal? Lu Fan explained, his eyes locked onto the intense aerial battle. That boss is gearing up to unleash its ultimate dragon language magic. Just then, a system notification popped up. Dragon language unseal. Dragon language magic unlocked. Dragon breath magic has been replaced by dragon language magic. Soul attack has been replaced by apocalyptic magic. The Flying Dragon King's furious roar carried an overwhelming force, instantly blowing away Xiao Ye's blazing pillar of fire. Sensing danger, Lu Fan barked out, Xiao Fei. Above them, Xiao Ye and the Flying Dragon King's attacks violently clashed in mid-air. The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion, sending massive shockwaves ripping through the area. Then, another system notification rang out. Once the dragon language magic is unleashed, the Flying Dragon King will soar high into the sky, sacrificing 100% of its current HP to launch a devastating final strike, dealing damage equal to 2,000% of the health it sacrificed. Boom, boom, boom. As the deafening explosions finally died down, the devastating shockwaves swept across the ruins. But when the thick dust cloud began to settle, a soft green glow emerged. It was Xiao Fei. Her energy had quickly formed a solid shield, protecting all four of them in the nick of time. Lu Fan quickly supported Jian Ying with one hand, asking with genuine concern, "Jian Ying, are you okay?" At the same time, the Jade Dragon bloodline effect of Xiao Fei was still working its magic. Every skill applied to the dragon race and those sharing their bloodline was massively amplified. They became completely immune to any debuffs, while their self-recovery rate skyrocketed by 5,000%. She quickly brushed the dust off her clothes and let out a deep sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness for Xiao Fei, or we would have been history." Jian Ying had reached level 28, and her 10,000 flower sword had reached level 10. Lu Fan turned around and gently patted Xiao Fei on her head, who was now in her cute human form. "That's right, our Xiao Fei saved everyone." Watching from the side, Xiao Ye pouted, clearly jealous of the affection her sister was getting. The Black Dragon had reached level 24, Lu Fan had reached level 29, and the Jade Dragon had reached level 18. "Thank goodness for that insane self-recovery rate," Lu Fan muttered. Hearing this, Xiao Ye decisively turned her head away and huffed. Startled, Lu Fan quickly corrected himself. Of course, it was also thanks to Xiao Ye's incredible power that we got out of that mess in one piece." Surveying the absolute devastation around them, Jian Ying couldn't help but sigh. "At first, I thought changing classes and fighting higher-level enemies in combat professions was just some harmless game. But just now, I literally stared death in the face. I guess it makes sense. This was my first real fight against a level 70 boss. I never expected them to be so desperate that they'd go for mutual destruction. It was a real eye-opener." Lu Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he tried to explain why he had suddenly vanished without a word that night. "Jian Ying, I swear I didn't mean to abandon you back then. I just really had to find something important, but I never expected to run into such a nightmare of a boss. It's fine. I know you're not that kind of person." Jian Ying gave a soft smile. "After all, you told me before." Even now, she still remembered his exact words, as if he had just said them. He had promised her with absolute certainty that no matter how powerful the enemy was, he would never let a teammate fight alone. Jian Ying took a deep breath, her voice ringing out clearly against the wind. "Now, I'm giving those exact words right back to you. You are incredibly strong, but I will never, ever let you fight alone again." Checking his newly acquired rewards, Lu Fan gasped in utter disbelief. "Oh my god, a legendary tier item, and it's a piece of flight gear that unlocks dragon language magic? Does this mean I can actually cast fallen apocalyptic magic too?" The item was the Flying Dragon King's Soul Wings, a legendary tier gear that required level 60 to equip. The stat boosts were insane. Agility plus 356, Strength plus 291, Spirit plus 246, and Endurance plus 234. It also came with a special effect called Soar, which granted the wearer the ability to fly and drastically boosted flight speed. Even better, if the wearer already possessed dragon language magic, it would activate the dragon language unseal. Once unsealed, it allows the wearer to achieve true, unrestricted flight, meaning they can soar freely through the sky, unlike the simple hovering skills used by certain specialized classes. Apart from a few incredibly rare classes, this was practically an impossible feat for anyone else. Lu Fan sighed, realizing it was a real shame his current level was too low to use it yet. Moving on to the second reward, Lu Fan's eyes instantly lit up as he muttered, "The dragon saddle?" This specialized pet gear required a level 30 pet of either the dragon or half-dragon race. Its special mount effect allowed the pet to be used as a rideable mount. Even better, while riding, all stats of both the rider and the pet would sync up and resonate, boosting each other. On top of that, standard attacks would be infused with dragon energy, dealing massive splash damage. Whoa, turning my dragon pet into a mount? That is absolutely brilliant. Once Xiao Ye hits level 30, I can officially roll up to the upcoming national trials as a legendary dragon knight. But wait, there's more. There was a third reward, A dragon summoning bone flute. A flute made from dragon bone. It is an epic grade consumable item. Its effect allows the user to summon the twin souls of the Wyvern King, with a level equal to the user's own level. It can be used 3 times. So many OP items, Lu Fan thought to himself. Too bad, such an overpowered item only has a few uses. Ding! You have received a Wyvern King's spirit wing, a dragon riding saddle, and a dragon transforming bone flute. Lu Fan, Jianying called out. Have you finished collecting your rewards? Look at what Xiaofei is doing. Ding! Fountain of Life. All targets affected by this skill will continuously regenerate health. Lu Fan walked over, completely stunned by the sight before him. Huh? Xiaofei? Her dragon tail was gently wrapped around the massive ancient tree, continuously emitting a green healing glow. The Fountain of Life can only heal living creatures. Is she trying to heal this giant tree? Could this Wyvern Divine Tree actually be a living being? Gradually, fresh green sprouts began to bud from the seemingly withered trunk, then sprouted vigorously under Xiaofei's healing light. Did I trigger some kind of hidden quest? Lu Fan nodded in realization. It looks like Xiaofei can communicate with the Divine Tree. This must be the quest item for the next mission to save the Wyvern Divine Tree. Seed of the Wyvern Divine Tree. The Seed of the Wyvern Divine Tree is a quest item. Ever since the Wyvern Divine Tree was seized by the demon-devouring dragon, a minion of the mouth of the abyss, its divine power has been gradually fading. Now, a hero has arrived to save the Divine Tree. If that hero can slay the demon-devouring dragon, the minion of the abyss, and dip this seed into its blood as proof, they may earn the respect of the Wyvern Divine Tree's original master, the Forest Spirit Dragon, root of all things. After reading the description, Lu Fan fell deep into thought. According to the item description, he needed to defeat someone called the Demon-Devouring Dragon, the Dragon King of the Mouth of the Abyss. An existence at the Dragon King level would definitely be far more challenging than a nightmare difficulty, and its level would likely be in the 3 digits. Since there is no time limit on this quest, I can wait until I reach level 60 with my 3rd transition, or even level 90 with my 4th transition, before completing it. He happily tickled Xiaofei's chin. That is amazing. Xiaofei, if it weren't for you, we would have never discovered this hidden quest to heal the Wyvern Divine Tree. Squeak squeak. Xiaofei happily rubbed her head against his hand. Suddenly, Lu Fan remembered something. Oh, wait. That's right, Xiaofei. Can you eat this? He pulled out the dragon-transforming bone flute from earlier, leaving both Jianying and Xiaoye completely baffled with question marks floating over their heads. Jianying's eyes widened. What? Isn't that a total waste of a treasure? Fountain of Life can continuously restore health. Emerald Light can apply 3 stacks of blessings to the target, removing all negative status effects and boosting all attributes by 30%. Each stack of blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Natural Assimilation. It can devour equipment, converting its skills and attributes for personal use. Emerald Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects are doubled for dragons of the same bloodline. Self-recovery is increased by 5,000%, and the blood contract increases attributes by 10%. Xiaofei possesses the natural assimilation skill, allowing her to absorb attributes and skills by devouring equipment. If she could only devour regular gear, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there is no guarantee she can devour a consumable item like this. Before Lu Fan could even finish his sentence, Xiaofei snatched the bone flute like lightning, popped it into her mouth, and began chewing eagerly. She ate it? Just like that? Jianying was too shocked for words. Wait, that skill actually works? Did you seriously just use an epic grade item like it's a joke? After Xiaofei swallowed the bone flute, a brand new skill popped up on her status panel. Awesome. Lu Fan cheered. Oh my god. Xiaofei can now summon 2 Wyvern Kings. The effect has become a permanent skill, and it's no longer limited to 3 uses. Emerald Dragon Blood Contract, Natural Assimilation, Dragon Transforming Bone Flute. Upon use, summons the twin souls of the Wyvern King. The level of the Wyvern King is equal to the user's level. Natural Assimilation. Dragon Transforming Bone Flute summons the souls of the twin Wyvern Kings. The level of the Wyvern King is equal to the user's level. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within Xiaofei, wrapping her in a brilliant, glowing green light. Above her head, 2 massive dragon phantoms suddenly materialized and let out a low rumble. Roar, Wyvern King's Soul, level 18. Skills include Elemental Dragon Breath, which breathes dragon fire on the target, causing random elemental damage such as fire, ice, lightning, or poison. Soul Strike, dealing piercing damage to the target. Dragon Tongue Unseal, unlocking dragon language magic. Elemental Dragon Breath will be replaced by dragon language magic, and Soul Strike will be replaced by dragon tongue spells. Apocalyptic Fall Magic, with the Wyvern bloodline granting a 50% reduction. Taking all the damage, Jian Ying was completely stunned once again. Did the boss they just defeated really just become Xiao Fei's own summon? Yep. Lu Fan nodded. Its size has shrunk quite a bit. It looks like Xiao Fei finally has a pet of her own now. Jian Ying looked at the two flying dragon souls, her mind filled with disbelief. Wait, a pet's pet? Is that even possible? Lu Fan was truly becoming more and more mysterious. But man, clearing such a high-level secret realm was seriously exhausting. Lu Fan stretched his arms. We should head back now. Sister Han is probably worried sick. You go on ahead. Lu Fan told Jian Ying. I'll catch up with you in a bit. I still have one very important thing left to do. The scene shifts to Villa Number 1 at Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan stood with his arms crossed, staring down at his two baby dragons with a deadpan expression. Listen, we've been living together for quite a while now, so it's time we have a serious talk about this. He turned to Xiaoye. Xiaoye, you bully Xiao Fei every single day. Don't you want a new little brother or sister? Then he looked at Xiao Fei. And you, Xiao Fei, you let Xiaoye push you around daily. Don't you ever want to stand up for yourself and teach your big sister a lesson? Well, now is your chance. Hey, are you two even listening to me? Lu Fan sighed, placing a massive dragon egg on the floor. I know you guys are excited, but don't get so ahead of yourselves that you completely ignore me. He cleared his throat, trying to stay calm. This right here is the newest member of our big family, about to make their grand debut. Basically, we all need to get along and show some love. Got it? Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei stared curiously at the sapphire blue dragon egg on the floor. A star dragon egg, a legendary cosmic dragon egg, and my third dragon pet. Lu Fan smiled. Care to guess if it's a little brother or a little sister? He placed his hand on the egg, channeling his dragon taming skill to tame the draconic creature inside. Seconds ticked by, but the dragon egg didn't budge at all. Lu Fan scratched his head in confusion. That's weird. Usually, my dragon taming skill works instantly, doesn't it? Legendary Black Dragon Contract. Level 23. Legendary Jade Dragon Contract. Level 18. Only then did Lu Fan suddenly remember crap. He only had 2 dragon contract slots right now. He needed to reach level 30 and complete his second class advancement to unlock the 3rd contract slot. My dragon tamer level is at 29 and 99%. Talk about a total buzzkill, Lu Fan sighed. Looks like we'll have to head into a special forest dungeon to grind and hit the next level. Alright, go get some rest. We won't be meeting our new family member today after all. Xiao Fei tilted her head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Is this egg a dud? Xiao Ye also shot Lu Fan a highly skeptical look. I don't know, Lu Fan snapped. Just go to sleep already. The night passed, and just as dawn broke, loud, frantic knocking echoed at the door. Lu Fan, you're back? Wake up, quick. Qin Chu's voice shouted from outside. Lu Fan half-heartedly stumbled out and opened the door, letting out a massive yawn. Who is it? Oh, what's going on? Lu Fan, look at this. This post is blowing up all over school. Qin Chi shoved her phone right into his face. Lu Fan took the phone and furrowed his brows as he read. Huh? You guys woke me up this early just for some stupid post? It was a post with a clickbait headline accusing him of running away from the freshman competition. Someone posted this on the school forum yesterday, and it hit the top trending spot overnight, Qin Chu explained. The thread title is, Fengyun Pavilion reacts to you, no, whose withdrawal the number 1 only quit because he's a coward. The post quoted Xu Xing, who had tried to post anonymously but got exposed anyway. She claimed that during the highly anticipated battle between Lu Fan and Chen Tianji, Lu Fan chickened out at the last second because he was terrified of facing Jiang Fengyun's team and her. The comment section was just as chaotic. I heard Lu Fan got severely injured by Chen Tianji last time, which is why he dropped out of the tournament. Chen Tianji went on such a crazy winning streak. Something's definitely fishy. Lu Fan must have used his injuries as a convenient excuse to bail. We as students demand answers. The match everyone wanted to see was Lu Fan and Jian Ying against Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing, but Lu Fan just chose to run away. No way. I totally disagree with how the school is handling this. Even if they don't fight, They shouldn't just hand Lu Fan the #1 spot on a silver platter. Sure, Lu Fan got special treatment from the administration, but Jiang Fenyun is the real top dog in actual combat. Saving the school's top rank for Lu Fan was complete nonsense in the first place. You guys should have seen Jiang Fenyun fight yesterday. He's definitely going to kick Lu Fan right off his pedestal. Qin Chu further explained. Fenyun Pavilion started out as a 4-man party made up of students ranked 3rd through 6th in our class. But now, they've recruited nearly 30 members, growing into a massive guild with all kinds of classes. And the ones leading them are Jiang Fenyun and Xu Xing. So, because of this, I'm the unofficial top student who's now being labeled a coward. While this Jiang Fenyun guy gets to act like he's the undisputed king, Lu Fan smirked coldly. Huh, interesting. Tao Zi chimed in. This morning, Jiang Fenyun arrogantly declared on the school forum that he is going to prove to Fenyun Pavilion's supporters who the real #1 is. Tomorrow, right after the finals, he will personally head over to Villa #1 to kick us out. Han Qi added, securing the #1 spot also guarantees a chance to be selected for the national trial. That is definitely what Jiang Fenyun is after. Hearing this, Lu Fan finally realized what was going on. He wants to secure both the fame and the spot in the national trial. Too bad for him. He has no idea that those rewards are already firmly within my grasp. This Jiang Fenyun is nothing but a clown. Jian Ying, who had appeared out of nowhere, chimed in coldly. He wants to ruin Lu Fan's reputation while he is away from school. I am completely speechless. Lu Fan shook his head. We do not even know what the guy looks like. If he dares to show up here tomorrow, just let him come. I will let Jian Ying know. He calmly continued. Since Fenyun Pavilion went out of their way to provoke me, I will give them a chance to get exactly what they want. What do you mean by that? Qin Chu asked in surprise. Let me borrow your phone for a second, Lu Fan said. I want to reply to Fenyun Pavilion and accept their challenge. The scene shifts to the arena of Dragon Capital Academy. In a VIP room above the main stage, an intense training session is underway. The constant clashing of swords and spears echoes throughout the room. Outside the arena, a young man sat with his legs crossed, scrolling on his iPad. That is Yin Xing, a mage with a hidden combat class. Suddenly, a news update caught his eye, and he hurriedly waved over to the person fighting intensely in the arena. Brother Jiang, Lu Fan actually replied. Hearing this, Jiang Fenyun froze. Seizing this opening, his 2 opponents lunged at him simultaneously. Ha ha ha, Jiang Fenyun laughed out loud and quickly cast a spell. 5 identical clones emerged from his body, each carrying a powerful aura, and slashed at the 2 opponents at the same time. Terrified, they dropped their weapons and stammered, Wait, Brother Jiang, why are you taking this so seriously? It is just practice. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, his 5 clones ruthlessly slashed down at them. The 2 crashed to the floor of the arena, screaming in agony. Only then did Jiang Fenyun withdraw his skill, pulling his blindfold down slightly as he ordered, Get them treated, quick. He turned to Yin Xing and asked, So what did Lu Fan say? Jiang Fenyun possesses a hidden combat class called Shadow Warrior. Yin Xing hesitantly handed the iPad to Jiang Fenyun. The guy made a post, Brother Jiang, it is better if you read it yourself. After skimming Lu Fan's post, he sneered and scoffed. How incredibly arrogant. He actually dares to challenge all the members of Fenyun Pavilion? He has got some nerve. He threw the iPad back to Yin Xing, turned around to leave, and told him coldly, after the finals, tell everyone to head to the arena. Yes, Brother Jiang. Are we really going to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Fan? Yin Xing asked cautiously. Of course. Tell every member of Fenyun Pavilion to show up. If he still dares to challenge everyone, then we fight. Cruelty and bloodlust flickered in his eyes. I want him to know the difference between the school's designated #1 and the real #1. Who is the true king here? Meanwhile, in another place, Qin Chu surprised everyone by announcing, Wow, they actually accepted the challenge. On the forum, the comment section under Lu Fan's latest post was buzzing. Lu Fan's response to Fenyun Pavilion read, If you want to prove you are the real #1, then face me in a fair and square fight, instead of talking trash behind my back on this forum. Yes, I am talking to all of you, you bottom feeders of Fenyun Pavilion. If you have the guts, bring everyone you have. Whoever is scared can go home and cry to their mommy. See you at the arena after the freshman trials. I accept your challenge. The comments below exploded instantly. Whoa, Lu Fan actually clapped back. So the rumors about his style of handling Fenyun Pavilion are true. Lu Fan is absolutely savage. This is fire. Grab some popcorn, guys. Tomorrow's battle will be between the strongest number 1 in history and the strongest keyboard warrior number 1. Taozi turned to Lu Fan and said, "It seems Jiang Fengyun has a match today. Do you want to go watch?" Lu Fan shrugged and replied, "Honestly, I do not really care about his strength. I would rather go grind levels in a secret realm." While they were sitting around the dining table, Han Kei walked out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of delicious-smelling food. "Xiao Fan, do not say that. Pride comes before a fall. Knowing your enemy and knowing yourself guarantees victory in 100 battles. There is nothing wrong with being prepared." Taozi agreed. "Yeah, at this point, if you just show your face, you would probably have more supporters than Fenyun Pavilion." Qin Chu also agreed. "After all, you are a celebrity on the school forum. If people spot you watching Jiang Fenyun's match, there will definitely be wild rumors flying around." Before Lu Fan could even make a decision, Han Kei quickly came up with an idea. "In that case, we should. Just put on a quick disguise and let's go." Lu Fan looked helplessly at the 3 women, who were absolutely bursting with excitement. As time flew by, he was ultimately dragged along to watch the match anyway. In the arena stands, Taozi sat right next to Qin Chu, while a row below them, Lu Fan sat with his face completely wrapped up. Taozi asked, "Is Jiang Fenyun's match next?" As deafening cheers echoed all around them, Qin Chu had to raise her voice to be heard over the noise. "Probably. With this many people here, they must have all come to see Jiang Fenyun." Han Kei, sitting next to Lu Fan, smiled warmly. "What do you think, little Fan? No one's going to recognize you looking like this." "That's for sure." Lu Fan didn't say a word, simply shoving his hands into his pockets and standing up. Just then, the referee announced that the semifinals were about to begin. Han Kei asked in surprise, "Little Fan, where are you going now? The match hasn't even started yet." Lu Fan replied indifferently, This match is pretty boring. I'm going to take a walk. Just call me when you guys are done watching." The referee yelled out, "Both teams, take your positions." Meanwhile, Elder Zhao, one of the judges, watched Lu Fan walk away with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Who knows what he was planning, but he quietly made his way to the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Principal, have you seen the recent posts on the school forum? It's about the upcoming duel between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun." Using a calm, telepathic voice, the principal replied, "Oh, is that you, Elder Zhao? Just handle those duels and settle the conflicts among the freshmen yourself. There is no need to ask for my opinion on such matters." Recalling Lu Fan's terrifying burst of power in his last match, Elder Zhao continued with a hint of concern in his voice. "Given Lu Fan's current strength, I highly recommend the school step in and stop this duel. If he actually fights, I'm afraid he won't hold back. After all, Chen Tianji is still recovering in the infirmary from their last match." The principal replied, "Vice Principal Zhao, you're worrying far too much. Instead, you should be worrying about whether Special Envoy Lu Fan is qualified to take on this heavy responsibility in the coming month." He gasped in shock. 1 month? That soon? The national trials are right around the corner too. Special Envoy Lu Fan. Elder Zhao quickly added, "Lu Fan is already close to his second transition, so please rest assured. I've also been informed by the Special Envoy of the Dragon Capital. Qian Xiong has assured us that he has no intention of making things difficult for Lu Fan." The principal's voice took on a meaningful tone. "Vice Principal Zhao, it seems you are quite out of the loop. Qian Xiong is no longer the Special Envoy. The current Special Envoy of the Dragon Capital is Ruan Chongfeng." Once again, Elder Zhao was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the points arena. Loud shouting and angry curses echoed through the room. How could they get beaten like that? It's only for 100 points. Why is it so ridiculously hard? A student was sent flying, crashing hard onto his back. Horrified, the onlookers scrambled back a few steps. The boy groaned in pain. "Ugh, this is definitely rigged. There's no way this arena is meant for level 29. Don't waste your points on this, guys. It's a total ripoff. Who the hell owns this arena anyway? Does anyone know? It feels familiar, but I just can't remember who." Still fully disguised, Lu Fan stood in the crowd, knitting his brows in annoyance. TSK. Instead of challenging actual secret realms. Why are so many people wasting their time in a place like this? Just then, another figure appeared at the doorway, this time, a woman. The sharp click of her high heels drew everyone's attention, and her stunningly gorgeous figure instantly turned heads, her long white hair cascading down like a silver waterfall. She gave Lu Fan a playful wink and waved. Hey there, cutie. Let Big Sis play with you for a bit. Keeping his expression neutral, Lu Fan replied politely, "It is an honor to meet you, senior." She burst out laughing, her voice dripping with confidence. Haha, well, I am a whole head above you in level, after all. Since you're being so polite, I'll go easy on you. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly at her sheer arrogance, replying calmly, "There is no need for that. Please, just give it your all." "Oh, really?" Her eyes flashed with amusement as a fiery aura erupted around her, slowly gathering into the palm of her hand. Instantly, the surrounding air turned scorching hot. "In that case, here I come." Feeling the immense power radiating from her, Lu Fan was taken aback. This woman was definitely no pushover. His assessment had been spot on. In the blink of an eye, her outfit transformed, and the flames in her hand condensed into the shape of a ferocious beast's eyes. She vanished into thin air, only to reappear directly behind Lu Fan a split second later, holding a blazing trident. "I'm not like the other weaklings you've faced, so you'd better bring your A-game, cutie." She thrust her weapon straight at his vital spot. Fortunately, his reflexes were lightning fast, and he swung his blade just in time to block the strike. Even so, the overwhelming force still pushed him back several steps. Boom! White smoke drifted from the blade where it had made contact with the trident's tip. She's incredibly strong. Just what level is she anyway? She twirled her trident with a seductive smirk, then casually slung it behind her back. "Blocked, huh? Not bad. But you didn't even graze me just now. Are you too afraid of hurting me, cutie? If you're still holding back like that," she winked and stuck her tongue out playfully, "then Big Sister here will just have to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Determination flashing in his eyes, Lu Fan replied, "Senior, I understand." In that exact moment, they locked eyes, without a single shred of hesitation or a second of delay. Lu Fan and the woman lunged at each other at the exact same time, their weapons, one blazing hot and the other freezing cold, colliding with explosive force. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening screech of clashing metal rang out, nearly bursting their eardrums, while the crowd outside continued to whisper and gossip. "That beauty is seriously stubborn. There's clearly something wrong, but she's still forcing it. Hey, quiet down. It sounds like they're still going at it pretty hard in there. I only managed to last 2 minutes. She must be putting her life on the line." Just then, in the main hall, the referee's booming voice rang out. "The match is over. Jiang Fenyun's battle has reached its conclusion. The victory goes to Jiang Fenyun's team." The entire arena erupted into deafening cheers, chanting the name Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun. Standing beside Jiang Fengyun, Yin Xing whispered, "Brother Jiang, our guys from the Fengyun Pavilion reported that Lu Fan snuck in today to spy on our match." Jiang Fengyun smirked with utter disdain. "Huh, trying to scout my strength, are we? Looks like he's actually taking this seriously. Too bad I didn't even use half my strength in this match." Suddenly, Jiang Fengyun pointed to the sky and roared with arrogant pride. "Lu Fan, your arrogant days are numbered. You better not hide tomorrow." Fired up by his cocky attitude, the remaining disciples chanted in unison, "Fenyun Pavilion, Fenyun Pavilion, Fenyun Pavilion." Taozi glanced around and nudged Qin Chu gently. "Seriously, let's get out of here too." Qin Chu couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh? Where's Lu Fan? Did they actually figure out he was coming to watch the match?" Sitting in the row below, Han Kei finally let them know that Lu Fan had already left. The kid got bored and headed out early. "Let me give him a call." Back in the points arena, Lu Fan was on the defensive, desperately trying to withstand the relentless, storm-like attacks from the white-haired girl. Even his sunglasses and hood had fallen off from the intense movement. Lu Fan gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his hand still gripping his sword tightly. Huff, puff. Who on earth is she? Her strength is unbelievable. The moment my hood fell off, she pierced right through it with her trident like it was nothing. She praised him with genuine amusement. "Wow, your defense is actually amazing. To read and adapt to my moves in just 15 minutes. You're a fast learner, cutie." Lu Fan thought to himself. She could have clearly taken me down in 2 moves, but it feels like she's intentionally guiding me instead. "Who is she? Why is she doing this?" Her voice suddenly softened. "But it looks like your stamina has reached its limit, hasn't it, cutie? You're quite the looker too." Lu Fan flinched, and before he could even register what was happening, she was standing right in his face. Why on earth would you want to hide a face like this? His eyes accidentally drifted down to her plump, pale cleavage, making Lu Fan's face instantly flush bright red. Panicking, he stumbled backward and plopped onto the ground, drenched in sweat, looking up at her in utter embarrassment. Right then, his phone rang like an absolute lifesaver. Lu Fan quickly answered it. "Excuse me, senior, I need to take this." "Hello? Ah, yes, I'll be right home." He hung up, scratched his head, and turned to her with an embarrassed smile. Thank you, senior. I learned a lot from you today. Before I go, could we exchange contact info?" By now, she had returned to her usual alluring state, looking absolutely stunning in her high-slit dress. She smiled teasingly at Lu Fan. "Ha! A freshman already trying to get a senior's number? I didn't expect you to be so bold, cutie." He frantically waved his hands in panic. "Oh, no, that's not it. I just wanted to make it easier to ask you to spar again so I can learn more from you, senior." She walked toward the door and waved. "Forget about that. If you want to meet me like this again, just do what you did today." Her voice carried a playful, mysterious tone. "If fate allows, I'll come find you again." Watching the door slowly close, Lu Fan's curiosity about this mysterious white-haired girl only grew stronger. Who is she really? She looks way younger than her actual age. I was completely overwhelmed during our fight. That level of power is absolutely not something a normal student could possess. Could she be an instructor? But since when does Longdu Academy have instructors like her? Suddenly, Lu Fan's status window lit up. He gasped in shock as he saw a massive amount of points transferred to him. Did she surrender? Without hesitation, he bolted out of the room, shouting, "Senior!" His sudden outburst startled the crowd waiting outside, making them take a few steps back. Who on earth was that incredibly mysterious senior anyway? He dashed down the hallway, constantly calling out, "Senior!" Bystanders in the corridor almost got knocked over by him and began yelling in irritation. "Hey, watch where you're going." "Huh? What was that all about?" Lu Fan did not care about the complaints at all. His mind was completely elsewhere. They did not want any points, and they refused to reveal their identity. Then, they just vanished without a trace. Are they really from Longdu Academy? Or did I just see a ghost? "Hey, Xiao Fan, over here, let's get out of here." From across the hallway, Han Ke, Tao Zi, and Qing Chu had been waiting for him. Intrigued by the loud commotion he had just made, Qing Chu asked curiously. Tao Zi quickly chimed in, asking, "Hey Lu Fan, what is it this time? Did you run off with another upperclassman girl?" Lu Fan approached his friends, letting out a heavy sigh as he decided to drop it. Man, she is gone. What a mystery. Time flew by, and the next day arrived in a flash. The arena stands were absolutely packed with people. Talk about crowded. Now, this is what a real final match looks like. Challenging the entire Fenyun Pavilion all by himself? Is he actually a beast? Or is he just all talk? This is going to be a wild show. Down in the waiting area below the stage, the members of Fenyun Pavilion stood ready, while an annoyed Jiang Fenyun grumbled, "Where the hell is Lu Fan? If he dares to chicken out, we will march right over to Villa number 1 and drag his sorry self out here." Yinxing quickly tried to calm him down, saying, "Boss Jiang, we agreed on this time. Let's just give him a few more minutes." Right on cue, Lu Fan casually strolled in. Yinxing was the first to spot him and shouted, "Look, Lu Fan is here. Everyone get ready." Every member of Fenyun Pavilion immediately braced themselves, ready to charge at a moment's notice. But in stark contrast to their intense tension, Lu Fan looked completely relaxed. With a piece of bread hanging out of his mouth, he urged them, "Oh, sorry about that. I am not late, am I? Let's get this over with. I actually have somewhere urgent to be." Jiang Fenyun smirked at the sight of him and said, "Well, you certainly know how to make an entrance." Lu Fan strolled over and replied casually, "Just in the nick of time, right?" He looked over the massive crowd of opponents, scratched his cheek, and dropped a line that left everyone completely speechless. "Honestly, I have no idea how many people are in your Fengyun Pavilion, but why don't you all just come at me at once?" A burly, tough-looking guy in the crowd cursed in rage. "Damn it, this brat is literally begging for death." Jiang Fenyun lowered his head in thought for a moment, before looking up, his voice icy. "Since you clearly have zero respect for us, we can skip the small talk. We are betting 7,000 points." Lu Fan quickly reached into his jacket to search for his card, while muttering, "Oh right, I almost forgot about the points." Found it. He pulled out a sleek, pitch-black card and declared confidently, "I bet 17,000. At the sight of his balance, the members of Fenyun Pavilion stared with their mouths wide open. Shuxing stammered, That is way too much. Boss Jiang, we do not have enough points to match that." "Shut up." Jiang Fengyun snapped. He quickly began calculating in his head. How does this guy dare to go so big? If I can win all of these points, then for the next 3 or 4 years here in Longdu, I will never have to worry about a single thing. Jiang Fengyun took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Fine. Our Fengyun Pavilion will bet every single point we have against yours." Xu Xing quickly tried to reassure the panicking members. "Everyone, calm down. Just trust Boss Jiang's plan." But one of them asked anxiously, "Even if we pool all our points together, will it even reach 17,000? Another cut him off. "Stop guessing. Since Boss Jiang has made the call, we just have to fall in line." Lu Fan stretched his arms, cracking his knuckles as he warmed up. He said easily, "Awesome. Now that the bet is locked in, let's get this show on the road." Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun analyzed the situation, believing that someone this incredibly arrogant would definitely summon his dragon pet right off the bat. "Xu Xing, stay on your guard." Xu Xing gave a firm nod. "On it." Jiang Fengyun unsheathed his sword and roared, "Get ready, boys." While Lu Fan stood there looking completely unbothered, the entire Fengyun Pavilion lineup synchronized their offensive stances. "Charge!" Jiang Fengyun bellowed. Instantly, Xu Xing channeled his energy to cast his binding spell. A complex magic circle instantly materialized beneath Lu Fan's feet. From it, dozens of magical chains shot out, wrapping tightly around him and catching him off guard. The binding spell was designed to completely lock down a single target, making them unable to use any movement skills for 5 whole seconds. Jiang Fengyun cheered in excitement. "Nice catch. There is no way he can summon his dragon pet now." He and his teammates immediately surged forward, all 5 of them targeting Lu Fan simultaneously to unleash their ultimate moves. "Take him down!" But with a single, effortless shrug of his shoulders, Lu Fan shattered every single magical chain binding him. Are these chains made of paper, or what? Jiang Fengyun, who was already mid-swing with his sword, gasped in absolute shock at the sight. How? How did he break the crowd control already? Like lightning, Lu Fan drew his black dragon scale blade to block the oncoming strike. Seizing the opening, he grabbed Jiang Fengyun by the collar and slammed him hard into the ground with a massive crash. The spectators in the stands gasped in sheer disbelief. Did he just body slam Boss Jiang with his bare hands? Was Xu Xing's skill completely useless? Since when do dragon tamers have such insanely high crowd control resistance? Xu Xing and his lackeys could not believe their eyes, crying out in sheer panic. But Brother Jiang did not flinch, immediately casting his petrification spell. A blinding pink light burst forth, forcing everyone to squint. The petrification spell completely paralyzes the target's body, reducing their movement and attack speed by 75% after 1 second. Xu Xing continuously channeled his energy into his ultimate move, and in an instant, the vast space surrounding Lu Fan was completely swallowed by a blazing red fire. He ordered his team to seize the moment and launch ranged attacks. But Lu Fan just sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The top student of the freshman exam. "Is this really all you have got?" He raised his blade, casually stepping on the head of Jiang Fengyun, who was pinned flat to the ground. "Your actual combat skills are pathetically low, are they not?" Jiang Fengyun roared in fury. "Xu Xing, what the hell is wrong with your skill?" Xu Xing trembled, utterly bewildered. "What? No, that is impossible. I clearly cast the spell on him." Lu Fan spoke softly, as if stating the most obvious thing in the world. "Do not blame him. It is just that I have a buff from my dragon pet. The bloodline connection allows a dragon pet to grant their dragon tamer an extra 10% to all of their attributes. When your stats are high enough, they can completely negate any low-level crowd control skills." Jiang Fengyun gritted his teeth, too enraged to speak. Unleashing his ultimate move, countless afterimages of Jiang Fengyun materialized in midair. The members of the Fengyun Pavilion cheered wildly. Brother Jiang is finally using his ultimate technique. Ha ha ha, it is his signature move. "Lu Fan, you are finished." Xu Xing was deeply shaken, asking himself in despair, just how high are his stats to completely negate my skill like that? Lu Fan raised his hand, gathering his energy to form a massive orb of glowing power right above his head. He spoke slowly, his voice dripping with dominance. "I have to admit, classmate Jiang, that move of yours looks quite impressive. Since you are the top student of the freshman exam, I will show you something special. Something even Chen Tianji has never laid eyes on." Jiang Fengyun was utterly shocked. "What? What do you mean by that? Are you going to summon it?" Before he could even finish, a colossal dragon actually materialized right in the middle of the arena. Its massive body completely blocked out the sky, its surging power like a raging ocean. His jaw dropped, and he could barely stammer a word. It is a giant dragon. Xiaoye did not make a sound. The moment she appeared, she gently exhaled a wave of warm air, carrying her terrifying pressure directly toward the members of the Fenyun Pavilion, knocking them flat on their backs. The arena erupted into chaos as the crowd gasped in shock. Is this Lu Fan's actual dragon pet? Look, some members of the Fenyun Pavilion are running away. Holy crap, help, my legs are shaking. It is a real dragon, run for your lives. Oh no, we are dead meat. Jiang Fengyun stared up at Xiaoye, realizing in utter despair that she was completely different. She is clearly not the same kind of dragon as Chen Tianji's. This is a legendary being that shouldn't even exist. Shuxing screamed in sheer panic. Brother Jiang, get out of there. Lu Fan smiled, his voice soft yet menacing. Classmate Jiang, do not pass out on me just yet. Xiaoye began to gather her energy, preparing for a devastating strike. Lu Fan spoke calmly, as if delivering a death sentence. Now, it is my turn to strike back. The terrifying pressure from Xiaoye quickly dominated the entire area, as her black dragon aura kept expanding outwards, inflicting fear and stun effects on every single target within range. Stun applied, panic applied, immobilization applied. In a split second, all of these debuffs slammed directly into the members of the Fenyun Pavilion. Holding their heads, they shrieked in agony. Help! Spare us! Please, have mercy! Even Jiang Fengyun felt himself being completely suppressed. He thought in utter despair. Is this a joke? Ha 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 ha. How is anyone supposed to beat something like this? My body won't listen to me. Move, damn it, move. His teammates were still crying out for help in agony. Brother Jiang, help us. Oh God. They were completely broken, drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Fengyun still struggled to get up, desperately searching for a way out. Lu Fan held the black card in his hand and said nonchalantly, First place. I guess I do not need to say more, do I? I will be taking these points now. Jiang Fengyun collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Every single member of the Fenyun Pavilion was completely wiped out. Xiaoye transformed back into the red-haired little dragon girl, grinning happily. Lu Fan said, Mission complete. Let us get out of here. I still have other important things to take care of. As he walked toward the point exchange room, he received a call from Qin Chu checking on him. She said, If we did not have class, we all would have come to cheer you on. You are not hurt, are you? Lu Fan replied cheerfully, I am fine. I earned quite a few points today, so I will share some with everyone tonight. Suddenly, the door to the room creaked open slightly. He quickly said to Qin Chu, I will talk to you later. I am hanging up now. The door opens, and the beautiful white-haired girl who walks in is none other than the mysterious senior from the other day. Lu Fan says happily, Senior, you actually came. The white-haired girl smiles back, her voice a bit teasing. I am actually pretty free today. You weren't waiting here specifically for me, were you? He smiles and answers honestly, Of course I was. After all, sparring with anyone else is just pointless. Only by fighting you can I actually learn anything. Your level must be over 70, right? Hearing him say this, the white-haired girl is momentarily stunned. She leans her back against the door, falling silent for a moment. Lu Fan asks next with absolute certainty, You are not actually a senior, are you? At the same time, down at the arena, Teacher Zhao steps up, carefully checks Jiang Fengyun's pulse, and turns to the medical staff. It seems he still knows how to hold back. Fortunately, it is not life-threatening. Looking at the members of the Fenyun Pavilion scattered across the arena, he sighs softly. Back inside the point exchange room, the white-haired girl quickly regains her composure after her brief surprise. Her face grows serious as she asks with a sharp gaze, Are you setting a trap for me, kiddo? Lu Fan glances at the notice posted on the door and casually replies, How is that a trap? It is just the level limit feature of this room. Since you could enter, it proves your level must be over 70. That means there is no way you are just a senior. The girl raises her eyebrow. Oh, changed your tone, have we? So, what do you think my real identity is? Lu Fan rubs his chin, starting to speculate. Judging by looks, she definitely passes as a senior sister. But with such an overwhelming level and strength, maybe she is a teacher? Hearing him say that, the white-haired girl cannot help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, well, just keep calling me senior then. She walks closer to Lu Fan, her tone relaxed. Speaking of looks, Now that you are not hiding your face anymore, you actually look pretty handsome. She pauses for a moment, then continues with a slow, "Oh, by the way, do not go trying to dig up my personal details in the future. If you want to see me again, do not set the duel room's level limit to over 70 anymore, or else I won't show up." Lu Fan chuckles sheepishly. Okay. He thinks to himself, I was actually planning on trying level 80 next. Guess that is out of the question. The white-haired girl draws her weapon and begins to channel her energy. A powerful, surging aura erupts from her, showcasing an incredibly deep inner strength that is definitely not to be underestimated. She says, "That combat technique I showed you last time, I cannot believe you immediately applied it in your match against Jiang Fenyun. Not bad at all." Lu Fan also draws his blade, replying happily, "So, senior, you actually came to watch my match?" She nods with satisfaction. Summoning your dragon pet right off the bat to throw them into a panic, then immediately striking back to take down the leader. Excellent reaction speed. I guess my hard work training you paid off. Lu Fan rubs his head with a grin. Haha, thanks for the guidance, senior. My close combat skills really still have a lot of flaws. Before he can even finish his sentence, the beautiful senior suddenly unleashes a deadly strike. The attack is so sudden that Lu Fan does not have time to dodge, and a shallow cut slices across his arm. Shocked and confused by what is happening, he gasps, "Senior, what are you doing?" The white-haired girl replies with a serious face, "Even though you are making fast progress, it is way too early for you to start showing off or playing humble." Lu Fan quickly explains, No, senior, you have got it all wrong. I am really not trying to play humble. I genuinely want to learn from your experience. You are incredibly strong, senior. Last time, you not only guided me so patiently but even generously gave me 100 points. You treated me just like a little brother. If I could get your guidance regularly, I would definitely improve at lightning speed. Or if you want, I can even pay tuition. Hearing this, the white-haired girl cannot help but burst into a fit of giggles. Ha ha ha, like a little brother? You sure have a silver tongue, kiddo. Ha ha, just keep your tuition money and spend it on yourself. She stops laughing and continues, I heard you have an older sister who is a fantastic cook. If you want me to keep training you, He thinks to himself, it is actually my aunt, not my sister, but calling her my sister basically means the same thing anyway. The senior slips into a defensive stance. Since you specifically waited for me to show up, let us see what else you can learn today. Lu Fan raises his blade, his fighting spirit burning hot. Let us do this. He launches a barrage of head-on attacks, his blade spinning at dizzying speeds, slicing through the air with sharp, whistling screeches. Parrying his blows, the senior gasps in surprise. Wow, you have gotten a lot faster. If you manage to hit me even once today, I will give you a surprise. How about that? With those words, she swings her halberd down repeatedly, with terrifying power. Lu Fan struggles to hold his ground. This girl's strength is truly overpowered. After a moment, she speaks up. Honestly, your current weapon doesn't really suit you anymore. How about you switch to a polearm like mine? Lu Fan agrees. That makes sense. This ink dragon scale saber has been with me for a really long time. It is just a shame to let go of its special effects. Ink dragon scale saber. Strength plus 36. Durability plus 30. Required level 10. Required class Dragon Tamer or Dragon Blood Warrior. Skill, Dragon Blood Armor. Dragonizes a part of the user's body to boost strength. Swirling her halberd, the white-haired girl lunges forward to attack. So, what else do you want besides a weapon? Lu Fan quickly leaps into the air, narrowly dodging her deadly strike. He answers bluntly, I want a level limit removal enchantment. The senior's eyes instantly darken, and she asks in an annoyed tone, do you have any idea how rare and expensive that is? With that, she lunges forward, resuming her fierce onslaught. Lu Fan cries out in a panic. Wait a second, senior. But the white-haired girl is already absolutely furious, snapping back. I seriously regret even asking you. Drop dead. Lu Fan screams in pain. Ah, just because of one slip of the tongue, I'm getting beaten to a pulp. Later that night, Lu Fan returns home, looking completely beaten black and blue. He collapses onto the sofa, groaning in pain. I spent the entire afternoon and couldn't land a single hit on her. Now my whole body is aching, and she didn't even break a sweat. Sitting beside him, Han Ka gently massages her nephew's shoulders and whispers, You scared me to death. I thought you got into a fight with Jiang Fong Van and ended up like this. I couldn't believe it. Kiamon specs, based on what you said, this senior must at least be an academy instructor. Though, I've never met an instructor like that before. Tanthu opens her tablet and gasps in surprise. Whoa, Luke fam, you're trending like crazy on the school forum. Someone from the Fong Van Pavilion actually uploaded the video of your fight with Tuda. Everyone gathers around to look at the screen, which shows the moment Luke fam proudly declares, now it's obvious who number one is. I'll be taking all of the Fong Van Pavilion's points then. Wow, you looked so cool. Underneath the video, the comment section is absolutely blowing up. Someone actually caught that on camera. I almost fainted from sheer terror back then. Props to the immortal cameraman. Holy crap, that's a dragon. Comparing Luke Fam's dragon to Tron Thien Chi's is literally night and day. Han Ka beams with joy. Oh my, now the whole school knows you won. All those previous troubles should finally quiet down now, right? Even Luke Pham is surprised by this. He thinks to himself, I can't believe someone actually managed to record that in the middle of all that chaos. Kiem An takes a more serious view. Honestly, I don't think much will change. You've simply taken over the Fong Van Pavilion's spot and become their new idol. Luke Pham calmly replies, I already went through all of this when the grand exam results were released. As long as we focus on our own goals, everything will be fine. Kiem An then asks, by the way, what exactly is your goal? Inside another dungeon, Luke Pham's team continues their journey to conquer new challenges. While landing a critical hit on the boss, Kiem An says to Luke Pham in a teasing tone, wait, so your actual goal is just to grind levels? I totally thought you wanted to learn a thing or two from that mysterious senior. He replies without a second thought, of course it's grinding. If I get just a bit stronger, I can definitely gain the upper hand in one-on-one duels. In the back, Tanthu continuously casts support spells for her teammates. The place they are conquering is a dungeon called the Poison Spider Forest. The dungeon stats pop up. Poison Spider Forest. Level 45. Dread difficulty. Requires 5 or more players. Kiem An unleashes Sky Sword Rain, sending countless glowing blades raining down like a storm. Luke Pham immediately follows up with a powerful Dragon Fang strike. The boss only has time to let out a miserable shriek before collapsing. A warm, mysterious energy envelops Luke Pham as he exclaims in joy, I leveled up. Luke Pham has reached level 30. He eagerly says, let's open the chest. I've finally hit level 30. Clutching her staff, Tanthu happily replies, congratulations, that's awesome. Meanwhile, unable to stomach the foul stench of the boss's corpse, Han Ka leans against a nearby tree, gagging uncontrollably. Little Pham, that is. Amazing. Dao Tu excitedly cheers. So, what are we waiting for? Luke Pham, get to the class change hall right now. Kiem An smiles and explains. Reaching level 30 means you can undergo your second class change. The system also sends a confirmation. All requirements for the second class change have been met. The group quickly exits the dungeon, and Tanthu can't help but urge him on. Hurry up, Luke Pham. I can't wait to see what your second class change looks like. The students standing nearby immediately stare at them in curiosity upon hearing Luke Pham's name. Is that the Luke Pham who defeated both Tran Tien Chi and the Fong Van Pavilion? Hearing this, a crowd of curious onlookers rushes over, completely surrounding him. Tanthu and Han Ka are pushed aside by the crowd, crying out in shock. Whoa. The excited fans scream non-stop. It's really him in the flesh. Classmate Luke, can I get a handshake? Please, classmate Luke, sign this for me. I'm going to get it printed out. Classmate Luke, is that video on the forum real? Can you show us in person? Let me see your dragon. Stop pushing. Hey, classmate Lu, look this way. Can we take a picture together? Lu Fan is completely pinned down in the middle of the crowd, drenched in sweat and turning pale. Taozi gasps in shock. Oh my god. Jian Ying was absolutely right. These people completely ditched Fengyun Pavilion just to become Lu Fan's crazy fanboys and fangirls. Han Ke quickly comes up with an idea. We have no choice. We'll have to give Lu Fan a quick disguise. The group quickly drags Lu Fan away, putting a hat, face mask, and sunglasses on him. 15 minutes later, they slowly circle behind the massive crowd and slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, the chaotic crowd is still frantically looking around for him. Where did he go? He was right here a second ago. Well, he is number one for a reason, vanishing out of thin air like that. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his friends keep their heads down and walk as fast as they can. Qin Chu lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we finally got away. Lu Fan mutters, sounding a bit helpless. But seriously, Am I going to have to do this every single time I step outside? Taozi sighs, completely amazed. I guess everyone's struggles really are different. Honestly, I'd kill to have a crowd of handsome guys chasing after me like that. Jianying quickly shifts the topic and says in a serious tone, throughout history, there's never been a single record of a dragon tamer completing a second-class transfer. That means there's absolutely no data or guide for you to look up. Qin Qiu adds, in other words, Lu Fan, once you go through with this second-class transfer, you will literally be making history. Lu Fan thinks to himself, she's right. With this class transfer, no one can give me advice or point me in the right direction. No matter how it turns out, I can only rely on myself. Daozi pats his shoulder. Lu Fan, look, we've arrived at the class transfer hall. Right ahead stands a massive building with a grand sign that reads, Longdu Academy Class Transfer Hall. The four girls stop outside to wait for him. Lu Fan reassures them, don't worry, everyone. I have a way to look into the different second transfer class paths for a dragon tamer. Qin Qiu says, the transfer ritual has to be done alone. We'll be waiting out here for your good news, Xiao Fan. Lu Fan steps through the entrance and swipes his Longdu Academy student ID card. The screen displays, Student Lu Fan, requesting level 30 class transfer. Conditions met for second profession change. Warning, the current class has no recorded historical data for matching. He quickly heads deeper into the Academy's designated area, the main class transfer hall. The system announces, Student Lu Fan, the second profession change phase is ready. Please step onto the ritual platform. He steps onto a massive circular platform surrounded by advanced high-tech equipment. Lu Fan thinks to himself, the second profession change is completely different from the initial class awakening. Based on my current class, there will be multiple branches to choose from, allowing me to decide my own path of development. The system's voice rings out again. The ritual platform has been activated. No historical data regarding the dragon tamer profession could be retrieved. During the class transfer ritual, please do not step off the platform. Lu Fan looks at the interface on the screen. It reads, Current profession, Dragon Tamer. Second profession, Change branches. No data available. He muses, for all known classes, as long as someone has chosen a path, it gets recorded in the transfer database to serve as a guide for those who follow. And as expected, there's absolutely nothing on the branches of a Dragon Tamer. Fortunately, I have my own system to look things up. After a brief calculation, the system announces that the transfer ritual has officially begun. Longdu Academy congratulates you on successfully starting your class transfer. Instantly, Lu Fan feels a violent spatial distortion wrap around him, sending his hair and clothes whipping wildly in the wind. I can feel it, he thinks. The second profession change branches for a dragon tamer are divided into three main paths. The first path, represented by an icon of a priest clad in white robes, is recognized by Lu Fan as the Dragon Priest. This path leans heavily into the priest playstyle, allowing him to learn a wider variety of support skills, similar to Dragon Encouragement. The system displays the details: profession name, Dragon Priest, key stats, Spirit, Stamina. Profession Introduction. The user will master more growth, type, and recovery type skills. Once buffed by these effects, the pet dragons will grow exponentially stronger. After reviewing the information, Lu Fan analyzes it. By stacking powerful buffs on my pet dragons, and even when they aren't summoned, I'd basically be an all-around support with high-tier utility skills. The second choice, the Dragon Spellcaster, is depicted as a mage wearing a dark cloak, holding a glowing pearl in his hand. He makes his deduction. The Dragon Spellcaster seems to lean much closer to a traditional mage. The system immediately sends over the detailed stats. Profession name, Dragon Spellcaster. Key stats, Spirit, Agility. Profession Introduction. The user will master a vast array of dragon language magic and crowd control skills. Furthermore, the user can absorb and cast the skills of their pet dragons. After reading through it, Lu Fan calculated in his head. The skills would transform into various draconic spells, and he would also be able to directly use his dragon companion's skills. If the Dragon Spellcaster is the advanced class of the Draconic Mage, then the Dragon Slayer Warrior must be an upgraded version of the Dragon-Blooded Warrior. The third option shown is the Dragon Slayer Warrior, with key attributes being strength and endurance. The class description says they'll learn more close combat skills and damage reduction techniques, and can even undergo dragonification to fight in a giant dragon form. Lu Fan figured that their skills would lean toward using dragon claws. The parts they can transform would increase, allowing them to eventually turn into a full-fledged giant dragon with incredible damage-dealing and damage-soaking capabilities. In short, there are three main paths of development. One is pure support with draconic encouragement. One is a magic class specializing in draconic spells, and the last is close combat focusing on dragonification. Three options appear on the screen, including the second-class advancement branch, Dragon Priest, class info not yet acquired. The second-class advancement branch, Dragon Spellcaster, class info not yet acquired. And the second-class advancement branch, Dragon Slayer Warrior, class info not yet acquired. Lu Fan watched closely and began to weigh his options. The effects of these branches didn't look bad at all. The Dragon Slayer Warrior's ability to turn into a giant dragon is really tempting. Is this all of the second-class advancement branches for a dragon tamer? But then, a sudden discovery makes him gasp in surprise. Wait, there's a fourth branch. Another branch pops up. The second-class advancement branch, Dragon Rider, class info not yet acquired. The majestic and powerful icon of the Dragon Rider appears before his eyes, leaving Lu Fan slightly overwhelmed. The system continues to send detailed info. Class name is Dragon Rider, and the key attributes are agility and strength. The class description says they'll learn more skills that can coordinate with their dragon companions. When fighting alone, the skills used in sync with their dragon companions will yield a much more powerful effect. Lu Fan's eyes light up, and his heart thumps with excitement. Instead of being restricted to one specific path, he can develop in a well-rounded way. The combination of his skills and his dragon companions will become even stronger. This is exactly the fighting style he's been chasing all this time. Lu Fan's voice is full of determination as he says, "Looks like I've found the perfect second-class advancement for me." Meanwhile, outside the door, Qinqi's group has been waiting for quite a while. Nearby, two other people are chatting. "You chose Ranger too? Nice. Your dorm must be full of Rangers by now, right?" The other person replies, "You must be that freshman who got beaten up during the test. So you switched to Guardian Knight, right? Well, at least you won't have to worry about getting hurt anymore." Taozi looks impatient, her tone laced with worry. "But why is the class advancement ritual taking so long? The longer we wait, the more nervous I get. Nothing went wrong, right?" Han Ke smiles, gently reassuring her. "Taozi, don't be so anxious. This is the most crucial moment for Xiao Fan." Taozi glances at her equally anxious face and says, "Sister Han, I can tell you're just as nervous as I am." Jian Ying, the calmest of the group, speaks up slowly. "I can understand Sister Han's feelings. Lu Fan is currently exploring new possibilities on his own. The rules of this era might very well change because of his choice." Qinqiu agrees, "Exactly. At this critical moment, we must believe in Lu Fan. He has the chance to put an end to the gloomy 800-year history of the dragon-type classes." Just as she finishes speaking, Lu Fan opens the door and walks out. Everyone immediately gets excited, their expectant gazes locked onto him. Qinqiu asks, "Lu Fan, is the ritual finished?" Taozi quickly urges, "Hurry up and tell us. What class are you now?" Han Ke asks with concern, "Xiao Fan, nothing went wrong, right?" Lu Fan happily replies, "Sorry for making you all wait. Everything went smoothly. Let's walk and talk." A system notification pops up. Lu Fan. Class changed from Dragon Tamer to Dragon Rider. Level 30. Contract slots increased from 2 to 3. Reserve value, 10,737,774. Strength increased from 853 to 1,279. Spirit increased from 714 to 1,071. Agility increased from 581 to 871. And taming power increased from 790 to 1,185. Dragon taming skill. Can tame dragon. Type creatures. Draconic encouragement. Boosts himself and his dragon companions, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Dragon Claw has evolved into Dragon Ruin, transforms his arm into a Dragon Claw, delivering 6 rapid consecutive strikes, can be projected from a distance and used in tandem with dragon companions. Dragon Fang Strike has evolved into Sky Rend, infused with Dragon Chi, delivering 2 consecutive slashing strikes, can be used in tandem with dragon companions. Taozi can't hide her admiration and sighs. Dragon Rider. Just the name alone sounds so cool. Han Ke asks curiously, "Xiao Fan, Does this class require you to learn how to ride a dragon? Lu Fan confidently replies, Of course. Another reason I chose Dragon Rider is because I got the dragon saddle from the Wyvern Graveyard. Once Xiao Ye and Xiao Ji reach level 30, we can use it. He thought to himself, not only Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, but now that the third contract slot is unlocked, I can finally tame the Starry Sky Dragon. Qin Chu couldn't help but marvel. By then, dragon tamers will truly have their own dragon riders. Han Ke looked thoughtful. That's wonderful, Xiao Fan. But whenever I picture you riding Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, it just feels kind of weird. Lu Fan's face flushed slightly as he snapped back. Stop imagining such weird things. If I'm going to ride them, it'll only be in their giant dragon forms. Seeing his embarrassed reaction, the girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, a white-haired girl appeared right in front of the group, saying cheerfully, Well, look who's finally back. Lu Fan was taken aback. Senior, how did you get here? She smiled back casually. Looks like I should have given you my contact info. I've kept you waiting for quite a while. Tao Zi excitedly nudged Lu Fan with her elbow and whispered, Hey, is this the senior who trained you until you were totally wiped out? Like, completely passed out on the floor, right? Lu Fan, why didn't you tell us sooner that she's this beautiful? Seeing how hyped up she was, Lu Fan quickly tried to stop her. Tao Zi, calm down a bit, will you? The senior gave a friendly laugh. Haha, looks like you all know who I am already. With that, she turned to Han Ke and asked, If I'm not mistaken, you must be Sister Han, the sacred enchanter. Han Ke, right? Han Ke replied in surprise. Yes, that's me. I didn't expect Xiao Fan Sr. to know who I am. The white-haired girl grinned. Of course I do. Actually, I came here to ask you for a favor. I'd like to borrow your Xiao Fan for a little while. Hearing this, the whole group let out a synchronized, bewildered, Huh? The white-haired girl quickly clarified, Haha, we're just going into Dragon Capital to take care of some business. Don't let your minds wander. Han Ke replied happily, Oh, please. If the two of you have plans, just go. There's no need to talk about borrowing him. You're making it sound so formal. After all, our Xiao Fan has benefited so much from your guidance lately. Without a moment's hesitation, the senior grabbed Lu Fan's arm, pulled him along, and waved goodbye. Then thank you so much, Sister Han. Let's go, Xiao Fan. He could only let out a startled huh. And before he could even react, he was dragged away by his senior. She called back to Han Ke with absolute confidence. I'll return him to you in one piece tonight. Sister Han waved and called out after them. Make sure to come back for dinner once you're done. Jian Ying, standing to the side, thought to himself, Wow, she really is a force of nature. Being dragged away, Lu Fan snapped with annoyance. Hey, you say you're borrowing me, but doesn't anyone care to ask for my opinion? In truth, he was grumbling on the inside. He was finally about to tame the Starry Sky Dragon, so what on earth was going on now? The white-haired girl completely ignored his complaints and kept urging him on. Go change into some nice clothes so we can set off. Hurry up, we're running out of time. A moment later, the two of them were sitting in a luxury car, zooming down the road with the senior at the wheel. Suddenly, Lu Fan's phone buzzed with an incoming text. He opened it to find a message from Jian Ying. After seeing that senior with my own eyes, I'm absolutely sure about one thing. She's definitely not a teacher from Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan, you'd better watch your back around her. After reading the message, Lu Fan fell deep into thought. The white-haired girl drove with one hand on the steering wheel while resting her chin on the car window with the other, looking incredibly cool and carefree. Noticing Lu Fan's silence, she asked, What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Senior, what exactly are we going to do, and why did we have to leave campus? The white-haired girl replied casually with a hint of mystery. What else could we be doing? Buying you a present. Of course. It's that ultra-rare level-limit bypassing enchanting scroll you kept talking about wanting so badly. Hearing about the precious treasure, Lu Fan's eyes lit up instantly. He gasped in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? After a long drive, they arrived at the Tianhua auction house in Dragon Capital. On the stage, a massive screen lit up with the words, Let the auction begin. Lu Fan was a bit surprised and turned to his mysterious senior. Senior, are we here at the auction house because… The white-haired girl answered calmly, The enchanting scroll you want is going up for auction here, so we have to make sure we don't miss this opportunity. He thought to himself that the price Vice Principal Zhao offered for the abyss-flying dragon was already ridiculously high. This rare scroll would definitely cost just as much. Even though he desperately needed it, thinking about his tight budget made Lu Fan suggest, "Senior, maybe we should just skip it." The white-haired girl calmly sat down, smiling with her usual cool and relaxed demeanor. "Haha, you were so eager to get it earlier. Don't worry, your senior here has way more money than you think." Lu Fan pulled up a chair and sat down beside her, secretly calculating in his head, "Before I know the true identity and strength of this senior, I'd better be a bit more cautious. I really shouldn't owe her any favors." With absolute determination, Lu Fan said, "Senior sister, I'll definitely find a way to pay you back every single cent." The host's voice boomed, hyping up the crowd. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. Welcome to today's Prosperous Heaven auction. Let's kick things off with our very first treasure of the day." On the massive screen, an image of an ancient relic slowly appeared. The host started his pitch. "Behold, an extremely rare enchantment scroll. This beauty can completely strip away any level requirements from your items or equipment. Not only are the crafting materials insanely expensive, but the success rate for making one is a measly 0.35%. Lu Fan quickly activated his appraisal skill to check the details. It was a consumable, no-level requirement enchantment scroll of legendary quality, with the effect of removing the level requirement of any targeted item or equipment. The host then announced the starting bid at 95 million dragon coins. Instantly, bids started flying from all directions. 125 million. I bid 140 million, 185 million, 200 million. Lu Fan was completely taken aback. He thought to himself, "I know I promised to pay senior sister back, but is this price seriously skyrocketing this fast?" Then, a booming and powerful voice echoed, 230 million. The host shouted in excitement. "Amazing! We are at 230 million dragon coins. Do I hear any higher bids?" The white-haired girl leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, "Let me teach you a little trick. When you're at an auction, never try to slow boil a frog. What you really want is that final gavel strike. Why hesitate like this?" The senior sister decisively raised her hand. "I bid." But before she could finish her sentence, a loud, arrogant voice boomed from the back row, cutting her off. 300 million. Even the senior sister was slightly caught off guard by such a sudden jump. Turns out, it was Jinju and her bodyguard. Let me repeat myself. "This princess bids 300 million dragon coins," Jinju announced arrogantly. Lu Fan turned around, his eyes widening in shock. "Jinju? Why on earth does she want this enchantment scroll?" The white-haired girl replied in a low, knowing voice. "She's the little princess of Taiki Nation. Her family is filthy, rich, and extremely powerful. If we want to bid against her, we're going to have to shell out a serious fortune." Lu Fan was even more shocked. "Senior sister, you know her too?" The white-haired girl flashed a knowing smirk. "I've got my ears to the ground, you know. Besides, I know all about your little history with her." She confidently raised her bidding paddle and said, "Today, I'm going to help you get some sweet payback. Even if I have to pay an astronomical price, there's no way I'm letting her get her hands on this scroll. Consider it my gift to you." The host's voice echoed again. "We have 300 million. Anyone higher?" The senior sister calmly dropped a massive bomb of a bid, making the entire room gasp in disbelief. 400 million. The host shrieked, his voice cracking from sheer shock. "Oh my god, 400 million. The current highest bid is 400 million. Jinju slammed her hands down and jumped up in a rage, snapping, "Ugh, who the hell is that? How incredibly annoying." Kui Hongtai quickly tried to calm her down. "Princess, please don't worry. We brought 500 million with us on this trip. We can still keep bidding." But before he could even finish, the senior sister spoke up again, deadpanning a number that left the entire room utterly speechless. 500 million. The host couldn't even control his voice, yelling out in complete shock. "Oh my goodness, 500 million. In my entire career, this is the very first time I've ever seen someone raise the bid on themselves like this. No one higher than 500 million? 500 million going twice. 500 million going 3 times. Furious, Jinju slammed her hand on the table and stood up, deliberately screaming, "Ugh, who is the absolute bastard trying to mess with me? Are they seriously picking a fight with me on purpose?" The white-haired girl chuckled softly and whispered to Lu Fan, "See? That's the gavel strike I was telling you about." Lu Fan broke into a cold sweat, nervously laughing. Haha, I was actually planning to just let Jinju have it. There is absolutely no way I could ever afford 500 million. The host's voice boomed through the hall. Sold. Congratulations to this lovely lady for winning the bid. Lu Fan and his senior sister stood up, smiling warmly as they received a round of applause from the surrounding crowd. Kui Hongtai gasped in utter disbelief. Wait, that's Lu Fan? Meanwhile, the host announced a short recess for everyone. Only then did Jinju look up and notice Lu Fan. The moment she saw him, she gritted her teeth in pure rage. Him again? That low-class trash actually dared to ruin my plans. Kui Hongtai quickly tried to soothe her. Princess, please calm down. We can always find another scroll next time. Jinzu scoffed, her face scowling with irritation. Let's go. I seriously can't rely on you for a single thing. Just wait until my big brother teaches you a lesson, you useless garbage. Kui Hongtai hung his head, whispering, I'm so sorry, princess. Meanwhile, inside the VIP lounge of the prosperous Heaven auction house, Lu Fan and the white-haired girl were waiting. A woman wearing striking red high heels walked in with an elegant stride, saying softly, Well, I knew it had to be you. The senior sister gave her a casual wave in return. She waves with a friendly smile. Oh, wow. The newcomer is a fashionable, incredibly stylish lady with an amazing sense of taste. This is none other than Du Yakyu, the boss of the prosperous Heaven auction house. In her hands is a luxurious red brocade box. Yakyu looks at the white-haired girl in front of her and says, her voice carrying a hint of playful scolding, You're the only one who dare mess with my auction prices like that. The white-haired senior sister rushes over and hugs her friend, saying playfully, Sorry for barging in without letting you know. Du Yakyu replies with mock coldness, You call that a greeting? Every time you visit, you blow a fortune on the most useless little things. If anything, I should be the one paying respects to you. She then notices the handsome young man sitting on the sofa and asks softly, Oh, who is this? The white-haired senior sister introduces him, This is my junior, and this enchantment scroll is a special gift I got just for him. Yakyu gasps, her face full of surprise. Oh, you're junior, huh? She walks over and extends her hand to shake Lu Fan's. Let me introduce myself. I am Du Yakyu, the owner of the prosperous Heaven auction house. Meanwhile, the senior sister is casually opening the brocade box to inspect the item inside. Du Yakyu bursts into laughter. Haha, your senior sister and I aren't just acquaintances. I am actually her sister-in-law. Her brother and I run this prosperous Heaven auction house together. Lu Fan gasps in surprise. Oh, is that so? Inside, he thinks to himself, No wonder senior sister was so incredibly generous during the bidding, since this auction house basically belongs to her. Besides, out of the 500 million, I still need to make another 480 million before I can even pay her back. Du Yakyu says generously, If you ever need anything, feel free to bid on whatever you like here. Just think of it as a loan from me. The white-haired girl eagerly calls out, Junior Lu Fan, come over and take a look. Here is your gift. He holds the enchantment scroll in his hands, completely overwhelmed with emotion. I finally got my hands on this scroll. Now I can remove the level 60 requirement for the Soul-Winged Dragon King, and then I can equip it right away. The system begins to analyze the item information. Level requirement. Removal enchantment. Legendary item, consumable. Effect. Removes the level requirement of the target item or equipment. Senior sister hands over her card, getting ready to pay for the auctioned item. Du Yakyu asks with a smile, Oh, by the way, have you gathered any new rare items lately that we can add to our treasure catalog? The white-haired girl replies with a sigh, I've got absolutely nothing left. You've already swept up all my cheap little trinkets. There's nothing left for me to give you. Haha, wiped clean indeed. Yakyu squints her eyes with a bright grin. Thank you so much for your patronage, dear sister. Senior sister flashes her black card at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you better start figuring out how you're going to pay me back this 500 million. Sister Han must be waiting for me to bring you back home in one piece. Lu Fan clutches the treasure box tightly and lets out a long sigh. Why does it feel like this lady is pulling some kind of elaborate scam on me right now? He suddenly asks, Oh, speaking of which, what is this treasure catalog you two were just talking about? Senior sister reaches for a tablet and gasps, Shoot, I completely forgot to tell you about this. This is actually one of the main reasons I brought you here today. She points to the screen and starts explaining. Ever wondered how I make so many dragon coins to buy these expensive luxury items over and over again? It's all thanks to this auction house's unique treasure catalog system. See? As long as you register items that aren't already listed in this catalog, you get paid. Simple, right? Duyakyu chimes in, well, the money you make from just giving me information is nothing but pocket change, but the actual value of real treasures is beyond imagination. Lu Fan takes the tablet and scrolls through the list of treasures. They're all incredibly rare, hard to find items. Ranked first is the legendary quality Burning Heaven treasure, requiring level 80. It grants plus 62,275 strength, plus 5,420 agility, and plus 2,570 spirit. He suddenly asks, a bit surprised. Wait a second. You guys said collecting, not selling. Senior sister replies instantly, exactly. As long as the information of a true treasure is recorded in the treasure catalog, the Prosperous Heaven auction house will appraise its value and pay 3% of that amount in dragon coins to the owner. She winks and says, to put it simply, they collect rare items to promote the Prosperous Heaven auction house. My sister-in-law is all about targeting the high-end market. Duyakyu adds, of course, if you actually want to sell them, we can do that too. Lu Fan thinks to himself, we get 3% of the appraised value just like that? If I register a rare gear worth 500 million dragon coins, I might be able to pay off my debt for this enchantment scroll in no time. After pondering for a moment, he decides to go for it. In that case, please appraise this gear of mine. Lu Fan pulls out the soul-winged Dragon King, revealing its detailed stats. It is right there in plain sight. Level 60 requirement, no level reduction enchantment, plus 356 agility, plus 291 strength, plus 246 spirit, and plus 234 stamina. With the soaring skill, the wearer gains the ability to fly and increase their flight speed. If the equipped user has dragon language magic, they can unlock dragon language unseal. Once cast, they will receive a high-level dragon language replacement spell. The moment Duyakyu laid eyes on the treasure, her eyes widened in sheer shock. This is the legendary level 60 flying wings. It is easily the absolute best of the best. Hey handsome, this is easily worth at least 2 billion. You absolutely have to let us add it to our 100 treasures codex. The white-haired girl quickly did the math in her head. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. See? What did I tell you? Making money off the codex really is that simple. Lu Fan thought to himself, senior sister, this is definitely a sweet deal, but it is still a far cry from 500 million. He smiled and said, by the way, Sister Du, I actually have something that is way rarer than these soul wings. Duyakyu's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh? You have more good stuff? Lu Fan then pulled out a starry sky dragon egg, its grade still completely unknown. He asked, I am curious, how would you appraise this dragon egg? The moment the dragon egg appeared, the surrounding space trembled slightly. Duyakyu was so stunned she could barely find her words. A dragon egg? Wait, are you the dragon tamer from the southern province? The white-haired senior sister stood frozen in shock. She stared at Lu Fan and asked, Lu Fan, don't tell me you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? He thought to himself, actually, if I count the 2 flying dragon kings summoned by the ancient bone flute, I already have 5 dragons by now. It is a shame I fed that bone flute to Xiao Fei so early. Otherwise, I could have registered it in the codex to make some easy cash. Duyakyu was deeply moved. She had been in this business for a very long time, and while those soul wings are definitely top tier, this dragon egg is something completely unprecedented in history. I have to take back what I just said. Some treasures are so rare that you cannot even put a price tag on them, Lu Fan asked, a hint of hope in his voice. So, this dragon egg cannot be registered in the codex? Duyakyu rushed over and clung to his arm, practically begging him. No, we absolutely must register it in the 100 Treasures Codex. With this dragon egg, our Tianhua auction house will not only become famous nationwide, but our name will spread across the entire world, cementing our place in history. The white-haired girl thought to herself, just having one dragon makes him a prime candidate to become the strongest in the world. But now, Lu Fan even has another dragon egg. I really did back the right horse. Seeing Lu Fan remain silent, Duyakyu immediately made a tempting offer. Tell you what, handsome, you can come to our auction house once a month and pick out whatever item you like, free of charge. No matter the auction price, I will cover the entire bill myself. What do you say? Lu Fan smiled. With a monthly pass to claim any rare item he wanted, he really had no reason to say no. He placed the dragon egg and the soul wings on the table and replied, "Of course. Let us register both of these in the 100 Treasures Codex." "So, which month does this privilege start?" Duyakyu gasped in pure joy. "Really? That is amazing. It can start this very month, in fact. It is effective immediately." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Perfect. I actually have an item I want to take home right now." A moment later, the VIP room door opened, and Lu Fan walked out side by side with his senior sister. The white-haired girl sighed, a trace of regret in her voice. "Man, it is not like I was in a rush for you to pay back that 500 million anyway." Holding his new treasure box, Lu Fan replied cheerfully, "No way. Sister Du said it goes into effect today, so I am choosing that level requirement removal enchantment scroll for this month." She was a bit surprised. She never expected Duyakyu to agree so quickly and directly. The entire 500 million auction price was waived on the spot. Since she got her full investment back, she could not even ask for any interest anymore. She sighed to herself while Lu Fan walked away in high spirits, whispering under his breath, "Tianhua really does have a ton of rare items. I will definitely have to make this a monthly routine." In front of him, the crowd waiting for the auction was still massive. Suddenly, someone looked up at the giant screen and yelled in surprise, "Whoa, the codex is updating. It has been forever since we saw an update. Did Tianhua finally find a treasure worthy of the list? Let us see what it is. Talk about lucky, we get to see it live." Lu Fan also turned his gaze toward the screen, which was displaying a massive sign that read, "Updating 100 Treasures Codex." He wondered if his dragon, egg, and soul wings had already made the cut. Sure enough, the top spot on the 100 Treasures Codex instantly changed. First place, Dragon Egg, Grade Unknown. The previous top treasure, Fen Tian, had been pushed down to second place. The entire crowd erupted in absolute shock. What? A dragon egg? Wait, Tianhua actually got their hands on a real dragon egg. So what? It is that legendary dragon that can destroy an entire country. My God. Someone got so excited they grabbed the host by the collar and screamed, "What is the starting price for this dragon egg? Even if I have to go completely broke, I am buying it." Before the host could even get the updated information, he could only wave his hands in panic. "I am sorry. I really do not know." Another client frantically called someone to spread the news. "It is real. I saw it with my own eyes. The Tianhua Codex has bound itself to a dragon egg." Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Lu Fan exclaimed, "Sister Du moves fast. This is definitely going to make Tianhua's auction business explode." The white-haired girl coldly replied, "You brat. Now is not the time to be happy for your sister-in-law." The two of them looked toward the main entrance, where a massive crowd outside was surging in like a broken dam. These people are going crazy just to get a glimpse of the dragon egg, pushing and shoving their way in. If we do not get out of here fast, we might end up spending the night. Lu Fan let out a grunt as people ran past, shouting in excitement, "Let me in. Let me see what the dragon egg looks like." Another person refused to back down, shouting, "I just stepped out. Why are you blocking me? Let me back in." Someone else gasped, "It really is a dragon egg. I saw it on the screen." Another person yelled over the noise, "Out of my way. Let me in. I am a well-known tycoon in Tianhua, you know." Lu Fan and his seniors scrambled, doing everything they could to push their way outside. Inside the doors, countless people were still shoving and wrestling with one another. The white-haired girl sighed in relief, a hint of smugness in her voice. "Finally. We are out. That stunt of your sister-in-law's sure paid off. If we had known, you should have demanded 3 or 4 rare items a month." Lu Fan thought to himself, "I really should not have agreed so quickly. Dealing with a shrewd businesswoman like Sister Du, I should have negotiated a lot more conditions beforehand." Still, he casually replied, "That would be a bit too much. Oh right, where is your ride, senior?" Outside, night had fully fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. Spinning a key around her index finger, the white-haired girl smiled and said, "My ride?" She pointed to a bright red superbike parked nearby and said, "Is it not right over there?" Lu Fan was taken aback, "Huh? But that is not the one we came in." His senior replied nonchalantly, "That was a car I borrowed from your sister-in-law. I already returned it. This baby is mine, and it has been parked here the whole time." Lu Fan thought to himself, "I figured she would be like Uncle Chin, summoning a mount, or like Jin Zhou with a private chauffeur. I did not expect her to be the type who likes to feel the wind in her face." The white-haired girl hopped onto the motorcycle, kicked up the kickstand, turned around, and urged him, "What are you waiting for? Get on. Hold on to my waist, and hold on tight. I ride fast, so if you fall off midway, I am not turning back for you. Lu Fan felt a bit nervous. The white-haired girl revved the engine, making it roar. He panicked and cried out, "Ah, wait, senior. I am not ready." Before he could finish, the bike shot forward at a dizzying speed. Startled, he quickly wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. The girl shouted over the rushing wind, "Hold on tight. Now that you have completed your second-class advancement, your agility and endurance have shot up. Why are you still scared of a little speed?" Lu Fan asked, sounding a bit surprised. "You really keep tabs on me, don't you? I literally just finished my second-class advancement, and you already know," his senior said casually. "Since you have advanced, that means you have 3 pet contract slots now, right? Before this, if you only had 2 slots, and one was for the black dragon, then why has the other one not hatched yet? What about this egg?" Suddenly, she gasped and whipped her head back, asking in sheer disbelief, "Wait, is this dragon egg of yours? Your third one?" Lu Fan panicked. "Third one, watch the road, senior." Ignoring the road, the white-haired girl sighed in pure amazement. "You brat, you really do not know how lucky you are. Dragons are like living gods. Some people spend their entire lives struggling and cannot even get one. Yet here you are, so young, and you already have 3. Lu Fan quickly changed the subject and asked his senior, "Why do you keep helping me like this? When am I finally going to find out who you really are?" The white-haired girl fell silent for a moment, then replied in a distant voice, "Now is not the time. Lu Fan, you have not even passed the first test yet." Surprised, he asked, "The first test?" She nodded. "That is right. Longdu Academy is sending a special envoy to evaluate you. Whether you are qualified to participate in the national trial depends on their approval. Only then will you pass the first hurdle. That envoy is a powerhouse over level 70. I am actually quite worried he might deliberately target you." Lu Fan laughed confidently. "Ha ha, so you are the one the Academy arranged to help me pass this first hurdle, senior." The white-haired girl got serious and asked, "You could look at it that way, but why are you laughing?" He confidently replied, "No matter what level he is, with you training me, that special envoy is the one who should be praying. More. I will definitely make it to the national trial. He'd better not try anything funny, or he'll only be looking for trouble." Hearing him say that, the white-haired girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, hearing you talk like that, you're pretty brave, aren't you? When that time comes, you've got to make him eat his words." Looking up at the full moon high in the sky, she wondered, "Is it really this late already? I promised the girls at Villa Number 1 that I'd get you home safe and sound." Lu Fan quietly channeled his energy, equipping his flying Dragon King soul wings. He confidently and warmly reached out to grasp his senior's hand. "Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up." Lu Fan did as she said, but instead of wrapping his arms around her waist, he tightly held the soft hand of the white-haired senior and gently said, "Senior, hold my hand tight. Let me take you home for this last stretch of the way." The flying Dragon King wings spread wide behind Lu Fan's back, sending them both soaring into the sky. A flicker of surprise crossed the senior's face, but she quickly smiled and replied, "I wonder what's going to happen to my bike now that the driver just abandoned it in the middle of the road like this." Once they arrived outside her apartment, the white-haired girl casually said her goodbyes. A bit unsure, Lu Fan asked again, "Are you sure you don't need me to walk you all the way to your door?" She waved him off, keeping her mysterious tone. "No need. Go on home and get some rest." She thought to herself, "Wow, this guy is surprisingly honest, huh? If it were any other guy, they would have insisted on walking me all the way to my doorstep." Looking up at the night sky, she softly whistled a cheerful tune. Not bad at all. I actually prefer being the passive one." Suddenly remembering something, she let out a gasp. "Oh my gosh, my bike, that little brat." A short while later, Lu Fan returned to Villa Number 1 of the Dragon Capital Academy. He slumped onto the floor, exhausted, and sighed. Flying back is seriously tiring. But hey, that flight really helped me get more used to using these soul wings. Xiao Ye was casually munching on some cookies, while Xiao Fei was already fast asleep, sprawled out on the sofa. Lu Fan took out the starry dragon egg, stared at it for a moment, and thought, finally, no more annoying trouble. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "All right, Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei, are you two ready?" Hearing their names, the 2 little dragons turned to look at Lu Fan at the same time. He lectured them seriously. "Even though we failed last time, you guys must remember one thing. In the future, we have to live together in peace, okay? Xiao Ye let out a roar of agreement. The system screen popped up. Level 23 Legendary Black Dragon contract. Level 18 Legendary Jade Dragon contract, with the third contract slot still empty. Lu Fan channeled his energy, causing a brilliant golden light to envelop the egg. He shouted with excitement, "Starry Dragon Egg, my third dragon, come on out." As the eggshell shattered, a blinding light burst forth, making Lu Fan cry out in surprise and quickly cover his eyes. Xiao Ye's jaw dropped in shock, while Xiao Fei remained calm, watching intently. They looked up at the sky, but there was absolutely nothing there. Instead, on the floor, sat a tiny, incredibly cute baby dragon, looking around blankly. "Oh my gosh, she is too cute to handle," Lu Fan exclaimed in amazement. "Is this really the hatchling form of a starry dragon?" The system notifications flashed. Level 1 Starry Dragon contract. Strength 795. Spirit 109. Agility 276. Stamina 370. Skill: Star Shatter. Creates a star that, when crushed, deals massive area of effect damage, with its power scaling based on the strength stat. Skill: Starlight Scales. Envelops the scales in starlight, continuously absorbing incoming damage for 60 seconds. Once the skill ends, all enemies within melee range will suffer the full amount of the absorbed damage. Skill: Astral Surge. Infinite energy surges forth, continuously boosting stamina as the battle drags on. The Starry Dragon bloodline also reduces all elemental damage taken by 50%, grants immunity to all negative effects, and boosts self-regeneration by 500%. Blood Contract. Shared Lifeblood. Transfers 10% of the dragon pet's stats to the Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan gently picked up the Starry Dragon and noted happily, "So, the Starry Dragon is a physical fighter. Her base strength is already at 795. He analyzed to himself. Her stats are highly specialized, just like Xiao Fei's. The only difference is that her starting strength is over twice as high as Xiao Ye's was at the beginning. Xiao Fei's status screen appeared. Level 1 Legendary Jade Dragon contract. Strength 122, Spirit 659, Agility 153, Stamina 216. By the time the Starry Dragon reaches around level 20, even without buffs from me or Xiao Fei, her strength will easily break 10,000. At first, I thought Xiao Ye was the perfect fit for our main physical damage dealer, but now it seems like Xiao Ye is more like the Dragon Knight class I chose, a well-balanced all-rounder. Xiao Ye's newborn stats also popped up. Level 1, Legendary Black Dragon contract. Strength 340, 2, Spirit 350, 9, Agility 265, Stamina 370, 3. Lu Fan gently placed the Starry Dragon back onto the floor. Lu Fan realized that although the Astral Dragon's Stellar Scale armor skill looked like a simple shield at first glance, it actually served as both offense and defense. The ability to reflect all damage taken for 60 seconds was truly formidable. On top of that, its Stellar Valor skill allowed the Astral Dragon to constantly boost its stamina, meaning it had absolutely no fear of prolonged battles. While Xiao Ye was busy munching on a piece of eggshell, the Astral Dragon suddenly headbutted her right in the chest. Xiao Ye let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice. He was still running calculations in his head. Besides, according to the description of its Shattered Star skill, the Astral Dragon wasn't purely a physical attacker. It was a magic-based skill with massive damage potential, though he would have to test it out later to see its actual power. He turned back to look at his 3 dragons and announced excitedly, "All right, as per tradition, we need to come up with a great name for your new baby sister." Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was glaring at the Astral Dragon with a look that clearly said, "I am seriously holding back right now, so don't push it." Lu Fan muttered, "Let's see. Xiao Ye. Xiao Fei. Since they both start with Xiao, let's call you Xiao Xing." Both Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei turned to look at him with the most disappointed faces imaginable. Xiao Ye made her displeasure crystal clear with a low, protesting growl. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei looked incredibly hurt and went to sit in a corner, sobbing her heart out. Startled, he cried out, "Hey, what's the matter? It's just a name, guys. Don't be so dramatic." Lu Fan waved his hands reassuringly. All right. Once I think of a better name, I'll change it. Okay?" With that, he turned to the new dragon and asked, "So, Xiaoxing, do you like this name?" But she just stayed silent, not even bothering to spare Lu Fan a glance. He thought to himself, man, this little dragon is so proud. Looks like Xiao Ye won't be able to pick a fight with her so easily. That's actually a good thing, though. At the same time, in the Wanli Sands of Taite Nation, a level 60 to 70 zone, a rugged off-road vehicle was parked next to a stack of wooden crates. All around them, wooden crosses were driven into the ground, each holding a dried skeleton, creating a chillingly eerie scene. A team of 4 was gathered around a large campfire. A man in a red cloak was on the phone, saying, "Yeah, I got it." Sitting next to him, a warrior in white armor asked anxiously, "Sung-han, what's going on? You don't look too good." The camera zooms in on Kim Sung-han, a level 60 player who ranked first in Taite Nation's freshman competition. He hung up the phone and said, slowly, "It's my little sister. She had one of her subordinates contact me. She wants me to get revenge for her." The short-haired girl turned to another team member and asked, "Wait, isn't Princess Kim-ju, little Kim-ju, studying abroad in the Dragon Nation right now?" The girl in the witch hat sitting opposite her chimed in. "Did someone bully her over there?" Kim Sung-han sighed. "Yeah. She's been pestering me for days, saying some punk beat her up, and not just once either." Suddenly, something massive began to slowly rise from beneath the earth. Moments later, it revealed its true form, a giant, grotesque monster that looked like a mutated earthworm. Yet, the group continued their conversation calmly, acting as if they didn't notice a thing. Kim Sung-han mused, "That girl is so grown up, yet she still acts like a child. I guess I spoiled her way too much." The young man in white, who had been reading a book, looked up and asked, "So, are you going to the Dragon Nation then?" Sung-han replied resolutely, "Of course I am." By now, the monster had reared its head high, preparing to strike from right behind Kim Sung-han. He channeled his energy, and a bizarre, dark purple beast with glowing red eyes suddenly materialized, blocking the giant worm's strike. In the blink of an eye, it lunged forward, launching a savage assault on its opponent. Kim Sung-han continued coldly, "As her older brother who loves her the most, it's only natural that I clear away any trouble in her path. For now, our priority is preparing for the national competition. Let's clear one more secret realm first. Once I get the final piece of the Scarlet Web set, I'll head straight for the Dragon Nation." The group stood up, ready to set off. Behind them, the two monsters were still locked in a fierce, brutal clash. Kim Sung-han elaborated on his upcoming trip. "Aside from settling my sister's problems, I also need to scope out who the Dragon Nation's contestants are for this year's national competition. This year's first place must belong to our Taiti Nation." His eyes turned sharp, burning with cold intent. The giant worm was torn into 1,000 pieces, scattering across the ground. His teammate added confidently, "Of course, once Sung-han makes his move, we're guaranteed a massive victory." But another teammate chimed in mockingly, "Haha, going out of your way to investigate them? You're giving those guys in the Dragon Nation way too much credit." Meanwhile, for Lu Fan, during the week after obtaining Shaoxing, his life went back to normal. The noisy debates of the Fenyun Pavilion and the annoying provocations from Kim Ju finally quieted down. He spent his days studying, sparring, and honing his skills alongside a mysterious senior. During one training match, the white-haired girl kept pushing him with tough challenges.